Super rich system. Lin Dong, let's break up. In a secluded grove by the playground of Jiangnan University, Jiang Shan addressed her boyfriend Lin Dong. Shan, why? What have I done wrong? Why must you be so heartless? Lin Dong asked, his voice tinged with agitation. He and Jiang Shan had been high school classmates and had been a couple since their senior year. Though Lin Dong came from a modest background, his handsome appearance and academic prowess made him the quintessential warm-hearted boy, the object of affection for many female classmates during their youthful days. Jiang Shan was no less remarkable. She was the belle of the class, with academic performance slightly inferior to Lin Dong's, yet still among the top tier. When they first got together, they faced considerable criticism from their teachers, but they assured them time and again that their studies would not suffer, even pledging to part ways if their grades ever declined, which led the teachers to turn a blind eye to their relationship. True to their word, both secured places at a prestigious national university, Jiangnan University, a source of envy for countless peers. However, Lin Dong could scarcely believe that less than a year into university, Jiang Shan had begun to distance herself from him, culminating in her outright request to break up. In fact, he had sensed a change in Jiang Shan since the beginning of the semester. She seemed distracted during their time together and had repeatedly declined his invitations for dates under various pretexts. One Saturday, he even spotted Jiang Shan getting into the car of a notorious playboy from their class, yet he consoled himself with the thought that it might merely be a casual gathering among classmates. However, today, Jiang Shan announced the end of their relationship, shattering Lin Dong's illusions entirely. Lin Dong, let us part amicably and cherish the beautiful memories we shared, shall we? Shan, tell me, is this because of Huang Junlang? And if it is, what of it? Shan, Huang Junlang is notorious for his philandering ways. Did you not hear that he got a female classmate pregnant last semester? Junlang has explained it to me. It was merely a mistake made in a drunken stupor, and that girl was the one who initiated it. He has also compensated her afterwards. Shan, do not fall for his deceitful words. He is lying to you and is simultaneously involved with numerous other girls. Enough, Lin Dong. I am here merely to inform you. Please do not pursue me any further. Farewell. With that, Jiang Shan turned to leave, yet Lin Dong seized her arm. Shan, listen to me. Huang Junlang is truly not a good person. Do not let him deceive you. Did he coerce you? He must have. I will confront him. Jiang Shan forcefully shook off Lin Dong's grip and replied, Lin Dong, stop deluding yourself. Junlang did not coerce me. I chose this willingly. I no longer wish to be with you. After graduation, I will need to work hard to earn a living, to buy a home and a car, all while repaying loans and becoming a lifelong slave to property. I desire quality in my life, fine food, exquisite clothing, and superior possessions. Do you understand? Do you see this bag I carry? The latest from a luxury brand, worth over 10,000. A life with you could never afford me such luxury. What Junlang can offer me, you will never be able to. Yet Huang Junlang is merely toying with you. He has no intention of marrying you. He has already discarded several before you. Lin Dong persisted in his final effort. Oh dear, classmate Lin Dong. It is quite improper to speak ill of others behind their backs, a voice interjected, and they turned to see Huang Junlang, clad in designer attire, approaching with an arm casually draped around Jiang Shan's waist. Junlang, you're here, Jiang Shan responded, embodying a delicate and dependent demeanor as she leaned against Huang Junlang. Witnessing Huang Junlang's immediate embrace of Jiang Shan, Lin Dong felt his heart bleed. He understood that further words would be futile once a woman's heart strays. It is exceedingly difficult to reclaim. Unable to bear the sight of their affectionate exchange, he addressed Jiang Shan, saying, Jiang Shan, you will inevitably come to regret your decision today. He then turned to leave. Wait. Huang Junlang called out to Lin Dong, then turned to Jiang Shan, saying, Shan, you go ahead. I will have a few words with Lin Dong and join you shortly. Junlang, let us depart together. I have completely severed ties with Lin Dong, and there is nothing more to discuss. Fear not. It is merely a brief conversation. It shall not affect our relationship. Very well. Do hurry back. I shall wait for you at the school gate. After casting a glance at the two of them, Jiang Shan departed. Speak your mind. If you wish to witness my despondency over a broken heart, I fear you shall be sorely disappointed. There are countless women in the world. I, Lin Dong, shall not hang my hopes on a single branch. Although Lin Dong's heart was bleeding, he stubbornly stated he could display utter sorrow and humiliation before Jiang Shan, Yet he must never show such vulnerability in front of Huang Junlang. Huang Junlang, I merely wish to convey a single piece of information to you. With that, Huang Junlang stepped closer and whispered into Lin Dong's ear. Jiangshan possesses a remarkable figure. I never imagined that after being together for so long, you still— Well, I must take my leave. Shan is waiting for me. I have booked a presidential suite at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Are you familiar with it? An 8-star establishment. You could never afford even a single meal there in your lifetime. Having delivered his words, Huang Junlang turned and walked away, bursting into a hearty laugh. Ha ha! Upon hearing Huang Junlang's remarks, Lin Dong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had been with Jiangshan for 4 years, and throughout that time, they had merely held hands and exchanged gentle kisses. Each time Lin Dong sought to cross that boundary, Jiangshan had stopped him, insisting that she would reserve the most precious moments for their wedding day. However, he never anticipated that Jiangshan would succumb to Huang Junlang so soon after they began their relationship. At that moment, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming surge of rage and despair, his eyes turning crimson with fury. He could no longer contain himself, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips before he collapsed to the ground. When Lin Dong regained consciousness, he found himself in the school infirmary. As he prepared to rise, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Binding Super Tycoon System. 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%. The wealthy system binding is complete. Immediately, a panel appeared before Lin Dong, visible only to him. Host Lin Dong. Balance, 10 quadrillion yuan. Physique, 15 weak. Spirit, 28 average. Skills, freely addable, requiring the expenditure of wealth points. Wealth points, 0. Before Lin Dong could fully comprehend, a voice echoed in his mind once more. Welcome, host Lin Dong, to the super wealthy system. This system is exclusively bound on Yanon and is non-transferable should the host perish. The system shall cease to exist. The host balance has been linked with major banks in this world, allowing for payments via fingerprint, facial recognition, or iris scanning. System mechanics. For every billion yuan spent, the host Lin Dong will earn 1 wealth point. Wealth points can be utilized to enhance physique, increase comprehension, add skills, and elevate skill levels. Rule. There is but one rule within this system. The host is strictly prohibited from negotiating prices for any purchases. Those who haggle are unworthy of possessing this system. In the opulent 8-star hotel, Lin Dong continued to contemplate the authenticity of the so-called Super Tycoon system when the door to the infirmary swung open. A strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, clad in a white medical uniform, entered. She was Dr. Chen Xian, the school physician, aged 32, married for several years, yet without children. Her husband was the owner of a small company, but rumors suggested that their relationship was strained, and they were currently embroiled in a divorce. It was said that her husband, in an attempt to secure a partnership with a large corporation, had coerced her into accompanying clients for drinks, secretly drugging her to ensure she would spend the night with the company's boss. Fortunately, she discovered his intentions in time, seizing the opportunity to escape to the school restroom and never returning home since then. She was now seeking a lawyer to initiate divorce proceedings. Young student, now that you are awake, you may leave. Remember to consume nourishing foods to replenish your blood and energy. Your health is quite poor, and this cannot continue. Approach matters with a more open heart, and do not let anger overwhelm you, Dr. Chen Xian advised as she observed Lin Dong awakening and lying on the bed. Thank you, Dr. Chen. I understand, Lin Dong replied, rising unsteadily to exit the infirmary, still feeling a bit dizzy. Oh dear, are today's students so infatuated? Chen Xian lamented, her thoughts drifting back to her husband. In their university days, they had loved each other passionately. Yet last month, he had betrayed her trust for the sake of his company's ambitions, attempting to drug her in such a vile manner. Had she not discovered his treachery in time, the consequences would have been dire. Even now, she struggled to comprehend the motives behind his actions. Wandering through the campus, Lin Dong was met with the gazes and whispers of his peers, his newfound notoriety preceding him. While fleeting romances were commonplace at Jiangnan University, a breakup culminating in a hemorrhage and fainting was unprecedented, etched into the annals of the institution's history. Amplified by Huang Junlang's deliberate promotion, Lin Dong had, in a mere half-day, become a campus celebrity. However, Lin Dong's mind was elsewhere. Parched, He ventured to the vending machine near the school, intending to purchase a bottle of mineral water. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to utilize its balance for payment, but then he recalled the newly bound Super Tycoon system. A desire to test its authenticity washed over him, and he opted for fingerprint payment. Ding! Super Tycoon system payment successful, 3 yuan. A bottle of mineral water was dispensed from the machine. Is it really possible? Lin Dong murmured, the bottle clutched in his hand. His gaze then fell upon the system's interface. Host, Lin Dong balance, 999999999999997 physique, 15, weak, spirit, 28, average, skills, freely add skills. Requires the consumption of tycoon points, 0 ha. Lin Dong erupted in laughter. The Super Tycoon system was indeed genuine. From this moment forward, he possessed more wealth than anyone else on the planet. The world's richest man? A mere fledgling. The Forbes list? Insignificant. All of them combined wouldn't amount to a fraction of his fortune. From this day on, Lin Dong resolved his life would be irrevocably transformed. Having endured 2 decades of stifling constraint, I am resolved to embrace a life of resplendent vibrancy, unbridled freedom, and dashing lawn in the decades to come. Those who once held me in contempt shall rue the day they underestimated me. Composed after a moment of introspection, Lin Dong sought respite and sustenance at the Golden Leaf Hotel, an 8-star establishment of considerable renown near the university. This opulent edifice, the epitome of luxury in Jiangnan province, held the distinction of being its most expensive. He was famished to the point of lightheadedness. He reminisced about a time when he and Jiang Shan had passed by, and she had wistfully expressed her desire to dine within its hallowed halls. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A statuesque and fair-skinned attendant greeted Lin Dong as he entered. I wish to dine, Lin Dong replied. And how many will be in your party, sir? The attendant inquired with polite deference. Just myself. Very well, sir. If you would be so kind as to follow me. The attendant gestured invitingly. Lin Dong had anticipated being led directly to the dining area, but to his surprise, the attendant escorted him to the reception desk. Sir, do you happen to possess a membership card? Inquired a receptionist. Several other attendants stood nearby, their comeliness akin to that of airline stewardesses, each possessing a height exceeding 1.70 m, with fair complexions and long, elegant legs. No, Lin Dong responded. Sir, I regret to inform you that our establishment prides itself on serving only the finest delicacies, sourced directly from abroad, to ensure absolute freshness. Any ingredients not utilized on a given day are discarded. Consequently, our prices are considerably higher than those of other establishments. In the absence of a membership card, a deposit is required to dine here. How does one acquire a membership card? Sir, our hotel membership card offers a basic membership for a recharge of 1 million, a premium membership for 2 million, and a VIP membership for 5 million. May I assist you in obtaining one? Sir, how much would you like to recharge? Shall we start with 100 million? Excuse me, sir, how much did you say? The front desk attendant asked, her words slightly faltering. I replied, please recharge 100 million for me. Are you certain? She inquired. Absolutely. Please hold on for a moment. Our manager will be here shortly. The attendant then took out her walkie-talkie and called out, Manager Zhao, could you please come to the lobby? She likely perceived Lin Dong as someone merely causing a disturbance, for he hardly appeared to be the type capable of depositing such a sum for a membership card. Thus prompting her to summon the manager, received, came a crisp voice over the walkie-talkie. Shortly after, a striking young woman in a sleek black business suit approached. This woman, clearly of a higher caliber than the other attendants, was indeed the manager. What seems to be the matter? She inquired as she reached the front desk. The attendant discreetly whispered a few words into the manager's ear. Is it you, sir, who wishes to recharge 100 million for the membership card? The beautiful manager asked Lin Dong. Yes, he affirmed. Are you certain you wish to recharge 100 million? Indeed. And which bank will you be using for the payment? The manager inquired, her fingers gracefully navigating the front desk computer. Any will suffice. What payment methods are available? Fingerprint. Very well, sir. Please verify whether the amount is correct, then confirm, and place your finger on the sensor. The beautiful manager turned the computer towards Lin Dong, allowing him to see the displayed amount. Lin Dong glanced at it. Indeed, it was 100 million. He then confirmed with a touch and placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner. 3 seconds later, a mechanical voice emanated from the front desk. Transfer successful. 100 million has been successfully received. In that instant, the 6 or 7 tall attendants at the front desk, including the manager, collectively inhaled sharply. Their gazes towards Lin Dong shifted from disdain to overwhelming admiration, as if they wished to devour him whole. Chapter 3. Zhao Xian had served as the lobby manager at this 8-star hotel for over 3 years. She had encountered numerous wealthy individuals, including those worth tens of billions and even hundreds of billions, as only those with considerable means frequented this establishment. While the membership cards here could be refunded, and many large corporations routinely deposited millions for clients, witnessing a direct deposit of 100 million was undoubtedly a first. Such individuals surely possessed fortunes exceeding 100 billion. Otherwise, they would not dare to engage in such transactions. Although Forbes lists individuals with fortunes in the hundreds of billions, Zhao Xian realized upon entering this realm that countless invisible wealthy individuals existed. Perhaps even less than 1% made it to the Forbes list. Most affluent individuals are remarkably discreet, and the man before her was evidently one of these hidden magnates, undoubtedly among the elite. So young, undoubtedly a super-rich heir from an invisible family. Upon first encountering Lin Dong, Zhao Xian held him in disdain, estimating that his attire amounted to no more than 200. Such individuals are commonplace on the streets. When she heard the receptionist mention that Lin Dong intended to recharge a membership card with 100 million, Zhao Xian immediately concluded that he was merely toying with them. However, out of professional decorum, she inquired about Lin Dong's intentions and proceeded to facilitate the payment. In her mind, she anticipated a failure in the transaction, ready to summon security to escort him out. To her astonishment, the payment was successful. This was truly a case of not judging a book by its cover. Having been acquainted with the upper echelons of society, Zhao Xian yearned to penetrate that realm, dreaming of being part of that elite circle. Although many wealthy individuals had hinted at their interests, she held little regard for those ostentatious tycoons, most of whom merely sought her physical allure. Furthermore, from her knowledge, none of those who had expressed interest were genuinely affluent. They were merely pretenders of wealth. What she truly desired was the favor of authentic aristocrats, who typically exuded a quiet subtlety. This young man before her was evidently among the elite, unflinchingly willing to spend 100 million on a dining card. He perfectly matched her criteria: youthful, wealthy, and discreet. She resolved to align herself with this formidable figure, recognizing it as her prime opportunity to alter her destiny, a chance she could not afford to miss. She possessed unwavering confidence in her own attributes. Meanwhile, the receptionist who had just summoned the manager now regretted her actions profoundly. If she were to directly handle the matter for Lin Dong, then that volume of business would rightfully belong to her. However, after summoning the manager, she was left with nothing more than a mere consolation. Zhao Xian, regaining her focus, addressed Lin Dong. "Sir, may I kindly ask you to present your identification card so that I may assist you in obtaining a membership card?" Lin Dong handed over his ID, having long perceived the insincerity of the situation. Why request an ID for a membership card when it had not even been initially demanded? It was only after the successful transfer that the identification was required, a clear indication of disbelief in his intention to recharge a staggering sum of 100 million. Nevertheless, Lin Dong remained indifferent. After 2 decades of enduring disdain, he found the courtesy refreshing. Had this occurred elsewhere, he would likely have been unceremoniously ejected by security. "I am a student from the nearby Jiangnan University, and starting today, I shall dine here 3 times a day. Please prepare the finest ingredients according to the standards of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If I am unable to come for any reason, simply discard the meal. Continue to prepare for the next one." As Lin Dong's words hung in the air, astonishment rippled through those present. The prospect of utilizing the finest ingredients for every meal daily would undoubtedly incur expenses in the tens of thousands for a single person. The audacity of discarding unconsumed meals? Such extravagance was beyond mere wealth. It was the epitome of opulence. Moreover, to learn that he was a student from Jiangnan University, so young yet so affluent, painted him as the archetype of a top-tier elite. All eyes turned to Lin Dong, sparkling with admiration. Everyone yearned to associate with this towering figure. Willing to sacrifice a little in the hope of gaining proximity, they did not dare to dream of marrying into such a distinguished family, yet any connection, no matter how slight, promised immeasurable benefits. At this moment, a mere hint from Lin Dong would likely entice these individuals to line up for his bed. "Very well, Mr. Lin, we shall comply with your wishes." Once his membership card was arranged, Lin Dong was escorted into a lavish private room. "Mr. Lin, this is the finest suite our hotel has to offer. The dishes will be served shortly. Here is my business card. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me directly." and I shall ensure you receive the utmost service, Zhao Xian said, handing Lin Dong her personal card, which was not provided by the hotel, but rather printed privately for select individuals who met her criteria. Lin Dong accepted Zhao Xian's card. As he took it, she deliberately brushed her delicate, fair hand against the back of his, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. What an exquisite hand. This woman certainly knows how to entice. She is truly enchanting, Lin Dong mused. Before long, a table brimming with sumptuous dishes was presented. Lobster, abalone, king crab, shark fin, bird's nest, Japanese tomahawk steak, French foie gras, Spanish ham, and caviar. An array of world-class delicacies was laid before him. Each dish appeared delectable, igniting a profound appetite. Accompanying this feast was a bottle of 1983 Lafite. The entire spread likely exceeded 1 million. Lin Dong knew he could not possibly consume it all, yet he remained unfazed. He was, after all, a man whose only remaining asset was wealth. If he couldn't eat it, he would simply discard it. Money was not an issue. He sampled each dish, and true to its reputation as an 8-star hotel, the flavors, colors, and aromas were exquisite. Mr. Lin, how does it taste? Are you satisfied? Zhao Xian inquired, leaning toward him with a graceful bow. Due to their proximity, Lin Dong could feel the warmth of Zhao Xian's breath against the back of his neck. A sensation most pleasant. Indeed, it was commendable. As expected of a grand hotel, it offered a feast for the senses. I am thoroughly satisfied. Mr. Lin. As long as you are pleased, please enjoy your meal at your leisure. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall refrain from interrupting your dining experience. Believing the moment was ripe, Zhao Xian prepared to take her leave. Miss Zhao, with such a plethora of exquisite dishes, I find it impossible to indulge alone. Moreover, such fine ingredients seem to lack a certain charm without the company of a beautiful woman. Might I have the honor of your company at this meal? Lin Dong inquired. Lin Dong genuinely regarded Zhao Xian highly. Both her figure and visage were exceptional, accentuated further by her attire, which highlighted her advantages. The fragrance she exuded stirred the male senses, and her casual movements were irresistibly alluring, making the prospect of dining with such a beauty an undeniable pleasure. Mr. Lin, that may not be entirely appropriate. Furthermore, I am currently on duty, Zhao Xian replied hesitantly. In truth, she was eager to share the meal with Lin Dong. Such opportunities to foster connections were rare and desirable. Although she held the position of lobby manager and had yet to sample many of the exquisite ingredients on the table, she understood the importance of maintaining a sense of modesty. The allure of a woman lies not in complete exposure, but in the delicate balance of presence and distance. A tantalizing tease. The notion of being on duty was merely an excuse. Dining with a guest of such stature would surely earn her accolades from her superiors. Her response was not a refusal, but rather an assertion of propriety, further igniting Lin Dong's competitive spirit. As anticipated, Lin Dong spoke again. Is there anything inappropriate? If your boss troubles you, just inform me, and I shall confront him. If that fails, I shall simply purchase the hotel and appoint you as the owner. Lin Dong declared with grandiosity. The young lady, recognizing his words, dutifully acquiesced. Zhao Xian, shedding her previous reserve, took a seat and began pouring wine for Lin Dong. Realizing that further excuses might provoke his ire, it was essential to navigate this delicate moment with finesse. As for Lin Dong's jest about buying the hotel and making her the owner, she merely smiled dismissively. It was no laughing matter. Acquiring this hotel would undoubtedly require no less than 15 billion. Although she held Lin Dong in high regard, she did not perceive him as possessing such financial prowess. Of course, her belief in Lin Dong's individual capabilities did not imply that his family lacked such resources. Nowadays, many individuals boasted fortunes in the billions. Yet most of these were tied to stocks or other intangible assets. Few could actually produce hundreds of billions in cash. Such individuals were the true aristocrats. If Lin Dong were indeed to procure the Golden Leaf Hotel and grant her ownership, she would wholeheartedly devote herself to him, willing to sacrifice everything. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong were Zhao Xian's thoughts at that moment. Otherwise, he would have simply gone ahead and made the purchase, for what was the matter? It would not be a stretch to say that even 300 billion was within reach. The two of them finished their lavish meal amid jovial conversation. Chapter 4. Jiangnan International Mansion. After completing his meal, Lin Dong exited the 5-star hotel, glancing back at the entrance where Zhao Xian, accompanied by several waitstaff, bowed in farewell. At that moment, Lin Dong felt as though the world had transformed into a realm of sheer beauty. What was Jiang Shan to him, if he so desired? He could now assemble a harem of 3,000 beauties. What should he pursue next? Certainly, purchasing a home is the way to go. Lin Dong had long since grown weary of living in the school dormitory, where 4 shared a room. Now, only 2 remained, as the other 2 had moved out to rent apartments with their girlfriends. It was rumored that the remaining roommate was also deeply entangled with his girlfriend and planned to relocate. Lin Dong had contemplated renting a place to live with Jiang Shan, yet she adamantly refused. The thought that Jiang Shan had already shared a bed with Huang Junlang just days later twisted Lin Dong's heart with pain. If only he had been more assertive from the start, he lamented. Now, that scoundrel Huang Junlang had taken advantage of the situation. Just then, Lin Dong's battered second-hand phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his roommate Lu Peng. Although Lu had moved out to live an unabashed life with his girlfriend, their bond remained strong after over a year of cohabitation. Furthermore, the school accommodation fee was tied to the tuition. Even if he no longer resided on campus, the fee had already been paid. Thus, with no one else to occupy the room, they occasionally returned to play a few games together. Lin Dong answered the call. Dongzi, where are you? The 3 of us are currently at the infirmary. Dr. Chen mentioned you had already left. We've heard about your situation. Please, do not do anything reckless. Remember, old things must make way for the new. Once you're feeling better, we'll organize a gathering to help you find someone even better. Lu Peng's anxious voice resonated through the phone. Lin Dong felt somewhat comforted and replied, Da Peng, what are you thinking? I would never do something foolish. Don't worry about me. I'll be back soon. Is everything really fine? It is truly nothing. So, may I inquire about your current whereabouts? A few of us have come to seek you out. No, I have already returned home. Rest assured, I shall certainly be back in 2 or 3 days. Really? Indeed, it is true. It is also beneficial to return and relax, to reflect upon you, your beloved family, and our band of brothers. All right, I'm not so foolish. Do not worry. I shall hang up now. Jiangnan International Mansion, where the residences are the most expensive in Jiangnan Province, with an average price starting from 200,000. Naturally, the geographical location is unparalleled. The entire Jiangnan International Mansion is surrounded by the river, with only one exit, flanked by water on 3 sides. The scenery is indescribably beautiful. There are merely 6 buildings here, each soaring 38 stories, with the smallest units exceeding 200 square meters, and the largest surpassing 1,000 square meters. This is truly a gathering place for the affluent. The parking lot is filled with luxury vehicles, and those worth less than $1 million feel hesitant to enter. Lin Dong arrived at the sales office of Jiangnan International Mansion. Upon entering the lobby of the sales office, it appeared somewhat spacious. With only 5 or 6 sales representatives scattered together, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Lin Dong's entrance, not a single one was inclined to approach. Jiangnan International Mansion has been open for 3 years, yet the properties remain unsold due to their exorbitant prices. A modest unit often costs tens of millions, which is beyond the reach of many. Initially, when the sales began, there were quite a few potential buyers. Over the course of 2 years, those who could afford to buy have done so, while those who could not remain unable to do so. Consequently, most of the staff present at the opening have since departed, and many of the sales representatives left with several million in hand. After all, a house can cost tens of millions or even over 100 million. The commissions alone can yield substantial profits. At that time, the commission rate was merely 0.2%, but now it has risen to 1%. However, even after a year, it remains challenging to sell more than 2 units. Many individuals are merely biding their time here for a steady income. Upon seeing Lin Dong enter, it was evident from his attire that he was not a prospective buyer, prompting everyone to continue their conversations without acknowledging him. Lin Dong felt somewhat awkward, as the individuals engaged in conversation clearly showed no intention of including him. The front desk was devoid of personnel, leaving him unsure of whom to approach for inquiries. After standing for 2 or 3 minutes, a young woman, approximately in her mid-20s, emerged from the restroom of the sales office. Cui Jia had only recently joined Jiangnan International Mansion as a sales agent, having gained her position through her uncle's connections and a generous gift of 10,000 yuan. Coming from a small town, she had initially believed that working in such a prestigious location would yield significant earnings. However, after more than a month, she had yet to receive a single client. In that time, the number of visitors she could count on 2 hands had been overshadowed by the eagerness of veteran employees who swiftly seized every opportunity to attend to potential buyers, leaving her with no chance to engage. Moreover, in the entirety of Jiangnan International Mansion, Not a single unit had been sold during her tenure. Just as she stepped out of the restroom today, she noticed a young man of similar age standing in the lobby, and it seemed the seasoned employees had no intention of attending to him. Thus, she approached him. "Sir, are you here to view the properties?" Cui Jia inquired as she stood before Lin Dong. "Yes," Lin Dong replied. Cui Jia felt a surge of excitement. She finally had the opportunity to show a client around. "Sir, which type of apartment are you interested in? What options do you have available?" Cui Jia promptly began to elaborate on a plethora of choices to Lin Dong. In truth, the inventory of available units was rather limited, thus constraining Lin Dong's options. Ultimately, he settled on a spacious 500 square meter flat located on the 22nd floor of Building 3. Cui Jia retrieved the key from the front desk, and the two proceeded to view the property. As soon as they left, discussions erupted in the lobby. He's here to look at apartments? Just look at his attire. It's all bargain bin merchandise. He clearly is a nobody. Does he even comprehend where he is? A single square meter here would require a lifetime of toil for him. Only a novice like Cui Jia would take him seriously. Is this not a waste of time? He must be from the countryside, unaware of the exorbitant prices here. Once he realizes the truth, he'll be utterly flabbergasted. Let us see him laugh once he makes his choice. 2 hours later, Lin Dong and Cui Jia returned to the sales hall. They seated themselves on chairs at the periphery, where Cui Jia prepared a cup of tea for Lin Dong. "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with what you've seen?" Cui Jia inquired, taking a seat opposite him. "Not particularly satisfied. The location of Building 3 isn't ideal. Are there any available units in Building 1? Lin Dong expressed his preference for Building 1, believing it to be the most advantageous location. "Since we're purchasing and finances are not an issue, we ought to acquire the finest option available. Please hold on, Mr. Lin. I will check for you." Cui Jia replied, picking up her tablet to begin her search for available units. "Mr. Lin, due to the advantageous location of Building 1, there remains only one available unit. This unit occupies the top floor and is a spacious duplex flat, spanning the 37th and 38th levels of Building 1, making it the crown jewel of the property, with a total area of 1,300 square meters. However, it is somewhat pricey, and I would not recommend it to you." "Oh, may I take a look?" Lin Dong inquired, seemingly uninterested in the price, eager to visit the property. "Indeed, you may, but that is settled then. Let us go take a look," Lin Dong interjected. Cui Jia pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, Mr. Lin, please hold on while I fetch the keys." As Cui Jia went to retrieve the keys, a seasoned employee in her 30s, still exuding charm, interjected from a short distance away. "Xiao Jia, are you both heading to see the crown jewel of Building 1? She had overheard their conversation. "Yes, Lu Jia," Cui Jia replied. "Xiao Jia, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but viewing this property is not something just anyone can do, especially not the pinnacle of Building 1. The interiors have been designed by renowned international masters. Who would be responsible if something were to be damaged? Lu Jia, I will be cautious. Xiao Jia, you are new and may not fully grasp the intricacies of this industry. One must possess keen discernment in our line of work. Just look at him. Does he seem like someone who could afford such a property?" Lu Jia pointedly remarked, indicating Lin Dong. "Lu Jia, I believe Mr. Lin is not that sort of person. Sai, if you choose to disregard Lu Jia's advice, that is your prerogative. Just ensure that you leave no trace when you exit, not a single footprint. Understood?" "Understood, Lu Jia." Upon entering, Mr. Lin was immediately captivated by the opulence of the penthouse suite, befitting its regal designation. Proceeding to the expansive, floor-to-ceiling window, he was struck by an unparalleled vista, evoking a sense of sublime dominance akin to surveying the world from its zenith. "Mr. Lin, this is the premier penthouse. The window before you is crafted from imported, ballistic-resistant glass, a full 10 centimeters in thickness, capable of withstanding even missile impact while maintaining pristine clarity. Its value alone surpasses 10 million. And above, the resplendent chandelier is a French import, capable of casting a spectrum of hues. This is the kitchen. This is the master suite. This is the study. This is the wine cellar. This is the lavatory. This is the drawing room. This is the recreation room." Subsequently, they ascended to the 28th floor, where an indoor swimming pool awaited. Its waters were replenished daily with purified, sterile water, potable in its purity. Ms. Cui demonstrated this by imbibing a handful, intending to underscore its cleanliness to Mr. Lin. After this extended tour, Ms. Cui remarked, "Mr. Lin, please return to the sales office and repose for a moment. I shall attend to the floors and rejoin you presently." With this, Ms. Cui procured a towel, preparing to cleanse the floors. Please cease your efforts, Mr. Lin stated. I shall acquire this residence. Upon hearing Mr. Lin's declaration, Ms. Chui's hand trembled involuntarily. Mr. Lin. Pardon me, but could you repeat what you just said? She inquired. I said, there's no need for further cleaning. I intend to purchase this dwelling, he affirmed. Indeed? She questioned. Assuredly. Mr. Lin responded with conviction. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Shall we proceed with the formalities immediately? Ms. Chui asked, her voice filled with excitement. Very well, he replied. The pair then returned to the sales office. Throughout their journey, Ms. Chui found it difficult to believe the reality of the situation. Mr. Lin was genuinely going to buy the house. She had just calculated that the total price of the house was $398 million, and her commission would be $398 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. With this money, she could buy 10 houses in her small county town. In fact, only people like Cui Jia, who came from a small place and were new to the industry, would believe Lin Dong's words. If it were someone else, they would not believe that Lin Dong would buy this house. How could someone who looked like a loser have $400 million to buy a house? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death, and of course they wouldn't take Lin Dong to see it. Upon their return to the sales office, Ms. Chui busied herself with preparing the contract and contacting the manager, who promptly arrived with the finance officer. By the time all the formalities were completed, it was already evening. However, none of the sales office staff had departed, as they found it difficult to believe that Ms. Chui had indeed sold the king of building number 1. It was only after the payment was made that they had to accept the reality. At the same time, their hearts were bleeding. $4 million. This was $4 million. Just now, Lin Dong stood in the hall for a few minutes, and no one came forward to receive him. At this time, whoever went, this $4 million would be theirs. Lu Jia was beside herself with frustration, wishing she could slap herself. $4 million. Last year, she toiled for an entire month alongside a rotund tycoon just to finalize the sale of a property valued at $800,000, earning a mere $80,000 after a month of sheer discomfort. In stark contrast, Cui Jia had effortlessly amassed $4 million in just half a day, a feat that nearly made her sick with envy. After leaving Jiangnan International Mansion, Lin Dong called Zhao Xian and enjoyed a dinner at a hotel, subsequently spending over $10,000 on a new smartphone, discarding his old second-hand device into the trash. Upon returning to the top floor of Building 1 at Jiangnan International Mansion, he felt as if this place had become his home, likely for a considerable time to come. He called his university mentor to request a few days of sick leave. News of Lin Dong's fainting spell at school had spread, and his mentor was well aware of it, thus refraining from imposing any difficulties on him. Lin Dong was reluctant to return to school, knowing he would be the subject of ridicule. Tomorrow, he would purchase a luxury car and drive it back to campus. Eager to see who would dare mock him then, Jiang Shan had forsaken 3 years of their relationship for a handbag worth over $10,000. When he arrived at school in a car worth millions, he would relish her regret. Reclining on the imported leather sofa, Lin Dong reflected on the extraordinary comfort of a wealthy lifestyle, glancing at the sleek panel before him. Host, Lin Dong balance, 999, 999, 501, 986. 412 yuan physique, 15, weak, spirit, 28, ordinary, skills, freely increasable, requiring the consumption of God points, for Lin Dong, with unwavering resolve. Allocated all 4 God points to his physique, elevating it from 15 to 19. In an instant, he felt a warm surge coursing through his body. Years of malnutrition that had rendered him weak and frail began to dissipate, and he was astonished to perceive a newfound vitality. Glancing at his physique, he noted a surprising increase in strength. Could such remarkable effects truly exist? If he were to invest dozens of God points into his physique, would he not surpass even Olympic champions? Lin Dong felt a radiant optimism enveloping his life. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, where 2 friend requests awaited his approval, one from Zhao Xian and the other from Cui Jia. He accepted both. Moments later, a message from Zhao Xian arrived. Lin Dong, are you asleep? Not yet. Is there something you need, Sister Xian? Can I message you if nothing else wrong? Of course you can. I'd be delighted to hear from you. My dear Lin Dong, you are quite the charmer. I have the Sunday off. Would you be free to join me for a swim? Upon reading her message, an image of Zhao Xian in a bikini flashed through Lin Dong's mind, igniting a wave of heat within him. This was unabashed temptation. How could he possibly resist the allure of this fair-skinned, strikingly beautiful woman with long legs? Ultimately, Lin Dong realized that he could not resist. Thus, he replied with a message. Of course, I am available, Xinjia. How could I not be free for our appointment? Let us confirm to meet on Sunday. All right, Xinjia. Lin Dong wished his sister good night, and she reciprocated. Strangely, Lin Dong found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of Sunday. After indulging in WeChat for a while, he felt a sense of ennui. His social circle was inherently limited. The friends on his WeChat were primarily acquaintances from various educational stages: middle school, high school, and university. Although several class groups were quite lively, Lin Dong seldom participated in the discussions. The remainder of his contacts consisted of distant relatives, with only a few roommates reaching out to check on him. Lin Dong's parents had tragically departed from this world due to an accident when he was not yet 10 years old. Prior to high school, he lived with his second uncle. During the fierce dispute over his guardianship, his two uncles and one maternal uncle were embroiled in a bitter contest. During that tumultuous time, his second uncle and aunt treated him with extraordinary kindness. Lin Dong believed that even without his parents, he would enjoy a good life under their care, which ultimately led him to choose his second uncle. However, once the guardianship was secured, Lin Dong's life took a turn for the worse. He endured frequent beatings and verbal abuse, often subsisting on the remnants of others' meals, resulting in chronic malnutrition. It was only upon maturing that he understood the true nature of the battle for his guardianship. It was not for his well-being, but rather for the nearly 2 million yuan in compensation from his parents' untimely death. Since entering high school at the age of 16, he had not received a single penny from his guardians. Were it not for the financial support from his aunt and elder aunt, he likely would have dropped out of school. Originally, the nearly 2 million yuan in compensation stipulated in the agreement was to be given to Lin Dong upon his 18th birthday. However, to this day, he has seen not a single cent of it. This matter has caused his aunt, great-aunt, and uncle to frequently confront his second uncle and aunt. Yet what can be done? The money lies in the hands of others, and furthermore, his second aunt bluntly stated that all those funds have been spent on Lin Dong over the years. Lin Dong quietly estimated that the expenses incurred during his stay at his uncle's home likely did not exceed 5,000 yuan, primarily covering essential school fees during junior high and perhaps 1 or 2 sets of inexpensive clothing each year. Reflecting on this, Lin Dong felt that life was indeed quite frustrating. Chapter 6. Sending Gifts. Exiting the WeChat interface, Lin Dong opened the Douyin app. In his leisure time, he enjoyed browsing Douyin. Upon discovering that his followed streamer, Shui Wire, was live streaming, he decided to join in. Lin Dong had been an early follower of Shui Wire, having supported her from the very beginning of her broadcasts, which has now spanned over a year. He could be considered one of her first fans, having witnessed her growth from a handful of followers to an impressive 50,000. The number of viewers in her live streams has increased from just a few to several hundred. However, Lin Dong had never sent her gifts. He simply enjoyed listening to her voice and her songs. In truth, given Shui Wire's talents, she could achieve greater success. Yet her streaming format focuses solely on audio without revealing her face. This approach makes it challenging to capture a larger audience on Douyin, as few people are specifically there to listen to music. Most are drawn to visual appeal. Consequently, despite her beautiful voice and melodious singing, she remains a small streamer, neither particularly popular nor completely obscure. Lately, due to the matter concerning Jiang Shan, Lin Dong had abstained from entering Shui Wire's livestream for nearly a month. Upon his re-entry, he immediately discerned his familiar voice rendering devotion without equal. The sorrow I've borne for you remains beyond your comprehension. Why should I force myself to embrace all that you are? You relentlessly rebuff my defenses, tightly sealing the door, silently counting my tears. Upon hearing this melody, Lin Dong's eyes welled with tears. A humble affection invariably culminates in futility. A supplicant's devotion often yields nothing in return. As the song concluded, the virtual gifts commenced their ascent within the livestream. Predominantly, these were modest tokens, ranging from mere coins to a few dollars, with no centurions among them. Nevertheless, Shui Wire meticulously acknowledged each benefactor by name. As a fledgling streamer, she was content with any form of patronage. Gratitude to Heart Rain for the gift. Appreciation to High Mountain Flowing Water for the gift. Thanks to Sister Xin for the gift. Lin Dong, now financially secure, felt compelled to bestow tokens upon his favorite streamer. Consequently, he utilized his system balance to replenish his Douyin account, depositing a substantial 10 million. He then initiated the gifting to Shui Wire, opting for the most extravagant offering, the World Star. Shui Wire was in the midst of expressing her gratitude to the patrons within the live stream. Her daily endeavors, spanning several hours, typically garnered a few hundred in gifts, affording her a modest income of a couple of hundred. This, in itself, was a source of contentment for her. She is not unwilling to show her face. It's simply inconvenient in the school dormitory where she resides with 3 roommates. They all dress casually in the dorm. And as a music major, she prefers that others appreciate her singing rather than her appearance when sending gifts. There have been influential individuals who privately messaged her, expressing a desire to meet and support her, but she declined their offers. She feels that such arrangements resemble transactions, and although she is in need of money, she is reluctant to engage in that manner. Suddenly, Shui Wire noticed a flash of light in her live stream. Was this the effect of the World Star? In over a year of streaming, she had never received a World Star, although she had seen others receive them in different streams. A World Star costs 2,000, typically. She earns that amount in a week of streaming. Yet today, someone had actually gifted her a World Star. Before she could discern who had sent it, another burst of light flashed, then a third, and a fourth. The spectacular effect of the World Star began to appear continuously in Shui Wire's livestream. A small matchstick, gifting the host Shui Wire World Star X10. A small matchstick, gifting the host Shui Wire World Star X11. A small matchstick, gifting the host Shui Wire World Star X66. Such a continuous gifting of over 66 World Stars not only floods the host's livestream with notifications, but also garners attention across the entire Douyin platform. In an instant, numerous live streams witnessed the emergence of a wealthy patron in Shui Wire's broadcast. Behold, an obscure live streaming channel has unexpectedly attracted a magnate, prompting us to flock and observe. Wait for me. I'm joining too. Shui Wire's live streaming room was instantly flooded with onlookers. The number of viewers soaring from just over 200 to more than 1,000, and still climbing. Gratitude to a little matchstick for the World Star gifts. Thank you. Thank you. Moi Shui loves you. Shui Wire was so thrilled she was at a loss for words. Yet, the special effects showed no sign of stopping. A little matchstick bestows upon streamer Shui Wire World Star X666. A little matchstick presents to streamer Shui Wire World Star X999. A little matchstick gifts World Star X1314. Eventually, Lin Dong ceased sending World Stars at the number 1314, simply due to fatigue. Shui Wire's live streaming room was an utter pandemonium, with the number of viewers surging to 100,000. Shui Wire was completely dumbfounded. What was the significance of 1314 World Stars? Converted to currency, it amounted to over 2,600,000. Even with her share, she would receive 1,300,000. She examined the gift giver, named a little matchstick, who had followed her for quite some time, but had never given gifts before, yet today bestowed such a generous amount. Shui Wire immediately sent a private message. Thank you for the gifts. May I have your WeChat ID? Lin Dong, upon seeing Shui Wire's private message, promptly sent his WeChat ID. Before long, the other party added him. Thank you for your gift, young man. It's nothing. I've listened to you sing for quite a while without sending any gifts, and I feel rather embarrassed. Today, I shall make up for it all. Thank you for your support, young man. When I have the time, I will sing just for you. My name is Li Shuawei. May I ask your name? I am Lin Dong. They exchanged a few inconsequential remarks, with Li Shuawei expressing her gratitude to Lin Dong in 2 out of 3 sentences. Lin Dong approached the 3-meter-high floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the enchanting night view by the river, which was vibrant, captivating, and exquisite. He captured a few photographs of the night scenery with his newly purchased phone and shared them on his social media, captioning, "The riverside night view remains utterly enchanting." Lin Dong rarely posts on social media, but today he felt particularly elated, which compelled him to share. After posting, he felt a bit fatigued and lay down on the luxurious 4-meter-wide bed in his bedroom to sleep. Lin Dong was indeed asleep. However, some individuals on Douyin found it difficult to slumber, particularly the prominent streamers. Despite the top-ranking streamers amassing millions in views, those figures were often inflated by agencies, leaving them with no actual earnings. The real profits went to the lesser-known participants. Just moments ago, a small streamer's live broadcast witnessed someone generously gifting over 260,000, a rarity for such streamers who lacked agency backing, indicating the presence of a significant benefactor. Why had such a substantial patron not yet been drawn into the fold? Some were already beginning to study Shuawei's livestream, hoping to entice this benefactor to join them. Chapter 7. The function of the skill bar. Li Shuawei lay on her dormitory bed, unable to sleep. This evening, her 3 roommates had gone to socialize with other boys in their dormitory. She had fabricated an excuse of feeling unwell to avoid attending. In truth, she seldom participated in such activities. After all, her family could not compare with the others, and they had nearly exhausted their resources to support her enrollment in the music academy. It was only when she could no longer decline that she would occasionally acquiesce. Now, she was genuinely relieved she had not gone. Otherwise, she would have missed out on the generous donation from the wealthy patron. A single donation of 2.6 million was an occurrence so rare that even prominent streamers seldom encountered it, let alone a small streamer like her. Moments before she had signed off, a guild had already reached out, expressing their desire to promote her. They proposed to elevate her profile and connect her with a couple of somewhat famous streamers to stimulate the interest of this affluent patron. Given the patron's lavish nature, there was a possibility he might even donate tens of millions in one go. The temperament of these wealthy patrons was well understood by the guild. What did they value most? Naturally, their reputation. They could not afford to lose face in front of their favorite streamers. As long as this point was grasped, these patrons could be encouraged to shower gifts endlessly. However, the guild's intention behind this ranking was to exploit the situation for profit, and she would not receive any money. In fact, she would be expected to share a portion of her earnings. Nevertheless, Li Shuawei declined their offer. She did not wish to exploit Lin Dong's generosity in such a manner, ultimately leading to threats against her, asserting that she would struggle to make a name for herself in the streaming world. Li Shuawei was uncertain whether she would regret her decision, and even more uncertain if Lin Dong's interest was merely a fleeting whim. Moreover, with over $1 million from the profits, she must contemplate how to judiciously utilize these funds to enhance her family's living conditions. Thus, this night is destined to be one of insomnia for her. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's WeChat moments are abuzz with activity. His post showcasing the riverside night view has garnered hundreds of comments. The angle of his photograph is exquisite, clearly taken from a residence above the 30th floor of the Jiangnan International Mansion. What is the Jiangnan International Mansion? It is the most expensive property in the entire Jiangnan province, with prices starting at 200,000 per square meter, and even a modest unit begins at 50 million. Lin Dong actually shared a photo taken from there. Comment 1. Lin Dong, where did you steal this picture? The angle is impressive. Comment 2. Dongzi, are you moonlighting as a part-time worker there? Can you refer me? I might just make connections with the local tycoons. Comment 3. Dongzi, have you been taken care of by a wealthy woman there? Do you have any leads? I'm tired of striving. The comments vary widely, yet none inquire if Lin Dong has purchased a property there. The following day, Lin Dong awoke long after sunrise. After freshening up, he approached the window to gaze upon the riverside scenery, still feeling as though he were in a dream. What shall he do today? Ah, yes. He needs to buy a car. Suddenly, Lin Dong realized he does not know how to drive. What to do? Should he hire a driver? How could he enjoy the experience of driving a sports car while relying on someone else? That would be absurd. Enrolling in driving lessons would take at least a month. Lin Dong felt he simply could not wait that long. Then Lin Dong recalled the existence of a skill panel within the system, where skills could be freely added. Consequently, he opened the interface. With the addition of another wealth point, having spent 10 million on Douyin last night, his total had now surpassed 500 million, resulting in yet another wealth point. After clicking the plus sign next to the skill point, he entered automobile driving. Immediately, the system began to load. Within mere seconds, Lin Dong felt an influx of knowledge in his mind, all pertaining to driving a car. Which pedal was the brake, which was the accelerator, the function of the clutch, how to start the vehicle, shift gears, make turns, and reverse. It was as though he had experience driving firsthand, and the clarity was astounding. Lin Dong was thrilled. This system was truly extraordinary. He could hardly wait to have a car before him to test his newfound skills. Exiting the International Mansion, Lin Dong made his way to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Upon arrival, Zhao Xian greeted him at the entrance. Mr. Lin, breakfast is ready. Please follow me. Lin Dong found Zhao Xian to be exceptionally composed, exhibiting a remarkable sense of propriety. Just the night before, she had affectionately referred to him as brother over WeChat. Yet today, she addressed him as Mr. Lin. This clear distinction between personal and professional demeanor pleased Lin Dong immensely. After finishing breakfast, as they stepped out of the hotel, Zhao Xian intentionally leaned closer to Lin Dong and whispered softly in his ear, "Don't forget our agreement, brother Lin Dong." The fragrant breath that brushed against his ear stirred something within him, prompting an inward exclamation. What a temptation! Lin Dong then spent several $100,000 to acquire a new outfit, for as the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire, just as a Buddha is adorned in gold. After exchanging his bargain bin attire for designer labels, Lin Dong experienced a veritable metamorphosis. This transformation, coupled with the 4 divine tycoon points invested in his physique the previous evening, imbued him with a newfound vitality. His appearance was so remarkably altered that he was virtually unrecognizable compared to the day before, now embodying the very image of a scion of wealth. Had he donned this ensemble before his venture to purchase property yesterday, he would not have been subjected to those agonizing minutes of neglect in the reception area. Having completed his sartorial upgrade, Lin Dong proceeded to a Mercedes-Benz dealership. After selecting a Mercedes-Benz G-Class valued at over $3 million, he promptly remitted payment and drove away. As a consequence of his elevated presentation, he was spared the ignominy of being underestimated by sales personnel, thus averting the clutch of humiliating them with a credit card transaction. Piloting his newly acquired Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Lin Dong felt an immediate and intuitive connection with the vehicle, marveling at the sheer efficacy of the system. However, a lingering issue remained. While he possessed the ability to operate the car, he lacked the requisite driver's license. How was he to procure one? Among his acquaintances, he knew of no one with such capabilities. Zhao Xian? Lin Dong surmised that Zhao Xian might be of assistance. Given her position as a lobby manager at an 8-star hotel, which would invariably grant her access to influential individuals. Consequently, he drove directly to the entrance of the Golden Leaf Hotel and telephoned Zhao Xian. Lin Dong, my dear, are you missing your sister already? Zhao Xian's mellifluous voice resonated through the phone. Sister Xian, I require a favor, Lin Dong stated, cutting straight to the chase. Whatever you need, don't hesitate to ask. If it's within my power, I won't decline. Would Sister Xian be available for a face-to-face discussion? I'm parked just outside the hotel entrance, in a newly purchased Mercedes-Benz G-Class on the left, yet to be registered. Very well, my dear, wait for me a moment. I'll be right out. Within 5 minutes of hanging up the phone, Zhao Xian appeared outside Lin Dong's car. As she settled into the passenger seat, she inquired, what assistance does my little brother require? I wish to obtain a driver's license. Do you have any connections, Xinjie? Money is not an issue. Lin Dong replied candidly. A driver's license? Zhao Xian pondered, somewhat perplexed. How could someone like Lin Dong, a quintessential rich heir, not possess a driver's license at such a young age? However, since he had not elaborated, she chose not to probe further. This should not pose a challenge. When do you need it? Zhao Xian asked. The sooner, the better. Then please hand me your ID card so I can take a photo. All right. Lin Dong produced his ID and handed it to Zhao Xian. After receiving it, she snapped a picture with her phone and sent it to someone. She then dialed a number. Hello, sister, I have sent you a photo of the ID. Could you ask brother-in-law to help me secure a driver's license as quickly as possible? Okay, got it. Thank you, sister. Please extend my gratitude to brother-in-law as well. Zhao Xian hung up the phone and turned to Lin Dong, stating, you can expect to receive it by this afternoon at the earliest. Thank you, Xinjie. How much will it cost? I will transfer the funds to you. What funds? Since you call me Xinjie, there is no need for such formality. Then, Xinjie, do you have some time? Would you accompany me to a place? Lin Dong no longer held back. A brother's request must be honored, regardless of the time constraints. All right. Xinjie is ready. Let us embark. Lin Dong started the engine and departed from the Golden Leaf Hotel. Chapter 8. Delivering the car. Lin Dong brought Zhao Xian to a Porsche dealership. As the two individuals stepped through the entrance, they were warmly greeted by a strikingly attractive saleswoman. Noticing that they had just descended from a newly acquired Benz G-Class, and recognizing Lin Dong's attire as indicative of a wealthy heir, she enthusiastically inquired, Sir, madam, are you here to view some vehicles? Indeed, Lin Dong replied. And which model would you like to see? Is there a Porsche 911 available? Yes, there is. Then please take us to see it. Right this way, sir. The charming saleswoman escorted them to the side of the Porsche 911. Currently, we have two in stock, one in red and one in black. Which one would you prefer to examine? With a casual glance, Lin Dong declared, I will take the red one. Please issue the invoice immediately. Excuse me? The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. He intended to purchase without even a thorough inspection? Such extravagance was astonishing. Sir, wouldn't you like to take a closer look? Isn't a glance enough? This red one is quite appealing. Having worked in sales for quite some time, she had never encountered someone so willing to purchase a car with merely a cursory evaluation of its exterior, neglecting even the interior features. Very well, please follow me, she said, leading them to the front desk, where she began to outline the vehicle's specifications. Sir, this red Porsche 911 is the latest model, featuring a top-tier configuration and equipped with a 6-cylinder horizontally opposed twin-turbocharged engine. Before she could finish, Lin Dong interjected, "All right, enough with the details. Just tell me the price. What optional features would you like? Simply select the finest options available. Please wait a moment while I calculate." 2 minutes later. "Sir, the total amounts to 3,280,000. After completing the payment, the two settled onto the sofas in the lobby, awaiting the staff to process the paperwork. Zhao Xian contemplated that Lin Dong must have invited her to assist with driving the car, as it was impractical for one person to drive two vehicles back. Although she was uncertain why Lin Dong opted for the red one, she still suggested, "Lin Dong, the red seems rather unsuitable for you. Why not choose the black one? I believe it would suit you better." "This isn't for me. It's for you," Lin Dong responded with a smile. "I think, Sister Xian, you would embody the essence of the red car. Buy it for me?" "Lin Dong, are you joking?" Zhao Xian asked, somewhat astonished. "Do I appear to be jesting?" "This is indeed meant for you, Sister Xian." No, that's far too extravagant. I cannot accept it," Zhao Xian hastily declined. "Sister Xian, since you call me your brother, please do not be so formal. You know this amount is trivial for me, merely the cost of 2 meals. If you refuse, will we still be able to enjoy our time together in the future?" "Well, very well. Thank you, Lin Dong." Zhao Xian felt an overwhelming joy within her. She currently drove a modest vehicle worth over 100,000, and her annual salary was only around 5 to 600,000. Each month, her rent, clothing, and cosmetics consumed half of her earnings, and she also had a younger brother who had just graduated from university and was unemployed. Most of her remaining funds were sent home. Though she may appear glamorous, in reality, she possesses no savings and cannot afford such a luxurious vehicle. The red Porsche 911 is a model that any woman would adore. The beautiful saleswoman, having just walked past them, overheard their conversation and cast a gaze filled with envy and jealousy towards Zhao Xian. She too longed for a brother who could casually gift a car worth over 3 million, without so much as batting an eye. "Sir, may I have your identification or ID number? We will assist you with the insurance and registration process." "Xianjia, why don't you use yours?" Lin Dong suggested, looking at Zhao Xian. "Lin Dong, this doesn't seem appropriate." Although Lin Dong claimed the car was a gift for her, Zhao Xian believed it was merely for her use. She had anticipated that the registration would be directly attributed to her. If that were the case, the car would indeed belong to her, leaving Zhao Xian momentarily dazed by this unexpected turn of events. "Weren't we just saying it was a gift for you? Did you think I was jesting?" "Well, all right then. Lin Dong, I truly appreciate this." Zhao Xian reluctantly handed her ID to the beautiful saleswoman. After approximately 10 minutes, the saleswoman returned. "Sir, the paperwork has been completed. Here are the keys and documents. You may take the car now." "Xianjia, take this. Let's go," Lin Dong said before rising to leave. Zhao Xian accepted the documents and keys, heading off to drive the car. The two vehicles proceeded down the road, one following the other. Shortly after they departed, Lin Dong received a call from Zhao Xian. "Lin Dong, where are we headed now? Shall we dine at the hotel?" Zhao Xian inquired, though she felt only a slight pang of hunger. "I am not particularly hungry either," she added. "How about we go to my place?" Lin Dong suggested. "Sounds good." The two made their way to Jiangnan International Mansion, parking their vehicle before heading towards Building 1. The illustrious name of Jiangnan International Mansion was not lost on Zhao Xian. Its proximity to her workplace only heightened her admiration. Each time she passed by, her gaze was filled with envy, dreaming of owning a residence there. Although that dream seemed distant, the opportunity to explore the place was indeed delightful. Upon entering the elevator of Building 1, they ascended directly to the 27th floor. Even with her expectations set, Zhao Xian found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the opulence before her. The magnificent chandelier overhead, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river, and the sumptuous furnishings from the sofas to the television and wall art, all exuded an air of luxury. Living in such splendor, Zhao Xian mused that she would gladly trade years off her life for the experience. "Please, have a seat," Lin Dong urged, pouring her a glass of water. "Lin Dong, your home is truly exquisite. The night view of the river from here must be breathtaking," Zhao Xian remarked, gesturing towards the vast windows. "It's quite nice. If you wish to see it, you're welcome anytime," he replied. "Really?" Zhao Xian asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Absolutely. By the way, where are you from, Xianjia?" "I hail from Yin City and have been working in Jiang City for about 3 or 4 years now." "Have you purchased a home here in Jiang City?" "Not yet. The housing prices in Jiangcheng are exorbitantly high. I wonder when I will be able to afford one." Zhao Xian lamented. Given your salary, Sister Xian, securing a mortgage for a house in Jiacheng shouldn't pose much of a challenge, right? Lin Dong inquired, somewhat perplexed. In truth, my salary isn't particularly high. I have to support my parents and younger brother as well. The expenses for renting a place, purchasing clothes, and cosmetics are quite considerable. Leaving me with little to no savings, Zhao Xian replied with a hint of melancholy in her voice. Chapter 9. Why don't you move in with me? Lin Dong suggested unexpectedly. This spacious house is too large for me alone. You could save on rent by sharing it with me. He was unsure why he voiced such an invitation so soon after their acquaintance, but it slipped out nonetheless, and he felt a flicker of anticipation within. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, during his previous relationship with Jiang Shan, he had been rather submissive, often yielding to her wishes, rarely exercising his own voice. However, the dynamic with Zhao Xian was entirely different. She consistently prioritized his opinions in her actions and conversations. Every man possesses a touch of masculinity, and who wouldn't desire for a woman to regard him as her anchor? Thus, Zhao Xian's approach to life and her manner of speaking instinctively made Lin Dong feel at ease, and he found himself subconsciously drawn to her presence. Is that acceptable? Zhao Xian asked hesitantly. While her words suggested uncertainty, her heart raced with excitement at the prospect of moving in. It would mean leaning on Lin Dong as a pillar of support. As for whether Lin Dong might engage in any unseemly behavior, she remained indifferent, even contemplating how to entice him. After all, she mused, women have their own ways. Everyone experiences that day. Zhao Xian has always been a person of remarkable thoughts. From high school to university, she has consistently been the belle of the school, attracting numerous admirers, including some charming young men and affluent second-generation heirs. Yet, she has turned them all down. This indicates that Zhao Xian has never been in a romantic relationship. She is aware of what she desires. If her intention was to lead a mundane life with an ordinary man, she could easily date several suitors without hesitation. However, she aspires to realize her own value, to transform her fate and that of her family. For those who can help her achieve her life's ambitions, the distinction between what is pre-owned and what is pristine is as vast as heaven and earth. Thus, she has remained single, waiting for this moment. Lin Dong represents the embodiment of her aspirations. As long as she can connect with him, she need not reach the pinnacle, just ascending to the first branch will suffice. She has never contemplated marrying someone like Lin Dong, a super-rich heir, as such families typically arrange marriages based on social standing. She has positioned herself with clarity. Having chosen this path, she has no intention of marrying. Therefore, when Lin Dong invited her to live together, she felt an unexpected surge of happiness that left her momentarily stunned. What could be wrong with that? After all, she would not be able to occupy such a spacious residence alone, and having someone to converse with is indeed a blessing. Of course, if you have a boyfriend. Just disregard my words to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, Lin Dong remarked. No, she replied. I do not possess a paramour. In truth, and I hope my junior, Lin Dong, doesn't find it laughable. I have yet to experience the throes of romance. My only concern was whether my presence might inconvenience you, Zhao Xian promptly expressed, anxious to dispel any misconception on Lin Dong's part. Never been in love? Inconceivable. Lin Dong mused inwardly, though he voiced, not at all. I am one who relishes conviviality. Dwelling in such a capacious abode alone feels somewhat desolate. Were you not to come, I would have sought out a couple of companions from the university to enliven the atmosphere. Since you put it thus, my dear Lin Dong, I am grateful. Shall I move in on the morrow, then? It is settled, then. Might you require my assistance? Oh, no, that won't be necessary. I am perfectly capable on my own. Besides, I possess little in the way of belongings. Very well. You are welcome to explore the premises at your leisure and select whichever chamber appeals to you on this floor. I reside on the upper level. Naturally, you are welcome to take up residence there, though do remember to secure the door at night, Lin Dong remarked with a playful tone. My dear Lin Dong, I would leave the door ajar for you even were I to reside below, that you might enter at any hour, Zhao Xian responded, her voice imbued with a subtle allure. An enchantress, indeed, Lin Dong inwardly exclaimed. You mentioned a desire to swim, did you not? That is an option at any time, as there is a swimming pool on the upper floor. Indeed, shall we indulge in a swim at this very moment? Zhao Xian enticingly proposed. Ahem. Perhaps it is best to defer that to another occasion. Lin Dong felt outmatched by Zhao Xian's verbal dexterity. Furthermore, her reclining posture and captivating demeanor suggested an innate sensuality. Lin Dong sensed that prolonging the exchange would only lead to an unwelcome physical reaction. Having risen to her feet, Zhao Xian approached Lin Dong, leaning in to whisper into his ear, "Then you can ask me out anytime, Lin Dong. I've already purchased my swimsuit, and no one has yet to appreciate it." Lin Dong was inflamed by Zhao Xian's flirtations, and he felt a powerful impulse to subdue this enchanting woman right then and there. However, he restrained himself, stood up, and said, "Feel free to look around, Xian. I'll go upstairs to fetch something. We'll return to the hotel shortly." Blushing, Lin Dong excused himself and went upstairs. He found it unbearable and now felt it had been a mistake to invite Zhao Xian to stay with him. How could anyone endure being teased like this every day? Wouldn't this be the end of him? Zhao Xian, left to herself, giggled with delight, finding Lin Dong utterly endearing. Moreover, she was reasonably certain that Lin Dong was still a virgin. Could it be possible that a super-rich second generation like Lin Dong was still a virgin? Who would believe it? Could there be an issue with his virility? Surely not. If that were the case, where would my advantage lie? How would I ever manage to attach myself to this towering figure? No, she could only console herself with these thoughts. If Lin Dong were privy to Zhao Xian's current musings, he would likely have ravished her on the spot, simply for questioning his virility. "I'll show you what it means to be a 9 times a night man," he would have said. Reaching the top floor and entering the bedroom, Lin Dong tossed himself onto the luxurious bed. He had come up here to escape Zhao Xian, as the woman was far too enticing, and Lin Dong found it overwhelming, though not at all unpleasant. He retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and discovered that the few nighttime riverside scenes he had posted the previous day had garnered over 100 comments. Lin Dong glanced through several messages, most of which were laced with sarcasm directed at him. He only responded to a few close acquaintances, refraining from mentioning his recent property purchase, knowing that no one would believe him. Upon returning to the chat interface, Lin Dong noticed multiple messages waiting for his attention. One was from Cui Jia, wishing him a good morning, while another came from his cousin, Wang Li, the eldest daughter of his aunt, who was 2 years his junior and studying in another city. They shared a strong bond during their high school years. He lived at his aunt's house for the first 2 years, only moving to his elder aunt's home for his senior year due to the intense pressure of studies and the presence of his mischievous younger cousin, which disrupted his focus. His elder aunt had just one daughter, 2 years older than Lin Dong, who had already graduated and started working. Wang Li messaged, "Brother Lin Dong, where did you take that beautiful photo?" Lin Dong promptly replied, "I took it in Jiangqing. If you like it, come visit me during the holidays, and I'll show you around." Soon after, she responded, "Really? Don't you dare lie to me." Lin Dong assured her, "I would never deceive you." "When have I ever?" Wang Li replied, "All right then, it's settled. I'll come to find you as soon as the holiday begins." Lin Dong responded with an okay. Wang Li then added, "Brother Lin Dong, I'm currently streaming at Whale Live in the evenings. Don't forget to support me." Lin Dong teased, "Little girl, you're into live streaming now?" Wang Li replied, "Brother Lin Dong, you're so outdated. All 4 of us in the dorm are streaming. It's not just fun. It also helps cover living expenses." Lin Dong concluded, "Then I'll come by tonight to boost your audience." Wang Li, "By the way, Lin Dong, are you still working part-time? Last month, I earned over 3,000 from my live stream, and my mother sent me an additional 1,500. I'll transfer 2,000 to you shortly. Treat Sister Jiangshan to something delicious." Lin Dong felt a surge of emotion upon reading this message. Although their encounters had diminished since he moved away from his aunt's house in the 2nd year of high school, their bond remained intact. "Lin Dong, no need for that. You should buy yourself some lovely clothes. When you come to Jiangcheng during your holidays, I shall surprise you." Wang Li, "What kind of surprise?" Lin Dong, "It's a secret." Wang Li, "How annoying." Lin Dong, "I must go now. I have class. Bye." Lin Dong, "Bye." Before long, Lin Dong received a transfer of 2,000 from Wang Li via WeChat. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to accept it. "Later tonight, I shall shower you with gifts worth 1,000 times more." Feeling that the time was right, Lin Dong descended the stairs and tossed a set of keys to Zhao Xian. Since he had made a promise, he intended to keep it. If the situation became unbearable, they could always move out and find another place. After all, it was merely a matter of finances. In his view, it was imperative to maintain decorum until they established a romantic relationship. He aspired to be a responsible man. The two then prepared to head to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Chapter 10. Mr. Yi at this moment, on the 33rd floor of the Golden Leaf Hotel. In the chairman's office, the hotel's general manager, Lu Xian, stood facing a man in his 30s. The man reclined in the chairman's chair, his feet casually propped up on the desk. The man in question is Yi Hong, the chairman of the Golden Leaf Hotel and its largest shareholder. Lucien, has there been anything noteworthy at the hotel recently? Yi Hong inquired. He was in Jiangnan province on business and had taken the opportunity to visit, an occurrence that was rather fortuitous, as he typically only came once or twice a year. Everything is running smoothly, Chairman Yi. Our business volume has been steadily increasing, with approximately a 20% growth compared to the same period last year, Lucien replied. Excellent. Lucien, you have performed admirably. Your year-end bonus will be doubled, and the bonuses for hotel staff will see a 50% increase. Thank you, Chairman Yi. Lucien said with a respectful bow. Very well, if there is nothing else to report, you may return to your duties. I merely stopped by for a brief visit and will be leaving shortly, Yi Hong remarked casually. After a moment of contemplation, Lucien said, Chairman Yi, I have something to report. Yesterday, a guest acquired a membership card at the hotel and deposited 100 million. Oh, was it under a personal name or a corporate name? Yi Hong's interest was piqued. It was under a personal name. Moreover, he spent 1.5 million on a single meal yesterday and requested that the hotel prepare a daily meal for him, insisting on the utmost quality. If he cannot come, the food should be discarded. That sounds like a nouveau riche. How old is he? The records indicate he is 21 years old, seemingly a student at Jiangnan University. 21. A student? Spending 100 million on dining? Have you ever met this individual? Chairman Yi, I have not met him. He was attended to by the lobby manager, Zhao Xian, yesterday. Then summon Zhao Xian for me. Yes, Chairman Yi. Lucien inquired directly via the intercom. Is Manager Zhao available? Please respond. After a brief interval, a voice came through the intercom. President Liu. Manager Zhao departed this morning and has not yet returned. Lucien cast a furtive glance at Yi Hong and stated into the intercom. Does anyone know the purpose of her departure? Unknown. She did not confide in us. Lucien ceased speaking. Regarding Yi Hong, he remarked, Chairman Yi, I shall contact her forthwith. Yi Hong, betraying no emotion, responded, There is no need. We shall await her return here. Lucien, how do you superintend unscheduled departures from the hotel during working hours without prior notification? My apologies, Chairman Yi. It is a dereliction of my duties. I shall assuredly reinforce management and thoroughly rectify the hotel's operations. Lucien responded with utmost caution. At that moment, he harbored a measure of resentment, questioning Zhao Xian's actions. Her performance was typically commendable, so why falter at this critical juncture, subjecting him to reprimand? The two remained silent. Yi Hong engrossed in his phone, while Lucien stood, hesitant to move, his sole desire being Zhao Xian's expeditious return. Following their return to the hotel, Lin Dong proceeded directly to the private dining room. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, headed straight for General Manager Lucien's office. Having been informed at the front desk that General Manager Liu was seeking her presence. Upon discovering the General Manager's absence, Zhao Xian activated the intercom, announcing, President Liu, greetings. This is Zhao Xian. I am currently at your office door. May I inquire as to your whereabouts? Liu Xian, who had been standing rigidly in the chairman's presence, his legs growing numb, finally heard Zhao Xian's voice through the intercom. He replied, Zhao Xian, please come to the chairman's office. Upon hearing Liu Xian's request, Zhao Xian felt a jolt of surprise. Moreover, the tone of Zhao's speech seemed somewhat off. Summoning her to the chairman's office undoubtedly indicated the chairman's arrival. Chairman Yi was indeed a mysterious figure. Having worked at the hotel for over 3 years, she had only glimpsed him during the annual meetings. The sudden request for a meeting was unexpected, especially since it coincided with her working hours. If she mishandled this situation, her job could be at risk. And with Lin Dong's position still uncertain, losing her job would spell trouble. In a hurry, Zhao Xian made her way to the chairman's office. A few minutes later, she arrived at the door. Knock, knock. She tapped lightly on the door. Come in, a steady voice called from within. Pushing the door open, Zhao Xian entered to find General Manager Liu Xian standing, with Chairman Yi Hong seated opposite him. Chairman Yi, General Manager Liu, greetings, I am Zhao Xian, she said, closing the door and approaching them with a slight tremor in her voice. Observing her closely after her introduction, Yi Hong noted Zhao Xian's beauty and elegance. Her figure was commendable, and her professional attire accentuated the allure of a career woman. It was surprising that such an exceptional individual was serving as the lobby manager. Manager Zhao, leaving your post without notice during working hours, how did you come to hold the position of lobby manager? Yi Hong inquired sternly. Upon hearing Yi Hong's arrival, Zhao Xian felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as she faced his piercing gaze. The aura exuded by these formidable figures was almost suffocating. Nevertheless, she managed to articulate her defense. I apologize, Mr. Yi. I left the hotel without permission to accompany a client. Accompany a client? Since when does our hotel require the lobby manager to attend to clients? Is this a necessity of the hotel? Or are you merely seeking to ingratiate yourself with these individuals? Yi Hong retorted sharply. He was well aware of women who aspired to ascend the social ladder, willing to go to any lengths to achieve their ambitions. He was convinced that Zhao Xian belonged to this category. Initially, upon catching sight of her, he had a favorable impression of Zhao Xian. However, once she mentioned accompanying a client, he quickly redefined her in his mind as one of those women, for whom the term accompany often implied much more than mere company, be it dining, drinking, or more intimate engagements. Mr. Yi, you may punish me or even dismiss me, but please do not insult me. I was assisting Mr. Lin, who wished to purchase a vehicle. He had already driven one here, so I was asked to help return it. Mr. Lin is a distinguished guest at our hotel, which is why I obliged, Zhao Xian responded, her voice laced with indignation. Feeling a sense of injustice, Zhao Xian was troubled by Yi Hong's perception of her as a woman who could be bought with wealth. This characterization was intolerable, especially since she prided herself on her integrity. At 27, in a society rife with temptations, it was no small feat for a woman of her beauty to remain steadfast against such allurements. Who is Mr. Lin? Yi Hong inquired. He is likely the esteemed guest who deposited 100 million yesterday, Lu Xian interjected. Where is he now? Mr. Lin is currently dining in room 3. This time, it is Zhao Xian's turn to respond. Come, let us together meet this esteemed guest and ascertain the truth of what manager Zhao has conveyed. Yi Hong remarked as he rose from his office seat, with Lu Xian and Zhao Xian promptly following in his wake. Chapter 11. Is this hotel for sale? Lin Dong was savoring the most exquisite cuisine in the private room. The pleasure of wealth is indeed gratifying. These dishes, which he had once only dared to dream of, were now being consumed with abandon. Just as he was relishing his meal, the door to the room swung open. Lin Dong, assuming it was Zhao Xian, called out, Sister Xian, have you come to join me? However, upon turning, he was met by the sight of a man in his 30s entering, with Zhao Xian trailing behind him, followed by another man in his 40s or 50s. Apart from Zhao Xian, he was unfamiliar with the other two. Noticing Zhao Xian's somewhat distressed expression and the faint redness around her eyes, Lin Dong began to piece things together. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Yi Hong, the proprietor of this establishment. May I inquire if you are satisfied with the ingredients and service here? Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to express them. We are committed to accommodating your needs, Yi Hong said courteously as he approached Lin Dong. He found Lin Dong rather intriguing. A young man who could lavish 100 million on indulgences was undoubtedly a scion of wealth. It would be beneficial to forge a friendship. As a businessman, he understood that having more connections could open more avenues. The Golden Leaf Hotel was merely one of his ventures, as he also managed numerous other enterprises. Perhaps, in the future, he could collaborate with Lin Dong or the family behind him. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am quite satisfied with everything here, Lin Dong replied. I am gratified to hear that. I've been told that Mr. Lin is a distinguished alumnus of Jiangnan University. A truly promising young man indeed, Mr. Yi Hong remarked with a touch of flattery. Indeed, I am. However, I wouldn't go so far as to say promising. I am well aware of my own limitations, Mr. Lin replied with modesty. Mr. Lin, you are far too modest. Jiangnan University ranks among the top 5 universities nationwide. Those who gain admission there are destined to become luminaries in their respective fields. Here's my card. Should you require my assistance in any matter, please do not hesitate to contact me, Yi Hong said, presenting Lin Dong with a gilded business card. Mr. Yi, I have a question for you, Lin Dong said, accepting the card. Please, Mr. Lin, proceed. Are you willing to sell this hotel? Yi Hong was taken aback by the inquiry. Not only Yi Hong, but also Lu Xian and Zhao Xian behind him were utterly bewildered. Mr. Lin, surely you jest? Yi Hong said with a forced smile. Do I appear to be jesting? If you are willing to sell this hotel, I am prepared to purchase it. There is nothing frivolous about it, Lin Dong stated with utmost seriousness. Mr. Lin, are you aware that the initial construction of this hotel alone cost over 100 billion, not including the land? Are you certain that you wish to purchase it? Assuredly. If you are willing to sell, then name your price. If not, then let us forget about it. Yi Hong scrutinized Lin Dong for a moment, finding himself unable to fathom this young man who was more than a decade his junior. To squander 100 million on extravagant entertainment was one thing, but to inquire about purchasing his hotel outright, while there were many who could produce several hundred million in cash, those who could muster tens of billions were far and few between. Even if Lin Dong's family possessed assets exceeding $1 trillion, they would hardly permit him to indulge in such extravagance. Could it be the hidden heirs of those prominent families? Only they would dare to engage in such audacious dealings. Yi Hong pondered quietly. If Mr. Lin genuinely intends to purchase, it is certainly feasible. However, I must confer with a few other board members, for this hotel is not solely mine. Nevertheless, I must first inform Mr. Lin that we require cash. Feel free to inquire. Once you have your answers, respond to me promptly, Lin Dong said nonchalantly. Very well, Mr. Lin, please enjoy your meal. I shall provide you with a response shortly. Yi Hong replied before turning to exit the private room, followed closely by Lu Xian. Zhao Xian initially planned to leave as well, but Lin Dong called her back. Sister Xian, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. After considering her options, Zhao Xian resolved to stay. Work could be relinquished, but she must cling to this towering figure, Lin Dong. His recent declaration of intent to purchase the hotel sent a shiver down her spine. It was an astronomical sum, and in cash, no less. If Lin Dong were to acquire it, given their rapport over the past 2 days, it was highly unlikely he would dismiss her. There might even be a chance for promotion. She sincerely hoped her employer would sell the hotel to Lin Dong, who indeed possessed the capability to do so. She had already secured her position with the boss, and if there were no change in ownership, her job security remained uncertain. Upon returning to the office, Yi Hong retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, sending a message in a small group of just 4 individuals. Gentlemen, there is a potential buyer for our Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiangxing. Should we sell? Quickly, a response came from a certain Qin Dongsheng. Who is it? Such wealth. Yi Hong replied, a university student named Lin Dong, currently studying in Jiangxing. Liang Jia, a university student? Old Yi, you haven't been hoodwinked, have you? How could a mere student produce tens of billions to acquire our hotel? Qin Dongsheng, my sentiments exactly. Yi Hong, do I strike you as someone so easily deceived? Li Bin, precisely. Yi Hong, I just nod. In earnest, are we to sell or not? The prospective buyer awaits my response. Qin Dongsheng, that rests with you, as you are the principal shareholder. Yi Hong, your combined holdings surpass mine. Should I advocate for the sale, your collective dissent would render me powerless. Liang Jia, is he truly intent on purchasing? What is his provenance? Are you certain of his financial capacity? Yi Hong, I believe there is no cause for doubt. Only yesterday, he deposited 100 million into a hotel membership for dining and beverages. Liang Jia, in that case, it would appear he is not trifling. What manner of person do you surmise him to be, to amass such liquidity at so tender an age? Qin Dongxing, it is plausible that he is an heir to one of those clandestine dynasties. Li Bin, you have had dealings with such heirs, have you not? Li Bin, should he genuinely possess the wherewithal to acquire the Golden Leaf Hotel with tens of billions in cash, it is virtually certain that he is one of them. They are often released to endure hardship and gain experience before assuming control of a segment of the family enterprise upon the appointed hour. Yi Hong, should we not conduct an investigation? Li Bin, on no account. Should you be discovered, your demise would be unforeseen. Yi Hong, is it truly of such consequence? In this day and age, are you not exaggerating slightly? Li Bin, there are certain matters that, without first-hand experience, one cannot fathom the depths and complexities involved. Their potential is indeed somewhat intimidating. If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to it. Liang Jia, I have long desired to witness the prowess of these so-called hidden figures. Li Dongxing, I share the same sentiment. Yi Hong, very well. Is the Golden Leaf Hotel still available for purchase? Li Bin, at what price is he offering? Yi Hong, he asked me to provide a quotation. Li Bin, and what of you two? I am indifferent. You may decide, as I do not lack for funds. Should the transaction be successful, I would like to meet this individual. Liang Jia, I believe that a price of 18 billion would be reasonable. Initially, the hotel was valued at around 12 billion. And in recent years, it has yielded returns of several billion. Selling it for 18 billion would yield nearly double the profit. And I have a promising project that we could invest in. Yi Hong, what project is that? Liang Jia, it is not yet finalized. Once it is, we should convene to discuss it in person. Qin Dongxing, I think it's a good plan. Old Yi, you should quote in 2 billion directly. If he attempts to negotiate, hold firm at 18 billion. If he proposes a lower offer, simply state that it is no longer for sale. Yi Hong, very well. I shall quote him 2 billion and see how he responds. I will proceed now and inform you shortly. After finalizing their discussion, Yi Hong prepared to descend and present the offer to Lin Dong. Chapter 12. 2 billion Golden Leaf Hotel, Room 3. Zhao Xian remained behind and inquired of Lin Dong. Lin Dong, are you truly intent on purchasing the hotel? I intend to make a purchase, but I fear your employer may not be willing to sell. What sort of person is your boss? Lin Dong inquired. I am not quite certain, she replied. Mister, you seldom visits the hotel? He typically only makes an appearance during the annual meeting, and I've heard he manages numerous other companies. Jinyi Hotel is merely one of them. So enigmatic? That seems rather challenging. He likely does not need this sum of money, Lin Dong remarked. This sum of money? 2 to 300 billion is merely considered a small amount? Zhao Xian exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. Is this the realm of these ultra-wealthy individuals? It is truly daunting. Having worked at this premier hotel in Jiangnan for 3 to 4 years, Zhao Xian had leveraged her advantages to cultivate numerous client relationships and friendships, several of whom boasted fortunes in the tens or hundreds of billions. She believed she was nearing this elite circle. However, Lin Dong had provided her with a profound lesson in the past few days. It turned out that what she had encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the presence of these authentic super-rich, a mere whim or passing fancy could lead to expenditure in the hundreds of billions. Those whom she regarded as affluent, worth tens of billions, likely paled in comparison to Lin Dong and Mr. Yi. Their financial stature rendered them insignificant. A casual remark from others could easily surpass her entire net worth multiple times over. How could one even compare? They simply did not belong to the same echelon. Contemplating these thoughts, Zhao Xian gazed at Lin Dong with a burgeoning admiration. He epitomized her ideal man. Though youthful, his demeanor was impeccable, even during casual dining. Discussions revolved around business dealings worth hundreds of billions, reminiscent of ancient sovereigns commanding their realms. Should Lin Dong become aware of Zhao Xian's sentiments, he would likely be taken aback by her infatuation. And as for that impeccable demeanor, will you guide the monarch in managing the realm? Just 2 days ago, I was abandoned by my girlfriend over a handbag worth over 10,000. Now, I am left with merely a little over 1,000, a pitiable wretch. In this materialistic society, if an ordinary person suddenly came into possession of boundless wealth, their demeanor would surely transform, perhaps even surpassing my own. Zhao Xian gazed contemplatively at Lin Dong, who was enjoying his meal, and withdrew her gaze filled with longing. She remarked, not necessarily. Every commodity has its price. If Lin Dong offers a high enough sum, Chairman Yi will undoubtedly sell it. Chairman Yi is a shrewd businessman, and maximizing profit is his primary objective. Upon hearing Xian Jie's analysis, Lin Dong considered the possibility. Come now, Xian Jie, don't just stand there. Sit down and eat something. If we manage to acquire this hotel, I shall appoint you to oversee it, he said casually while eating. Zhao Xian was taken aback by Lin Dong's words. Her mind buzzed, nearly rendering her faint. Did Lin Dong just propose that she manage this hotel? To become the general manager? Although she currently held the position of lobby manager, the difference in status and compensation was monumental. The general manager, Lu Xian, ranked just below Chairman Yi and a few directors, wielding immense authority. When Chairman Yi was absent, he was the sovereign here, earning a salary and bonuses exceeding 10 million. How much did she earn in a year? And now Lin Dong was suggesting she become the general manager if he purchased the hotel? Was this not a leap to greatness? Surely, Lin Dong was jesting. Zhao Xian murmured in a daze. What a joke. Why does everyone assume I am joking? Have I not made myself clear? If your boss makes things difficult for you, I will purchase the hotel and appoint you as the owner. Upon your entrance, I noticed your eyes were red, undoubtedly a result of your boss catching you with me this morning. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes instantly welled up with tears, flowing uncontrollably. However, this time it was different. The earlier feeling of grievance had transformed into one of gratitude and joy. Lin Dong, we have only known each other for 2 days. Why are you being so kind to me? You gifted me a car, provided me with a lavish residence. And now you are buying the hotel to elevate my position, Zhao Xian said, her voice trembling with emotion. Lin Dong, sensing something amiss in Zhao Xian's tone, turned to her and asked, Sister Xian, why are you crying? Just as he was about to say more, the door to the private room swung open. Zhao Xian quickly composed herself and stepped aside. Yi Hong entered, followed closely by Lu Xian. Lu Xian had been trailing Yi Hong to the chairman's office, and now he followed him down again. There was no choice. This was a moment that could determine his fate. The hotel was on the verge of changing ownership, and with a new proprietor, Would he still retain his position as general manager? Given Zhao Xian's connection with Lin Dong, it seemed highly unlikely. His current position afforded him an annual salary of 6 million, along with bonuses amounting to around 10 million. Moreover, Chairman Yi was seldom present at the hotel, which had become his domain, allowing him to covertly reap additional profits, perhaps several million more. Such a lucrative position would be hard to come by again. Over the years, he had exploited his authority to manipulate aspiring female staff, even having hinted at such to Zhao Xian on several occasions, yet she had always disregarded his advances. Had it not been for Zhao Xian's undeniable competence, he would have long since removed her from the equation. At this moment, he could only pray that the transaction would not come to fruition. Otherwise, his days of fortune would truly be at an end. Lu Xian, you and Manager Zhao please step outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Lin, Yi Hong instructed as he entered the room, addressing Lu Xian who had followed him in. Understood, Chairman Yi. Both Lu Xian and Zhao Xian responded in unison before exiting the private room. Mr. Lin, are you genuinely interested in purchasing this hotel? Yi Hong inquired after taking a seat. Certainly, Chairman Yi. If you wish to sell, I am eager to buy. Lin Dong replied. Mr. Lin, I have just conferred with several shareholders, and if you are sincerely interested in acquiring this hotel, I propose this price. As he spoke, Yi Hong gestured with his hand in a scissor-like manner. 2 billion? Indeed, Mr. Lin. You are aware that this hotel is situated in the most bustling area of Jiangqing. Indeed, the most prosperous part of Jiangnan. The decor is of the highest standard, and profits have been steadily increasing each year. Acquiring it at this price would be an undeniable bargain. Very well, then. 2 billion it is. However, I must admit I am not well versed in the transfer process. Please liaise directly with Zhao Xian. She will be the general manager here moving forward, Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. 2 billion is merely a trifling matter, he thought, recalling that he had never spent 200 in such a straightforward manner before. Excellent. Since you, Mr. Lin, have consented, we shall proceed with this agreement. However, please note that the transfer process may be somewhat intricate and could take about a week. As per protocol, Mr. Lin is required to provide a 10% deposit. Should the transaction fall through due to circumstances on your end, the deposit will not be refunded. Understood. Yi Hong then took out his phone and made a call. Soon, a voice came through the phone. Hello, Chairman Yi. This is Zhou Wenhua. May I ask for your instructions? The caller was Zhou Wenhua, the chief financial officer of Jinya Hotel. Director Zhou, please come to room 3, Yi Hong replied. Understood, Chairman Yi. I will be there shortly, Zhou Wenhua responded. Chapter 13. From now on, this will be your responsibility. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Lu Xian, you all may enter as well, Yi Hong announced. The door to the private room opened, and Zhou Wenhua, Lu Xian, and Zhao Xian entered together. I have an important announcement. I have reached an understanding with Mr. Lin. Jinya Hotel will be transferred to him for 2 billion. Director Zhou, please prepare to receive the deposit and issue a receipt. The transaction will be completed within a week, Yi Hong stated, gazing at the three. The expressions of the three varied upon hearing the news. Zhou Wenhua appeared indifferent. Having served alongside Yi Hong for a considerable time, he held multiple positions beyond the CFO of Jinya Hotel. The sale of the hotel would relieve him of some burdens. Lu Xian, on the other hand, wore a look of despair. He was a senior executive recruited by Yi Hong from a headhunting firm. Although he could find another job with relative ease, securing a position as favorable as this would prove a challenge. The most elated among them was Zhao Xian, whose face flushed with excitement, rendering her particularly charming. Zhou Wenhua provided an account number to Lin Dong, who promptly transferred 10% of the deposit, amounting to 2 billion, in exchange for a receipt issued by Zhou Wenhua. With the deposit successfully transferred, the transaction appeared to be devoid of any uncertainties, and Yi Hong's gaze towards Lin Dong reflected a newfound regard. According to Li Bin, this young man's ability to procure such a substantial sum of cash to purchase a hotel undoubtedly indicates he belongs to a clandestine lineage, a group about which Yi Hong possesses limited knowledge. These individuals are shrouded in mystery and wield a formidable power that can be rather intimidating, remaining inaccessible to those beneath a certain threshold. It is rumored that their wealth is merely the tip of the iceberg. At this juncture, Lin Dong remarked, Boss Yi, I am still a student and lack the time to facilitate the handover. You may directly liaise with Sister Zhao Xian. She will be the general manager here henceforth. Director Zhou, please proceed as Mr. Lin has suggested, Yi Hong instructed Zhou Wenhua. Yes, Chairman Yi. Subsequently, Yi Hong turned to Lin Dong and said, Mr. Lin, With the transaction concluded, we may consider ourselves friends. It feels rather formal to address me as Boss Yi. You may call me Yi Hong instead. I'm merely a few years your senior, so allow me this small favor. How does calling me Brother Yi sound? Since Brother Yi has put it that way, I shall refrain from calling you Mr. Lin and instead refer to you as Brother Lin. Lin Dong laughed heartily. Excellent. Brother Lin is indeed a straightforward individual. Should you ever find yourself in Lake City, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I would be delighted to extend the hospitality of a local. Rest assured, upon my arrival in Lake City, I will certainly seek you out, Lin Dong responded, recalling that his cousin Wang Li was attending university there. He might indeed require assistance in the future. Then I shall not keep you any longer. I must return to Lake City this afternoon. Remember, Brother Lin, when you arrive in Lake City, you must reach out to me. I have a modest reputation there. Absolutely, I will. Yi Hong departed, accompanied by Zhou Wenhua and Lu Xian. Zhao Xian remained, fully aware that she would henceforth be serving this remarkably youthful boss before her. Sister Xian, the management of this hotel is entrusted to you from now on, Lin Dong remarked to the lingering Zhao Xian. Rest assured, Chairman Lin, I shall not disappoint your expectations and will manage the hotel diligently, she replied. In the chairman's office of Jinya Hotel, Yi Hong and Lu Xian were engaged in conversation. Lu Xian, the hotel is about to change its ownership. If you wish to continue working here, I can speak to Lin and see about securing you a position. Even if it may only be as a department manager, Yi Hong stated. Upon hearing Yi Hong's intention to retain him as a department manager, Lu Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The disparity between the roles of department manager and general manager was vast, both in status and compensation. He quickly replied, Chairman Yi, if you depart, I have no desire to remain here. I wish to follow you. Lu Xian, I currently have no suitable position for you. Perhaps I could provide you with a year's salary as severance, and you can seek opportunities elsewhere. What do you think? Yi Hong suggested. Chairman Yi, we still have several years left on our contract. You cannot simply abandon me like this. Lu Xian exclaimed, visibly anxious. Lu Xian, I have made my position clear. Do you still not comprehend? Must I spell it out for you? Do you think I am oblivious to your actions over these past years? You have yet to cross my threshold, which is why I have chosen to overlook certain matters. However, should I decide to pursue this further, the infractions you have committed, while seemingly trivial, could indeed warrant a sentence of 10 years or more. Upon hearing Yi Hong's words, Lu Xian was petrified with fear, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had believed his actions over the past few years to be sufficiently discreet and insignificant against the backdrop of a hotel with tens of billions in annual revenue. To his dismay, it seemed his employer was aware of his misdeeds. Wiping the perspiration from his forehead, Lu Xian stammered, Chairman Yi, I understand. I'll gather my belongings and depart immediately. You've served me for several years, Yi Hong replied. See Director Zhou to collect your annual salary before you leave. Thank you. Chairman Yi, Lu Xian exclaimed before exiting the room. After leaving the hotel, Lin Dong considered purchasing a sports car, but after browsing several dealerships, he found none to his liking. The available models were all mass-produced vehicles, and the more exclusive ones required pre-ordering. He settled for a new laptop and some designer clothing before returning to the international residence. Reclining on the leather sofa, he examined his system, noting the addition of 20 tycoon points. Host, Lin Dong balance, 9, 999, 997, 892, 598. 996 physique, 19, weak, mental fortitude, 28, average, skills, automotive operation, beginner, tycoon points. 20 his physique had reached 19 points, but remained categorized as weak. Mental fortitude stood at 28 points. A new entry, automotive operation beginner, had appeared in the skills section. Lin Dong invested 11 tycoon points into his physique, instantly elevating it to 30 points and transforming it from weak to average. A wave of heat enveloped his body, gradually subsiding after a full minute. He then allocated 6 tycoon points to his mental fortitude, raising it from 28 to 34 points. Instantly, a sensation of coolness washed over his mind, as if his intellect had been sharpened. He allocated the remaining 3 points to his automotive skills. After completing this, Lin Dong felt a sheen of perspiration on his skin. Ascending to the 28th floor, he disrobed and plunged into the crystalline pool. Bliss. Lin Dong swam several laps, then leaned against the edge, murmuring in contentment. Upon emerging from the pool, Lin Dong noticed a colossal mirror. Approaching it, he beheld a reflection. Is that me? He questioned, incredulous. The figure in the mirror, while bearing his likeness, possessed a physique that was entirely transformed. The former Lin Dong, though handsome, was slender, hardly befitting his towering height of nearly 6 feet. Yet, the person in the mirror now possessed a sculpted physique, exuding an aura of robust strength. After a prolonged daze, Lin Dong exclaimed, "This system is truly unparalleled." Donning a newly acquired ensemble of designer clothing, Lin Dong returned to the colossal mirror. The reflection revealed a man of striking handsomeness, possessing a well-proportioned physique, and seemingly born into affluence. With this facade, he mused flamboyantly, one could easily make a living as a kept man. Gentlemen, keep a watchful eye on your girlfriends, sisters, and young aunts, for I am about to venture out. Haha. Chapter 14, Bugatti Veyron evening approached. Lin Dong strode into the Golden Leaf Hotel with the gait of a wealthy and handsome man. "Good evening, Mr. Lin." The 4 comely greeters greeted him, their eyes filled with admiration. The news has spread throughout the hotel that Lin Dong is set to become its proprietor, while Zhao Xian has already begun to assume the duties of the general manager. The former general manager, Lu Xian, has packed his belongings and departed. Upon entering the lobby, Lin Dong overhears 4 receptionists engaging in conversation. "Mr. Lin is so young and handsome. Indeed, he is both charming and affluent. Truly a dreamboat for us. Oh, please, Mr. Lin wouldn't even glance at you. How can you be so sure? What if he prefers someone like me?" Mr. Lin is more likely to fancy someone like Manager Zhao. You know one can't be satisfied with the same dish forever, right? If Mr. Lin ever desires a change of taste, that's when we might have our chance. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, he remains oblivious to the chatter behind him. Upon reaching the lobby, Zhao Xian approaches him. "Xianjia, why are you still here? Were you not appointed as the general manager? Have you not gone for the handover?" Lin Dong inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Mr. Lin, I have indeed taken over the responsibilities of the general manager. I came specifically to welcome you. Here is your driver's license," Zhao Xian replied, handing him a small booklet. "Thank you, Xianjia. Please, attend to your duties. I shall leave after my meal. By the way, could you find out when your sister and brother-in-law are free? I would like to invite them to dinner as a token of my gratitude." "Certainly. I will inquire with them. I am quite busy at the moment and still learning the ropes, so I shall not keep you any longer, Mr. Lin," Zhao Xian said, summoning a front desk attendant to escort Lin Dong to the dining area before departing herself. "Mr. Lin, please," the young receptionist said respectfully. "I can find my way." "You need not accompany me," he replied. "Mr. Lin, we have already arranged a new private room for you today. Shall I guide you there?" The receptionist inquired. "A change of room? What is the reason for that?" Lin Dong questioned. "Mr. Lin, yesterday you were a distinguished guest of the hotel. Thus you were accommodated in room 3. However, today you are the chairman of the hotel, and the chairman's exclusive room is room 1, the receptionist elucidated. "Very well then. Please lead the way," Lin Dong replied, no longer dwelling on the matter. After dining, Lin Dong wandered around Jiangxing for a bit. Although dusk was approaching, the city was a vibrant metropolis, with many shops remaining open until midnight. Nonetheless, he was unable to find the sports car he desired. Upon inquiry, he learned that limited edition sports cars were typically sold out upon release and rarely made their way to dealerships. Only select high-end car dealerships had them for sale, often at prices significantly higher than the original retail. Contemplating his options, Lin Dong realized that the only person he knew who might have connections was Yi Hong, the former owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Thus, he dialed Yi Hong's number. The call was answered promptly. "Young Lin, have you arrived in Huqing so soon?" Yi Hong's voice resonated through the receiver. "Brother Yi, I am still in Jiangxing. However, I have a favor to ask. I wish to purchase a globally limited edition sports car. Do you have any leads?" Lin Dong inquired. "Ah, so you two have a penchant for collecting limited edition sports cars?" Yi Hong responded. "Well, what man does not have an affinity for automobiles?" Lin Dong chuckled. "Indeed, you have come to the right person, my young friend. I happen to co-own a car dealership with a friend, specializing in the resale of certain second-hand vehicles." Indeed, Yi Hong co-owns a car dealership with his associates, specializing in the trade of top-tier vehicles, with a discerning eye for models exceeding 10 million. "That's splendid. Perhaps you could assist me in selecting a suitable vehicle, Brother Yi." "Lin, my friend, I happen to have a Bugatti Veyron limited edition supercar from 3 years ago, one of only 8 in the world. Its initial price was 60 million, but due to its limited nature, the price has appreciated to around 80 million. What do you think?" "Excellent. Do you have any images you could send me for perusal?" "Certainly, I'll send them to you shortly. I believe this car would be an excellent fit for you." Driving it onto the campus of Jiangnan University would undoubtedly exude prestige. Haha, you truly understand me. Brother Yi, I'll transfer the funds to you directly. Will you be coming to Lake City to drive it back, or shall I have it transported to you, Brother Lin? I'll come to drive it during the May Day holiday. I have some matters to attend to in Lake City then, Lin Dong stated. He intended to visit his cousin, Wang Li, during the holiday and elevate her standard of living, as some matters were too delicate to discuss over the phone. Lin Dong promptly transferred 80 million to Yi Hong, as money had become merely a numerical concept to him. With the sports car secured, Lin Dong returned to the international residence. He opened his newly acquired laptop, downloaded Whale Live, and registered an account under the name A Little Match. Lin Dong had not previously watched Whale Live, primarily due to the lack of funds to purchase a computer. Whale Live is the largest live streaming platform on the computer, and Douyin is the largest live streaming platform on the mobile phone. The two basically occupy 80 of their respective territories. Lin Dong entered his cousin Wang Li's live streaming room, noting that it was nearly 11 o'clock and the young lady was thoroughly enjoying her broadcast. Upon entering, he observed Wang Li expressing her gratitude to those who had gifted her, although the gifts were rather meager, merely 10 or 8 yuan. Upon inspecting the leaderboard, he noticed that the top contributor had only surpassed 10,000, while the second place had plummeted to a few hundred. Lin Dong thought it prudent to remind her during the upcoming May Day holiday that her brother was now a billionaire, and such expressions of gratitude seemed rather trivial. He pondered where that would leave his own dignity if others were to find out. Having deposited 10 million yuan into his account, Lin Dong intended to shower Wang Li with gifts. Initially, he contemplated bestowing a sum of several million, but reconsidered, fearing it might startle her. He resolved to wait until the May Day holiday to visit Lake City, where he could discreetly provide her with some financial support, ensuring that she could alert their aunt without raising suspicions about any illicit activities on his part. Thank you to Brother Wang for the gifts. Thank you to Little Star for the gifts. Thank you to Senior Brother for the supercar. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Li continued to thank her supporters. After a while, Lin Dong noticed that someone named Senior Brother had gifted her a supercar, which cost 200 each. This Senior Brother was indeed the top contributor. Lin Dong sent a message in the chat. Little sister, call me brother, and I'll help you take down the top spot in a second. In the dormitory of Yunhu University, Wang Li was live streaming, thanking her supporters. One particular message caught her attention, prompting her to respond without hesitation. Little matchstick brother, are you really going to help me take down the top spot? Of course, Lin Dong replied enthusiastically. Then I'll thank you in advance, little matchstick brother. At this moment, the top contender known as Shige sent a message. Who are you, my friend? Do you think you can take my top spot? You'd better prove your worth. Lin Dong, uninterested in a response, opted instead for the most expensive option, the Super Rocket. Launching it, a small matchstick. Sent to the live streamer, Super Rocket X1, Lin Dong added, are you in? Shige sent the streamer a Super Rocket X1, a small matchstick, sent to the streamer. Super Rocket X2, a small matchstick, sent to the streamer, Super Rocket X3. A small matchstick, sent to the streamer. Super Rocket X66. The Super Rocket cost 2,000 each, and 66 had already amassed over 100,000. Shige, the top contender, hesitated after following with more than 10. The popularity of the live stream began to surge, as sending 66 Super Rockets meant broadcasting across the entire channel. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Wow, a big shot. This small matchstick feels oddly familiar. Oh my, this is a super influencer from Douyin. Last night, they gifted the streamer 2,600,000 in an hour. Is it really them? It's definitely them. Who would have thought they'd end up here? A true big shot, launching with 66 Super Rockets. So impressive. Why haven't I heard of them before? They just rose to prominence, mostly in smaller streams. Now it makes sense. Chapter 15 Han, Shiyun Lakeside City. Yunhu University, Girls' Dormitory. Wow, Lily, who is this? So generous. Could it be another senior who has a crush on you? Indeed. This one is far more generous than Zhou Dong, who claimed to like you. We merely provided him with your live stream ID, and he gifted you over 10,000 yuan, only to follow a dozen popular streamers shortly thereafter. However, this senior, named Little Matchstick, is quite lavish. At this moment, Wang Li was equally perplexed. She had no acquaintance with someone called Little Matchstick. Yet, upon entering, he directly showered her with gifts worth over 100,000 yuan. She had only recently begun her live streaming journey, and her supporters were predominantly classmates and alumni. Zhou Dong, her senior and the top supporter of her live stream, was pursuing her. Ladies, should I add him as a friend? Wang Li inquired. Typically, streamers tend to add affluent individuals as friends to retain their patronage and encourage them to continue bestowing gifts. It is rumored that some streamers even go so far as to meet these wealthy benefactors in person, making certain sacrifices to maintain their favor. Lily, don't concern yourself with him just yet. He has only spent a little over 100,000. Our Lily is certainly not so inexpensive. If he truly wishes to pursue you, he will inevitably reveal himself within the school. Lin Dong ceased his extravagant spending after surpassing 100,000. Not out of reluctance to part with his wealth. He could easily gift his cousin billions or even hundreds of billions without a second thought, but he feared overwhelming the young lady. Perhaps a trip to Lake City during the May Day holiday would be in order. After Lin Dong gifted but did not reveal his identity before exiting the live stream, he wandered through the Whale Live platform, casually browsing until he found a host of his preference, where he generously bestowed a wave of 66 super gifts. After an hour of exploration, he had already gifted more than 10 times, sending over 1 million in total. His ID, Lin Dong a Little Matchstick, gained a bit of fame on Whale Live, making many smaller streamers hope for his presence in their rooms, as his arrival would guarantee a surge of 66 super gifts and increased traffic. After meandering for over an hour, just as Lin Dong was preparing to head downstairs, he noticed the words area in the upper right corner of his computer screen. Upon clicking it, the interface transitioned, displaying a message that read, "Locating, please wait." In less than 10 seconds, a number of new live streams appeared, likely from nearby locations, many possibly even in Jiangcheng. Lin Dong selected a stream with relatively high popularity and entered, only to discover that the host was none other than Han Shiyun, one of the 3 campus beauties of Jiangnan University. Han Shiyun is a prominent figure at Jiangnan University, not only renowned for her beauty but also for her diverse talents. At the freshman gala, her alluring dance moves captivated over 80% of the male students. Following that, she became a continuous topic of discussion. Rumored to have flirtations with several affluent and handsome students, yet none have managed to win her heart, with Huang Junlang being one such suitor. These wealthy elites vied for her affection by presenting imported delicacies, designer clothing, luxury handbags, and even one super-rich heir who gifted her a BMW sports car worth hundreds of thousands. This is truly a master at play, effortlessly navigating among a multitude of affluent and handsome individuals, never allowing any one of them to claim her easily, thus igniting their competitive spirit and desire for conquest. A polymath and an exquisite beauty, she is showered with adoration at Jiangnan University, resulting in a vibrant atmosphere in her live stream, with thousands of viewers in attendance. The arrival of Lin Dong certainly stirred considerable excitement within the stream, especially after having just spent over 1 million, promoting numerous times, and achieving an account level exceeding 100. In Whale Live, one can elevate their status simply by gifting a contribution of 10,000 grants and elevation in rank, with no upper limit, and the more prestigious the level, the more extravagant the entrance. Having just contributed 172 million, Lin Dong is now at level 172, the highest in this live stream, instantly claiming the top spot, with the second-ranked individual barely surpassing 120. Welcome, Matchstick Brother, to the live stream. Upon entering, Lin Dong was greeted by the melodious voice of Han Shiyun, who, without wasting time, promptly initiated a wave of 66 super fires. A matchstick, sent to the host Han Xiaoxiao, Super Rocket X1. A matchstick, sent to the host Han Xiaoxiao, Super Rocket X66. Thank you, Matchstick Brother, for the super fire. Moi, do you wish to hear a song or watch a dance? Han Shiyun inquired, eager to retain this esteemed guest. Wow, the Matchstick Master has arrived. The Matchstick Master is impressive. Regardless of the live stream, once he enters, the 66 super fires are guaranteed. We bow to the Matchstick Master. After chasing you for so long, I finally meet you. Does Mr. Chai still need a loyal sidekick? Countless bullet comments flooded the screen. At that moment, a prominent figure entered the live stream, boasting a level even higher than Lin Dong's, reaching an astonishing 298, instantly relegating Lin Dong to second place. This individual, known as Lang Lang, made his presence known by sending a dazzling bullet comment that captured the audience's attention due to its shimmering font. Shiyun, I've seized the top spot tonight. Will you truly go on a date with me? To which Han Shiyun replied in a soft, melodious voice, indeed. Julang, if you secure the top position tonight, I shall go on a date with you tomorrow. The onlookers erupted in excitement. Who is this? Is the goddess being swept away? That's our school's affluent and handsome lad, Huang Julang. His family is incredibly wealthy. It seemed Huang Junlang was determined to win over Han Shiyun tonight. Tomorrow would surely bring sensational news. I can already envision the headline. The wealthy and handsome Huang Junlang spends millions to win over campus belle Han Shiyun. This is splendid. It would undoubtedly grace the top of the campus news. Lin Dong had initially intended to leave, but upon witnessing this, damn it, Huang Junlang, who already had Jiang Shan, was here pursuing Han Shiyun, hoping to seize the top position and secure a date with her. Such wishful thinking. I must thwart your plans. Tonight, I shall collect a bit of interest, and in due time, I will reclaim the principal. Huang Junlang is determined to win over Han Shiyun tonight. After pursuing her for such an extended period and investing considerable resources, he is yet to succeed. However, he has not faced outright rejection either, which leaves him in a state of eager anticipation. Han Shiyun undeniably possesses an allure that stimulates an excess of male hormones. Coming from a family engaged in business, his parents have garnered a respectable reputation in Jiangxing, with a fortune exceeding 1 billion. Consequently, he is accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, earning him the title of a wealthy and handsome figure on campus. Throughout his 3 years in university, he has never failed to woo any woman he set his sights on, often resorting to financial means. He has also dallied with numerous female live streamers. Yet his charm seems to falter with Han Shiyun. Over the past few months, he has spent hundreds of thousands, yet he has not even brushed her hand. The same applies to other suitors vying for her affection. This only fuels Huang Junlang's desire for conquest. No matter the cost, he is resolute in capturing Han Shiyun's heart. This endeavor not only fulfills his desires but also allows him to assert dominance over his rivals. As for Jiang Shan, their relationship has grown stale, and he is somewhat weary of her. If she is willing to overlook past grievances, he might entertain the idea of a few more days of companionship. However, if it comes to competing for Han Shiyun's affections, he believes the others should promptly withdraw. Chapter 16. The battle for first place. Han Shiyun has been feeling rather despondent lately. Though her family is of modest means, her parents have devoted themselves to nurturing her since childhood, recognizing her innate charm. Additionally, she possesses a remarkable talent for singing and dancing, making her the center of attention throughout her school years. Even upon arriving at university in Jiangxing, she quickly became the object of admiration and pursuit. She had been caught in a web of affections from several affluent suitors, who vied for her attention by bestowing a plethora of extravagant gifts upon her. Some even went as far as offering luxurious BMW sports cars worth hundreds of thousands. Yet, the thought of accepting such a lavish vehicle was daunting, prompting her to settle for more modest presents such as clothing and handbags. These gifts, however, were swiftly sold at a fraction of their original value, yielding her a considerable sum of money. In a stroke of inspiration, she later decided to leverage live streaming as a means to encourage these admirers to shower her with gifts. Within a matter of months, she amassed over 1 million in gift revenue, a delightful windfall that far surpassed the meager profits from her previous sales. However, she recently observed a waning interest from her suitors, with 2 or 3 of them already turning their affections elsewhere. Most disconcertingly, one of her closest protectors, Huang Junlang, had begun to pursue another. It was rumored that he had been frequently seen with Jiang Shan at the Jinya Hotel, which ignited a profound sense of urgency within her. She recognized that this arrangement could not sustain itself indefinitely. After all, no one was a fool. With such significant investments made in her, the lack of tangible benefits made it more appealing for them to seek companionship elsewhere. Thus, she resolved to send a subtle message to her admirers. Whoever could secure the top position on her leaderboard that very night would earn a date with her. At present, one of her chief protectors, Huang Junlang, was already present, leaving only Zheng Yong to join. With both of them in attendance, she was certain that the evening would yield bountiful rewards. Upon hearing Han Shiyun's response, Huang Junlang began strategizing to swiftly claim the top spot. Noting the leaderboard, he saw that the current top position boasted a total gift amount of 780,000 attributed to Zheng Yong. With nearly 400,000 already contributed himself, he realized that by simply adding another 400,000, he could seize the coveted first place. Certainly, this is to take place in the absence of Zheng Yong. Over the past 2 years, he has lavished over 2 million on gifts, successfully captivating several smaller streamers in the process. Just as one speaks of him, Zheng Yong, under the ID Braving the World, has made his entrance into the live stream. The arrival of this level 380 account has momentarily eclipsed Huang Junlang. Sure, I have arrived. Zheng Yong declares in the comments. Welcome, Brother Yong. Thank you for your support. Sure, I am well prepared tonight and shall surely win you over. Brother Young. Then Shiyun awaits you. Huang Junlang interjects. Jing'er, I am still here. Do not speak so confidently. You might end up with egg on your face. Master Huang, I have never regarded you with any concern. Let us settle this with our actions. Despite their verbal sparring, both men harbor a sense of apprehension within. Their familial backgrounds are comparable, and neither is a fool. Continuing this rivalry could lead to mutual destruction. But the mere thought of Han Shiyun's delicate form and alluring voice invigorates them as if they have been energized. Enough of idle chatter. Choosing the super rocket to launch. Half an hour later, the live streaming room was nearly chaotic, with the number of viewers exceeding 100,000. Countless impressive comments from prominent figures filled the screen. Han Shiyun was also on the verge of madness, but it was a joyous kind of madness. She had never anticipated such generosity from the two individuals, each having gifted over 2 million in presents. Following this wave of donations, her share was likely to surpass 3 million, a figure that was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong began to regain their senses. If they continued to spend recklessly, the outcome would be dire. If they succeeded in winning Han Shiyun's favor, it would be one thing. But failure would likely lead to frustration. This was not an auction. While the highest bidder would win, the gifts once given could not be reclaimed. Thus, Huang Junlang called Zheng Yong. Once the call connected, Huang Junlang wasted no time and stated directly, Jing'er, I am prepared to spend 5 million to secure Han Shiyun. If you exceed this amount, I shall withdraw and expect a refund for the gifts I just sent. After a brief moment of silence, Zheng Yong replied, Huang Daxian, if you transfer 3 million to me now, I shall forego competing for Han Shiyun. If that does not suit you, we shall continue to battle it out. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Junlang acquiesced, stating, very well, I shall remit 3 million to you, on the condition that you cease all contact with Han Shiyun henceforth. A deal. Zhang Yong's voice resonated through the telephone. Subsequently, Huang Junlang transferred the agreed-upon sum of 3 million to Zhang Yong. Individuals of their standing, despite their occasional reprehensible conduct, generally honored their word. Huang Junlang calculated that to ascend to the top of the rankings, he would need to spend nearly 400,000 more, bringing the total expenditure on Han Shiyun to over 6 million. Despite his family's considerable wealth, exceeding hundreds of millions, expending such a substantial amount caused him a pang of distress. Nevertheless, he deemed it worthwhile if it meant securing Han Shiyun's affections. The reason for his willingness to invest such a significant sum in Han Shiyun was her revelation that she had never been in a romantic relationship. Her virginity, a rare commodity, would undoubtedly stimulate a man's hormones to a greater extent than someone like Jiang Shan. Within the live broadcast, Zheng Yong, having received the 3 million from Huang Junlang, promptly exited the broadcast, leaving the rocket count at 1314. The audience in the live broadcast was momentarily bewildered. They had been engaged in fierce competition, yet one of the participants had suddenly withdrawn. Huang Junlang proceeded to send an additional 200 rockets, surpassing Zheng Yong and securing the top position. Shiyun, I have ascended to the top of the rankings. Zheng II has conceded defeat and departed. I shall await you tomorrow evening. The live broadcast erupted into chaos once more. Heavens, a date in the evening. It's obvious what will transpire. Alas, my heart is shattered. Please, my goddess, do not go. It is inevitable that she will attend. The affluent gentleman has spent lavishly, signaling the imminent downfall of yet another goddess this evening. In an instant, the chat room buzzed with an array of comments. Huang Junlang desired precisely this effect. He was proclaiming his dominion. Han Shiyun found herself at a loss. She could not fathom why Zheng Yong had abruptly exited, having previously investigated the backgrounds of both individuals, which were quite similar. Her initial strategy was to incite a stalemate between the two, ultimately positioning their gifts equally, allowing her to accompany them both on a date. 3 individuals on a date would surely prevent any inappropriate actions towards her. However, Zheng Yong's sudden withdrawal disrupted her meticulously crafted plan. Despite having received over 5 million in gifts, a solitary date with Huang Junlang would undoubtedly lead to complications. Reflecting on this, Han Shiyun silently sighed. Accepting the disruption of her once flawless scheme, finding solace in the consolation of over 2 million in gift shares. Chapter 17. Record-breaking Junlang. I await your call tomorrow. Han Shiyun's voice resonated through the livestream. The chat room erupted once more. It's over, it's over. My goddess. A heart-wrenching pain made it hard to breathe. Another goddess is set to depart from us. Huang Junlang's immense golden barrage reappeared on the screen. Haha, excellent. Shiyun, I shall ensure you experience a delightful night tomorrow. Yet, at that moment, Huang Junlang's thoughts were consumed by the fact that he had spent over 6 million and was determined to keep her in bed for 3 days straight. Lin Dong sensed that the moment was ripe and sent a barrage of comments. Given that he too was a high-level player, his messages stood out prominently. I heard that if one can top the leaderboard, one might have the chance to engage with the streamer? Lin Dong remarked. Firecracker boss, please save our goddess. Indeed. Firecracker boss, swiftly liberate the goddess from the clutches of the demon. What nonsense. If Firecracker boss tops the leaderboard, the goddess shall belong to him. Then I too wish for Firecracker boss to seize the top spot. Ordinary comments flooded the screen. I merely wish to inquire, dear streamer, is it true that if one tops the leaderboard, one can arrange a meeting with you? Lin Dong pressed on. Indeed. Han Shiyun replied. Excellent. Lin Dong ceased his chatter and launched a barrage of rockets. One small firecracker, sent to streamer Han Xiao, Super Rocket X1, 10 minutes later. One small firecracker, sent to streamer Han Xiao, Super Rocket X666, half an hour later. One small firecracker, sent to streamer Han Xiao, Super Rocket X1314, an hour later. One small firecracker, sent to streamer Han Xiao, Super Rocket X2520, 2 hours later. One small firecracker, sent to streamer Han Xiao, Super Rocket X5200. The spectators were left bewildered. Huang Junlang was dumbfounded. Han Shiyun was equally astonished. The viewership in the live stream had surged to over 300,000. What does 5,200 super rockets signify? That amounts to over 10 million. This marked the largest single surge in transactions since the inception of Whale Live. Chairman Chai is formidable. Chairman Chai is magnificent. Chairman Chai is awe-inspiring. President Chai, you are my idol. President Chai, I want to bear your child. Countless such comments flooded the screen. At that moment, Huang Junlang felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Over 6 million had just gone down the drain, and he had gained nothing. He was consumed by a murderous rage. He took out his phone and dialed Jiang Shan, seeking an outlet for his frustration. The call connected. Hello, Junlang. What is the matter? Why are you calling me so late? Jiang Shan's voice came through the line. Shan, come out immediately. I'm waiting for you at the school gate, Huang Junlang commanded. Junlang, it's already past 2 in the morning. Can't we discuss this tomorrow? Jiang Shan replied. I demand that you come out right now, Huang Junlang said through gritted teeth. But, there are no buts. You need to come out this instant. If you don't, you know the consequences. Huang Junlang ended the call with a decisive click. On the other end, Jiang Shan, having been jolted awake by Huang Junlang's call, was taken aback by his harsh tone after only exchanging a few words. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly got out of bed, careful not to disturb her roommate as she fumbled to get dressed. When she was with Lin Dong, such a situation would have been utterly unimaginable. Lin Dong genuinely loved her to the core, always considering her needs. Whenever she expressed hunger, regardless of the hour, he would deliver food to her dormitory and call her afterward. Lin Dong had never spoken to her in such a tone. Moreover, Lin Dong held her in high regard. After 4 years together, he had refrained from crossing boundaries simply because she expressed her unpreparedness. However, after she became involved with Huang Junlang, his initial kindness, showering her with gifts, soon gave way to his true nature. Last month, even during her delicate time, he was insistent, displaying a complete lack of concern for her well-being. Now, it was already 2:30 in the morning, and she felt compelled to rise and meet him, undoubtedly driven by base instincts. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, tears began to stream uncontrollably down Jiang Shan's cheeks. She could only lament her own foolishness, naivety, and vanity. Her roommate and close friend, Zhu Yan, was stirred awake by the commotion and noticed some activity on Jiang Shan's bed. Shan, what are you doing? Zhu Yan inquired, rubbing her eyes. It's nothing, Yan. You should go back to sleep. I'm a bit hungry. Junlang is waiting for me at the school gate to take me out for a bite, Jiang Shan replied. Zhu Yan detected an unusual tone in Jiang Shan's voice. Since they were the only two in the dormitory, she promptly got out of bed and turned on the light, revealing Jiang Shan dressed and weeping softly. Zhu Yan hurried over and enveloped Jiang Shan in a comforting embrace. Shan, what's wrong? Did Huang Junlang bully you again? No. What do you mean, no? It's evident something is amiss. Shan, I have long warned you that Huang Junlang is not a good person. I advised you to stay away from him. Now look where you are. Yin, I'm fine. Stop trying to deceive me. I've noticed you crying in the night on several occasions. Sean, I truly cannot comprehend why you would choose Huang Junlang when Lin Dong cares for you so deeply. Is it merely because he is wealthy? Yin Yin, enough of your words. Shan Shan, leave Huang Junlang behind. Bring Lin Dong back, for he is the one who truly loves you and can genuinely bring you happiness. Huang Junlang merely seeks novelty. Over the past few years, he has had at least 10 girlfriends, all of whom he discarded after a few days. Yin Yin, it's too late to return. Everything is irretrievable. Jiang Shanshan could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep in Zhu Yan's embrace. After several minutes, once Jiang Shanshan had exhausted her tears, she freed herself from Zhu Yan's hold and resumed putting on her clothes. Zhu Yan attempted to dissuade Jiang Shanshan from dressing, saying, Shanshan, it's late. Do not go out. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow. Yin Yin, I cannot. Junlang is still waiting for me at the school gate. If I do not go out, he will abandon me. Let him go. What does it matter? Zhu Yan replied. But I'm already carrying Junlang's child. If he chooses to abandon me, what shall I do? Jiang Shanshan wept. Shanshan, you alas. Zhu Yan at that moment was at a loss for words and could only let out a sigh, retracting her hand that had sought to prevent Jiang Shanshan from dressing. After Jiang Shanshan had hastily donned her clothes, she rushed towards the school gate. Han Shiyun was now flushed with excitement. Thank you, President Chai, for the 5,200 super rockets. President Chai, I adore you. Moi? She then promptly sent a friend request to Lin Dong. Once they became friends, Han Shiyun messaged him, President Chai, let us connect on WeChat. Here is my phone number. I await your notification tomorrow. The two successfully added each other on WeChat. Chapter 18. Are you Lin Dong? The following day, Lin Dong did not rise until noon. After refreshing himself, he arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Good day, Mr. Lin. Good day, Mr. Lin. As he walked through the hotel, he was greeted by numerous acquaintances. After having lunch, Lin Dong proceeded to the chairman's office to rest. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Come in. Zhao Xian entered. Mr. Lin, the handover of the hotel has commenced. When would be a convenient time for you? Xian Jia, I have already stated that I will not concern myself with the handover. You may take charge. Just inform me when payment is required. All right. I shall not disturb your rest any further. By the way, I'll be moving in tonight. I will leave the door open for you. Zhao Xian finished her sentence and left the office before Lin Dong could respond. Damn, yet another flirtation. Lin Dong sat in his chair, scrolling through his phone. He opened WeChat to find a message from Lu Peng. Dongzi, when are you returning to school? Tomorrow, I suppose. Lin Dong replied. Dongzi, I have something to tell you, but you must keep your composure. What is it? That scoundrel Huang Junlang has posted a photo of you, bloodied and unconscious, on the campus website, along with some details about your exploits. You are now quite famous. Damn, send it to me. Moments later, Lin Dong received the image from Lu Peng. Indeed, it was a photo of him, unconscious in the small grove. That rascal. Last night, he merely collected a bit of interest. Just wait and see how I will make him pay for this. Lin Dong cursed inwardly. Having indulged in his mobile phone for a while longer, Lin Dong dispatched a message to Han Shiyun, proposing a rendezvous at the Golden Leaf Hotel at 6 in the evening, advising her to simply announce her name upon arrival. Understood, Director Chai. I eagerly anticipate our meeting. Han Shiyun responded. Currently in class, Han Shiyun had been vigilantly monitoring her phone since morning, anxious not to miss any calls or messages from the esteemed Lin Dong. In contrast to the superficial affections of dilettante-rich kids like Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, Han Shiyun harbored a greater desire to engage with a magnate such as Lin Dong. She genuinely looked forward to meeting this influential figure who could casually spend over 10 million. Thus, upon receiving Lin Dong's message, she promptly replied. Though a sliver of apprehension lingered, wondering if she might encounter an obese and grotesque pervert, she also secretly hoped that Lin Dong would prove to be a genuinely powerful, wealthy, and handsome man. Han Shiyun was familiar with the Golden Leaf Hotel, renowned at Jiangnan University for its proximity to the school and its status as the sole 8-star hotel in Jiangnan province. It was rumored that even a casual meal there could easily cost tens of thousands. She had yet to dine within its walls, though she was certain that many wealthy scions would gladly extend an invitation, should she desire it. The afternoon elapsed swiftly. At 5:30, Han Shiyun, adorned in a pair of figure-hugging jeans and a fitted blouse, arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. It must be acknowledged that Han Shiyun possessed justifiable cause for pride, which explained why so many wealthy heirs orbited her, manipulated by her every whim. Having danced since childhood, her figure was fully developed in all the right places, presenting a visage of angelic beauty coupled with a devilish physique. Upon entering the lobby of the Golden Leaf Hotel, she was greeted by a waiting attendant. "Excuse me, madam. Are you here for lodging or dining?" "Greetings. My name is Han Shiyun, and I am expected." Han Shiyun responded courteously. "Ms. Han, welcome. Please, follow me." The server guided Han Shiyun toward private room number 1. She had received instructions that Chairman Lin was hosting a dinner for a Ms. Han Shiyun, and that upon her arrival, she was to be escorted directly to the designated room. Upon entering the private room, she found it unoccupied. Han Shiyun selected a seat at random, a sense of unease settling within her. After a brief interval, the sound of the door opening caused Han Shiyun to stir with surprise, her gaze directed toward the entrance. A youthful figure entered the room. Upon seeing the individual, Han Shiyun experienced a vague sense of recognition. "Are you Lin Dong?" Han Shiyun inquired with a hint of uncertainty. "Greetings, Ms. Han Shiyun. I am Lin Dong. It seems my reputation precedes me, even within the university." Lin Dong replied with a wry smile. "You are truly Lin Dong," Han Shiyun reiterated. "Without a doubt. Are you the little matchstick who gifted me over 10 million in virtual presents last night?" "What? Do I not fit the image? This is improbable. If you are Lin Dong, how could you possibly?" Han Shiyun was rendered momentarily speechless by astonishment. In recent days, Lin Dong had indeed gained notoriety within Jiangnan University, though not of a favorable nature. His story was circulating across WeChat and the campus network. His girlfriend of 4 years had been poached, leading to his emotional distress, culminating in hematemesis and unconsciousness, accompanied by photographic evidence. If this man were Lin Dong, how could he possibly be the victim of such a situation? He might as well undermine others, but who would dare to part ways with such a prominent figure? Has one lost their senses? "Ah, Student Han. It's a long story. Please, have a seat. Let us dine and converse." Han Shiyun took her seat, yet her gaze remained fixated on Lin Dong. Unable to believe that this person was indeed the Lin Dong spoken of in hushed tones around the school these past few days. Soon, the door to the private room swung open once more, and an exquisite array of dishes was presented, filling the table within moments. "Mr. Lin, the dishes are all served. Please enjoy your meal. Should you need anything, feel free to call for me," the newly appointed manager said before departing the room. "Mr. Lin? Or is it Lin Dong?" It is uncommon for a server to address a guest by name. Thus, it must be Mr. Lin? But why this formality? Han Shiyun's mind was rife with questions. "Student Han, let us eat. You must be hungry as well," Lin Dong suggested, pouring her a glass of red wine. Han Shiyun gazed at the lavish spread before her, many of which she had only seen on television, now laid out in front of her. She sampled a dish and was astounded by its exquisite flavor. It was no wonder this was an 8-star hotel. After they had nearly finished their meal, Han Shiyun could no longer hold back her curiosity and inquired, "Lin Dong, is it truly you that the school has been buzzing about these past few days?" "Indeed, it is I," Lin Dong replied. "How can this be?" "There is nothing impossible, Student Han. I have always believed that love should be devoid of any complications, which is why I concealed my identity. However, the outcome is evident. So that's how it is." Han Shiyun finally understood. He had been pretending to be impoverished all along. Now it all made sense. Who would be foolish enough to break up with such a prominent figure? "Last night, I merely intended to irritate Huang Junlang, for he was the one who took my girlfriend away. Little did I expect that my trivial annoyance would lead to a staggering sum of over 10 million being thrown down. Lin Dong's true identity is rather alarming." "Is your girlfriend Jiang Shan?" "Indeed." "Lin Dong, do not be disheartened. Relinquishing one tree leaves an entire forest awaiting you," comforted Han Shiyun. "It's all right. There is no sorrow to be had. After being dumped, I have come to terms with it. Why not utilize such advantageous circumstances? Wouldn't you agree, Han?" "You are right, Lin Dong. However, I must ask you, Han, to keep today's events confidential. I am accustomed to living modestly. As a token of gratitude, how about complimentary meals for you whenever you dine here?" "Complimentary? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I am the proprietor of the Golden Leaf Hotel." Han Shiyun. Chapter 19. Returning to school. Emerging from the Golden Leaf Hotel, Han Shiyun was engulfed in a state of bewilderment. The recent rumors circulating at school about the seemingly unremarkable Lin Dong being a hidden superpower are utterly unbelievable. He is, after all, the owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel. What is the worth of the Golden Leaf Hotel? 100 billion? Or perhaps 200 billion? Yet, it appears that to Lin Dong, such a fortune is trivial. Just how much wealth does he possess? 1,000 billion? or even 2,000 billion. Even more absurd is the fact that such a formidable figure has been cast aside by Jiang Shan. Han Shan is aware that they are both members of the school's dance club. Although they are not intimately acquainted, they are certainly familiar with one another. If Jiang Shan were to learn of Lin Dong's background, she would surely be filled with regret, having gained a mere sesame seed while losing a grand airplane. Since Lin Dong wishes for her to keep his secret and maintain a low profile, she shall honor that request. After all, no one else is vying for Lin Dong's attention. She has resolved to align herself with him. Engaging in live streaming seems ill-advised. The moment she goes live, she would undoubtedly face scorn. As anything could be said in the chat room. In the hearts of many, she is already perceived as belonging to Lin Dong, though in reality, nothing has transpired between them beyond sharing meals. Han Shiyan also wishes to avoid dishonor from others, with over 7 million in gift revenue. She can afford a larger home for her family. Once she connects with Lin Dong, will she ever need to worry about finances again? After finishing his meal, Lin Dong drove around Jiangxing, purchasing some ordinary clothing, preparing to return to school the next day, favoring a more understated approach. Upon returning to the international mansion, he found Zhao Xian had already moved in and was tidying up the place. Lin Dong chose not to disturb her and went straight upstairs. The following day, Lin Dong rose early. After freshening up, he descended the stairs and noticed Zhao Xian had completed her preparations for work. "Good morning, Xianjia," he called. "Mr. Lin, why are you up so early today?" She replied, "Xianjia, I'm still a student. I haven't attended class in 3 days and plan to return today." "Then let us go together." The two vehicles, one red and one black, exited the international mansion and arrived at the Jinya Hotel. After breakfast, Lin Dong walked to school, opting not to drive his luxury car, as the hotel was conveniently close, just a 10-minute stroll away. The aura of prestige surrounding Lin Dong seemed somewhat lacking, as the school was filled with numerous wealthy second-generation individuals, many of whom possessed vehicles worth 3 to 4 million. He had already encountered 2 or 3 Mercedes-Benz models, and even some luxury cars surpassing them in grandeur. Lin Dong planned to return to school after the May Day holiday, showcasing his limited edition Bugatti, opting for a period of low-key presence beforehand. He sought nothing less than total dominance. Upon entering the campus, he observed a bustling throng of students. The incident involving Lin Dong had stirred considerable attention over the past 3 days, reaching a peak of intrigue. Consequently, most classmates regarded him with curiosity. The female students were somewhat more reserved, exchanging shy smiles before whispering amongst themselves once they had distanced themselves. The male students, however, were less discreet, openly discussing him in close proximity. "Isn't that Lin Dong?" one remarked. "It seems to be," another replied. "I heard he spat out a lot of blood in the grove 3 days ago. I thought he'd be hospitalized for at least 10 days or so. But he is back already. His health must be remarkable. Surely he didn't lose that much blood. There wasn't much visible in the photos." "You don't understand. Such emotional turmoil can be quite damaging. He could have easily met a dire fate." "Is it really that serious?" "Lin Dong must have some incredible luck." Lin Dong pretended not to hear, continuing his stride toward the classroom. He was at a loss. Confronting them directly was not an option. After all, taking on 3 opponents alone would be tantamount to courting disaster. He resolved to endure a few more days. Once his limited edition Bugatti graced the campus, it would surely dazzle these onlookers. Upon entering his classroom, he found that more than half of the seats were already occupied. Upon Lin Dong's entrance, curious gazes turned towards him. As he resumed his seat, Lu Peng and a few others approached. They had shared a dormitory when they first entered the school, forming a bond as self-proclaimed members of the 4 rascals of Jiang University. "Dongzi, are you all right?" Lu Peng inquired. "I'm fine. Why are you all acting as if I'm on the brink of despair?" Lin Dong replied. "That's a relief. We were worried you might succumb to despondency, which would undermine the reputation of our illustrious quartet," remarked Fan Biao, one of the rascals. "It's merely a woman. In this era, finding a 3-legged toad is a challenge. Yet 2-legged women are plentiful," added Zhou Wenhua, another member of the group. "Enough of your concern. Do I appear troubled to you?" Lin Dong stated. "Well then, since all is well, let us have a gathering tomorrow night. I've arranged everything and will inform you of the location tomorrow afternoon." "It's been ages since we've all convened," Lu Peng announced. "Gathering is fine, but why a social event?" Lin Dong questioned. Leaning closer, Lu Peng whispered, "Rest assured. Our guests are not from our school, but from Jiangnan Media University. The art students there are strikingly beautiful, far surpassing the girls from our university." "How do you know students from the Media University?" Lin Dong asked. I recently made a new girlfriend from there. What do you think? Lu Peng replied with pride. Already switched again? Your pace is astonishing. It is precisely because of fickle wealthy heirs like you that individuals like me, a mere underdog, end up with nothing. Hey, do not compare me to that fellow Huang Junlang. We are engaged in matters of the heart, while he merely throws money around. Who among my ex-partners has ever clung to life after our breakup? We part ways amicably. Moreover, I have never involved myself with married women, Lu Peng retorted. I find them quite similar. Lin Dong interjected, noticing Lu Peng gearing up for another rebuttal. He continued, all right, I was merely jesting. Tomorrow afternoon, is it? I shall be there. Thank you, brothers. Now that is more like it. The group returned to their seats, and the morning's classes swiftly passed. As the lunch break approached, the homeroom teacher entered and announced, the May Day holiday is fast approaching. This year's cultural evening, like those of previous years, necessitates that each class prepare a performance. Has anyone volunteered yet? The teacher surveyed the room, but no one stepped forward. If not, we shall have Su Yingxue perform a piano solo. However, since last year featured Yingxue's piano solo, it seems a bit lacking in novelty. Perhaps someone could collaborate with Yingxue? One could sing while the other accompanies on the piano. Is there anyone who believes their singing is up to par? No sooner had the teacher finished speaking than someone stood up to volunteer. It was the class monitor, Ding Wei. Teacher, allow me to take part. As the class representative, I should lead by example. Upon hearing this, the entire class scoffed. Just now, the teacher expected you to take the lead during the sign-up, yet now, in collaboration with Su Yingxue, you are required to assume that role. Even a fool can see the inconsistency. Su Yingxue is renowned as one of the 3 goddesses of the school, famed for her aloof demeanor, with suitors willing to circle the playground thrice in pursuit of her affection. However, she differs from Han Shiyun. While Han accepts gifts from anyone only to resell them at a lower price, Su Yingxue discards any gifts without so much as a glance, tossing them straight into the trash. Chapter 20. Rumors abound. After Ding Wei was the first to sign up, several other boys followed suit, eager to partner with Su Yingxue. Yet, in the end, the homeroom teacher decisively chose Ding Wei. After all, he is the class monitor and holds a certain standing in the teacher's eyes. Yingxue, Ding Wei, you have a few days to rehearse. I do not expect you to achieve any particular ranking, but you must not embarrass yourselves. With that, the teacher exited the classroom. No sooner had the teacher left than a figure appeared at the classroom door. Is Lin Dong here? At the sound of that voice, all eyes turned towards the entrance. Isn't that Han Shiyun, one of the 3 school goddesses? Han Shiyun had just inquired. Who are you looking for? Lin Dong. Han Shiyun. May I ask who you are seeking? A classmate asked. I am looking for Lin Dong. Han Shiyun replied. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. She was indeed searching for Lin Dong. All gazes fell upon him, and with no alternative, he had no choice but to rise and step outside. As they reached the doorway, Lin Dong turned to Han Shiyun and said, let us go. He then proceeded to walk ahead, while Han Shiyun obediently followed in his wake. The moment Lin Dong and Han Shiyun departed, the classroom erupted in astonishment. Goodness! Had Lin Dong truly managed to win over one of the school's 3 goddesses, Han Shiyun, in merely 3 days? Did you not witness? The goddess had just been trailing behind Lin Dong, exuding an air of devotion to him. Come now, pinch me, tell me this is not real. Gently. Ouch. This hurts. It's over, it's not a dream. Wait, what was the name of Lin Dong's ex-girlfriend? A classmate inquired. I believe it was Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan was taken away by Huang Junlang, wasn't he she? And Huang Junlang happens to be one of Han Shiyun's 2 formidable protectors. Lin Dong is truly impressive. What a clever maneuver. You take my woman, I shall pursue your goddess. This retaliation is strikingly fierce, and now it seems Huang Junlang is left reeling. Meanwhile, 3 of the 4 miscreants exchanged glances and simultaneously remarked, Old 3 is remarkable. At that moment, Su Yingxue also exhibited a curious expression. As one of the school's 3 goddesses, Han Shiyun had always navigated among the wealthy heirs, never having been alone with anyone for fear of misunderstandings. Yet now, she had sought Lin Dong exclusively. Did this signify that her ultimate choice was Lin Dong? What attributes did Lin Dong possess that could captivate Han Shiyun's heart? Su Yingxue found herself perplexed. Lin Dong appeared to be more enigmatic than he seemed on the surface, shrouded in mystery. At this moment, Su Yingxue felt a profound curiosity towards Lin Dong, unaware that such curiosity was merely the beginning of her entrapment. Lin Dong accompanied Han Shiyun to the playground behind the school. As it was the lunch break, the playground was sparsely populated, with only a few couples meandering about. Pray tell, Han Shiyun, what brings you to seek my company? Lin Dong inquired. Is it not permissible to approach you without a particular reason, Lin Dong? Han Shiyun retorted. You could simply send me a message or give me a call. Why must you come directly to my classroom? Dear Lin Dong, I am presently doing you a favor. Do not mistake my goodwill for something insincere. Oh, a favor? In what manner do you intend to assist me? Lin Dong pressed. After a moment's contemplation, Han Shiyun replied. Consider this, Lin Dong. Following the scandal from a few days ago, the moment you appear, people immediately whisper, look, there goes Lin Dong, the one whose girlfriend was stolen, who fainted from anger. However, since I have sought you out, upon your emergence, the chatter will shift from your unfortunate incident to speculations about whether we are indeed together. Which of these two forms of gossip do you think is more favorable? Lin Dong pondered her words and realized the truth in them. Then I owe you my gratitude. Han Shiyun, gratitude is unnecessary. I have yet to thank you for showering me with gifts to deter my rendezvous with Huang Junlang and for treating me to lavish meals daily. But, Han Shiyun, do you not fear tarnishing your reputation? Not at all. After all, I owe you a debt, Han Shiyun replied nonchalantly. Lin Dong and Han Shiyun continued their leisurely stroll across the playground, engaging in trivial conversation. However, Han Shiyun's visit to the classroom to seek Lin Dong's company had escalated into a widespread sensation. The school was not particularly large, and the involvement of one of the three prominent goddesses only accelerated the rumor mill. Naturally, the other three notorious figures played their part in this affair. With communication so convenient nowadays, a single message in the WeChat group could spread like wildfire. The most rampant version of events claimed that 3 days ago, Huang Lang had stolen Lin Dong's girlfriend, Jiang Shan, causing Lin Dong to faint from rage. Yet, merely 3 days later, Lin Dong had managed to win the affections of the goddess Han Shiyun, whom Huang Junlang had pursued for months. The humiliation was palpable on Huang Junlang's face. Initially, many were skeptical. Han Shiyun had been courted by numerous affluent suitors and had never been seen with anyone. What right did Lin Dong, a mere underdog, have to claim her? However, when witnesses observed Lin Dong and Han Shiyun exiting the school together, reality set in for everyone. Lin Dong had intended for their stroll to conclude amicably, but suddenly recalling it was lunchtime, he naturally invited Han Shiyun to join him for a meal. She readily accepted, and the two exited the school grounds together. This scene did not go unnoticed, particularly by Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan. Huang Junlang, witnessing Lin Dong and Han Shiyun depart side by side, felt a surge of fury, almost charging at them, but ultimately restrained himself. He recognized that such an outburst would only exacerbate his own humiliation, especially considering the goddess Han Shiyun, whom he had pursued with an expenditure of 6 to 7 million, was now effortlessly courted by Lin Dong, the very person he deemed beneath him. At this moment, Huang Junlang's emotions were palpable, comparable even to Lin Dong's feelings 3 days prior when he was heartbroken. He flicked his hand dismissively and returned to his dormitory, devoid of any appetite, leaving Jiang Shan standing alone in a state of desolation. Jiang Shan watched as Lin Dong and Han Shiyun departed the school, engaged in laughter and conversation, which pierced her heart with sorrow. The space beside Lin Dong had always been hers, yet she had unwittingly pushed him towards another. It is often only after losing something that one realizes its true value. With Huang Junlang, she had to tread carefully, fearful of inciting his displeasure, whereas with Lin Dong, it was he who was ever cautious in her presence. In an instant, her status had plummeted from that of a princess to that of a maid, allowing her to comprehend the sacrifices Lin Dong had made during their 4 years together. Yin Yin was right. Perhaps she would never encounter someone who loved her as deeply as Lin Dong did again. Yet, everything had become irretrievable. She had buried her own happiness with her own hands. With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Shan turned and walked away. Chapter 21. The Malevolent Capitalist. After their meal, the two took a respite at the Jinya Hotel. Naturally, Lin Dong rested in the chairman's office, while Han Shiyun occupied a presidential suite. However, with Lin Dong as the chairman, there was no need for her to spend any money. In the afternoon, they returned to school together, having spent 2 or 3 hours dining, which inevitably sparked the imagination of their peers. The afternoon swiftly passed. As Lin Dong walked through the campus, it was indeed as Han Shiyun had analyzed. The gazes directed at him had transformed from disdain to envy and jealousy. Lin Dong continued his stroll back to the Jinya Hotel. Upon entering the grand entrance, her statuesque host gracefully bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Mr. Lin." As he stepped into the lobby, the newly appointed lobby manager hurriedly approached, also bowing and exclaiming, "Greetings, Mr. Lin. Please, no need for such formality. We are all like family here. You go about your duties, and I can manage on my own," Lin Dong replied to the new lobby manager. "Understood, Mr. Lin," came the prompt response as Lin Dong entered the elevator, vanishing from the lobby. However, Lin Dong was oblivious to the presence of a striking young woman seated in the designated guest waiting area, who had been observing him intently. Sun Siyu had occupied her spot in the lobby of the Golden Leaf Hotel for over an hour. She was a third-year student from the Performing Arts Department at Jiangnan Media University. Typically, students in her field begin to leverage their resources in their third year, striving to secure roles in films to lay a solid foundation for their future careers in acting. While her classmates were gradually landing roles in various films, to even securing notable parts as secondary female leads and gaining some recognition, she had yet to obtain a single role during this academic year. This was not due to any lack of charm. On the contrary, her beauty and figure were exceptional, even among the elite of the Performing Arts Department. The reason for her lack of roles lay in her steadfast principles. She refused to compromise her values to appease the so-called directors and investors for a part. Moreover, her financial situation allowed her the luxury of choice, as her parents were engaged in business, possessing assets worth several million, albeit not a vast enterprise. Thus, she has never lacked for money throughout her life, and naturally, she would never compromise her dignity for a mere role, unlike those classmates from less affluent backgrounds, who, in pursuit of an opportunity, are willing to not only sacrifice their self-respect, but even their physical integrity. In fact, at the onset of her junior year, a director had taken an interest in her and was poised to offer her a supporting female role, contingent upon her dining with the investors. Naively, she thought little of it, believing it was merely a meal. However, during the dinner, both the director and the investors incessantly toasted her, all of which she declined. To her dismay, as the evening progressed, one of the so-called investors inappropriately placed his hand on her thigh. The outcome was her dousing the investor with a glass of water, which infuriated the director, causing his face to turn a ghastly shade of green as he vowed to blacklist her. Consequently, offers from directors became scarce. It was not until today that she received a call from a renowned director, proposing a role as the second female lead in a film with an investment exceeding 100 million, but indicating a need for a face-to-face discussion. After some contemplation, she decided to meet. However, upon arriving at the Golden Leaf Hotel, she found herself waiting in the lounge area, having received no further communication from the other party. The arrival of Lin Dong, however, caught Sun Siyu's attention. Upon his entrance, four attendants bowed to him, and although she was seated at a distance and could not hear their words, she observed the utmost respect etched upon their faces. Shortly thereafter, the hotel lobby manager rushed over to bow as well. Sun Siyu had been seated in the lounge for over an hour, witnessing at least 20 to 30 guests come and go, yet none had elicited such deference from the staff. Thus, Sun Siyu could almost ascertain that Lin Dong was either of remarkable background or simply the young master of this establishment, or perhaps a descendant of the shareholders here. However, these considerations held little relevance for her. She was merely curious and had to continue awaiting a phone call. About half an hour later, Sun Siyu's phone finally rang. "Hello, Director Xiang, where are you?" "I have arrived at the Jinya Hotel," she inquired upon answering. "Miss Sun, I apologize for making you wait so long. Please come directly to room 15-1. I will be waiting for you." Director Xiang's voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Director Xiang, is there a reason we cannot discuss this outside?" "Miss Sun, you must understand that we are dealing with commercial secrets. If they were to be leaked, what would happen if the investors withdrew their backing?" "Director Xiang, I believe it would be more prudent to converse outside. Securing a private room would suffice, and no one would be the wiser." "Miss Sun, you must realize that this is an investment of over 100 million in a film. The role of the second female lead is significant, and many are vying for it. I have exerted considerable effort to arrange this meeting. You must seize this opportunity. If you choose not to come, I will have to reach out to others. Then go ahead and contact them. Goodbye." Sun Siyu concluded, abruptly ending the call. What a farce. She was no novice. It was nearly dusk, and what assurance was there that she would emerge unscathed? After hanging up, Sun Siyu gathered her belongings and departed the hotel, taking a cab back to her school. The idea of sacrificing her integrity for the sake of a mere supporting role was utterly preposterous. On the 15th floor of the Golden Leaf Hotel, in room number 1, lies the hotel's most opulent presidential suite, priced at an astonishing 66,666 for a single night. Within the room, apart from the 30-something Chen Xiang, there is a middle-aged man in his 40s and a young woman in her 20s, dressed in a secretary's attire. After Sun Siyu hung up the phone, Chen Xiang's face fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment. Director Xiang, given your esteemed reputation in the industry, how could anyone dare to refuse you? They must not wish to continue in the entertainment circle, remarked the stout, middle-aged man, exuding an air of affluence. Mr. Yu, this girl is still a novice. She is unaware of the nuances of our trade. Perhaps her family has some modest wealth, which is why she is yet to fully commit to this profession. Chen Xiang explained. Oh, a novice? That is splendid. I have a penchant for such fresh talent. Can you secure her for me? I would be willing to invest an additional 20 million, Yu Qinghai proposed eagerly. Mr. Yu, that may prove challenging. As you just heard, this girl is quite resolute and unyielding, Chen Xiang replied, visibly troubled. Then let us have her take on the leading role. Let us see if she can withstand such temptation. However, the lead role has already been assigned to Yao Shui. A sudden change would surely incite discontent on her part. Contracts have yet to be signed. She can be replaced at any moment. What could she possibly do if she is dissatisfied? Yu Qinghai responded nonchalantly. Then I shall do my utmost to try. It is not a matter of trying. It is a matter of certainty. Chapter 22. The social gathering at this moment. Chen Xiang felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. These nefarious capitalists, driven by their own interests, were once again meddling in affairs that should remain untouched. To assign a third-year student, who has yet to graduate and has never stepped onto a set, the role of the leading lady in a film with an investment exceeding 100 million is a daunting prospect. Moreover, to cast a top-tier actress in the supporting role only adds to the absurdity of the situation. If word of this arrangement were to leak, the backlash from the fans of the esteemed actress would be relentless. Should the lead actress deliver a commendable performance, she might achieve instant fame. However, if her acting falters, the film could very well be doomed. In such a scenario, the investors may find themselves unable to recoup their costs, and the ensuing public outcry would surely fall upon him to bear the blame. Despite harboring a torrent of disdain for Yu Qinghai, he must don a faade of obsequiousness, assuring, rest assured, Mr. Yu, I will find a way to see this through. Alas, in this era, wealth bestows authority. Although he enjoys a modest reputation within the industry, he has yet to reach a status where he can disregard the whims of capitalists. Such privilege is reserved for the C-Army de la C-Army of directors, whose mere intention to embark on a project attracts a swarm of A-list actors and even superstars vying for a chance to collaborate. Numerous investors, clutching their fortunes, would eagerly seek to engage these directors, for the choice of whose money to utilize invariably signals a path to greater profitability. Not only does this generate substantial revenue, but it also leads to soaring stock prices for their companies. Investors are thus inclined to show deference to those who can create wealth for them. Chen Xiang is also striving toward this lofty ambition, dreaming of ascending to the ranks of such esteemed directors. The following afternoon, Lu Peng informed Lin Dong that the evening South gathering would take place at the Golden Leaf Hotel, advising him to arrive early and not to be late. Lin Dong then sent a message to Zhao Xian, requesting that she inform the team to treat him as an ordinary guest upon his arrival at the hotel. He currently prefers to avoid unnecessary complications. After attending class in the afternoon, Lin Dong arrived early at the Golden Leaf Hotel, waiting in the chairman's office. The other 3 guests still needed to freshen up. Sun Siyu returned to the Golden Leaf Hotel, but this time not to meet any director. Rather, she was there as her roommate Zhang Min's new boyfriend was treating them. The 4 stood at the entrance of the hotel, awaiting the arrival of Lu Peng and his party. Minmin, is your boyfriend really treating us here? We merely joked about it yesterday. Perhaps we should choose another venue? Inquired her roommate, Chen Lan. They had casually suggested the Golden Leaf Hotel when they heard Zhang Min's new boyfriend was inviting them to dinner, not expecting him to actually arrange it there. Lan, it's fine. Trust my judgment. If he can't even afford a meal, how could he be worthy of being my Zhang Min's boyfriend? Zhang Min replied, Minmin, it seems your boyfriend is quite impressive. He must be from a wealthy family. I envy you. Ask him if he has any wealthy friends who are still single. Perhaps he could introduce one to us. Another roommate, Zheng Yun, chimed in. Although he is treating you all to dinner, he will also bring along a few of his roommates. You might find someone to your liking. I can play matchmaker for you, Zhang Min responded. Does he have any wealthy friends among his roommates? I hope they aren't all just a bunch of impoverished fellows. Shenlan remarked. I'm not entirely sure about that. Zheng Yun interjected. And stop fixating solely on wealthy suitors. Finding someone with potential is also a commendable choice. Sun Siyu added. See, we are quite different from you. Your family is affluent, and if all else fails, you can simply return to inherit your family's vast fortune. How can we possibly compare? You must understand that for individuals like us, the best outcome is merely to marry a wealthy second-generation heir who cherishes us. If one aspires to become a star, it is uncertain what arduous sacrifices must be made. In the end, you might still find yourself with nothing. Let us not be so pessimistic. It's not that I am pessimistic, but as students without any connections, how many times have we seen roles acquired solely through dining, drinking, or even worse? Ultimately, even with such sacrifices, success is not guaranteed. Thus, I have no desire to pursue stardom. I simply wish to find a wealthy second-generation heir and live a stable life. At this moment, Sun Si found herself unable to counter these claims. For it was precisely as Zheng Yun had stated. Without the support of her parents, her situation would likely not be much better than theirs. They had not conversed for long when Lu Ping arrived, driving a BMW X7, accompanied by 2 other guests. They're already here, the 4 in front. Do you see? Lu Peng remarked. Wow, impressive. Clearly, they are on a different level than our school. Indeed, it's no surprise they are from the performing arts department. They are destined to become major stars. Any one of them in our class would easily overshadow everyone, except perhaps Su Yingxue, especially the tallest among them. She is nearly on par with Su Yingxue, truly a goddess level. Beep, beep. Lu Peng pressed the horn twice as they reached the parking lot of the Jinya Hotel. My boyfriend is here. Let us go. Zhang Min observed as Lu Peng's car approached the parking area, accompanied by several of his roommates. After Lu Peng and his companions disembarked, the 2 groups met and exchanged brief introductions. Subsequently, the 7 of them entered the Golden Leaf Hotel, where they were guided by a server to their reserved private room. Once seated, Lu Peng made a phone call to Lin Dong. Dongzi, where are you? He inquired. We're in room 46. Hurry over. You're the last one we're waiting for, Lu Peng urged. All right. I'll be there shortly, Lin Dong replied over the phone. Apologies. I have a roommate who will arrive soon. Please go ahead and order whatever you wish, Lu Peng informed the group of girls. After receiving the call, Lin Dong made his way downstairs. En route, he called Zhao Xian, requesting her to arrange a complimentary meal for room 46 under the guise of a hotel promotion. Before long, Lin Dong arrived at room 46. I'm sorry for the delay. Something came up, he said apologetically. Once seated, the dishes began to arrive one by one, and the group commenced their meal. Aside from Lu Peng and Lin Dong, who had dined here previously, the remaining 6 were experiencing the cuisine for the first time, and they were full of praise for the food. Their selections consisted of standard fare, unlike Lin Dong, who typically indulged in the finest delicacies. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Sun Si felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, it struck her that he was the very individual who had been greeted with a bow by the server upon her own arrival at the Golden Leaf Hotel yesterday. What a remarkable coincidence it was. Having thought she would never cross paths with such a notable figure, she now found herself sharing a meal with him. Though she was quite curious about Lin Dong's identity, she hesitated to voice her inquiry, as they were not very familiar with one another. After the meal, Lu Peng proposed that they ascend to the upper floor for karaoke, a suggestion that met with unanimous approval. The Jinyi Hotel, being an 8-star establishment, naturally offered a complete array of dining, drinking, and entertainment options. However, when it came time to settle the bill, they were astonishingly informed that the hotel was running a promotion, and their table had fortuitously been selected to enjoy a complimentary meal. Moreover, the expenses incurred by the group would be waived entirely. Elation swept through them, for this amounted to several tens of thousands. If they were to continue singing, it could easily escalate to nearly 100,000. They joked that this time would not count, and that Lu Peng would have to treat them again in the future, to which he readily agreed. Lin Dong, however, merely smiled in silence. Sun Siyu suspected there was something amiss. No hotel would conduct a promotion that offered complete waivers, at most providing a discount. Especially in such a high-end establishment, it was implausible to simply forgive a bill of 100,000. Was it a dream? Nevertheless, this only solidified her suspicions. Lin Dong was undoubtedly a high-ranking figure at the hotel. Yet, since Lin Dong had no intention of revealing his status, she saw no need to expose him. Chapter 23. Hello, my name is Sun Siyu. Guided by the waiter, the group arrived at the KTV section. Upon entering the private karaoke room, everyone began to let loose. The dim lighting, coupled with a few drinks, led Lu Peng and Zhang Min, the couple, to retreat into a corner, engrossed in their affectionate displays. This sudden outpouring of romance caught all present off guard. However, they paid little mind to it. Each indulging in their own activities, the three lovely ladies took to singing, while the other two gentlemen, aside from Lin Dong, busied themselves with their phones. Lin Dong sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat bored. He contemplated leaving but deemed it inappropriate. He could only relish the melodious voices of the several enchanting ladies performing. It must be said that although they were students of the performing arts, their singing was undeniably impressive. As time gradually slipped away, when the ladies took a respite from their singing, Lu Peng seized the microphone and proclaimed, "Today, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to these three beautiful ladies for gracing us with their presence." He then gestured towards Lin Dong, continuing, "This gentleman is my brother, Lin Dong. He is currently single. If any of you lovely ladies happen to be unattached, perhaps you could exchange contact information and get to know one another. Who knows? A match might just blossom. Not to mention, my brother is absolutely devoted when it comes to relationships." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was Lu Peng praising him or mocking him? He was indeed quite devoted, so much so that after a breakup, he had been driven to the brink of collapse. Those unfamiliar with him might interpret this as a compliment. However, those who truly knew him would undoubtedly find it humorous. It seemed Lu Peng had perhaps indulged a bit too much. Lu Peng awaited the ladies' reactions, having learned from Zhang Min that none of them were currently in relationships, which explained his antics. The tallest among them, Sun Xiu, appeared to be beyond Lin Dong's reach for a goddess of her caliber. Even a seasoned flirt like Lu Peng would likely falter. However, Lin Dong still held potential with the other two. Recently, he seemed to have undergone a transformation. His physique felt more robust, and his demeanor exuded newfound confidence, shedding the timid disposition he had while with Jiang Shan. At first glance, he appeared quite presentable. Yet, upon hearing Lu Peng's words, Zheng Yun and Chun Lan showed no reaction whatsoever. The two of them had discerned that in this dormitory of four, apart from Lu Peng, who was a wealthy heir, the others were rather unremarkable. Their journey in Lu Peng's car was telling. Which affluent heir would ride in someone else's vehicle? Saving on fuel expenses? How absurd. A true scion of wealth would hardly concern himself with such trivialities. Although Lin Dong was a later addition, his attire, composed of items that seemed to originate from street markets, certainly did not suggest affluence. While Lin Dong possessed a certain charm and striking appearance, could good looks alone suffice? Furthermore, they were students of the performance department at Jiangnan Media University. They had encountered many handsome men. Lin Dong, if introduced to their institution, would merely be of average allure. They had no desire to squander their youth on someone like him. While the two remained oblivious, one was not. Sun Xiu found herself intrigued by Lin Dong. Here was a figure of considerable stature, yet he chose to masquerade as an ordinary individual. And he had concealed this well enough that even his roommates were unaware. Sun Xiu felt an urge to enlighten her roommates. The affluent heir they so yearned for was right before them, and not just of ordinary wealth. Yet they acted as if he were invisible. Once, a mountain of gold lay before them, but they dismissed it as mere refuse. She was curious to see her roommates' expressions upon discovering Lin Dong's true identity. Would they be filled with regret or vexation? For those whose ultimate aspiration was to associate with a wealthy heir, it would likely be an unbearable revelation. Very well. If you choose not to approach, then I shall. With that resolve, Sun Xiu rose and walked up to Lin Dong, extending her right hand and saying, "Hello, Lin Dong. My name is Sun Xiu, a third-year student in the performance department at Jiangnan Media University. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we can be friends and get to know each other." As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Lu Peng nearly struggled to maintain his grip on the microphone. Could it be that the goddess, Sun Xiu, harbored an interest in Lin Dong? Who would believe such a thing? The three companions simultaneously pondered this. Just yesterday, the goddess Han Shiyun had also sought out Lin Dong. What kind of charm did he possess that attracted these divine beings? One instance might be a mere coincidence, but what of the second? Could there be a third or even a fourth? Had he, after being spurned, entered a phase of unexpected fortune? Lin Dong, momentarily taken aback, felt that since acquiring the system, his romantic prospects had become rather abundant. First, it was Zhao Xian, then Han Shiyun, and now Sun Xiu, all of whom were goddesses in their own right. Which one should he choose? Such decisions are for children. He desired them all. Regaining his composure, Lin Dong rose and said, "Hello, classmate Sunday. It is a pleasure to meet you." They exchanged a brief handshake, followed by the exchange of phone numbers and WeChat contacts. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. The group assumed it was a server, but the first to enter was a short and stout middle-aged man, followed closely by director Chen Xiang, who had arranged to meet Sun Siyu the previous day. Chen Xiang, along with Yu Chenghai, was accompanying two other investors that evening. However, upon spotting Sun Siyu and her companions, Yu Chenghai instructed his secretary to follow them, intending to see which room they entered. After ensuring the two investors were settled, he made his way to this room. Upon entering, Chen Xiang introduced himself, saying, "Hello, classmates, I am Chen Xiang," before introducing the short and stout man beside him. "This is Mr. Yu from Xinyuan Entertainment. Our purpose for visiting is primarily to become acquainted with you all. You must be students from Jiangnan Media University, correct? Mr. You and I have come to Jiacheng to scout for roles in a film with an investment exceeding 100 million. Would you mind sharing a drink with us?" As soon as Chen Xiang finished speaking, Yu Chenghai eagerly approached Sun Si and said, "You are Sun Si, aren't you? I am Yu Chenghai from Xinyuan Entertainment. It is a pleasure to meet you. I find you to possess a remarkable presence, making you an ideal candidate for the leading female role in a film we are producing." Yu Chenghai gazed at Sun Si, his eyes sparkling with admiration. She was stunning and exuded elegance, and astonishingly, she stood a head taller than him, compelling him to slightly tilt his head upwards to speak to her. He had a penchant for women taller than himself. Height was inconsequential. She would still be beneath his corpulent form. This only intensified his desire to conquer her. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yu, but I have no interest in participating in your film," Sun Si replied calmly. Observing the sudden appearance of Chen Xiang and Yu Chenghai, she understood the situation. It seemed that Chen Xiang's invitation yesterday was merely to accompany Mr. Yu. The sight of Yu Chenghai's short and stout figure filled her with distaste. She would rather face death than endure the company of such a person. The notion of a leading role held no significance for her. "Student Sun, you may not yet comprehend the magnitude of our film, which boasts an investment exceeding 100 million, with the potential for additional funding at any moment. Moreover, we have enlisted the popular actress Yao Shui to play the second female lead. Should you accept this role, it would undoubtedly catapult you to fame overnight." Yu Chenghai continued to entice. Upon hearing this, Sun Siyu remained indifferent, while her companions, Zheng Yun, Chen Lan, and Zhang Min, were visibly captivated. To assume the leading female role alongside Yao Shui, it was an opportunity that could surely ignite a meteoric rise to stardom. Having chosen to study acting, who wouldn't desire recognition? Who wouldn't aspire to become a celebrity? It was merely a matter of lacking opportunity. "I apologize, Mr. Yu, but I truly have no interest," Sun Siyu resolutely replied, unperturbed. "Mr. Yu, I am interested." Zheng Yun and Chen Lan eagerly chimed in. Zhang Min, however, refrained from joining the fray, wary of her boyfriend Lu Peng's presence. After all, she had finally found a wealthy partner and did not wish to jeopardize that. Yu Chenghai held little interest in Zhang Yun and Chen Lan, having indulged in numerous encounters with women of their caliber. He signaled to Chen Xiang, urging him to intervene. Yet, Sun Siyu preempted them, turning to Zhang Min and saying, Min, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves." She then addressed Lin Dong, "Classmate Lin Dong, would you be so kind as to escort me?" "Oh, certainly," Lin Dong responded eagerly, having long wished to depart and now possessing a valid excuse. After exchanging farewells, the pair exited together. Chapter 24, Great Fortune Awaits. Tonight we feast on chicken. Lin Dong and Sun Siyu departed, leaving Yu Chenghai in the private room with a rather displeased expression. Since assuming the role of general manager at Xinyuan Entertainment, he had not encountered such an insolent woman in quite some time. For a woman who was disinclined to enter the entertainment industry and remained unyielding, Yu Chenghai found himself at a loss for effective strategies. Zheng Yun and Chen Lan flanked Yu Chenghai as he took his seat, eagerly initiating toasts. Genuinely yearning for the coveted role, the trio, with the exception of Lu Ping, who remained steadfast in his own ways, began to curry favor with Chen Xiang, who was regarded as a mildly renowned director and thus held considerable weight in the eyes of Fan Biao and his companions. A group of individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, sipped their drinks in a contemplative manner. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Sun Siyu descended the elevator. Suddenly, Sun Siyu broke the silence, inquiring, "Lin Dong, is this hotel owned by your family?" "Huh." Lin Dong momentarily failed to grasp the question. There is no need to fabricate excuses. I am well aware that you have a profound connection with this hotel, Sun Siyu continued. I have concealed nothing, nor do I understand what you are implying. Lin Dong retorted. Lin Dong, it is impossible for a hotel to waive charges for events, especially to the tune of over 100,000. Your actions appear to be rather excessive. A discount would have sufficed, she asserted. What does the hotel's policy on waiving charges have to do with me? Lin Dong, you may deny it, but bear in mind that a woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. The exemption from charges was undoubtedly orchestrated by you, and such influence can only stem from a significant figure within the hotel. Once Min Min and the others return, we shall analyze together and ascertain who possesses such considerable authority. Lin Dong found himself taken aback by her perceptiveness. Her intellect seemed rather formidable. To analyze who was responsible for the incident merely requires a complimentary meal. It would indeed be a pity for him not to pursue a career as a detective. However, he remains unaware that Sun Siyu ascertained his actions upon witnessing his entrance into the hotel yesterday, where the staff exhibited an obsequious demeanor towards him. Very well, Miss Sun, you have triumphed. Indeed, I was the one who arranged for the complimentary meal. Lin Dong, finding himself unable to evade the truth, reluctantly admitted. What connection do you have with this hotel? Sun Siyu inquired curiously upon his admission. As you mentioned, this hotel belongs to my family. A young master, then? I suppose that is accurate. Remarkable. Lin Dong, I had no idea you were a super-rich heir. Miss Sun, you are not lacking either. Directors and investors have approached you to play the leading lady, yet you have declined. In comparison to your wealth, I fall a bit short. As they continued their conversation, they exited the hotel. Miss Sun, shall I offer you a ride home? Lin Dong asked as he lingered at the hotel entrance. Certainly. Am I expected to take a taxi myself? Sun Siyu replied with an air of entitlement. Very well, Lin Dong shrugged. Retrieving his luxurious vehicle to escort Sun Siyu back to Jiangnan Media University. After dropping her off, Lin Dong returned to the international mansion, where Zhao Xian had already fallen asleep. He surmised that she must have been exhausted after the demanding task of transferring hotel responsibilities. After taking a shower, he lay on his bed and opened his laptop, accessing Whalelive. Neither Han Shiyun nor his cousin Wang Li were broadcasting. Lin Dong aimlessly wandered through the platform, though he noted with some astonishment that his level was indeed formidable, over 1,100. Achieving a level above 1,000 signifies becoming a king. He casually clicked on a gaming livestream. Upon entering the live broadcast room, a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon spiraled across the computer screen, followed by the resplendent emergence of the words, "The king has arrived." This grand entrance was simply breathtaking, causing an explosion of excitement within the room. Astonishingly, the legendary Chairman Chai had made his appearance. A warm welcome was extended to him as the host, a charming young lady named Jasmine, who was currently engrossed in the game Survivor Island, caught sight of Lin Dong's illustrious account, which boasted over 1,000 levels. She promptly retreated to a corner, then stood up gracefully, her fingers forming an elegant gesture as she slightly crouched, softly uttering, "Welcome, Chairman Chai, to my live stream. I am honored by your presence." This was indeed a prominent figure, deserving of utmost respect. The host's adorable demeanor elicited a chuckle from Lin Dong, affirming the age-old adage that wealth can command even the most improbable of feats. He decided to send a message in the chat. "Little Jasmine, focus on the game. Should you triumph in this match, I shall bestow upon you 666 super gifts in celebration." Jasmine, upon reading Lin Dong's message, was overwhelmed with joy. If she managed to secure victory in this match, it would be worth far more than 100 or even 1,000 typical games. Quickly settling back into her seat, she resumed playing while exclaiming, "Thank you for your support, Chairman Chai. I will strive to achieve victory." The audience, captivated by the unfolding drama, began to flood the chat with enthusiastic messages. "Chairman Chai is incredible. Chairman Chai is formidable. Indeed, Chairman Chai is exceptional, his prowess unmatched." Jasmine meticulously maneuvered her character within the game, her skills generally commendable, with a success rate of 8 out of 10 matches. However, the fear of failure loomed large. A single misstep could cost her the substantial gifts worth over 1 million. Consequently, her nerves were taut with anticipation as she valiantly fought her way through the competition. Jasmine finally felt a sense of relief when only 3 opponents remained. Victory seemed assured. However, in a sudden twist of fate, a grenade soared towards her. And despite her swift attempt to evade, it was too late. With a deafening explosion, Jasmine met her demise. In that fleeting moment, the desire for vengeance surged within her. The prospect of a bounty exceeding 1 million in gifts slipped away, leaving her momentarily speechless in front of her computer. The live chat echoed with sentiments of regret. Lin Dong, recognizing the streamer's commendable skills, felt a surge of excitement and decided to send a message. Little Jasmine, how about playing a game with your brother? Upon seeing Lin Dong's message, Jasmine regained her composure and eagerly responded, sure. Where's Mr. Chai? I'm coming to find you. Lin Dong entered the game, and the two formed a team for a new match. They descended into a valley, scavenging for equipment to fortify themselves. Jasmine remained closely aligned with Lin Dong, dedicating any superior gear she discovered to him. Although Lin Dong's skills were somewhat lacking due to his limited experience, fortune smiled upon them this round, as they encountered no formidable adversaries. Ultimately, Jasmine guided Lin Dong to a triumphant victory, marking his first win. Strangely, despite Lin Dong's novice performance, the chat did not berate him. Instead, viewers praised his gameplay. Who would dare criticize such a prominent figure? With millions tuning into the stream, it was unlikely anyone could match his real-life prowess. The thought of inciting the ire of a powerful figure was daunting. They could unearth you even from the depths. Lin Dong's spirits soared, propelling him to newfound heights of popularity. A single matchstick, gifted to the streamer Jasmine, Super Rocket X1. A single matchstick, gifted to the streamer Jasmine, Super Rocket X666, just when everyone thought it was over. A single matchstick, gifted to the streamer Jasmine, Super Rocket X888. A single matchstick, gifted to the streamer Jasmine, Super Rocket X1314. Ultimately, the Super Rockets culminated at a staggering total of 1,314, valued at over 2 million. The most expensive companion for gaming on Whale Live has been unveiled. For the game Survivor Island, a single session garnered gifts amounting to over 260 million. Jasmine added Lin Dong as a friend, indicating that he could reach out to her whenever he wished to play games in the future. Chapter 25. A significant change at home due to the upcoming May Day holiday. This weekend would not be a break. The May Day Cultural Gala was scheduled to take place the day before the holiday commenced. During this period, Lin Dong continued his routine of attending school and dining normally. As time progressed, the fervor surrounding Lin Dong's incident gradually waned. Nonetheless, he had become somewhat of a celebrity within the school. The transfer of ownership for the Golden Leaf Hotel had been completed, officially making Lin Dong the proprietor. He successfully expended 180 billion, acquiring 180 luxury points. After allocating 40 of these points to enhance both his physique and mental acuity to 50 points, Lin Dong refrained from further augmentation, as he perceived little difference between 45 and 50 points. Reaching 50 points marked his physique and mental strength entering a robust category. The remaining 140 points were left untouched, reserved for any skills he might wish to acquire in the future, should the need arise. The day before the May Day holiday. In the afternoon, Lin Dong had no classes left, so he chose to rest in his dormitory, preparing for the upcoming May Day Cultural Gala that evening. Jiangnan Media University had already commenced its holiday, and those living nearby had begun to depart one after another. Sun Siyu was busy packing her belongings in the dormitory, readying herself to return home. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon seeing it was her mother calling, she hurriedly answered. However, after the call, Sun Siyu was left in a state of shock. Her mother informed her to refrain from coming home for the time being and transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan to her, advising her to conserve her spending. A primal instinct told Sun Siyu that something was amiss at home. After persistent inquiries, her mother, in tears, revealed that their family business had collapsed, leaving them heavily indebted. Their house was now under the watchful eyes of creditors, and if she were to return, they would undoubtedly confront her. Currently, they could only seek refuge at her grandparents' house. Her father had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days, losing considerable weight, and despite attempts to console him, he remained unresponsive. To Sun Siyu, her father was akin to a deity, yet now the very heavens had crumbled. She could not fathom how their family, which had operated a business for so many years, could suddenly face bankruptcy. Determined to return and unravel the situation, she felt an urgent need to see her parents again, fearing that if she delayed, she might never have the chance to do so. After hastily packing a few essentials, Sun Siyu set off for home. Her residence was in Yangcheng, not far from Jiangxing. A train ride would take just over half an hour, and even by car, it would only require 2 to 3 hours. By the time she arrived at her grandparents' home, dusk was approaching. She steadied her emotions and knocked on the door. No one responded. Knock, knock. Sun Si knocked again. Still, no answer could it be. Impossible. Impossible. A shiver ran through Sun Si's heart. She quickly took out her phone and dialed her mother's number. The call connected. "Mom, I'm back. I'm right outside Grandma's house. Please open the door," Sun Si said anxiously. "See, you're back? Didn't I tell you not to return?" Sun Si felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing her mother's voice through the phone. Although her tone was weary, at least she was alive. Soon, the door finally opened. The moment she saw her mother, Sun Si could no longer hold back her tears and embraced her. After both mother and daughter cried for a while, they entered the house. Noticing that the house was empty, Sun Si asked, "Mom, what on earth is going on? Where's Dad? Where are Grandma and Grandpa? Where's my little sister? Your grandparents and little sister were taken by your uncle. Your father has locked himself in his room and refuses to come out. See, you must talk to your father. He hasn't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, his health will deteriorate." As Sun Si entered the room and saw the man sitting there, smoking, she struggled to connect this man, whose hair had turned mostly white, with the father she once knew. He used to be so vibrant, having risen from a rural background to carve out a life in the city. The most successful in the entire family, earning thumbs up from everyone who spoke of him. Yet, the man before her appeared utterly lifeless. A man in his 40s who looked as though he were 60. "Dad!" Sun Si cried, tears streaming down her face. The man did not respond to her, absorbed in his own world as he continued to smoke, finishing one cigarette before lighting another. "Mom, what on earth is happening? Why has Dad changed like this?" Sun Si turned to her mother. "Alas, your father has been deceived. That partner absconded with all the company's money and fled the country. As the legal representative of the company, all the loans and promissory notes bear your father's name. Besides the bank, there are also some loan sharks involved. Your father, unable to bear the blow, has turned gray overnight, and he has been sitting here for 2 days. Why? How could this happen? How could a once harmonious family suddenly fall into such despair?" Sun Si sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Just a few months ago, when she left home, everything was peaceful and warm. Her father was still the towering figure in her heart. Her mother was the same chatty middle-aged woman who loved to fuss over her daughters. What a fortunate family they were. And now it seemed they were on the brink of ruin. Chun Tilian knelt down to embrace her daughter, her eyes dry yet heavy, for she had shed too many tears over the past few days. She bore no resentment towards her husband, knowing he endured even more. She merely lamented how cunning and scheming the deceivers were. "See you. This is a hurdle your father and I cannot overcome. If anything happens to us, you must take care of your sister. You are now an adult and should shoulder the responsibility of looking after her. Do you understand?" Chen Tzuelian said, holding Sun Si tightly. Upon hearing her mother's words, Sun Si felt a shiver run through her and hurriedly implored, "Mom, please, do not do anything foolish. I beg you." Chen Tzuelian appeared oblivious to her daughter's pleas and continued, "However, do not worry too much. Your father and I have saved a little money with your uncle. Although it is not much, it should suffice to ensure you are well fed and clothed. Mom, please, do not do anything foolish. There must be a solution. There must be." Chen Tzuelian continued, "But you will need to relocate to a place where they cannot find you, for many of these creditors are loan sharks. And your mother fears for the safety of you and your sister. Mom, can't we just repay the money to resolve this?" Sun Si suddenly recalled that Lin Dong was the heir of the Jinya Hotel, undoubtedly wealthy. If only he would lend her money, it could certainly alleviate her family's crisis. She could repay him gradually, or if necessary, become his mistress. At that moment, Sun Si thought it would not matter if he were as unattractive as Yu Chihai. As long as he could help her family avert disaster, she would not hesitate to accept his assistance. For her, nothing was more important than her family. "Oh, foolish girl. Repaying the money might resolve the issue, but we cannot pay it back. Your father and I have exhausted all options. We have sold what we could and borrowed as much as we could, yet it barely makes a dent." Chapter 26. Is 100 million enough? Jiangnan University. Thousands of students are seated neatly on the playground, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the May Day Arts Gala. The event will begin with a speech from the school leaders, followed by a series of performances by the students. Singing, dancing, skits, comedic dialogues, and magic tricks, all poised to unfold on stage. However, at this moment, Lin Dong is not among the audience enjoying the show. He has been summoned back to the classroom by his homeroom teacher, along with the rest of his classmates. A sense of bewilderment envelopes them. The homeroom teacher then explains that there is a special circumstance. Due to Ying Shue's ill health, she is unable to take the stage. The teacher inquires if anyone can play the piano to fill in, emphasizing that it is not necessary to perform flawlessly, merely to manage the task adequately will suffice. All eyes turned to Su Ying-shui, who, predictably, has lost some of her usual rosy complexion, now appearing somewhat pale. After a prolonged silence with no volunteers, the teacher continues, whoever takes on this responsibility will find that in the future, whether it's for leave or any other matter, I shall facilitate with utmost ease. Upon hearing this, many students feel a tug of interest, yet the intricacies of piano performance deter them. It is not a skill one can master in just a few days. Lin Dong, too, feels a stirring inclination to take on the challenge. Realizing that accepting this task could grant him greater leniency when requesting time off in the future. Thus, he invests some of his points to enhance his piano skills, elevating his proficiency from novice to adept. Soon, a torrent of knowledge floods his mind. With newfound confidence, Lin Dong rises and declares, "Teacher, I shall give it a try." All the classmates turn their gaze towards Lin Dong, their expressions rife with disbelief, including the other three miscreants, as well as Su Ying-shui and the homeroom teacher. Could Lin Dong truly play the piano? It was preposterous. During his years in university, whenever a holiday approached, he was either busy with part-time jobs or on his way to one. Where would he find the time to learn the piano? "Can you play?" the homeroom teacher inquired. Hesitating momentarily, "Yes, I learned while working part-time," Lin Dong replied confidently. "Can you perform a complete piece?" The teacher pressed further. "Absolutely," Lin Dong affirmed. "Very well. Since no one else has signed up, you shall give it a try. Remember, we seek not for excellence, but rather for the absence of failure." At that moment, Ding Wei stood up, an exaggerated expression of distress on his face, declaring, "Teacher, I am unwell as well. Let Lin Dong perform alone." He had no desire to share the stage with Lin Dong and risk embarrassment. He could not fathom that someone like Lin Dong, perceived as a mere nobody, could actually play the piano. Better to distance himself and relish the spectacle of Lin Dong's potential misfortune from the sidelines. The classmates, observing Ding Wei's pretentious display of agony, struggled to suppress their laughter. The homeroom teacher, noticing this, chose not to expose his ruse, but instead asked Lin Dong, "Lin Dong, can you manage it alone?" "Indeed," Lin Dong responded, relishing the thought of not having to partner with Ding Wei. Collaborating with a man seemed rather dull. However, he felt that performing solo might be somewhat monotonous, so he invested 30 of his points to elevate his skills in lyric writing, composition, and singing to proficiency. Now, everything was in place. With matters settled, everyone proceeded to the playground to enjoy the show, while Lin Dong awaited his turn backstage. In Yanqing, at Sun Siyu's grandmother's house. "Father, Mother, I have a classmate who is the young heir of the Golden Leaf Hotel." "You are aware of the Golden Leaf Hotel, are you not? It is an 8-star establishment, the most prestigious and luxurious hotel in Jiangnan province, worth a substantial fortune. If he is willing to assist us, our family could undoubtedly navigate through this difficult period." Sun Siyu fervently sought ways to reassure her parents. As long as there is hope, they would surely not abandon their resolve. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Sun Weiqing finally turned his gaze towards Sun Siyu and her mother, his eyes devoid of the previous despondency. As a native of Jiangnan province, and once a magnate worth over 100 million, he was well aware of the Golden Leaf Hotel's esteemed reputation. He had even hosted an important client there in the past. The hotel's valuation could reach at least 15 billion. If what his daughter said were true, it might indeed provide the assistance they desperately needed. Once they settled their debts with the loan sharks and the bank, and liberated the company, with his capabilities, he could surely rise again. If such a possibility existed, how could he ever contemplate relinquishing the happiness of his family? "Really?" Sun Weiqing inquired, his voice almost hoarse. This was the first statement he had uttered in 2 days. "Indeed, truly," Sun Siyu exclaimed, wiping away her tears with joy at her father's words. Chun Tzulian felt a sense of relief wash over her as she heard her husband finally speak. "However, even if he possessed the means, why would he choose to help us? You are merely classmates. Our family faces a funding gap of nearly 100 million. Can you truly secure such a sum?" Sun Weiqing questioned. 100 million? Sun Siyu was utterly astonished by this figure. She initially thought that her family might only owe a few million. Given Lin Dong's status as a super-rich second generation, he should not be too concerned about such a sum. However, she was taken aback to discover that the debt amounted to 100 million. 100 million. Even if Lin Dong were indeed a super-rich heir, could he truly produce such a vast amount of cash? Perhaps his family could, but as a mere student, it was implausible that they would allow him to lend such a considerable sum to someone he had only recently met. What should she do? What should she do? No. After much effort, she had finally ignited a glimmer of hope in her parents. She could not let them see her distress. Dad, Lin Dong will lend it to me. Because he is my boyfriend. We've been together for 6 months, but I was afraid you would think I was too young. So I didn't dare tell you. Sun Weiqing and Qin Suilian were momentarily taken aback. Any lingering doubts within them evaporated. They found it entirely unsurprising that their daughter had found such an exceptional boyfriend. They held absolute confidence in her choices. Yet, a question arose in Sun Weiqing's mind. Could it be that his daughter was merely trying to comfort herself and had fabricated a lie? It was quite possible. Thus, Sun Weiqing remarked, "Then call him now and see if you can borrow it." Sun Siyu felt a pang of anxiety and replied, "Dad, let us wait until tomorrow. You should eat something first, and I'm hungry too." As a businessman who had navigated the complexities of the market for many years, Sun Weiqing was not oblivious to the subtle changes in his daughter's demeanor. Indeed, he sighed inwardly, recognizing this as merely a delaying tactic on her part. At that moment, Qin Suilian spoke up, "Siyu, just go ahead and call him. If it were possible to borrow some money, your father could prepare accordingly. If borrowing is not feasible, we must ensure that you and your sister are settled. Otherwise, your father and I would depart this world in discontent." Sun Siyu, feeling helpless, retrieved her phone and dialed Lin Dong's number. Although despair loomed within her, she still clung to the hope of a miracle. At Jiangnan University, Lin Dong was backstage, awaiting his turn to perform when his phone unexpectedly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Sun Siyu. Curious about her intentions, he answered the call. "Hello, Sun, is there something you need?" On the other end, Sun Weiqing heard Lin Dong refer to his daughter as Sun, and all remaining hope dwindled away. No man would address his girlfriend in such a manner. Yet, Sun Siyu paid no heed to this detail. "Lin Dong, do you have a moment? I need to discuss something with you." Lin Dong glanced at the schedule. Several acts were still ahead of him. He moved to a quieter spot. "What is on your mind?" "Lin Dong, I would like to borrow some money." Lin Dong was taken aback. "Borrow money? Isn't your family quite wealthy? How much do you need?" 100 million. "How much?" Lin Dong thought he had misheard and repeated the question. 100 million. "What do you need such a large sum for?" Lin Dong inquired. "Lin Dong, my family's business has failed, and we owe a significant amount in high-interest loans. If we don't repay it, our family will be finished. I beg you to help me. I promise to repay you gradually." Sun Siyu's choked voice echoed through the phone. "Usury? This perilous venture can indeed cost one their life." The image of that girl rejecting the advances of a certain Mr. You flashed through Lin Dong's mind. If he were to refuse now, it wouldn't be long before she succumbed to the temptation of wealth and became a plaything for those unscrupulous individuals. Very well. Let this be the act of rescuing a girl on the verge of moral downfall. Would 100 million suffice? Lin Dong inquired. Chapter 27. The boy would 100 million suffice? This was undoubtedly the most melodious phrase that Sun Siyu had ever heard, for it had the power to pull her family back from the brink of despair. Sun Weiqing and Qin Suilian exchanged wide-eyed glances, their faces a portrait of astonishment. Their daughter's boyfriend appeared to be an enigma. To him, 100 million seemed entirely trivial. Such an amount, even during their family's most prosperous days, was unattainable. Yet, here he was, capable of producing it so effortlessly. How could such an extraordinary individual be her daughter's partner? They felt an overwhelming sense of joy for their daughter. Moreover, anyone able to offer such a sum must genuinely harbor affection for her. Enough. Enough. Thank you, Lin Dong. At that moment, Sun Siyu longed to weep. Having been on edge since the afternoon, she could finally relax and yearn to express her pent-up emotions. "Please send me your card number, and I shall transfer the funds shortly." Lin Dong's voice resonated through the phone. "All right. Thank you so much, Lin Dong." After hanging up, Sun Siyu sent her card number to Lin Dong, only to discover her parents were intently observing her. "Mom, Dad, what is the matter?" "Siyu, is this Lin Dong truly your boyfriend?" "Yes. Otherwise, even if he were immensely wealthy, he would not casually lend out 100 million, would he?" "Indeed. So when will you bring him home, so we can properly express our gratitude?" "Whenever he finds the time. He is quite busy, after all." "Well, when he is free. You must certainly bring him back for us to see." All right. All right. Mother, please go prepare dinner. I have been hungry for quite some time." At that moment, a mechanical voice emanated from Sun Siyu's phone. "Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 100 million. The three of them were momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously exhaled in relief. Although Lin Dong had promised to lend the money, Until it was actually deposited, the weight in their hearts would not lift. Now that the funds had arrived, the family's crisis was averted. Chen Suelian joyfully went to the kitchen to cook. Sun Weiqing emerged from the room he had occupied for 2 days, poured himself some milk, and headed for a shower. Sun Siyu sat on the sofa in the living room, reflecting on the events of the day. She could scarcely fathom what might have transpired if not for Lin Dong's assistance. Her parents might have borne the brunt of it all, ultimately leaving this world. Meanwhile, she and her sister would have been cast into an unfamiliar realm, living in solitude. Lin Dong had rescued not only her parents, but also her and her sister, salvaging their nearly shattered family. Thus, she resolved within herself that from this moment forth, her life would solely belong to Lin Dong. As long as Lin Dong needed her, she would be present. When he did not require her, she would vanish. Whether as a lover or a servant, it mattered not. She had irrevocably committed herself to Lin Dong. Jiangnan University. Lin Dong is currently waiting to take the stage. He is next in line. If he were aware of Sun Siyu's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly be bewildered. Lending out 100 million, yet still being accused of defaulting? At that moment, the host's resounding voice filled the venue. Due to the next performer, Su Yingxue, being unwell, we now invite Lin Dong to present a piano solo. As soon as the host finished speaking, a cacophony erupted from the audience. What? How did it become Lin Dong? Where's my goddess? They actually switch performers? Can Lin Dong even play the piano? He might as well be playing with cotton. Hey, Lin Dong, why don't you demonstrate for us how you coughed up blood that day? I need to learn. My girlfriend is about to break up with me. Haraha. Yes. Let Lin Dong perform that blood-curdling act. Haraha. The atmosphere began to grow chaotic. Once Lin Dong took the stage, he was met with the laughter of his peers. Ignoring the commotion, he approached the piano, grasped the microphone, and said, "Good evening, teachers and fellow students. I am Lin Dong, and tonight I will present an original composition titled Boy. I hope you all enjoy it." Seated at the piano, Lin Dong placed his hands on the keys and took a moment to compose himself, envisioning how he would perform. Just as he had practiced countless times before, his fingers began to dance across the keys. The notes flowed gently into the ears of everyone present. Wow, this is quite impressive. It actually sounds like something. Lin Dong can truly play the piano? He has been hiding his talent quite well. The voice of Lin Dong resonated in the ears of everyone present. Once, unexpectedly, he and she fell in love during an era of unwavering resolve, presuming comprehension, and thus loving with unbridled abandon, 2 hands clasped together, never to be released, clinging to the persistence and future held within their hearts. I cannot forget your love, yet the conclusion is immutable. I failed to retain you, and I certainly do not wish for him to provide you with the future you yearn for, a naive boy. Oh. As the initial stanza concluded, the entire assemblage of 10,000 souls fell into a profound silence. Soon, the second verse commenced. Your solicitude, perpetually carried with me, unveiled in solitary locales. I wonder, at this moment, if your sorrows have dissipated, like the sea reclining beneath the sun's rays, like hues meticulously applied, to evoke your smile, to embolden you. I cannot forget your love, yet the conclusion is immutable. I failed to retain you, and I am certainly unlike him in providing you with the future you yearn for. A naive boy, oh, I yearn for you, at this very moment. I yearn for you whenever I falter. All that is regrettable is not the future. All love, in the end, inevitably eludes harm. There is no need to start over. Oh, now I simply wish for the pain to come swiftly. After all, a return is impossible. Oh, P.S. Consider this book as a glimpse into a parallel world, and the song is Boy by the champion of the voice, Liang Bo. If intrigued, do give it a listen. The song has concluded, yet the venue remains enveloped in silence. Is it shocking? Indeed. No one anticipated Lin Dong would deliver such a heartfelt performance. His lyrics, composition, singing, and piano playing resonate profoundly. Many who have shared similar experiences find their eyes welling with tears. Jiang Shan leans against her best friend Zhu Yan, weeping uncontrollably. The song penned by Lin Dong reflects their shared past. The he and she in the lyrics personify Lin Dong and her. Zhu Yan gazes at her tearful friend and sighs inwardly. Such an exceptional and devoted man. Yet he has been cast aside for a scoundrel. She is not worthy of him. Su Yingxue sits in the audience, staring blankly at Lin Dong on stage. This man, her classmate for 3 years, seems utterly unfamiliar to her. His piano skills, vocal abilities, and talent for writing and composing are undeniably exceptional. Most importantly, he has woven his own experiences into lyrics that strike a deep chord. Outstanding men are like fireflies in the night, always captivating. Suing Shua wonders if Lin Dong's heartbreak has provoked him to reveal this hidden side. How many more secrets does he possess? Her curiosity only deepens. Meanwhile, Han Shuyun feels a sense of melancholy. Lin Dong's excellence comes as no surprise to her. How could someone of such stature lack depth? Yet, didn't Lin Dong claim he would remain low-key? Is this what he considers modesty? Now, it seems he will face a multitude of competitors, while others may overlook Han Shuyun. Suing Shue, who shares a class with Lin Dong, feels a sense of urgency. She must seize the opportunity to win Lin Dong over while he remains somewhat enigmatic to everyone. Otherwise, she risks missing out entirely. The music teachers at the school gaze at Lin Dong as if he were a rare treasure, astonished that such musical talent had gone unnoticed until now. Suddenly, someone initiated the first round of applause, followed by a cascading wave of thunderous claps from the crowd, erupting in a moment that resonated with over 10,000 voices. Lin Dong stood, bowed gracefully to the audience, and then exited the stage. Tonight, he was destined to be the most radiant man in the room. Chapter 28. Lake City, a coastal metropolis, boasts greater development compared to the inland Jiang City. At this moment, Lin Dong reclined in his seat on a flight from Jiang City to Lake City, resting his eyes. Behind him, a beautiful and statuesque flight attendant was gently massaging his shoulders. He occupied a super luxurious first-class cabin, complete with private suites, a selection of exquisite cuisine, and the personal service of an attractive flight attendant. The exceptional service came at a staggering price, 50 times that of economy class, a luxury not afforded by the average traveler. "Mr. Lin, would you like any food or water?" Blue Xian inquired, continuing to knead Lin Dong's shoulders. She had been massaging Lin Dong for nearly an hour, her hands aching from the exertion, yet Lin Dong did not utter a word to indicate she should stop. Hesitantly, she inquired if he desired anything to eat. Lin Xian was a flight attendant in the top-tier luxurious first class of an airline. Distinct from her counterparts in business and economy class, the nature of her role involved one-on-one service to first-class passengers, rendering the job not only more relaxed, but also significantly more lucrative than the other two classes. This position demanded a high level of competence across various aspects, as those who could afford the opulent first-class experience were invariably affluent individuals. Having been assigned to this cabin for less than a month, she was aware that her predecessor had left the role to embrace a life of luxury alongside a wealthy partner. The turnover in this profession was notably high, as it was unpredictable when one of her colleagues might choose to follow a wealthy suitor. Consequently, there was a substantial pool of backup personnel, all eagerly anticipating the opportunity to board a flight. Upon entering the training program, they were required to sign a lengthy contract, stipulating that should they resign, they would incur significant penalties, which represented the company's investment in their training. Despite this, many attendants still chose to depart each year. Some found success, while others faced misfortune. Lin Xian had never entertained the notion of securing a wealthy partner. She merely wished to cherish her current employment. "Mr. Lin?" she called again, noticing Lin Dong's lack of response. At that moment, he was blissfully asleep. "Mr. Lin?" she persisted. Still, there was no reaction. Upon realizing that Lin Dong had indeed drifted off, she finally exhaled in relief, ceased the massage, and gently closed the cabin door behind her. Half an hour later, "Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin?" The voice of Lin Xian once again resonated in Lin Dong's ears, gently rousing him from his slumber. "Mr. Lin, we have arrived in Lake City." "Ah, so soon?" Lin Dong replied, stifling a yawn. "You have been asleep for over an hour, Mr. Lin." "Thank you, Miss Lin," he expressed gratefully. "You are most welcome, Mr. Lin. It is our duty." Lin Dong rose to stretch before disembarking from the aircraft, carrying nothing but his mobile phone. Upon exiting the airport, he stood by the roadside, having already called Yihong prior to boarding. Yihong had promised to pick him up, yet for some reason, he had not yet arrived. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Mr. Lin." Turning around, Lin Dong discovered it was the flight attendant, Lin Xian, who had previously offered him a shoulder massage. Clad in her uniform and pulling a small suitcase, she greeted him. "Hello, Miss Lin." Lin Dong responded. "Are you waiting for a friend, Mr. Lin?" Lin Xian inquired. I was planning to take a taxi," Lin Dong confessed, indeed intending to head directly to Yihang's company. Taking a taxi? Is it not curious that someone traveling in first-class luxury would opt for a taxi? She pondered. "By coincidence, I am also intending to catch a cab to the hotel." "Where are you headed?" Perhaps we could share a ride? Lon Xian suggested. Just as Lin Dong was about to decline, another voice interjected. Lon Xian, is this your boyfriend? A slightly older flight attendant approached, wheeling her suitcase behind her. Li Jie. Please do not misunderstand. This is Mr. Lin, Lon Xian explained. Lon Xian, when seeking a partner, you must keep your eyes wide open. Some individuals merely enjoy sitting in first class, posing as wealthy patrons to deceive newcomers like yourselves. Several of our crew members have fallen victim to such charades, ultimately losing both money and trust. Li Jie, it is truly not as you perceive. I understand that young people like you often seek handsome partners. But as you grow older, you will realize that good looks cannot sustain you. It is essential to find someone pragmatic, caring, and financially stable. Trust me, Li Jie would not mislead you. Lin Dong cast a glance at the heavily made-up Li Jie. Is this woman out of her mind? Has she entered her menopausal phase? What have I done to deserve this? I am merely waiting for a ride. Just as he contemplated a retort, a rumble echoed as a Range Rover came to a halt before the trio. My boyfriend has arrived to pick me up, Lon Xian. Would you like a lift? Li Jie said somewhat pretentiously. At that moment, the car door swung open, revealing a man. Upon seeing Li Jie's boyfriend, Lin Dong's inclination to confront her dissipated entirely. The man stood at a mere 5 feet 6 inches and weighed around 180 pounds, comparable to that General Yu from the entertainment company, and he was balding, likely in his 40s or 50s. No wonder he was so hostile towards Lon Xian. Undoubtedly, envy and resentment were at play. No need, Li Jie. We can take a taxi ourselves. Lon Xian replied. Were you not just in first class? Why resort to a taxi now? Lon Xian, if you were deceived, do not blame Li Jie for failing to warn you. At that moment, a deafening roar pierced the air, accompanied by the astonished gasps of many. An exquisite car caught the eye. Look at that stunning vehicle. Someone exclaimed. What a magnificent supercar. I dream of owning one. Soon after, 2 dazzling supercars came to a halt behind a Land Rover. The doors swung open, and Yi Hong emerged, striding directly toward Lin Dong. My dear brother Lin. I apologize for the delay. I had some matters to attend to. Here are the keys to your car, Yi Hong said, tossing a set of keys to Lin Dong. After catching the keys, Lin Dong embraced Yi Hong. Brother Yi, you flatter me. I truly appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to pick me up, Lin Dong replied. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us not linger here. Come, take a look at your car, Yi Hong suggested. This vehicle has been in my possession for 3 years and has barely covered 300 kilometers. It is practically brand new. With an arm around Lin Dong's shoulder, Yi Hong encouraged him. Lin Dong approached his Bugatti Chiron, reaching out to caress its body. The sensation was exquisite, surpassing even that of touching a woman. Absolutely dazzling. So stylish. Driving this back to campus will surely blind countless envious eyes, he exclaimed. Brother Yi, this car is truly remarkable. I adore it, Lin Dong declared. I'm glad you like it. Now, hop in. I shall take you somewhere to celebrate, Yi Hong replied. Today, I shall follow your lead, Brother Yi. Just then, a similarly striking figure emerged from the other supercar, approaching Yi Hong and handing him another set of keys. Mr. Yi, here are your car keys, the individual said. Shaoli, you may take a cab back to the office, Yi Hong instructed. Understood, Mr. Yi. Lin Dong stood beside the Bugatti Chiron, preparing to enter, when he suddenly spotted Lon Xian, still in shock at the roadside. Miss Lon, where are you headed? May I give you a ride? He offered. Lin Dong addressed Lon Xian. Mr. Lin, there's no need to trouble yourself. I can simply take a taxi, she replied. Get in, Lin Dong said, as he entered the driver's seat of the Bugatti Chiron. After a moment of hesitation, Lon Xian stepped forward and took her place in the passenger seat. Once inside, Lin Dong made a call to Yi Hong in the car behind them, informing him that he needed to drop someone off first. As it happened, Yi Hong was on the same route and led the way ahead. The 2 dazzling sports cars roared into the distance, disappearing from the airport. Sister Li watched the departing supercars with a sour expression, still reeling from the recent embarrassment that had caught her off guard. Gazing at her once proud wealthy boyfriend, she suddenly found him less appealing. Nearby, several flight attendants had witnessed the earlier scene. Did you see that? Lon Xian got into that supercar. Did anyone take a picture? Quick, search for what kind of car that is. I've never seen one before. I got it. Searching now. Oh my god. This is the latest limited edition Bugatti Chiron, with only 8 units released globally, priced at 60 million. What? 60 million? That's outrageous. Even more outrageous. 60 million was the price 3 years ago. It has now skyrocketed to 80 million. My goodness. How did Lon Xian, who just arrived a month ago, encounter such a young, handsome, and wealthy tycoon? Why can't I meet someone like that? Chapter 29. Welcome to SCC. Lin Dong escorted Lon Xin to her hotel before joining Yi Hong at the Lakeside Club. The Lakeside Club stands as the most prestigious establishment in Lake City, situated at the very heart of an artificial lake. Beyond its picturesque scenery, it boasts a golf course and a racetrack, offering a plethora of leisure activities for the affluent. Yi Hong led Lin Dong to the golf course, where a group of 7 or 8 men and women were engaged in casual conversation, all appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. Outside, a man and a woman were playing golf, with the man affectionately holding the woman from behind, guiding her hands as if instructing her. Allow me to introduce you all. This is my brother, Lin Dong, who is currently attending university in Jiangxing, Yi Hong announced to those in the lounge area. He then turned to Lin Dong and added, Lin, these individuals are all members of our SCC. The attendees glanced at Lin Dong, not regarding him with much significance due to his youth. Old Yi, did you summon us today solely to meet this Lin Dong? Inquired a young man, approximately 24 or 25 years old. His name was Wang Chong, and like Yi Hong, he was a mid-level member of the SCC. Within the SCC, there exists a hierarchy among members. The higher the membership level, the greater the implication of one's capabilities. Consequently, lower-tier members typically refrain from challenging those of higher rank. However, since both he and Yi Hong belonged to the same tier, there was no need for formality. And he spoke his mind freely. Wang Chong, the purpose of gathering you all here today is primarily to serve as witnesses. I intend to exercise my privileges as a mid-level member and extend an invitation for Lin Dong to join our SCC. The individuals present were somewhat taken aback upon hearing Yi Hong's words, casting several curious glances at Lin Dong. It was no small feat for Yi Hong to exercise the privileges of a mid-level member. It is noteworthy that a mid-level member is permitted to invite only one individual to join, and such an opportunity is exceedingly precious. There are even those who would offer tens of millions for a single spot, only to find it unattainable. Yet, Yi Hong had bestowed his sole invitation upon this young man before them. Who exactly was this youth? At that moment, a man in his 30s spoke up. Since old Yi has directly exercised his mid-level membership privileges, Brother Lin Dong shall henceforth be a member of our SCC. Come, Brother Lin Dong, please add me and send me your ID number. I will report it to headquarters. Your membership badge will be ready in 3 days. And I will also send you an overview of our SCC. After speaking, he took out his phone, prompting Lin Dong to add him as a friend. Lin Dong was somewhat bewildered, as he had no understanding of what SCC entailed or what benefits joining would confer. Nevertheless, since Yi Hong had facilitated his inclusion, he decided to proceed. The two exchanged friend requests, and Lin Dong sent his ID number to the man, who subsequently provided him with a document. Upon opening it, Lin Dong discovered that SCC was merely an abbreviation, standing for the Magical City Supercar Club. With its headquarters in the Magical City, it has branches in many first-tier cities. Lin Dong noted that Jiangxing was among them, yet all the listed cities seemed to be in the south, with none from the north. Initially established to accommodate automotive enthusiasts for racing and gatherings, SCC has gradually evolved into a highly organized entity. This is an elite circle of the upper class. Here, individuals not only gather to indulge in feasting and merriment, participate in racing, horse riding, and golfing, but also engage in business discussions, fostering mutual advancement and achieving a win-win scenario through resource sharing. Many newly affluent individuals yearn to penetrate this exclusive realm to connect with these exceptional talents. Yet they find themselves at a loss, as entry is not merely a matter of wealth. The criteria for admission are quite stringent, consisting of 3 primary conditions. Firstly, one must possess a luxury sports car valued at over 10 million. This should not pose much difficulty. Secondly, an individual must have personal assets exceeding 1 billion or a family fortune surpassing 10 billion. This is also not overly challenging. Thirdly, one requires a recommendation from a member of at least intermediate status. This is the most formidable hurdle, should anyone choose to offer a vacancy. It would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the newly wealthy. While ostensibly, these slots are not for sale, the realities of private dealings remain ambiguous. Members of the SCC are classified into 4 tiers: ordinary members, intermediate members, advanced members, and core members. Ordinary members lack the privilege of making recommendations. Intermediate members hold 1 recommendation slot. Advanced members possess 3 recommendation slots. Core members have unlimited recommendation capabilities. Those fortunate enough to ascend to the status of core member within the SCC are typically formidable magnates, often part of the organization's management. Elevating one's membership tier necessitates contributing to the SCC. Additionally, the SCC hosts numerous racing competitions and gatherings annually to enhance camaraderie among its members. After reviewing this, Lin Dong felt that Yi Hong was quite astute and could be a valuable connection. Had it not been for Yi Hong introducing him to this circle, Lin Dong would have remained oblivious to its existence, regardless of how much wealth he possessed, as there would have been no avenue to utilize it. What Lin Dong remained unaware of was that Yi Hong had expended his sole available quota to bring him into this realm precisely, because Li Bin had mentioned that if Lin Dong could procure the Golden Leaf Hotel for 2 billion, he would undoubtedly be considered a direct descendant of those enigmatic families that operated in secrecy. Yi Hong had neither encountered nor recognized members of these hidden families, who were notoriously mysterious and lurked in the shadows. Naturally, Yi Hong would not hesitate to cultivate connections with such individuals. "My brother Lin, I will require you to present proof of assets," Yi Hong stated. "There is no need for that. I recently sold the Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiacheng to my brother Lin. He possesses a full 100% equity stake," Yi Hong continued. The individuals present were taken aback upon hearing this revelation. The 8-star Golden Leaf Hotel was rather renowned, and acquiring it would require at least 2 billion. To spend such an amount on a hotel, one's assets must surely exceed 5 billion. It appeared that Lin Dong's family background was quite formidable. "Is your family engaged in the hotel business, brother Lin?" Wang Chang inquired. Suspecting that Lin Dong's family must have purchased the Golden Leaf Hotel with the intention of monopolizing the market in Jiangxing. After all, who would invest 2 billion in a mere hotel? At that moment, he no longer underestimated Lin Dong and even entertained thoughts of forging a friendship. "Not at all. I simply found the cuisine there to be more to my liking, and it is conveniently located near my school, which is why I decided to purchase it," Lin Dong replied. "This what on earth?" Everyone present, except for Yi Hong, gazed at Lin Dong with astonishment. Spending 20 billion to acquire an 8-star hotel simply because the cuisine was to one's liking? This was an astronomical sum. 200 million was one thing, but 200 billion was an entirely different matter. The individuals gathered here were all seasoned members of SCC, although most were merely ordinary members. They were not to be compared with those nouveau riches from outside. Yet, to squander such a fortune merely to satisfy one's palate was something they had never encountered before. "Heh, brother Lin certainly has a knack for humor," Wang Chang remarked with a grin. Lin Dong merely shrugged, offering no further explanation. To be honest, no one would believe him anyway. Chapter 30. Yoshue before long. The formalities for Lin Dong's membership in SCC were completed. He was now an ordinary member of SCC. In truth, for those who were internally recommended, the process was largely a formality, as no one would squander a precious slot on someone who did not meet the criteria. The exclusive SCC membership badge would take 3 days to be dispatched from headquarters. Lin Dong felt that the rank of ordinary member was somewhat beneath him. Yet the description merely stated that one must contribute to SCC in order to advance. However, it did not specify what kind of contribution was required. Thus, Lin Dong inquired, "Brother Yi, what kind of contributions are needed to elevate to the status of intermediate member?" "What is this? You've just joined and already wish to rise in rank?" He asked. "I was merely curious. The description didn't clarify how one could be deemed a contributor to SCC. In truth, the progression from ordinary to intermediate member was relatively straightforward. By diligently participating in activities whenever possible, one could ascend to intermediate status within a few years. Is there any other method? The simplest and most expedient way is to donate 1 billion directly, and you will automatically upgrade to a mid-level member. Can one simply upgrade by donating 1 billion? Lin Dong's heart leaped with joy. He was at a loss for how to spend his wealth, and he had only 100 godly points left. The power of these godly points is indeed formidable. It is wise to save more for unforeseen circumstances. But what if one wishes to ascend to a high-level membership? Is it possible to do so through donations? How much is required? Brother Lin, are you truly considering a donation? It is actually unnecessary. A higher membership level merely signifies a few additional privileges, and spending such a large sum is not worth it. I find it quite worthwhile. Problems that can be resolved with money are not true problems," Lin Dong proclaimed with an air of superiority. Upon hearing this, the others were impressed. His words resonated with a certain audacity. "Brother Lin, it takes 10 billion to upgrade to a mid-level membership, but to ascend from mid-level to high-level, The required amount is 10 times greater, 100 billion. Are you still planning to donate? Yes. Really? Indeed. In the end, Lin Dong truly spent 110 billion to become a high-level member of SCC. At that moment, it was not only the other members who were stunned. Even Yihong wondered if Lin Dong had lost his senses. Even if you are a descendant of a hidden aristocratic family, this sum is extraordinary, 110 billion. Many publicly listed companies do not even hold such a value. There are not more than half a dozen individuals present who could produce 100 billion. And even those who could would be depleting their fortunes. Yihong, being among the wealthiest here, found that 110 billion constituted nearly one-fifth of his own assets. However, his wealth consists either of investments or fixed assets. If he were to withdraw 100 billion now, it would likely be a daunting task. How many individuals in this world still toil for a meager salary of a few thousand? Wouldn't it be far more pleasurable to retain 110 billion for personal use? This notion eludes comprehension. Everyone perceives Lin Dong as deranged, while only he revels in the addition of 110 newfound affluent points. As the crowd contemplates ways to draw closer to him and cultivate a favorable relationship, a man's furious voice emerges from a nearby golf practice area. Damn it, did I give you face? Following that, a woman's muffled sobs can be heard. A few individuals hastily rush over to pull the man back. Even as he's being restrained, he continues to hurl insults. Do you believe I won't ruin your reputation by tomorrow? The woman trails behind him, and Lin Dong finds her somewhat familiar. Is that not the renowned actress Yao Shui? Just days prior, he overheard a certain Mr. Yu discussing plans to cast Yao Shui as the second female lead in a production, with Sun Siyu in the leading role, a proposal that Sun Siyu ultimately declined. It is rather unexpected to encounter the illustrious actress so soon. Yet, the star before him does not exude the glamour seen on television. Her left cheek appears swollen and bruised, likely from a recent altercation. A sound so striking that even Lin Dong could hear it from his position. In the past, he admired Yao Shui, who starred in numerous dramas and films, earning the title of the Killer, a moniker that resonated with Lin Dong in his former days as a reclusive enthusiast. Now, witnessing the goddess of his past in such a state, he feels a wave of disillusionment. Indeed, the goddesses that appear resplendent in the eyes of the common man are merely instruments for self-gratification in the eyes of the powerful. Having been taken advantage of and slapped, she still dutifully follows behind. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Dong has also risen to prominence in the eyes of others. Yao Shui gently covered her slightly swollen face with her left hand, softly sobbing. She felt deeply wronged. The man had dared to touch her backside and chest, and when she merely attempted to stop him, she was met with a slap. Yet, she dared not leave, for her manager had warned her that angering these influential figures would spell the end of her career. Not only would her future be ruined, but the agency behind her would also face dire consequences. Thus, she remained there, hoping to appease the irate party. Yin Yong, could you please calm down? Yihong furrowed his brow and spoke. Old Yi, stay out of this. It was just a few touches. And she pretends to be pure. Let me tell you, Yao Shui, if you don't clear your name tonight, I will ensure your ruin by tomorrow. I'm sorry, Mr. Yan. Yao Shui said softly. Apologies do little good. Clear your name tonight, do you understand? I'm sorry, Mr. Yan. I asked if you heard me. Mr. Yan, are you looking for a beating? Yin Yong said, standing up once more and preparing to slap Yao Shui again. Yao Shui stood frozen in shock, unable to move. However, this final slap did not land on her face. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Lin Dong, who had been standing nearby, intervened. After all, she was once his goddess, and he could not stand idly by while she was subjected to violence. Thus, he positioned himself in front of Yao Shui, intercepting the slap that Yin Yong had aimed at her. Yin Yong, taken aback, was surprised that someone dared to obstruct him. Who the hell are you? Do you have the audacity to meddle in my affairs? Are you tired of living? Yin Yong, is it? You target women. Are you even a man? As tensions escalated between the two, Yihong hurriedly stepped between them, exclaiming, Yin Yong, Lin, we are all on the same side. Let us not act impulsively. Who the hell considers him one of us? Do I know him? Yin Yong retorted disdainfully. At that moment, someone whispered a few words into Yin Yong's ear. His previously grim expression slowly transformed into a smile. Ah, so it is Lin Dong. My apologies. We are indeed all on the same side. Since you have taken a liking to this young lady, I shall yield her to you, Yin Yong declared generously. He had just been informed that Lin Dong had astonishingly spent 11 billion to upgrade from a regular member to a premium one. Yin Yong was merely a middle-level member, with Lin Dong's new status surpassing his own. Moreover, such a substantial expenditure to elevate membership had never been witnessed in the SCC's history, though there had been 2 instances of individuals spending 1 billion to reach the middle level. To invest such an immense sum in membership upgrades indicated a wealth beyond that of mere upstarts. It suggested a lineage of affluence that he could not afford to offend. Seeing Yin Yong relent, Lin Dong chose not to press the issue further, as everyone settled down to engage in a back-and-forth conversation. The primary focus was on cultivating a connection with Lin Dong, while Yao Shui remained standing quietly behind him. Chapter 31. A perilous encounter for my cousin this day was spent by Lin Dong at the Lakeside Club, engaging in extensive discussions until the evening when he finally parted ways with the others. Upon exiting the club, Lin Dong drove his limited-edition Bugatti Chiron, escorting his former goddess, Yao Shui, towards the Sheraton Hotel, where she was staying. His intention was to first drop Yao Shui off at the hotel before seeking out his cousin, Wang Li. In the car, Yao Shui expressed her gratitude, saying, "Mr. Lin, thank you." She felt immensely relieved, for had it not been for Lin Dong, she would have faced a dire fate, either submitting to Yin Yong or awaiting her inevitable disgrace the following day. She had no doubt regarding Yin Yong's capability. Even her own boss harbored a profound fear of him. As she slightly tilted her head to catch a glimpse of Lin Dong's profile, Yao Shui found herself captivated. His looks, physique, and character were all of an extraordinary caliber, not to mention the intimidating background that even Yin Yong feared. Such a man shone like a star in the night sky, dazzling wherever he went. One could not help but wonder what kind of woman could possibly be worthy of such excellence. Perhaps only one of equal stature would suffice. Yao Shui buried her infatuation deep within her heart. "It's nothing, just a small favor, Miss Yao. In fact, I quite enjoy the films you've starred in," Lin Dong remarked. "Really? Mr. Lin, you genuinely like my movies?" Yao Shui exclaimed with surprise. She had not anticipated that someone of Lin Dong's stature would take an interest in her work, leaving her feeling both honored and astonished. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. "Is it really necessary to be so astonished? You are, after all, the newly minted heartthrob of the otaku community, one of the 4 little flowers. Is it strange that I enjoy watching your films? There are plenty of admirers for you at school. Not only do they appreciate your movies, but I even have 2 posters of you in swimwear in my dorm. However, that must remain a secret. I must admit, I truly like your work. Which of my films does Mr. Lin favor?" Yao Shui inquired. "I like." Lin Dong was halfway through his sentence when the phone rang. He pulled over to the side of the road, glanced at the caller ID, and saw it was his cousin, Wang Li. Answering the call, Lin Dong said, "Hello, Wang Xiaomei. I've arrived in Lake City. I'll be there shortly. Brother, I'm at the Jinbi Huiguang KTV. Hurry and save me. I think someone has drugged me. I feel so dizzy." Wang Li's weak voice came through the phone. Lin Dong was startled, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Quickly send me your location. I'll come right away." "Hold on." After finishing his call, he turned to Yao Shui and said, "Miss Yao, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please excuse me." Yao Shui noticed Lin Dong's urgency and replied, "Mr. Lin, if you have something to attend to, please go ahead. My place is just ahead. I can walk back." "Thank you, Miss Yao. I'll treat you to a meal next time." After Yao Shui exited the vehicle, Lin Dong pressed the accelerator, speeding off several meters. Concerned about his driving skills, he invested 10 points into enhancing his driving abilities, elevating them to proficiency. Yao Shui stood still, watching Lin Dong disappear into the distance. A voice, tinged with disappointment, murmured, "Not even a single contact left, yet they speak of treating me to a meal. Such a lack of sincerity." However, the thought that her crisis had finally been averted lifted her spirits once more. She retrieved her sunglasses and hat from her bag, adorned herself, and made her way to the Sheraton Hotel. At the opulent KTV, in a private room designated with AD number, Wang Li found herself sequestered in the restroom, making a call to Lin Dong. Originally, she had come to the KTV with a few friends for a bit of relaxation, but unexpectedly encountered several senior classmates from her school, leading to a gathering in a single room. Soon after, a motley crew of individuals entered, seemingly well acquainted with the seniors. What began as an intimate gathering of a few had swiftly transformed into a crowd of over 10, most of whom she did not recognize. Her friends deliberated on leaving, but their attempts were thwarted repeatedly. After all, they were but a handful of delicate women against a group of 7 or 8 men. The men's refusal to let them depart rendered them trapped until, after much pleading, An agreement was finally reached that they could leave, provided each would consume a drink. With no other recourse, they acquiesced, eager to finish their drinks and hasten their exit. To her dismay, after drinking, Wang Li began to feel dizzy and her body weakened. Her astuteness alerted her to the realization that she had been drugged, and seizing the opportunity, she retreated to the restroom to call Lin Dong. It was the only option she could conceive, as he had mentioned he would be in Lake City today. Now, she could only hope he would arrive swiftly, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was driving towards the opulent KTV, but due to the urban environment, he found it difficult to accelerate. He glanced at the distance. At this speed, it would take approximately 20 minutes to arrive. He pondered whether his cousin, Wang Li, could endure such a long wait. Thus, he placed a call to Yi Hong. "Hello, Lin, what's the matter?" Yi Hong's voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Brother Yi, do you know the owner of Jinbihoing? Is there any way to reach him?" Lin Dong spoke with urgency. "Jinbihoing? Yes, I know. That rascal Wang Chong is the owner. You should contact him." Before Yi Hong could finish his sentence, Lin Dong hung up, as he had no time to spare for explanations. After disconnecting, he called Wang Chong. "Brother Wang, please, listen to me. My cousin is currently in a private room at Jinbihoing and has been drugged. I'm heading there now, but it will take 20 minutes. I'm unsure if she can hold on that long. Please, have the person in charge at Jinbihoing assist her in the meantime." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong realized the gravity of the situation. "Rest assured, Brother Lin, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. I will ensure that your cousin remains unharmed." After hanging up with Lin Dong, Wang Chong promptly called the manager of Jinbihoing. Following the call, the manager, accompanied by over 20 security personnel, made his way to the private room. Meanwhile, shortly after finishing his call with Wang Chong, Lin Dong received another call from Wang Li. "Brother, where are you? Hurry, they are knocking on the door." Wang Li's voice trembled with fear. "Sister, do not be afraid. Help is on the way. Just hold on for 5 minutes. No, 2 minutes. Only 2 more minutes, and someone will come to rescue you. Brother, I am terrified. Please hurry." Bang. Before Wang Li could finish her sentence, the bathroom door was forcefully flung open. "Why are you taking so long? Your friends are waiting for you." A stranger's voice echoed. "Ah, I don't know you. Get away." The phone abruptly fell silent. "Damn it." Lin Dong cursed angrily, his fury igniting. Wang Li was truly like a younger sister to him. After residing with her family for 2 years, they had treated him with utmost kindness, never once making him feel like an outsider. Even with a younger cousin, her aunt and uncle had embraced him as their own son. If anything were to happen to Wang Li now, how could he face her aunt and uncle? How could he reconcile this with himself? Yet, he found himself powerless, merely wishing that Wang Chong would honor his word. Chapter 32. Rescue. Upon hearing his sister Wang Li's scream on the phone, Lin Dong could no longer contain himself. Despite the heavy traffic, he switched to a reckless, overtaking mode, leaving car after car in his wake. Several near collisions occurred, but his exceptional driving skills allowed him to evade disaster. At the resplendent KTV, outside the restroom, Su Wanli was knocking on the door. Wang Li, who had just entered, had yet to emerge. The effects of the drug should have already taken hold. He was prepared to force his way in. The thought of possessing such an exquisite student like Wang Li filled him with exhilaration. The elaborate scheme he had orchestrated today was all for this very moment. After several knocks with no response, he grew impatient. Su Wanli, unwilling to wait any longer, forcefully kicked the door open. Upon entering, he found Wang Li engaged in a telephone conversation. In a swift motion, he seized the phone from her hand and disconnected the call, then grasped Wang Li's wrist, pulling her out. As he dragged her from the restroom, he observed that everyone was preoccupied with their own dubious pursuits. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Wanli embraced Wang Li from behind. Under the influence of drugs, Wang Li's body was weak and unresisting. Even without the drugs, she would have been no match for a grown man. Despair had taken hold of her. Once inside the private room, she saw several of her friends being taken advantage of, some with hands already slipping beneath their clothing. Although their minds remained alert, their bodies were powerless, leaving them at the mercy of others. Wang Li could already foresee the grim fate awaiting her and her companions. The man who had pulled her out was still holding her from behind, and despite her desperate struggles, it was of no avail. Just then, the door to the private room was violently flung open from the outside. In marched over 20 security personnel wielding electric batons, commanding everyone to freeze, warning that any movement would result in dire consequences. The ostentatiously dressed manager, Li Hu, entered the room. The atmosphere was charged with fear, and no one dared to move. "Who is Miss Wang Li?" Li Hu inquired. I am, Wang Li exclaimed, urgently wriggling free from Su Wanli's grasp in an attempt to reach Li Hu, whom she believed to be the savior Lin Dong had mentioned. However, after taking just a couple of steps, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor. "Someone quickly assist Miss Wang to the sofa," Li Hu ordered. Li Hu addressed the security personnel nearby. The two guards closest to Wang Li promptly stepped forward to assist her. Li Hu approached Su Wanli and remarked, "You possess quite the audacity. How dare you employ such tactics on my territory? And to involve a friend of the esteemed boss, no less. What do you propose we do about this?" Su Wanli, overwhelmed with fear, bent his knee and knelt before Li Hu, slapping his own face as he pleaded, "Master Hu, I was wrong. Please, spare me. We have dined together before. My father is Su Zhangtian." He was genuinely terrified. Although Li Hu merely held the position of a manager at the Golden Splendor, he was notorious for his ruthlessness in the underworld. Now, he had even aligned himself with the enigmatic figure behind Golden Splendor. Reports suggested that the true identity of the big boss was shrouded in mystery, while Su's father was merely a minor proprietor, a stark contrast in stature. To discover that Wang Li was a friend of the Golden Splendor's big boss was a revelation that left Su Wanli feeling as though he had sealed his own fate. He felt certain that from this day forward, his fortunate days were numbered. Not only was he unable to escape this disaster, but his father would also bear the repercussions. Li Hu observed Su Wanli, who was kneeling before him, continually striking himself. Years ago, he would have simply resorted to violence without uttering a word. However, since aligning with the boss, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge. He understood that brute force did not always resolve issues. Furthermore, as an individual in a position of power, resorting to violence was the most primitive of responses. He now preferred to leverage his status, his background, and his strength to dominate others, compelling them to bow and apologize, much like the man kneeling before him. "You all come here as well," Li Hu addressed the others, who tremulously approached and knelt in a row alongside Su Wanli, then began to slap themselves. Su Wanli did not dare to challenge this formidable figure, let alone the others. After a few minutes, the faces of those kneeling had swollen from the blows, blood trickling from their lips, yet they dared not cease. If this powerful man were to take action himself, it would be far more severe than mere slaps. "That will suffice for now," Li Hu declared. "Thank you, Tiger Master." "Thank you, Tiger Master." The others exhaled in relief. At that moment, Lin Dong arrived. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of 20 to 30 security guards wielding electric batons, and a few individuals kneeling in the center, their faces swollen and lips bleeding, while his sister sat on the sofa. "Little sister, brother." Upon seeing Lin Dong, Wang Li felt tears welling up once more. Lin Dong hurried over and embraced Wang Li reassuringly. It's all right. He comforted her. "You must be Mr. Lin," Li Hu remarked, having noticed Lin Dong. "Hello, I am Lin Dong. Thank you for rescuing my sister." "No need for such formality, Mr. Lin. It is I who should apologize for such occurrences on my territory," Li Hu replied courteously. After all, this was a person under the direct orders of the influential boss, and he could not afford to be negligent. "How shall we deal with these individuals?" Li Hu inquired, glancing at the kneeling figures, who dared not even breathe. From the earlier conversation, they sensed Lin Dong's significant status. Realizing that he must be a close associate of the illustrious boss, Lin Dong cast a glance at those on the ground. If Wang Li had truly encountered any trouble, he might have lost control and charged at those individuals, but now that Wang Li was unharmed, he regained his composure. "Sister, how do you wish to handle them?" Lin Dong inquired of Wang Li. "Brother, I merely wish to leave this place swiftly," Wang Li replied weakly. "Let Wang Chang take care of it," Lin Dong suggested as he assisted Wang Li in preparing to depart. "Brother, those individuals are my roommates. We arrived together. Can we leave?" Lin Dong asked Wang Li's roommates. "Certainly," the three replied in unison. "Then let us depart together," Lin Dong said, supporting Wang Li as they moved forward, with Wang Li's roommates following closely behind. After they left, Li Hu pulled out his phone to make a call. "Is the matter resolved?" Wang Chang asked. "It has been resolved. Mr. Lin has already left, and his sister is unharmed," Li Hu responded. "Good work. However, Mr. Lin requested you handle those individuals. What is their background?" "They appear to be the offspring of several small-time bosses. Ensure they are detained, and manage their families as you see fit." "Understood, boss." Chapter 33. Confrontation with cousin. Upon exiting the KTV with Wang Li and her three roommates, Lin Dong realized that the sports car could only accommodate 2 passengers, leaving 3 without a seat. Ultimately, Lin Dong had no choice but to escort them to a nearby hotel, initially intending to secure a separate room for each of them. The roommates expressed trepidation and insisted on sharing a space. Consequently, Lin Dong booked 2 suites, one for himself and the other for the 4 young women. After arranging matters for several individuals, Lin Dong returned to his room and took a shower. Lying on his bed, he reflected on the events that had just transpired, still feeling a lingering unease. Fortunately, his sister was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have been plagued by guilt for a lifetime. Had he not joined SCC today and met Wang Chong, the situation could have been far more complicated. Thus, he came to a realization. Since he had ample wealth and could afford to be generous, he might as well invest in cultivating friendships. After all, having more friends opens up more avenues, and one never knows when assistance may be required, just as it had been today. Having reached this understanding, Lin Dong decided to call Wang Chong. "Brother Lin, is your cousin all right?" Wang Chong inquired over the phone. "She's fine. Thank you, Brother Wang, for today. If you ever need anything from me, please do not hesitate to ask. You're too kind, Brother Lin. I share some responsibility for what happened today. After all, it was my territory that caused your sister distress. That has nothing to do with you, Brother Wang. It was simply her lack of vigilance. By the way, should you have any projects requiring investment in the future, feel free to approach me. I would be glad to invest, I assure you. I will only be a shareholder and will not involve myself in management." Wang Chong felt a surge of joy upon hearing Lin Dong's words. This was precisely his intention in befriending him. Since Lin Dong had the audacity to donate an astounding 11 billion to SCC to elevate his membership status, one could only imagine the magnitude of his wealth. He was not merely from a wealthy family. He belonged to an elite class, possessing the kind of power typically reserved for top-tier aristocrats and colossal financial conglomerates. Cultivating a relationship with such an individual was undoubtedly advantageous and devoid of risk. Since Brother Lin holds me in such high regard, I happen to have a project in hand. Tomorrow evening, the Lakeside Club will host a charity gala. Shall we meet then to discuss it? Very well, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chong hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits remarkably elevated. A certain second-tier actress, who was massaging him from behind, inquired, "What has made young Master Wang so joyful?" "I encountered a benefactor. Wouldn't you agree that's worth celebrating?" The actress was momentarily taken aback. To her, and others like her, young Master Wang epitomized a benefactor. What kind of person could possibly be a benefactor to young Master Wang? Her status did not grant her access to such lofty realms. After concluding his call with Wang Chong, Lin Dong dialed Yi Hong. He similarly informed Yi Hong that should he require investment, he could seek him out. Yi Hong also extended an invitation for the charity gala the following evening. In another suite, for young ladies, having just finished their baths, were gradually regaining their composure. Although the recent ordeal had left them somewhat shaken, they were still carefree young girls at heart. As they lay on the bed, they began to gossip once more. "Lily, was the person who just saved us truly your cousin?" "Indeed. What do you think?" "ISNT, my cousin, quite impressive." "Impressive is an understatement. He is simply a male deity." "Didn't you say your cousin was rather unfortunate? That his parents were absent from a young age, and that your uncle treated him poorly, staying at your home for 2 years? Wasn't he that your account?" "Yes, that is indeed the case. But did you not see just now? The illustrious manager treated him with utmost courtesy, addressing him as Mr. Lin. What kind of place is that? Did you not see those scoundrels kneeling before the manager, striking themselves? Your cousin surely conceals many matters from you." "I am uncertain about the situation. I shall inquire tomorrow. By the way, does your brother have a girlfriend?" "Indeed. Her name is Jiang Shan. They have been together since high school." "Why? Are you interested in my brother? Do you wish to be my sister-in-law? Get lost." The following morning, several of Wang Li's roommates took a taxi back to school. "Brother, I have something to ask you," Wang Li inquired after her roommates had departed. "I know there are many questions. Come, let us find a quieter place to converse," Lin Dong replied, leading Wang Li back to the parking lot in front of the splendid Jinbi Huiguang. "Get in," Lin Dong said, producing the car keys to unlock the Bugatti Veyron. Wang Li gazed at the dazzling sports car, momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother, is this your car?" She stammered. "Yes, it is mine. Get in," Lin Dong responded, taking his seat in the driver's area. "Oh, all right." Wang Li, still dazed, climbed into the car. Lin Dong drove Wang Li to the seaside. Throughout the journey, the car attracted nearly universal attention, with countless onlookers casting admiring glances their way. As they cruised down the road, other vehicles kept a substantial distance. Even at red lights, clearly aware of the formidable presence they embodied. They found a quieter spot by the sea, leaning against the railing as the ocean breeze enveloped them. Wang Xiaomei, I know you have many questions. Please, feel free to ask, Lin Dong said, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea. Brother, is that car truly yours? Wang Li inquired, is it true? Indeed, I just purchased it yesterday, right here in Lake City. My purpose for visiting this time was twofold, to see you and to acquire this car. How much does it cost? 80 million. WH. What? 80 million? Where did you acquire such a sum? Did you rob a bank? If I had robbed a bank, would I be here conversing with you? Besides, which bank could yield 80 million? Then where did you get the money? I earned it. How did you earn it? It's a long story, one that cannot be easily explained in a few sentences. Rest assured, I have not engaged in any illegal activities. Just know that your brother is now a true tycoon. Does our mother know? No, she does not. Who else is aware? At this moment, only you. Really? How much are you willing to pay me for my silence? Whatever amount you desire. There is no sincerity in that. The two conversed extensively, although they had not seen each other in a long while. There was no sense of estrangement between them. That day, Lin Dong took Wang Li on a tour of the major shopping centers in Lake City, where they purchased numerous luxurious garments and cosmetics. Wang Li did not hold back, as he was her brother, and with wealth came the natural inclination to indulge his sister. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Dong drove Wang Li in a Bugatti Chiron to the Lakeside Club. Naturally, no one dared to stop a vehicle like the Bugatti Chiron from entering the establishment. After parking the car, they disembarked and boarded a yacht to reach the gathering spot in the center of the lake. Upon arriving at the lakeshore, several yachts awaited to ferry guests. 2 individuals casually boarded a yacht, and the captain navigated the vessel towards the heart of the lake. Lin Dong leaned against the edge of the yacht, gazing into the crystalline waters below, pondering to himself how these affluent individuals truly savor life. Brother, what brings you here? Came the voice of Wang Li from behind. I have brought you to partake in a gathering, to meet 2 individuals. In my absence from Lake City, you may seek their assistance should the need arise. One of them is the illustrious owner of Jinbi Huanggong. Chapter 34. The charity gala. Lin Dong and Wang Li arrived at the center of the lake. Upon disembarking from the yacht, they were escorted by a server to the 2nd floor of a grand building. Please, the server gestured, opening the door to the expansive hall on the 2nd floor. As Lin Dong and Wang Li stepped inside, they were immediately enveloped in a different realm. The hall spanned at least 5,000 square feet, adorned in opulence, with dazzling lights illuminating the space where hundreds mingled in small clusters, engaged in conversation. Dozens of attractive, statuesque servers glided through the hall, serving beverages and delicacies. It was Wang Li's first experience in such an extravagant setting, and she felt a tinge of anxiety, gently tugging at Lin Dong's sleeve. Do not be afraid. Relax, feel free to take whatever you desire. Lin Dong reassured her with a pat on the back. He, too, was somewhat apprehensive, having never witnessed such a spectacle before. However, he reminded himself that he was now the wealthiest person in the world. It was hardly fitting for him to be the one feeling nervous. Together, they ventured deeper into the hall. As Lin Dong passed by a server, he casually took a glass of wine, savoring its delightful flavor. Wang Li, however, remained considerably more reserved. Lin, you have arrived, exclaimed Wang Chong, approaching with a glass of wine in hand. My dear Wang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Allow me to introduce my cousin, Wang Li, who is studying at university in Lake City. I hope you will extend your kindness towards her in the future. Lin, you are too modest. Your cousin is, in fact, my cousin as well. Should she require anything, she need only reach out to me. In this Lake City, I, Wang Chong, still hold a modicum of influence. Having said this, Wang Chong handed Wang Li a gilded business card. Thank you, Brother Chong. Wang Li murmured softly. Cousin, feel free to explore. Take whatever you desire. Consider it your home. My brother and I have some matters to discuss. You 2 brothers go ahead and attend to your business. Wang Chong then led Lin Dong to a private room on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, they found 2 individuals already seated, a man and a woman. The man, in his 40s, exuded a refined demeanor, while the woman, appearing to be in her 30s, wore subtle makeup that highlighted her mature elegance. Lin, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Xiao Jia, and this is Ms. Tang Ling. This is my brother, Lin Dong, who is the 4th shareholder I have brought on board. Wang Chong provided a brief introduction. After Lin Dong shook hands with both individuals, he took his seat. At this juncture, Wang Chong began to outline the details of the project. In essence, Wang Chong had established a connection to acquire a diamond mine in a foreign country, which he personally inspected and found to possess exceptional quality. The total investment is estimated to be between 15 billion and 20 billion. Wang Chong intends to contribute 50 billion, claiming 40%, while the remaining 60%, amounting to 100 billion, will be raised. He seeks to retain a greater share due to the need to navigate various formalities and establish connections. In essence, Lin Dong and his associates are investing 100 billion, acquiring a 60% stake. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie and Tang Hong are each contributing 25 billion, securing a 15% share apiece. This leaves a remaining 30% of shares, equivalent to 50 billion. Brother Lin, if you believe this is insufficient, we could consider bringing in another shareholder. I have personally inspected this mine. It is undeniably a newly discovered treasure, Wang Chong remarked to Lin Dong. Insufficient? Lin Dong thought it was rather meager. It's merely 50 billion. Very well. I shall contribute 50 billion for a 30% stake. Agreed. Let us finalize this decision. I will send you the document shortly. Now, let us celebrate with a toast. After Lin Dong departed, Wang Li began to wander around the hall, gradually relaxing, as no one seemed inclined to engage her, allowing her to relish her solitude. As she approached the food supply area, she found herself unable to move further. Each dessert appeared irresistibly delectable. This is so sweet. This is so crispy. This is so fragrant. This is so soft. Wang Li indulged in sampling one delightful treat after another, placing her favorites onto her plate. Suddenly, she spotted someone and hurried over. Are you Yao Shui? Yao Shui was engaged in conversation with a senior figure from the film industry when a voice interrupted her. She turned to see a young woman in her 20s. Hello, I am Yao Shui. Wow, you are truly Yao Shui. I absolutely adore the films you have made. May I take a picture with you? My dormitory friends and I are all huge fans, Wang Li exclaimed with joy. Thank you for your support. I promise to produce even more remarkable films. After they took the photo together, Yao Shui bid farewell and departed. Wang Li posted a picture on her social media, accompanied by the caption, "Can anyone guess who this is?" Afterward, she tucked her phone away and resumed her quest for new targets. Oh, is that not the popular male star Wang Kaixian? And is that not the diva Lung Qingqiu? Suddenly, in the hall, a young woman appeared, one hand grasping a delicacy while the other held a phone, intent on capturing photographs with those stars. Nearly every celebrity obliged her, for those present were all prominent figures in Lake City. Although this young lady might appear somewhat naive and sweet, who could assert that she wasn't brought here by some influential patron? Wang Li eagerly sought out celebrity snapshots, her excitement palpable. Her phone already boasted 7 or 8 photos with some of the hottest stars. Surely, her classmates would be envious upon her return to school. Just then, as Wang Li lowered her gaze to scroll through her phone, a voice interrupted her. She looked up to see a heavily made-up young woman clinging to the arm of a rotund, older gentleman. Wang Minjun? Wang Li inquired. The individual before her bore a striking resemblance to Wang Minjun from their class, but the heavy makeup rendered her uncertain. It's really you. How did you manage to get in here? This is the most exclusive gathering in Lake City. I see. You must be here to work as a waitress, right? Wang Minjun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Not at all. I came with my brother. Wang Li retorted. Your brother? Is he the security here? He must have given up on his job to let you in so freely. Wang Minjun, you can't speak ill of my brother. Wang Li exclaimed in indignation. Minmin, why not introduce this beautiful lady? Inquired the older gentleman beside Wang Minjun. This is our classmate, Wang Li. Wang Minjun reluctantly introduced, clearly perceiving the man's intentions. Hello, Wang Li. The older man extended his hand, eager for a handshake. Minjun, is this your father? Wang Minjun replied with silence. The older man remained silent as well. This exchange ignited their tempers. Wang Li, if you continue with your nonsense, I swear I will tear your mouth apart. This is my boyfriend. Wang Minjun exclaimed, exasperated. The older man then spoke. Wang Li, if you apologize to me now, provide your contact information, and assure me that you will come when I invite you. I will let you off today. Otherwise, not only will you be expelled, but your brother's job will also be at stake. Clearly, he took Wang Minjun's previous words seriously, mistakenly believing Wang Li's brother was part of the security here. Chapter 35, Conflict Boyfriend? Wang Li was taken aback. Oh no, I misspoke. The issue was that Wang Minjun had always presented herself as a privileged young lady at school, adorned with designer bags, high-end clothing, and being chauffeured in luxury vehicles. Who could have imagined she would choose such a boyfriend? It was utterly repulsive. Nevertheless, a mistake was made, and it was too late for apologies. I won't apologize for your brother's disparagement, she huffed, preparing to turn away. However, Wang Minjun seized her hand. After grasping Wang Li, she began to shout loudly. Where are the organizers? Where are the organizers? This individual clandestinely infiltrated, indulging in the festivities while seeking photographs with celebrities, only to flaunt them later. Is no one going to address this? I certainly want tea. Do not drag me into this. Wang Li desperately attempted to free herself. The altercation between the two drew the attention of onlookers, who gradually began to gather. After all, it is rare to witness such audacity in a place like this. And the spectacle piqued everyone's curiosity. At that moment, a staff member from the event approached. What is going on? The staff inquired. Wang Minjun pointed at Wang Li and declared, it is her, sneaking in to feast and drink, seeking out celebrities for photographs. The staff member addressed Wang Li, ma'am. May I see your invitation? Today, the organizers have reserved the Lakeside Club for a charity gala, and nearly all influential business owners in the city received invitations. Such invitations are to be presented upon entry. However, due to the impressive vehicle driven by Lin Dong, no one dared to stop them. I don't have an invitation. Wang Li was on the verge of tears, feeling the weight of the many gazes upon her. You see, I told you she was here to indulge. And you, the organizers, allow anyone to waltz in. Wang Minjun arrogantly exclaimed. Security! Security! The staff shouted. Soon, several security personnel arrived. Please escort this young lady out. The staff instructed the guards. As the guards approached, two voices interjected simultaneously. One belonged to the renowned diva, Lung Qingqiu, and the other to one of the rising starlets, Yao Shui. She is my temporary assistant. I brought her in, Lung Qingqiu asserted. Indeed, I can attest to that. Yao Shui responded in agreement. Lung Qingqiu indeed held a genuine fondness for the lively and adorable young girl, Wang Li. Witnessing her in a state of isolation and helplessness evoked a sense of compassion within her, prompting the desire to lend a hand to the girl, which would require little effort on her part. Meanwhile, Yao Shui, recalling her own recent misfortune and the fortunate assistance she received the day prior, felt compelled to extend her aid to Wang Li as well. With two prominent celebrities vouching for Wang Li, the security personnel hesitated to take action. At that moment, a man standing beside Wang Minjun interjected, Ladies, not everything needs to be shouldered by you. Some actions come with consequences. Of course, when Shu Qing recognized these two celebrities. However, as a businessman worth billions, he knew that while there were many who surpassed him in this hall, these two were certainly not among them. To those ordinary individuals, they were stars, but to titans of industry like him, they were merely performers. Wang Minjun chimed in, You speak nonsense. Wang Li is my classmate and a university student. How could she possibly be your assistant? Furthermore, she just mentioned that her brother brought her here, and he must be one of the security guards. Miss, may I inquire your brother's name? A staff member asked. My brother's name is Lin Dong, Wang Li quietly replied, her voice tinged with distress. Lin Dong? Is there anyone among you named Lin Dong? The staff member directed the question towards several security guards. They exchanged glances and replied, No. Upon hearing Wang Li mention her brother's name as Lin Dong, Yao Shui felt a jolt of realization. Could it be the very Lin Dong who saved me yesterday? Just as she was about to speak, Wang Li interjected, My brother has just been taken away by someone named Wang Chong. They mentioned something about discussing business, and it seems they went upstairs. The mention of Wang Chong startled everyone present. In the city of Lake, it appeared that only the eldest son of the Wang family bore that name, a figure of the highest echelon in society. If her brother was conducting business with Wang Chong, he must surely possess considerable stature. The staff and Zheng Shuqing also felt a twinge of anxiety. The young Master Wang was not someone to be trifled with. He had a notorious reputation in Lake City. If he regarded you as a friend, he would be utterly devoted. But if he considered you an adversary, he would go to great lengths to eliminate you. Countless small business owners and enterprises had met their downfall at his hands. Consequently, a saying circulated in Lake City, even if one could not befriend Wang Chong, it was imperative not to become his enemy. As Zheng Shuqing pondered this, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. His wealth, amounting to several billion, would seem like mere dust in the eyes of young Master Wang, who could easily bring him to ruin in an instant. Just then, Lin Dong and Wang Chong descended from their meeting. Lin Dong scanned the room but did not spot Wang Li. Instead, he noticed a crowd gathered in the center of the hall. He hurried over, parting the throng, only to find his cousin Wang Li being tugged at by a heavily made-up young woman. Wang Li appeared somewhat distressed, attempting to break free but unable to, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Little sister," Lin Dong called out. "Brother," Wang Li exclaimed. Hearing her call, Wang Mingjun instinctively loosened her grip, allowing Wang Li to escape and rush into Lin Dong's embrace. "Everything is all right. Everything is all right," Lin Dong reassured her. "What is happening?" At that moment, Wang Chong also entered and inquired. It was over. The instant he saw Wang Chong, Zheng Shuqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse. The staff wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and quietly recounted the earlier events to Wang Chong. "Who is he?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chong pointed at Zheng Shuqing and asked, "Young Master Wang, this is Zheng Shuqing, the owner of Shangyun Real Estate." Someone from the onlookers spoke up. "So, Mr. Zheng, I give you 3 days to completely vacate Lake City, or else I shall take matters into my own hands after that. Young Master Wang, I was wrong. Please, spare me. It was all this woman's doing. She is the one who harmed me." Upon finishing his plea, Zheng Shuqing slapped Wang Minjun across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground, stunned by the blow. Zheng Shuqing then hastily knelt, begging for mercy. Being told to leave Lake City within 3 days was more tormenting than a death sentence. While he possessed a net worth in the billions, it was not in liquid cash. If he truly had billions in cash, he could leave without a second thought, for that money would ensure a prosperous life anywhere. However, his wealth was tied up in fixed assets, and the thought of liquidating them within 3 days filled him with dread at the potential loss in value. Furthermore, with young Master Wang making such declarations tonight, it remained uncertain whether anyone would dare to purchase his assets. Moreover, he was currently involved in a project with substantial investments already made. Leaving now would certainly incur losses. Ultimately, he risked transforming from a billionaire businessman into a destitute individual burdened with insurmountable debt, with several lovers and 2 illegitimate children relying on him for support. Chapter 36. Pursuit. I do not wish to repeat myself, Wang Chang stated with an impassive expression. Zheng Shuqing, who had already felt as though hope had abandoned him, suddenly heard a voice resonate in the ears of those present. "Wang Chong, are you once again bullying someone here?" Yi Hong entered the scene. "Yi, please save me. We have collaborated before. I am Zheng Shuqing from Shangyun Real Estate." Zheng Shuqing clung to this opportunity as though it were a lifeline. If anyone in Lake City could rescue him, it would undoubtedly be Yi Hong. As the second son of the Yi family, he was initially merely the secondary heir. However, he had managed to turn the tables, competing fiercely with his elder brother, leaving the family's elders somewhat indecisive about whom to designate as the rightful heir. Ultimately, they decided to allocate a sum of money to each of them, allowing them to develop independently for 10 years, after which the more accomplished individual would be chosen as the successor. 5 years had already elapsed, and it was rumored that Yi Hong had secured a significant advantage. "Old Yi, I am not the one bullying. He is the one harassing Brother Lin's cousin," Wang Chong pointed at Lin Dong. Yi Hong indeed observed Lin Dong embracing a young woman. "Oh, you dare to bully Brother Lin's cousin? You have quite the audacity," Yi Hong queried Zheng Shuqing. "Huh?" Zheng Shuqing felt utterly bewildered. "Wang Chong, how do you intend to handle this? I have given him 3 days to leave Lake City." 3 days? That seems rather excessive. I believe a single day should suffice." No sooner had Yi Hong spoken than Zheng Shuqing fainted from the overwhelming pressure. With both titans of Lake City targeting him, his chances of recovery had vanished, and he succumbed to the rush of blood to his head. "Throw him out and call an ambulance. If he doesn't wake up, so be it. If he does, inform him that what he said tonight still stands." Wang Chong instructed the staff. "Understood, young Master Wang." Several security personnel promptly carried Zheng Shuqing away, while Wang Minjun was also escorted out. With the matter resolved, the onlookers regarded Lin Dong with a hint of curiosity. Having connections with the 2 influential figures in Huqing was indeed quite intimidating. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Yao Shui felt a rush of joy. She had initially thought that her status might prevent her from ever encountering him again. To her surprise, just a day after their parting, they were reunited. In fact, she had harbored some hope upon her arrival today. "Since everyone is present, I would like to announce that Lin Dong is my brother. His cousin is also my cousin. From now on, in Huqing, should anyone dare to bully her, they shall not blame me, Wang Chong, for lacking compassion," Wang Chong declared loudly to the crowd. "And me," Yi Hong added. "Thank you, brothers," Lin Dong responded. Given that Yi Hong was already in his 30s and Wang Chong at least in his late 20s, Lin Dong felt no shame in addressing them as brothers. No need for formality, Brother Lin. Now, everyone, please disperse. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse. Yao Shui approached Lin Dong and said, Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Monsieur, greetings. At that moment, Wang Li, having regained her composure, looked at Lin Dong and then at Yao Shui, asking, Brother, do you know Sister Yao Shui? Indeed, I do. Thank you, Sister Yao Shui, for assisting me earlier, and also Sister Qingxiu. Cold Qingxiu, who had initially intended to leave, turned back upon hearing Wang Li call for her. No need to mention it, little sister. Thank you both. Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. Mr. Lin, you are too modest. The two celebrities replied simultaneously. In Jiangcheng, at the Jiangnan International Mansion, Zhao Xian drove her Porsche 911 through the entrance, unaware that a taxi was trailing behind. Inside the taxi, apart from the driver, sat a young man and woman. Excuse me, what place is this? The young man inquired. Young man, this is the affluent district of Jiangcheng. I cannot enter. This is as far as I go. That will be 50 in total, the driver replied. Is it really that expensive? The young man asked. I have been waiting for over half an hour. Does time not have value? The driver retorted. Very well. Thank you. Driver. The two paid and alighted. Approaching the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion, they were halted by a security guard. Hey, what are you two doing? Move along. This is not a place for you. Excuse me, I would like to inquire about the owner of that red Porsche that just entered, the young man asked. Whose? It belongs to the owner, of course. Is it yours? Hurry and get lost. Isn't the property price here rather steep? Kid, are you from some remote mountainous area? Let me enlighten you. The price per square meter starts at 200,000, with properties beginning at 50 million. Do you think that's expensive? Ah, that's exorbitant. Is there any chance that someone might rent here? Are you out of your mind? You buy a 50 million property just to rent it out? Besides, those who can afford to purchase here wouldn't quibble over a little rent. Now scram. All right. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, my dear brother. The young man departed with the young woman. The pair sought refuge in an inexpensive inn. Upon entering their room, the woman spoke up. Zhao Yang, can't we go directly to find your sister? The young man, Zhao Yang, was the younger brother of Zhao Xian, while the woman, Feng Miao, was his girlfriend. However, their relationship faced opposition from Feng Miao's family, as they resided in town while Zhao Yang's family was from the countryside. Consequently, they secretly ran away to seek shelter with Zhao Yang's sister, Zhao Xian. Upon their arrival, Zhao Yang discovered that his sister had deceived their family. Zhao Xian had claimed that earning a living in the city was arduous, requiring both rent and sustenance. Yet, upon Zhao Yang's arrival, he observed his sister driving a luxury car and residing in an opulent mansion. No, let us wait for my parents to arrive before we go. I have always been afraid of my sister. Only my parents can handle her. I will call my mother first. Zhao Yang took out his phone and began to dial. You little rascal, where have you run off to? Hurry back. A furious voice of a middle-aged woman echoed from the phone. Mom, I am already in Jiangcheng. And I'm not coming back. The young man replied. You little brat, you've eloped with someone else's daughter, and now they are looking for you. Hurry back. Mom. Let me explain. I found my sister, and she is quite wealthy now, driving a sports car worth millions, living in a mansion worth tens of millions. You must come and see. Have you lost your mind over money? Mom, I swear, I am not lying. Just yesterday, I was at my sister's workplace, and I saw her leave in a red sports car valued at several million. And then, on the phone, I inquired, but I was unable to catch up. Today, I took a taxi and waited at the entrance, only to see my sister enter a residential complex. After consulting the security guard, I learned that the price of properties there starts at 200,000 per square meter, enough to purchase an entire unit in our area, where each property is valued at no less than 50 million. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Why would I deceive you? Am I not familiar with my own sister? Very well, I shall rush over with your father first thing tomorrow. That girl, sending back merely 20,000 each month while living in opulence in the city. Chapter 37, Snail Meow Meow. You should also call your parents and ask them to join us tomorrow. After Zhao Yang finished his call with his mother, he turned to Feng Miao. What do we need them for? To drag me back? They have always disapproved of our relationship. You foolish child. Their disapproval stems from your family status in town, while we hail from a rural background and lack your family's wealth. However, once they witness my sister's affluence, they shall surely relent, allowing us to be together openly. Feng Miao pondered and concluded that Zhao Yang had a point. Thus, She dialed her parents. Her mother responded with a barrage of scolding directed at the both of them, yet they would undoubtedly come the following day. Zhao Yang lay in bed, holding Feng Miao close, and said, "Miao Miao, we shall not return. We will remain in Jiang City. I will have my sister buy us luxury cars and a grand residence, and we will drive around in style every day. But will your sister really buy you those?" Feng Miao expressed her skepticism. "I called her, and she would undoubtedly decline. However, when my parents call her, she is sure to comply. Did you not notice that I directly summoned my parents? Rest assured, my parents are wholeheartedly devoted to me. Since childhood, all good things have been mine. I am the sole heir in our family, and in their eyes, my sister exists solely to serve me. Indeed, I also yearn for the kind of car your sister drives. It is simply stunning. I dream of it. Very well, I shall buy you one when the time comes. We will each have our own." The two of them envisioned a beautiful life ahead, gradually drifting into slumber. In Lake City, at the Lakeside Club, the charity auction for the evening has commenced. All attendees are seated in the hall on the first floor. The host on stage is the renowned host of the Huxi Province Station, Rao Xiaoqing. Esteemed guests, good evening. Welcome to the third charity auction held in Lake City. This is a day filled with love, compassion, warmth, and harmony. It is also a day to showcase the philanthropic spirit and dedication of individuals from all walks of life. After the host concludes her speech, a video begins to play on the big screen. The video depicts the struggles faced by students in remote mountainous areas, where some must traverse 2 to 3 hours of rugged terrain to reach their school. Each day, they spend 5 to 6 hours merely commuting to and from school. Furthermore, the conditions at the school are exceedingly poor, with desks and benches donated by the students' families, all in a state of disrepair. Many of the students' parents have left to seek work elsewhere, leaving behind only elderly grandparents and young children at home. At such a tender age, these children have already taken on the responsibilities of their households, mastering the arts of laundry and cooking. They yearn for knowledge and long to venture beyond the mountains to explore the wider world. As the video concluded, Rao Xiaoqing announced, "This evening, all proceeds from our auction will be donated to the children featured in the video, providing them with new schools, desks and chairs, backpacks, and clothing. Next, we will commence the auction with our first charitable item. The initial item up for bid is a new song by the renowned singer, Lung Qingqiu. The bidding begins. There is no reserve price, so feel free to place your bids. 100,000, 150,000, 300,000, 500,000. All right. The esteemed guest number 17 bids 500,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" Lin Dong glanced at his paddle, number 7. With a swift motion, he raised it and declared, "I bid 5 million. As the figure of 5 million was uttered, many turned their heads towards Lin Dong, eager to see which magnate had made such a substantial offer. 5 million. Guest number 7 bids 5 million. Is there anyone who will bid higher? 3, 2, 1 sold. Please welcome the illustrious Lung Qingqiu to present her new song." As she took the stage, she too was astonished that her song fetched an astronomical price of 5 million, even though she would receive not a single cent, as all of it would be donated. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy, knowing that she could contribute, however slightly, to the betterment of the children in the video. After Lung Qingqiu concluded her performance, the second auction item was a painting by a master artist. Ultimately, this artwork was purchased for 800,000, despite its true value being no more than 100,000. As everyone gathered with the intent of donating, it was only natural that the bidding prices soared. One item after another was acquired, and Lin Dong refrained from making further bids. When it came to Yao Shue's turn, she offered a dance performance, which Lin Dong secured for 5 million. Such was Lin Dong's character. He believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Since both had assisted his cousin Wang Li that evening, it was only fitting to honor one another. Soon, the auction approached its conclusion. As the final charitable item was sold, the banquet was on the verge of ending. At that moment, Lin Dong raised his paddle and spoke up. "Host, I would like to donate a song." The host, Rao Xiaoqing, was poised to deliver her closing remarks when she noticed Lin Dong's gesture. Having already spent 10 million that day, a degree of respect was certainly warranted. "Mr. Lin, may I invite you to the stage? Are there any bids for Mr. Lin's song?" Rao Xiaoqing inquired. Can I buy it back for myself?" Lin Dong asked. "Buy it back for yourself?" "Yes. Since Mr. Lin wishes to reclaim his song, let us all enjoy a performance from him." Rao Xiaoqing responded enthusiastically. "What amount will you bid to buy back your own song?" 100 million, Lin Dong declared. What? Rao Xiaoqing stuttered in disbelief. I bid 100 million to reclaim my own song. The moment those words escaped his lips, not only was Rao Xiaoqing stunned, but the hundreds of esteemed guests, with the exception of Yi Hong and Wang Chong, were equally flabbergasted. To buy back one's own song for 100 million? That equated to a direct donation of the same amount. It seemed Lin Dong had never made such a grand appearance in Lake City before. Not only has he cultivated close ties with Wang Deshao and Yi Ershao, but he has also generously donated over 100 million. Such extravagance knows no bounds. Lin Dong approached the piano and took a seat. Tonight, I present to you a piece titled Snail. I hope that the children in the video will one day possess their own sky, Lin Dong declared before commencing his performance. The gentle melody drifted from the piano. Should one cast aside the burdensome shell? Where might one discover a cerulean sky? As the soft breeze caressed, the wounds endured no longer felt painful. I shall ascend step by step, awaiting the sunlight while quietly observing its visage. The small sky harbors grand dreams. Enveloped in a heavy shell while gazing upward, I shall ascend step by step, soaring forward upon the leaves from the highest point. The small sky, marked by tears and sweat, will one day belong to me. P.S. Allow me to reiterate, this is a parallel world. A parallel world. A parallel world. The importance of this statement cannot be overstated. As the final notes of Snail resonated, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The children in the video, akin to the snails in Lin Dong's song, yearned to break free from the mountains and discover their own skies. Mr. Lin, did you compose this yourself? An audience member inquired. Indeed, Lin Dong replied. Mr. Lin, you are incredibly talented and remarkably handsome. Yao Shui gazed at Lin Dong on stage, her eyes filled with admiration. He was the man she adored. Lung Qingxiu also looked at Lin Dong in astonishment. This man was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 38. Returned to Jiang City early the next morning. Lin Dong escorted Wang Li back to school, transferring 100 million to her account for her to spend at her leisure. He advised her to inform her aunt and uncle as needed. Subsequently, he drove his Bugatti Chiron back to Jiang City. The distance from Hu City to Jiang City was nearly 1,000 kilometers, and Lin Dong opted to drive straight back. A high-quality vehicle justifies its price, and the superior performance of the car, combined with Lin Dong's exceptional driving skills, allowed him to cruise effortlessly in the overtaking lane. As he journeyed back to Jiang City, Lin Dong reflected deeply on recent events. From his cousin's perilous encounter at the Golden Splendor to the indignities suffered at the charity gala, it was Wang Chang who had intervened on his behalf. Despite possessing limitless wealth, Lin Dong realized he lacked any substantial leverage beyond his financial resources. Relying solely on others to resolve his issues was not a sustainable strategy. Should Yi Hong and Wang Chang discover the absence of any formidable backing, they might covet his assets. This possibility loomed large, underscoring the necessity for him to bolster his own capabilities and forge a power of his own. With his boundless financial support, establishing influence seemed feasible, yet the challenge lay in identifying individuals who would be unwaveringly loyal to him. This endeavor would require time, but the formation of his influence was imperative. Furthermore, enhancing his own prowess was essential. A glance at his status panel revealed that his godly rich points remained at 200. This indicated that the 100 million donated last night and the 100 million transferred to his cousin Wang Li today had not augmented his points. It appeared that gifting money did not contribute to his godly rich points. Perhaps purchases were the only means to increase them. However, the 110 billion I donated to SCC serves to increase my wealth points. After contributing to SCC, I also attained the status of a premium member. Thus, donating money is indeed permissible, provided one receives commensurate benefits in return. My physical strength and mental fortitude are both at 50 points, deemed quite formidable. Since my physical strength has escalated from 18 to 50 points, although I have yet to undergo any testing, I believe my physique should rival that of those who engage in regular exercise. I ponder whether augmenting my physical strength to 100, 200, 500, or even 1,000 points would confer upon me abilities akin to those of Superman. This remains a journey for me to gradually explore. The enhancement of mental acuity will sharpen my senses and clarify my thoughts, making it an essential aspect of my development. Lastly, there is the skills section. Presently, I possess 5 skills: driving, composing, lyric writing, singing, and playing the piano, all rated at 10 points, classified as proficient. Since the skills section can be freely augmented, I wonder if I could add the 18 dragon subduing palms. Should I give it a try? Consequently, I pulled over at a service area to see if I could indeed incorporate the 18 dragon subduing palms. If successful, that would be extraordinary. I am so excited. I aspire to become the foremost master in the world. I filled in the skills section to add the 18 dragon subduing palms. And the display panel indicated detection in progress. It seems that such a situation did not occur when I previously augmented my skills section. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Dong's mind. Following the system's assessment, it revealed that the skill 18 dragon subduing palms does not exist in the world of the host, resulting in a failed addition and a deduction of 10 wealth points. Damn, I knew it wouldn't work. Novels are indeed just fiction. Lin Dong resigned himself to the reality with a sense of helplessness. As Lin Dong was preparing to continue his journey, he suddenly felt his car lurch forward slightly. He was taken aback. Was he being rear-ended? Hastily, he opened the car door and stepped out to investigate. Indeed, a BMW had collided with the rear of his Bugatti Chiron. Lin Dong glanced around and realized he was parked in a service area. Surely this was the other party's fault? How unfortunate. Not only would he lose 10 luxury points, but his newly purchased Bugatti had also been rear-ended. Upon closer inspection, he found that the damage was not severe, and he felt a slight sense of relief. Hey, how do you park? Don't you know this is a road? A woman in her 30s exited her vehicle and shouted at Lin Dong. Miss, I parked in the service area. You are entirely at fault for the collision. Lin Dong responded calmly. Entirely at fault. Clearly, it's you who parked haphazardly. You think just because you drive a sports car, you're something special? It could very well be rented or borrowed. Look at what you've done to my precious car. I'm telling you, unless you compensate me today, you won't be leaving. Initially, Lin Dong thought it was a minor issue and was willing to let it go. He wasn't particularly concerned about the money. However, encountering such an arrogant individual was unexpected. He decided it was best to forego any argument and simply report the incident for processing. The woman's loud voice attracted a crowd of onlookers, as it was the busy Labor Day holiday period, and many people were on the road. Upon seeing the Bugatti Chiron had been rear-ended, numerous spectators parked in the service area to witness the scene. Wow, is that a Bugatti Chiron? This car starts at 30 million. Just a paint job would cost hundreds of thousands, right? Is it really that expensive? Then the BMW that rear-ended it should be fully responsible. The sale of this BMW would likely result in significant financial loss, wouldn't it? Alas, the burdens of luxury vehicles are indeed daunting. In the future, it would be wise to maintain a safe distance. Excuse me, what are you all talking about? It seems you are merely indulging in idle chatter. Upon overhearing, Lin Dong realized that this woman was ready to confront anything and everything. Soon, the traffic police arrived at the scene. After conducting an investigation and reviewing the footage from the service area, they determined that the BMW was entirely at fault for the rear-end collision. At this point, the woman in the BMW fell silent. Miss, since it has been established that you bear full responsibility, I must inform you that my vehicle is a limited edition Bugatti Chiron, of which only 8 are available worldwide. The official price is 60 million, and it has now appreciated to 80 million. Given the damage to the rear, I estimate the repair costs will start at no less than 1 million. How do you intend to compensate me? As Lin Dong's words left his lips, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. 8 million? Even the slightest scratch could cost a fortune. Their understanding of the wealthy was indeed challenged. What? Starting at 1 million? Impossible. Are you trying to swindle me? I will turn the tables on you. The woman retorted defiantly. Search for yourself on your phone and see if it is I who am attempting to deceive you. After a quick search, the woman realized the gravity of the situation. I have no money. I may have a life, but I possess no wealth. It seemed she was resorting to desperate tactics. Truly a piece of work? Miss. While it's acceptable that you lack funds, I will seek enforcement of this matter. Subsequently, your property and vehicles may be auctioned, and you could find yourself detained for 10 days to half a month. What do you think of that? The woman in the BMW was left speechless, clearly frightened by the implications. The frightened expression of the woman was a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting from pale to flushed. Those surrounding her felt a sense of vindication. Brother, please don't take my mother away. I beg you, I apologize on her behalf. When I grow up and earn money, I will repay you, all right? Lin Dong noticed a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, clutching the leg of his pants. Little one, is she your mother? Lin Dong inquired, pointing at the woman. Yes, the child replied. Is she good to you? Yes. Has she ever hit you? Mommy only spanks me when I misbehave. When I'm good, she doesn't. Your mother owes me a substantial amount of money. Are you not afraid? I'm not afraid. I will work hard in school, earn money when I grow up, save a little, and then repay you, brother. Do you have any money on you? Yes. The little girl produced a 10 yuan note from her tiny pocket and handed it to Lin Dong, saying, I only have this much. Lin Dong accepted the 10 yuan, stood up, and walked towards his car, muttering as he went. A grown person has truly degraded to a pitiful state. He opened the car door, started the engine, and vanished from sight with a swift press of the accelerator. What? He is just going to abandon over 1 million? The world of the wealthy is utterly incomprehensible. Come on, hurry back and have a daughter. If she bumps into a luxury car, there will be no need for compensation. Chapter 39. In Search of Jiangqing. Zhao Xian finished her work and drove her Porsche 911 back to the Jiangnan International Mansion. Just as she arrived at the entrance of the mansion, she was suddenly stopped by someone. Zhao Xian looked closely. Isn't that Mom, Dad, and my brother Zhao Yang? Who are the other 3 individuals? How did they arrive here? Zhao Xian hurriedly exited the vehicle. Dad, Mom, Zhao Yang, what brings you here? Humph. How would we know about your extravagant life in the big city, filled with luxury cars and mansions, while we toil away at home? Zhao Xian's mother, Li Chunying, remarked. Mom, it's not as you think. This car belongs to my boss. Zhao Xian explained. Your boss? You drive his car every day? Why doesn't he let anyone else use it? Mom, can we find a place to talk? Do you have anywhere to stay? I can take you to a hotel and book 2 rooms. I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay here. Don't think I'm oblivious. Your brother has been observing you for days. You stay here every night. Li Chunying pointed at the Jiangnan International Mansion. Mom, this place belongs to my boss. I can't take you inside. Nonsense. What boss? I see it as your boyfriend. Otherwise, what boss would lend you a car and provide you with accommodation? You've truly forgotten your roots since you got a boyfriend. Do you dare me to discipline you right now? Zhao Xian's father, Zhao Taishu, said as he raised a wooden stick to strike Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was taken aback by her father's sudden aggression. A blow to her arm brought tears to her eyes. She felt a deep sense of injustice. For years, she had scrimped and saved for her family, covering her brother's university tuition and living expenses. Each month, she sent home 20,000 yuan, and nearly all her earnings over the years had gone to her family. Now, she was being hit and scolded. Yet, what could she do? They were her parents and her younger brother. Ultimately, there was no alternative but to escort the 6 of them into the international mansion. Zhao Xian pondered that with the May Day holiday, Lin Dong had returned home and would likely not be back for the time being. Upon entering the room, the group stood in astonishment. Such opulence was beyond anything they had ever witnessed on television, now vividly manifest before their eyes. The Feng family was equally taken aback. Rendered speechless, they had previously believed their own circumstances to be decent, dismissing Zhao Yang's rural background, only to realize here that they were but frogs in a well. Looking at Zhao Yang, they found him less disagreeable, perhaps even increasingly likable. With such a sister, how could he possibly falter in the future? Sister, this place is incredibly luxurious, Zhao Yang exclaimed as he approached the grand floor-to-ceiling windows. He was contemplating what it would feel like to reside here on a daily basis. The sheer size of the mansion suggested that it would pose no issue for him and Feng Miao to live here together. Gradually regaining their composure, the initial awkwardness began to dissipate. After all, this was Zhao Xian's home, which was tantamount to their own. At that moment, Zhao Xian inquired, Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Speak your mind. Zhao Taizhu gestured towards Feng Miao and her parents, stating, This is Feng Miao, your brother's girlfriend, and these are her parents. Our 2 families have come to discuss arranging a wedding for your brother. You need to provide 5 million for them to purchase a house and a car. Zhao Xian was nearly driven to laughter by her father's audacity. How could a man who had spent his life as a farmer casually mention 5 million? Did he even comprehend the magnitude of that sum? This had to be Zhao Yang's scheme. I don't have that much money, Zhao Xian retorted. Then how much are you willing to contribute? Zhao Taizhu inquired, expressing his belief that the demand for 5 million was indeed excessive, a suggestion prompted by Zhao Yang. I shall not contribute a single cent, he exclaimed. What? Are you seeking another confrontation? Zhao Taizhu raised his voice. Even if you were to beat me to death, I would not part with a penny. You insufferable girl, do you wish to drive me to my grave? Zhao Taizhu scolded Zhao Xian, who, overwhelmed with emotion, retorted through tears. From childhood, you have favored him simply because he is your son. Whenever there was something delicious, it was always given to him. The funds for my university education were earned through my own labor. Did you ever contribute a single cent? When he wished to attend university and the family lacked the means, I took it upon myself to borrow. I scrimped and saved to repay that debt. Do you have any idea how I endured during that time? I fainted at work due to malnutrition. Eventually, as my career improved, I sent home nearly all my earnings after setting aside a modest living allowance. What more do you desire? And you ungrateful wretch. What kind of university education have you even received? You possess no sense of gratitude, and now you demand 5 million as if I were some sort of ATM? Let me make myself abundantly clear. From this day forth, I will not provide you with a single cent. Zhao Xian had long suppressed her feelings. Merely because she was a daughter, she had never received acknowledgement from her family. No matter how well she performed, it was to no avail. Even when she consistently ranked first in examinations, her parents offered not a shred of recognition. Conversely, no matter how mischievous Zhao Yang was, he was always favored. Whenever he lodged a complaint, she would invariably face punishment. Eventually, after gaining admission to university, she nearly dropped out due to her family's unwillingness to finance her education. They questioned the purpose of her extensive studies, asserting that she was destined to marry and suggesting it would be more prudent for her to seek employment and contribute financially to the household. Fortunately, her teacher extended support, and she managed to balance work and studies, ultimately completing her education. Now, they have come to her, demanding 5 million for her brother's wedding. Where would she procure 5 million? Although she has received a promotion, Lin Dong has yet to mention a salary increase. Zhao Xian's outburst left those present in stunned silence, particularly Li Chunhua and Zhao Taizhu. They had always perceived their children as obedient, yet now they dared to defy them. This sudden turn of events rendered them momentarily speechless. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Chunhua declared, "If you do not provide the money, we will not leave this place." Zhao Xian retorted, "Let me be frank with you. This house was granted to me by my employer out of pity. Do you have any idea of its value?" She paused for effect before continuing, 400 million. 400 million? Good heavens. They struggled to comprehend the magnitude of such an amount, perhaps enough to purchase an entire street in their town. Zhao Yang had previously insisted that his sister's residence was worth at least 50 million, a claim they dismissed as implausible. They could not fathom such exorbitance. Unbeknownst to them, even 50 million was an understatement. Do you understand that 400 million could buy you a house for any random item back home? If you choose not to leave, then I shall take my leave. When the security apprehends you under the pretense of burglary, do not hold it against me. To commit theft in such a high-end community, one would at least face a sentence of 10 to 8 years. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, he stood up, preparing to leave. "Stop, you insolent girl. Are you trying to defy me?" Zhao Taizhu rose, intending to strike Zhao Xian, but was restrained by Li Chunhua. "Dad, ever since I was little, you've called me that. I am your daughter. I am not even on par with the beggars outside," Zhao Xian said, tears brimming in her eyes. Zhao Yang was taken aback. He had assumed that by summoning their parents, Zhao Xian would comply with his every desire, as had been the case before. However, the current turn of events was beyond his expectations. "Sister, don't speak. I know your intentions. You think by bringing Mom and Dad here, you can comfortably rely on me. How old are you this year? Shouldn't you be earning your own living before thinking of marriage?" Zhao Xian disregarded the group and walked out directly. The others in the room immediately stood up to follow her. After all, they hailed from a small town. And if they were truly apprehended, where would they go to seek justice after 10 or 8 years? As Zhao Xian reached the entrance, the front door suddenly swung open from the outside. Chapter 40. A 10 million gift. When Lin Dong arrived in Jiacheng, night had already fallen. Had it not been for some delays on the road, he would have arrived much earlier. Dragging his weary body back to Jiangnan International Residence, he opened the door and noticed Zhao Xian with slightly reddened eyes, just as she was about to step out. Sister Xian, what's the matter? Are you going out?" He then noticed the individuals behind Zhao Xian. Who were they? Upon encountering Lin Dong, Zhao Xian felt a pang of anxiety. Hadn't Lin Dong returned home for the May Day holiday? How could he be back so soon, and at such an inopportune moment? "Mr. Lin, I apologize. These are my family members who have come from my hometown to visit me. I simply brought them here to rest for a while, and I shall take them away shortly," Zhao Xian said, her tone tinged with nervousness. She feared that Lin Dong might be displeased. After all, this was a property worth 400 million, and allowing others to enter in his absence was surely a source of discomfort for him. "And where might you be heading at this late hour? There are plenty of rooms here. After all, it's not as if you cannot find accommodations," Lin Dong inquired. In truth, Zhao Xian was being overly concerned. A house is, after all, meant to be inhabited. There were several rooms available downstairs, more than sufficient for their needs. Lin Dong felt no particular unease. No, I've arranged a hotel for them, Mr. Lin. I must. Zhao Xian had not finished her sentence when Zhao Taizhu interrupted. You must be this little girl's boyfriend, correct? Since you are already cohabitating, it would be prudent to formalize matters. You are a successful entrepreneur. Our family may be humble, but we cannot forego the necessary courtesies. Our requests are modest, a dowry of 1 million, along with a property and a vehicle for your younger brother here in Jiangqing. It need not be extravagant. Given your ability to afford such an expensive house, these modest demands should not be excessive, should they? Lin Dong was taken aback. Little girl? Was he referring to Zhao Xian? What father addresses his daughter in such a manner? It seemed he had taken it upon himself to regard Lin Dong as Zhao Xian's boyfriend. However, considering that he and Zhao Xian lived together, to outsiders, it did indeed appear as cohabitation. It seems that no amount of cleansing in the Yellow River could absolve this situation. However, the dowry of 10 million and a house and car in Jiangqing, does this not equate to selling one's daughter? Lin Dong remained silent, casting a glance at Zhao Xian. He observed her chest heaving violently, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at her father, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, Dad. What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense? Zhao Taizhu retorted. You two are already living together. Isn't that clear enough? If he does not marry you, how will you find a husband in the future? How can we hold our heads high in front of the villagers? Uncle, I am merely Xian's employer, not her boyfriend. Lin Dong interjected, unable to contain himself. Employer? Do employers live together with their subordinates? Are you trying to shirk your responsibilities? Zhao Taizhu questioned. Lin Dong was rendered speechless. It was indeed a case of infidelity gone awry. He realized that any attempt to explain would likely fall on deaf ears. So he chose to remain silent. Dad, I beg you, please stop. Are you truly trying to drive me to despair? Zhao Xian cried out to Zhao Taizhu. Big sister, Dad is trying to help you. Zhao Yang chimed in, clearly thrilled. Now that their father had suggested that his sister and her husband procure a house and car for him in Jiangqing, it seemed inevitable. Moreover, with the additional 10 million in dowry, it was certain that it would ultimately end up in his hands. This would mean he would possess a car, a house, and savings. Why would he need to work when he could simply drive around enjoying life? The Feng family, consisting of 3 members, was equally ecstatic. If Zhao Tiezhu's wishes were to be fulfilled, they would wholeheartedly support this union for their daughter. With 10 million, one could purchase a car and a house in Jiangqing. Returning home with an air of superiority, Zhao Xian observed the expressions of her parents and younger brother, feeling no remorse for her own suffering, nor for her desperate pleas. They were solely motivated by money. Had Lin Dong been a penniless wretch, they would have devised every means to coerce her into ending their relationship. The sight of Lin Dong's wealth ignited in them a desire to exploit him, as if they were selling their daughter for a hefty sum. In their eyes, money reigned supreme. As long as they were compensated, her existence as their daughter seemed inconsequential. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Xian experienced an epiphany. From the moment of her birth, she had been destined to serve as a mere tool for this family. She lamented her past naivety. Having sent home every bit of savings, believing that was where her roots lay, it was only then that she recognized herself as a mayfly, devoid of roots or a stable foundation. Her heart grew cold, and so did her spirit. Zhao Xian fell silent, turning to step into the elevator, consumed by a desire to escape this place. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Dong hurried after her, managing to squeeze into the elevator just as the doors were closing. The remaining Zhao Yang and others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, they resolved to leave. After all, it was someone else's home, and they were genuinely intimidated by Zhao Xian, fearing they might be mistaken for thieves. Chapter 41. The Limit. In a park in Jiangqing, Lin Dong and Zhao Xian sat beside a river. Zhao Xian recounted her experiences over the past 20 years. Lin Dong listened intently, remaining silent. Lin Dong, am I foolish? I give them whatever they desire. If I don't have it, I borrow. And then I scrimp and save to repay, Zhao Xian concluded, looking for his response. Xianjia, you are not foolish. You simply possess an abundance of emotions. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps so. However, I have made a resolution. For the past 20 years, I have lived for them. But in the coming decades, I wish to live for myself. Xianjia, let us invite Uncle and Aunt to the hotel for a meal tomorrow. Since they have traveled such a distance, I should express my appreciation. If you require any financial assistance, feel free to take whatever you need from the finance department. Regardless of your decisions, I will always support you. Lin Dong declared. Thank you, Lin Dong. Zhao Xian sobbed as she leaned into Lin Dong's embrace. She had initially feared that he would look down upon her due to her family circumstances, yet to her surprise, he harbored no disdain whatsoever. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Dong had lost his parents at a young age and had not fared much better living with his uncle. However, he was fortunate to have a loving aunt and a supportive cousin, while Zhao Xian had no one to rely on, which made him feel a profound sense of empathy for her. Xianjia, cry as much as you need. It will bring you relief. Lin Dong gently reassured her, patting her back. Zhao Xian wept in his arms for approximately half an hour before finally pulling away. Noticing the dampness on Lin Dong's shirt from her tears, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lin Dong, I'm so sorry for wetting your shirt. It's quite all right. Xianjia, let us head back. Upon returning to Jiangnan International Mansion, they discovered that Zhao Yang and the others had already departed. Lin Dong, I will go look for them, Zhao Xian announced as she made her way towards the door, only to be gently restrained by Lin Dong. Sister Xian, did you not say that in the future you would live for yourself? You ought to learn to refuse. Seeking them out now would only embolden them further. Besides, they're all adults and will not encounter any grave issues. Well, very well. Good night, Director Lin. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, she entered her own room. She contemplated that Lin Dong's words held merit. If she were to live for herself, she must learn to decline. Lin Dong lay on his bed, gazing at the system interface before him. Host, Lin Dong balance, 99999686546254465 physique, 50, strong, mentality, 50, strong, skills, driving, 10 proficient, piano, 10 proficient, singing, 10 proficient, lyric writing, 10 proficient, composition, 10 proficient, wealth points, 190. He still had 190 wealth points remaining. Resolving to enhance his abilities swiftly, he decisively allocated 50 wealth points to his physique. The physique value, which had initially been 50, instantly surged to 100. In that moment, Lin Dong felt an intense warmth coursing through his body, akin to countless ants crawling beneath his skin, a delightful, yet overwhelming sensation. This feeling persisted for a full 5 minutes before dissipating. Lin Dong felt as if he had just emerged from water, his entire being thoroughly soaked. Not in haste. He then allocated another 50 wealth points to his mentality. Suddenly, his mind felt hazy, as if he had indulged in excessive revelry. Lin Dong closed his eyes and lay quietly on the bed. A few minutes later, he felt a sense of clarity returning. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed his vision seemed significantly enhanced. In the past, he had experienced a slight degree of myopia. However, now he could see a mosquito perched on the 3-meter-high ceiling with astonishing clarity, even discerning which leg of the insect was in motion. How wondrous! Lin Dong quickly glanced at the panel. Host, Lin Dong balance, 999996865462545 physique, 100, limit, spirit, 100, limit, skills, car driving, mastery level 10, piano technique, mastery level 10, singing, mastery level 10, lyric writing, mastery level 10, composition, mastery level 10, godly points, 90. His physique and spirit had both reached 100 points. Yet it seemed he had hit a ceiling, with the addition sign disappearing. This meant no further enhancement was possible? Surely, that cannot be the case. To be unable to improve so swiftly? With such a significant amount of wealth, what would he do with the future godly points? Enhance skills? Even the dragon subduing 18 palms couldn't be improved upon, so what was the point? Never mind, he would set that aside for now and delve into it later. He had an inkling that this system was not as straightforward as it appeared. Lin Dong rose from his slumber, feeling sticky all over. He approached the edge of the pool. Surely, Sister Xian must be asleep by now. Not wanting to ponder further, he stripped off his clothes and leaped into the pool. What a delight! After swimming a couple of laps and cleansing himself, Lin Dong emerged from the water to examine his physique. There were no noticeable changes, nor any particularly defined muscles. Yet, Lin Dong felt an explosive power coursing through him. He believed he could strike down a bull with a single punch. Chapter 42, Donglai International. The following morning, in the chairman's office of Jinya Hotel. Sister Xian, I am preparing to establish an investment company named Donglai International, but I find myself lacking the time to do so. Therefore, I need a trustworthy individual to help me build a solid foundation, and I hope you can assist me. Mr. Lin, I fear I may not perform adequately. Zhao Xian hesitated in her response. She wished to participate, but was apprehensive about her capabilities and the potential impact on Mr. Lin's significant endeavor. Sister Xian, you possess the ability. You should not confine yourself to this modest hotel, but should venture out to explore the wider world. Well, I shall give it a try. Embrace the opportunity with confidence. The greatest support I can offer you is boundless financial resources. If you believe someone is capable, we shall recruit them. If others offer 1 million, we shall invest 5 million or even 10 million. As long as they are talented, we shall not fear expenditure. Excellent. When shall I set out? The sooner, the better. Then I shall depart tomorrow. Very well, let us invite your parents over, and we can share a meal together. After the events of the previous night, Lin Dong sensed a transformation in Zhao Xian. She had once been optimistic and cheerful, yet now she seemed to be evolving into a cold, formidable businesswoman. Frankly, Lin Dong preferred the former Zhao Xian, who occasionally offered him unintentional allure. However, it is inevitable that experiences shape a person. On the other side, in a modest hotel where Zhao Taizhu and his companions were staying, the group gathered in the morning, awaiting Zhao Tieju's decision on their next course of action. Dad, what shall we do today? Zhao Yang inquired. What shall we do? Let us go directly to her hotel to seek her out. But what if my sister refuses to see us? Refuse to see us? Having raised her for so many years, how can she now choose to disown me as her father now that she is living comfortably? If that is the case, I shall create a scene at her workplace, ensuring she cannot hold her head high before her colleagues. Yes, that is precisely what I shall do. This ungrateful girl, now that she has gained some independence, wishes to cast us aside as if it were so simple. Li Chunhua chimed in support. Meanwhile, Feng Miao and her family remained silent, yet they hoped Zhao Yang could secure Zhao Xian's assistance as it pertained to their daughter's future happiness. As the group prepared to head to the Jinya Hotel where Zhao Xian worked, Zhao Xian's phone call came through, inviting them to dine at the hotel. Dad, it seems my sister has relented. Our prospects for a house and car are looking bright. Zhao Yang exclaimed joyfully. Feng Miao shared in his delight. For what belonged to Zhao Yang would also rightfully belong to her. Soon, Zhao Taizhu wore a smile as he remarked, look at your ambitions. Your brother-in-law is a wealthy businessman, residing in a mansion worth hundreds of millions. With such a grand hotel under his management, he surely cannot oversee everything alone. Did you not mention that your sister is a manager? Have her arrange a position for you. Indeed, my sister is the general manager, apart from my brother-in-law. She holds the highest authority. Have her secure a role for me, and let Miao Miao join as well. If your sister arranges a managerial position for you and a financial role for Miao Miao, it will prevent your brother-in-law from straying with his wealth. And you both can support your sister a little, Li Chunhua suggested. Thus, the group set off joyfully towards Jinya Hotel. Upon arrival, they were guided by the staff to room 1, where Lin Dong and Zhao Xian were already seated and the dishes had been served. As they gazed upon the table laden with exquisite delicacies, several could not help but swallow in anticipation. Surely, such sumptuous fare was reserved solely for emperors on television. Little did I expect to partake in such a feast myself. Uncle, aunt, having traveled such a distance, today I shall extend my hospitality. Feel free to indulge. And should you require more, I shall have the kitchen prepare additional dishes, Lin Dong proclaimed. Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhao Yang exclaimed as he took his seat and began to savor the meal, with others soon following suit. This lobster is absolutely delectable. Miao Miao, do try some. Dad. Mom, you must also sample this lobster. How is this crab so enormous? Mom, this is a king crab. It's quite expensive, costing several thousand for just one. What is this? It's dark and melts in the mouth. So delightful. This is caviar. Even more costly. And this is abalone. I don't recognize this either. This one is even more delicious. As they were deeply engrossed in their meal, Lin Dong stood up and said, Uncle, Aunt, please take your time. I have a matter to attend to, and if you need anything further, please inform Xian Jie to notify the kitchen. Brother-in-law, go ahead and take care of your business. Zhao Yang replied, his mouth full. Lin Dong departed, aware that Zhao Xian had matters to discuss with her family. He wished not to intervene in her decisions. Regardless of her choices, he would offer his unwavering support. After Lin Dong left, a moment passed before Zhao Xian spoke up. Once you finish eating, please tidy up and prepare to return. I will ensure that money is sent back regularly each month. Sister, I do not wish to go back. Please arrange a job for me here. Zhao Yang responded. Zhao Xian contemplated for a moment. If Zhao Yang could diligently work here, it would indeed be a positive development. She then said, please present me with your university diploma, so I may determine which position suits you best. Zhao Yang fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Xian's unwavering gaze was fixed upon him, making him feel increasingly uneasy. although he had previously harbored some fear of Zhao Xian. It was nothing compared to the trepidation he felt today. Her penetrating stare sent shivers down his spine. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he confessed, Sister, I never attended university. Oh, you did not go to university? What about the funds I painstakingly saved to send you to school? Zhao Xian inquired, taking a deep breath. Well, I lost some money gambling and was left with no choice but to deceive you into thinking I was enrolled in college, Zhao Yang stammered. So, your entire family conspired to deceive me? I toiled and even sacrificed my health, leading to fainting at work, while the money I saved was squandered on repaying your gambling debts. Sister, we had no other option. Those creditors threatened to take one of my hands if the debts were not settled. Our parents were compelled to deceive you, Zhao Yang explained, desperation evident in his voice. I acknowledge that it was all my fault, but I have changed. Since that incident, I have not gambled again, he added earnestly. I can vouch for that. Yang has truly reformed, Li Chunhua interjected. Zhao Xian inhaled deeply several times, striving to quell the fury that surged within her. Very well. You shall start from the lowest position as a server. Sister, I refuse to work as a waitress. Instead, arrange for me a managerial position and assign Miao Miao a role in financial oversight. This will prevent my brother-in-law from squandering money and indulging in extramarital affairs. I assure you, I will faithfully report his every move, as instructed by our mother, urging us to support you, Zhao Yang boldly declared. Zhao Xian was truly infuriated to the point of laughter. Manage people, handle finances, and support oneself? Was this an attempt to undermine Lin Dong? Were they contemplating a future where the hotel bore the Zhao name? It was astonishing that they could even conceive such notions. Manage finances? Do you have any idea what the monthly turnover here amounts to? Are you aware of how much you have spent on this meal? Let me enlighten you. Your meal cost 1 million, while the monthly turnover here approaches 10 billion. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to manage such affairs? Upon the conclusion of Zhao Xian's words, all dining ceased. Heads lifted in astonishment, gazing at her with disbelief. 1 million for a single meal? How outrageous. Sister, did you just say? How much did we spend on this meal? Zhao Yang asked, swallowing his food quietly. Your meal, in total, amounted to 1 million. A prolonged silence enveloped the group. After the shock subsided, Li Chunhua remarked, This place earns so much in a month? It appears your judgment is quite astute. We have toiled for the better part of our lives. It is time for us to enjoy some comfort. Since you are so affluent, why not purchase Yang Yang's house and car sooner rather than later? It would facilitate his marriage and help him settle down, Zhao Taizhu added. Zhao Xian gazed at her family in disbelief, lamenting their shared disposition. She truly felt a sense of sorrow for having been born into such a family. Initially, she thought of her relatives as family and felt compelled to assist them whenever possible. However, now she yearned to leave as swiftly as possible, wishing to avoid the sight of those individuals. Please, continue your meal. I need to step outside for a moment, Zhao Xian declared before rising to depart. Her heart was heavy with disillusionment. It was astonishing that her family had conspired to deceive her. The money she had painstakingly saved was squandered to settle their gambling debts. Today, when she possessed the means to fulfill their demands, she realized that tomorrow they would only escalate their requests, perpetually insatiable, devoid of gratitude, and solely focused on extraction. She truly wished to distance herself from them. The others resumed their meal, the lavish spread worth over 1 million, and to leave it untouched would be sheer waste. Zhao Xian made her way to the chairman's office, where Lin Dong was idly playing with his phone. Oh, Sister Xian, what brings you up here so soon? He inquired. Lin Dong, I wish to leave immediately. I can no longer bear to see them. Zhao Xian responded. Leave now? What about them? Should I provide them with some money? Lin Dong asked, suspecting that her family must have uttered something hurtful to provoke such a strong reaction. Since Zhao Xian had made her decision, he resolved to support her. Absolutely not. Once you give them anything, it will never end. They will forever be unsatisfied. So we simply disregard them? Yes. No need to concern ourselves. If they cause a scene at the hotel, we can simply report them and have them detained for a couple of days until they learn their lesson. Very well. Sister Xian, where shall we head first? To the enchanting metropolis of Shanghai, a world-class city where talent converges, and fortuitously, I have a university roommate residing there who may be of assistance. Very well. I wish Sister Xian a safe journey, and upon your return, I shall host a celebratory feast in your honor. Thank you, Director Lin. Zhao Taizhu and the others remain oblivious to the fact that Zhao Xian has already departed for Shanghai. They have indulged themselves to the fullest, yet are reluctant to part with the lavish feast costing 1 million per table. stretching their meal to an astonishing 3 hours. Chapter 44. Quiet departure after the meal. The group exited the private room and were escorted by the waiter to the chairman's office. Brother-in-law, where's my sister? Zhao Yang inquired. No, do not call me brother-in-law. As I have stated, my relationship with Sister Xian is strictly professional. There has been no transgression, and I am still a university student. How could I possibly be your brother-in-law? Director Lin asserted. The group exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. It seemed acceptable to address him so during the meal. Yet now it was disallowed. Director Lin, where is my sister? Zhao Yang pressed again. Your sister has already departed. You should all return home after your meal, Director Lin replied. Departed? Then we must go find her. Zhao Yang exclaimed. When I say departed, I do not mean she has left the hotel, but rather, she has left Jiangcheng. Here is Sister Xian's resignation letter. You may read it for yourselves, Director Lin said, handing Zhao Yang a sheet of paper. Resigned? The group was taken aback, sensing an unsettling turn of events. Zhao Yang took the letter and indeed confirmed it was Zhao Xian's resignation. Director Lin, why did my sister resign? What does this mean? Xian Jie believes that working here will only lead to incessant entanglements, and since she cannot meet your demands, she has opted to depart. Lin Dong responded. Where has my sister gone? I am uncertain. It seems she has gone to seek refuge with a college roommate. At that moment, Li Chunhua hastily retrieved her phone and dialed Zhao Xian's number. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is powered off. Sorry. It's over. Utterly finished. Li Chunhua sank to the ground in despair. Humph. You wretch must be conspiring with that wretched girl to deceive us, right? I warn you. If she does not return, we shall remain here indefinitely. Zhao Taiju declared angrily at Lin Dong. Old man, do not unleash your fury here. Your daughter has left. And it was not I who drove her away. It was your actions that compelled her departure. What does it have to do with me? If you continue to throw a tantrum, it will only reflect poorly on you. Lin Dong replied, unperturbed. I do not care. If she does not return, I shall remain here. After all, every day is filled with exquisite food and drink. Zhao Taiju remained resolute. Old man, when Xian Jie was still here, I spared no expense on the finest banquet for you all, which cost over 1 million. However, now that she has departed, I see no reason to continue showing you courtesy. If you persist with this tantrum, I shall report you directly, and you may find yourself imprisoned for a year or more. Do not blame me for your tarnished reputation. Lin Dong spoke leisurely. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the others were struck with fear. After all, he was a figure of considerable stature in their eyes. Do not attempt to intimidate me. I must tell you, I have lived a long life, and I am not easily frightened, Zhao Taiju declared. However, the tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Old man, how could I possibly deceive you? I am somewhat familiar with Xuanjie's situation. You mentioned that she is your own flesh and blood, yet the disparity is so profound. If you two had shown even a modicum of concern for Xuanjie, she would not have departed under such sorrowful circumstances. I witnessed her weeping bitterly as she left, and she explicitly stated that she has repaid the debt of gratitude for your upbringing over the years and wishes never to see you again. It is likely that you will find it exceedingly difficult to locate her henceforth. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Taiju gasped, nearly fainting. Li Chunhua hurried to support him. Zhao Yang, too, felt as if his dreams of a bright future had been utterly shattered. Feng Miao's parents grasped her hand, preparing to depart. They had no intention of accompanying Zhao Taiju in his madness. What if he were to be taken away? Miao Miao, Zhao Yang cried out. Feng Miao turned, casting a pitiful glance at him. What are you still looking at this useless person for? This was such a splendid opportunity. Yet you had to drive Zhao Xian away. Now, look at what we have achieved. Nothing at all. With his capabilities, when will he ever afford a house or a car? Come, let us return at once. You are not to associate with him again. I will find you someone far better, Feng's mother reprimanded, pulling her away from Zhao Yang. In that instant, Zhao Yang felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to the depths of despair. Meanwhile, Zhao Taiju and Li Chunhua were also consumed by a surge of rage and frustration. If Zhao Xian truly severed all contact, where would they ever find her? Moreover, over the years, Zhao Xian has consistently sent money back home each month, and her family has grown accustomed to this arrangement, having long ceased to engage in labor. In the village, they have become the envy of all, possessing a daughter who brings an income without toil. What would happen if this source of support were to suddenly cease? Would they have to revert to the grueling routine of early mornings and late nights once more? How would the villagers perceive their family then? This contemplation fills the elderly couple with profound regret. How delightful it would have been to simply remain at home. Day after day could have been spent playing cards and taking leisurely strolls. It is all the fault of that scoundrel, Zhao Yang. Were it not for him, they would still be living in comfort at home. Now, they find themselves with nothing. The couple has not reflected on their past harshness towards Zhao Xian. Rather, they lament that they should never have listened to Zhao Yang and left their hometown for this place. Certainly, they are correct in thinking that had they remained at home, Zhao Xian's monthly remittances would not have diminished by a single penny. Lin Dong quietly sits on the sofa, observing the drama of this family unfold. He could easily provide them with funds to send Zhao Yang and his companions away, even if they were to demand exorbitant amounts. Lin Dong could afford it. However, he is reluctant to part with his money. In light of such a familial background, Zhao Xian's resilience against degradation strikes Lin Dong as miraculous, and he holds her in high regard. Zhao Xian possesses both beauty and figure, rivaling the renowned three goddesses of Jiang University, and she exudes a mature femininity that enhances her allure to men, a sentiment he deeply understands. Working in the upscale Golden Leaf Hotel, she encounters numerous wealthy magnates. If she truly were to disregard all else in her pursuit of wealth, success would come to her with remarkable ease. Old master, if you still harbor doubts, you may come to the hotel entrance each morning to observe whether Sister Xin arrives for work. Of course, this must not disrupt the hotel's operations, otherwise. Do not blame me for being unsympathetic. That is all I have to say. You may take your leave now. The group departed, despondent. Lin Dong wondered whether they would return to their hometown immediately or continue to wait. Yet, this was no longer of concern to him. Some truths are only appreciated upon loss. When they lose Sister Xian's support and experience a period of decline, perhaps they will remember her kindness. The author wishes to convey. These chapters primarily illustrate Zhao Xian's transformation from a lively, optimistic individual into a poised and formidable businesswoman, who will become Lin Dong's indispensable ally in the global commercial empire he is destined to build. Please fasten your seatbelts. The protagonist is about to take flight. Chapter 45. The point of no return. In the afternoon, Lin Dong registered a company named Donglai International Investment Company, with Zhao Xian as the general manager, and the Jinya Hotel included under its umbrella. However, it remains merely a shell for now, awaiting Zhao Xian to recruit various talents to expand the company. The following day, upon arriving at the Jinya Hotel, Lin Dong discovered the Zhao family huddled in a corner of the outdoor parking lot. Indeed, they remained undeterred. Lin Dong paid them no mind and entered the hotel directly. The morning drifted by in a haze. During this time, Lin Dong received a package, a prestigious membership badge from the SCC headquarters. The so-called badge is merely a ring engraved with the SCC emblem. Just as Lin Dong was preparing to depart, he received an unexpected phone call. It was Zhu Yin, Jiang Shan's close friend, who informed Lin Dong that Jiang Shan had suddenly collapsed and was now in the hospital. Lin Dong was taken aback by the call. What does Jiang Shan's fainting have to do with me? She has already cast me aside. Shouldn't the call have been directed to Huang Junlei? Lin Dong initially intended to disregard it. However, as he pondered, he found himself unable to dismiss the matter from his mind. He decided to go after all. After all, it held 4 years of his memories. Perhaps it was time to offer himself some closure. Driving to the hospital that Zhu Yin had mentioned, he stopped along the way to purchase some fruit. Arriving in his limited edition Bugatti Chiron to buy fruit naturally sparked a flurry of discussions. The fruit stall was nearly overwhelmed with customers, and the owner was exceedingly pleased, managing to sell in a short time what he would typically sell in a day. Thus, Lin Dong's purchase of fruit was particularly generous. As he walked through the hospital corridor, Lin Dong suddenly overheard voices coming from a medical room. "Doctor, please. Can you save my mother? I'm begging you." "Sir, our hospital is not a charitable institution. If you lack the funds, how can we treat her? Just treat her first. I will find a way to gather the money. To be honest, your mother's condition is quite serious. Even if we perform surgery here, the success rate is not high. You should consider a hospital with more advanced medical equipment. The chances of success would be greater." "Doctor, how long does my mother have left?" "Without undergoing surgery, there remains a span of 3 months. However, should the operation prove successful, a decade of life would not be an issue. Conversely, if unsuccessful, one might not even survive the 3 months. As Lin Dong casually glanced at the infirmary, he observed a man in his 30s pleading desperately with a doctor in his 50s, imploring him to save his ailing mother. Lin Dong paid no heed. Such scenes transpire daily. After a lifetime of hard work, a serious illness can render everything lost. Entering the ward as mentioned by Zhu Yin, Lin Dong found Zhu Yin seated beside the bed, while Jiang Shan lay pallidly on the mattress, a doctor conducting an examination. Lin Dong placed the fruit upon a chair. Upon seeing him, a flicker of joy crossed Jiang Shan's pale visage. She was aware that Zhu Yin must have informed him. Lin Dong remained motionless, waiting for the doctor to conclude the examination. Upon turning around, the doctor found Lin Dong standing just behind him. "You must be the patient's boyfriend," the doctor remarked. "You young ones truly perplex me. The patient is already 3 weeks pregnant, yet her health is so frail. If this continues, it could adversely affect the fetus's development. Should you choose not to proceed with this pregnancy, it is imperative to wait until her health is restored before considering any procedure." Pregnant? At the doctor's words, Lin Dong felt a thunderous ache in his mind, a pain that tore through his heart. For years, an entire 4 years, countless days and nights spent unwaveringly delivering meals to Jiang Shan beneath her dormitory. How many times had he worked part-time jobs and rejoiced upon receiving his salary? Knowing he could purchase gifts for Jiang Shan, they had wept together, laughed together, and dreamed of a future filled with a loving family and adorable children. Little did I anticipate that today would culminate in such an outcome. Having been with Jiang Shan for a full 4 years, I never once violated her wishes. Yet, astonishingly, as soon as she entered a relationship with another, she found herself pregnant. It is indeed a cruel irony. Is our 4-year bond truly so inexpensive? It seems even less valuable than a new designer handbag. Lin Dong inhaled deeply and declared, "I understand now. Thank you, doctor." Upon hearing the doctor inform Lin Dong of her pregnancy, Jiang Shan felt the flicker of hope within her extinguish entirely. Her already pale face grew even more ashen. She opened her mouth, wishing to utter something, but found herself unable to produce any sound. Zhu Yin, too, was taken aback by the turn of events. Witnessing her best friend weep daily, she yearned to help her reclaim Lin Dong. She was acutely aware that Lin Dong still harbored feelings for Jiang Shan, having witnessed all their sweet moments together. However, she could not have foreseen this scene. The doctor departed, leaving the ward shrouded in silence. Ultimately, Jiang Shan shattered the stillness, saying, "Lin Dong, I am sorry. There is no need for apologies. Everyone possesses the right to choose. Since you have chosen this path, I will wish you well." Lin Dong replied, "Lin Dong, I truly apologize. Were it not for my vanity and my acceptance of Huang Junlang's various gifts, I would not have been unable to decline his invitation to his gathering, nor would I have succumbed to his advances after drinking too much." By the time I awoke the next day, everything had changed, Jiang Shan sobbed. Strangely enough, upon hearing Jiang Shan's explanation, Lin Dong felt no stirrings of emotion within him. He had anticipated feeling anger and seeking retribution against Huang Junlang, but instead, he found himself devoid of such feelings. Was he truly merely inebriated? Perhaps there are other reasons. Just a couple of days ago, his cousin Wang Li had experienced a similar situation. However, if Jiang Shan's resolve is steadfast, how could Huang Junlang possibly have an opportunity? Ultimately, it boils down to the fragility of their 4-year relationship. Jiang Shan has already entertained such thoughts, and even in the absence of Huang Junlang, there would undoubtedly be others. Very well. Since you are unscathed, I shall take my leave. Lin Dong did not wish to linger here. He yearned to depart. Jiang Shan was taken aback. Lin Dong's demeanor was entirely unexpected. There was no anger directed toward Huang Junlang, nor was there any self-pity. All that remained was tranquility. Given her 4 years of acquaintance with Lin Dong, this was not the behavior she anticipated. In that moment, she realized that she hardly knew the Lin Dong before her. As Lin Dong exited the hospital room, he silently murmured, "Jiang Shan, farewell," thus marking the conclusion of their 4-year relationship. From this moment onward, Jiang Shan would irrevocably become a part of his past. The room was soon filled with Jiang Shan's uncontrollable sobs, yet these lamentations no longer held any significance for him. Chapter 46. Xiao Pejuan. Upon leaving the hospital, Lin Dong inhaled deeply several times. Everything had come to an end. As he fully embraced this moment of release, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Just as he drove out of the hospital gates, a voice pierced the air. "Thief! Catch the thief!" Startled, Lin Dong quickly pulled over. Upon exiting the vehicle, he noticed a young man sprinting toward him, clutching a wallet, while a woman in her 30s trailed behind, shouting, "Get away! Get away! Do you want to die?" The young man, running for his life, brandished a dagger in his other hand. Lin Dong was eager to test the limits of his physical prowess. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly sensed a shadow dart past him with astonishing speed. When Lin Dong turned to look at the thief, he found him forcefully pinned to the ground by a powerful hand. The thief struggled helplessly beneath the grip of that iron-like hand. A master. That was Lin Dong's immediate impression. His senses had now reached their peak, and he was acutely aware of the intense aura emanating from the individual who had just passed him. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the man who had sought medical assistance for his ailing mother in the hospital. Xiao Pejun, consumed with anxiety, had just exited the hospital. His mother's illness was dire, requiring a substantial sum of money for a chance at recovery. Yet, he found himself devoid of funds. Over the years, he had served as a mercenary abroad, amassing a considerable fortune with the intention of returning home to provide a better life for his family. However, during their final mission, protecting a prominent official during a speech in a small nation, they were ambushed by unidentified assailants, leaving only 3 of the 12 members of their team alive. Upon returning home, the 3 survivors unanimously decided to distribute all their earnings to the families of their fallen comrades, for at least they had returned, while those who had shared in their struggles for years would remain forever in a foreign land. Little did he anticipate that his mother's condition would deteriorate so rapidly. Without immediate surgery, they would miss the crucial window for treatment. But where could he possibly procure such a large sum of money? As the ancients said, even a penny could thwart a hero, and now he faced a far greater financial burden. What was he to do? Having spent many years abroad, the dearest companions I have are the 2 who returned alive alongside me. However, like myself, they are children of impoverished families, otherwise, who would venture abroad, risking their lives for money? Upon our return, we left with not a single cent to our names. Surely, they are now also toiling for their livelihoods. Seeking their assistance would amount to little more than a drop in the bucket. Just as he exited the hospital, he heard someone shouting for help, claiming a thief was at large. Instinctively, he rushed forward and subdued the thief, pinning him to the ground, where his struggles proved futile. Soon, the woman from whom the money had been stolen caught up, reclaiming her wallet from the grasp of Xiao Bojun. "Thank you, big brother." The woman expressed her gratitude earnestly. "It's nothing. Please call the police." Xiao Bojun replied. "Yes, yes." The woman quickly retrieved her phone to dial the authorities. A few minutes later, the police arrived to escort the thief away. The woman continued to express her appreciation to Xiao Bojun, even offering him a substantial sum of money from her wallet. Yet, he declined, stating that his actions were not motivated by financial gain, even though he was in dire need. Just as he prepared to depart, a figure obstructed his path. He moved left, only to find the figure blocking him again. He shifted to the right, and the figure mirrored the movement, persistently standing in his way. After several attempts, it dawned on him that this was a deliberate act. "Younger brother, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Bojun inquired, looking at the man before him, Lin Dong. "Brother, shall we find a place to discuss this?" Lin Dong suggested. "We should not be acquainted, should we? I can offer money to save your mother. Do not misunderstand me. I merely happened upon you seeking the doctor while visiting a friend in the hospital." Xiao Pejun meticulously observed Lin Dong. Having traversed the precipice of life and death for years, he sensed a subtle threat emanating from Lin Dong. He was intrigued by how this young man managed to evoke such feelings. It is worth noting that even within the foreign mercenary circles, few could pose a threat to him. The 2 found a nearby park, where, due to the early hour, few people lingered. "May I inquire your name?" Lin Dong asked. "I am Xiao Pejun," he replied. "Brother Xiao, I am aware that you urgently require funds for your mother's treatment. I can arrange for your mother to receive the finest hospital care, the best equipment, and the most effective medications. However, regardless of the outcome, you must serve me for 10 years. What say you?" Xiao Pejun regarded Lin Dong intently, who, undeterred, met his gaze. After a brief pause, Xiao Pejun agreed, "Very well. However, I shall only be responsible for ensuring your safety and will not partake in any illicit activities." "Agreed." Lin Dong extended his hand, which Xiao Pejun grasped firmly. Thus, a legend began to take form. Chapter 47. A Test of Skills. Brother Xiao, I am Lin Dong. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, please refrain from addressing me as Brother Xiao. Simply call me Pejun, he replied. "Very well, Pejun. I wish to engage in a friendly contest." Lin Dong had long desired to test his abilities. Ever since reaching the limits of both his physical and mental capacities, he felt an immense reservoir of strength within him, accompanied by heightened senses. "Please, young Master Lin," Xiao Pejun said, inviting him to proceed. He was also eager to discern the extent of the prowess possessed by this young man, who seemed to pose a slight threat. The 2 stood several meters apart, each firmly planted in their position. Lin Dong exhibited no particular technique. Rather, he relied solely on his acute senses and the explosive force within his body. He endeavored to summon this latent power, allowing it to surge throughout him. In that moment, Lin Dong emanated an aura reminiscent of an ancient Tyrannosaurus. Xiao Pejun felt an overwhelming pressure. While he was astonished, he also exuded the bloody aura forged from his years spent on the precipice of life and death. With a powerful push against the ground, Lin Dong propelled himself towards Xiao Pejun, delivering a punch aimed at his opponent. Since this was merely a sparring session, Lin Dong possessed no clear understanding of his own strength. Thus, he exerted only 50% of his power in this blow. As Lin Dong charged, Xiao Pejun was struck by a wave of intense pressure. Momentarily taken aback, he barely managed to cross his arms defensively before Lin Dong's fist collided with him. The impact sent Xiao Pejun staggering back 7 to 8 meters before he finally came to a halt. Lin Dong paused at the spot where Xiao Pejun had stood moments ago, grimacing as he shook his somewhat sore right hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Pejun stared at his slightly swollen arm, his face a mask of shock. Lin Dong's strength was utterly beyond his expectations. Initially, although Lin Dong had instilled a semblance of threat in him, he had not taken it too seriously. After all, Lin Dong appeared to be merely in his 20s. How could someone of such youth, even if trained from a young age, possibly compare to a seasoned warrior like himself, who had spent years navigating the battlefield? Thus, there lingered a sense of disdain towards Lin Dong in his heart. However, just moments ago, Lin Dong's punch had propelled him back 7 or 8 meters, leaving his arms somewhat bruised and swollen. He had indeed underestimated Lin Dong. Truly, there are always individuals beyond individuals, realms beyond realms. Little did he know that Lin Dong had merely exerted 50% of his strength. Were he aware of this, one could only speculate on his reaction. "How was my punch, Pejun?" Lin Dong inquired, shaking his right hand, which still bore the remnants of pain. "Lin Xiao, you are the most formidable individual of your age that I have encountered. Such prowess at such a young age is truly admirable," Pejun responded. "The foremost of my age?" Lin Dong mused, contemplating the implication that there existed those more powerful than him, albeit older. This left him somewhat dissatisfied with Pejun's assessment. He had already reached dual extremes. Could there truly be someone stronger? Did this not imply that he would forever remain unable to surpass them? Even with his extraordinary abilities, he found himself not invincible? It seemed he would need to delve deeper into the intricacies of the system. "Pejun, let us proceed. We must assist Auntie in transferring to another hospital, so that her surgery can be conducted promptly, allowing you to remain at ease by my side." "Thank you, Lin Xiao," Pejun exclaimed with excitement. Lin Dong inquired within the Jiangnan Province SCC group about any connections to senior management at the first hospital. Responses came swiftly, and a person named Lu Chen added Lin Dong as a friend, providing him with a phone number to contact the hospital's director. Upon calling, Lin Dong articulated his purpose, and the director responded with utmost courtesy and warmth, assuring him that whenever he arrived for the transfer, they would promptly arrange for a specialist consultation. In the afternoon, when Lin Dong arrived at the first hospital accompanied by Xiao Pejun and his mother, a team of over 10 specialists was already awaiting their arrival at the entrance. "You must be Mr. Lin. Greetings, I am Lu Chuan, the director of the first hospital. We are honored to welcome you, and we shall exert every effort to aid the patient." "Thank you, Director Lu," Lin replied politely. "It is our duty," Lu responded graciously. Subsequently, the team of specialists conducted a comprehensive series of examinations on Xiao Pejun's mother. The ultimate conclusion was that surgery needed to be performed urgently to prevent the condition from deteriorating further. With each passing day, the risks associated with the surgery would increase. Thus, the hospital scheduled the operation for the following day. In the premium ward of the first hospital, Xiao Pejun's mother expressed her concerns. "This esteemed hospital must be quite costly, isn't it?" "Do not worry, mother. I have resolved the financial matters. You need only focus on your recovery," Xiao Pejun reassured her. "I do not wish to undergo treatment. You should save that money for your future wife. You are over 30 and still single. Look at the boy next door, whose son is nearly in junior high. Mother, please prioritize your health. Once you recover, I promise to bring home a wife and give you a healthy grandson, all right? All right. You must keep your promise. My greatest wish in life is to hold my grandchild." With that, Xiao Pejun stepped out of the ward, wiping away the moisture that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. He felt that the deepest regret of his life was towards his parents. He was resolute in ensuring that his mother would not depart this world with any lingering regrets. Chapter 48. The Gathering. The following day, the surgery of Xiao Pejun's mother was remarkably successful, performed by the most esteemed medical professors from Jiangnan province. The hospital had also dispatched 2 senior nurses to provide her with care. Lin Dong entrusted the luxurious Benchi D.G. to Xiao Pejun, who then commenced his duties, covertly safeguarding Lin Dong from the shadows. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang and his family split into 2 factions. Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua stationed themselves at the hotel entrance, while Zhao Yang stood guard at the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion. It seemed they were reluctant to depart in disgrace, devoid of Zhao Xian's financial support. They were engulfed in uncertainty regarding their future. Lin Dong paid them no heed, curious to observe how long they could maintain their vigil. At the very least, a profound lesson needed to be imparted to them. Good news also arrived from Zhao Xian. Lured by the prospect of substantial financial gain, there were already parties expressing interest in Donglai International, currently in discussions. As an investment firm, Donglai International's primary requirement was to assemble a formidable team of lawyers, negotiation experts, and evaluators. Lin Dong urged Zhao Xian to tighten her grip, insisting that spending extra money was of no concern, as collaboration with Wang Chong was imminent. He hoped that the newly recruited personnel would prove beneficial. As evening descended, the opulent Jinsha Entertainment City in Jiangxing buzzed with activity. Zhang Min brought Lu Peng along to attend a class gathering. This event was organized by those who remained at school during the break, with some early returnees also in attendance. However, Sun Siyu was absent due to a family emergency, likely necessitating a few days of leave. The reason for bringing Lu Peng was his status as a wealthy heir, coupled with his appealing looks, epitomizing the archetype of a tall, rich, and handsome gentleman. Zhang Min harbored a subtle desire to showcase her association with him. Upon entering an expansive private room, approximately 20 to 30 young individuals were already present, a mix of both genders. These young men and women possessed striking appearances, as one would expect from students of the Performing Arts Department at a media university. After all, one must have a certain allure to pursue a career in acting. The arrival of Zhang Min and Lu Peng drew the attention of the gathering. Zhang Min was certainly among the more distinguished members of her class. Zhang Min, who is this? Care to introduce? A classmate inquired. Zhang Min gracefully replied, "This is my boyfriend, Lu Peng, a student at Jiangnan University. His family runs a modest business, boasting assets of several million." Wow, Zhang Min. You found yourself a tall, rich, and handsome one. I envy you. Min, I can't believe you quietly slipped ahead of us. You're set to enjoy the life of a wealthy wife after graduation, while we must toil away for our ambitions. A chorus of envious voices surrounded her. Zhang Min felt herself floating with delight. She relished the feeling of being envied and admired. Hello everyone. I am Lu Peng, Min's boyfriend. I appreciate all the care you have shown her, and I would like to raise a toast to you all, Lu Peng declared, lifting a large mug of beer from the table and downing it in one go. His gesture earned him accolades from the young women present, while the men felt a twinge of discomfort, knowing that the class's prized flower had been taken by someone from another school. After a brief introduction, the group resumed their singing and dancing. What is it like to enter a KTV with students from a media university? Lu Peng was now well acquainted with the experience. It felt akin to a lively gala. Every individual possesses an intense desire for performance, whether through singing or dancing, leaving no opportunity for Lu Peng to showcase his talents. He yearns to shout a few notes, but is apprehensive about embarrassing himself. Compared to these professionals, he feels utterly outclassed. Thus he resigns himself to the sofa, playing the role of a spectator. Thankfully, Zhang Min remains by his side. After a while, Zhang Min rises to use the restroom. Lu Peng continues to sit on the sofa, applauding for this future star. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Min rushes back into the private room, grabbing Lu Peng by the arm and exclaiming, "De Peng, we must leave at once." "What is wrong, Min?" Lu Peng inquires, noticing her distress. "Quickly, we'll discuss it outside," Zhang Min replies anxiously. "All right." Just as they prepare to exit the private room, the door swings open abruptly, and a group of men clad in black surges in. The lights of the room flicker on, and all actions cease as the unexpected guests draw the attention of everyone present. "Damn it, who just hit me?" A bald man strides in, his voice booming. This man, in his 30s, bears a face full of brutish features, his torso bare, adorned with numerous peculiar tattoos. The room falls silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. As no one dares to speak, the students are clearly intimidated by the imposing figure. The bald man soon spots Zhang Min and Lu Peng, who are on the verge of leaving. He strides forward, seizing Zhang Min's long hair and yanking it with force. Zhang Min lets out a piercing scream as she is pulled into the bald man's embrace. You were the one who just slapped me, weren't you? Damn it. It's the first time in my life I've been struck like that. What do you think I should do now? The bald man whispered in Zhang Min's ear. Lu Peng, witnessing the bald man violently tugging at Zhang Min's hair, was taken aback but quickly reacted, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Let Min Min go, or I will call the police." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, preparing to make the call. However, before he could dial, a figure clad in black kicked him onto the sofa, causing him to double over in pain, his phone flying into the midst of a group of students. Several timid girls shrieked in fright, while the rest stood frozen in shock. Chapter 49. Brothers in Peril. The bald man, gripping Zhang Min's hair, surveyed the other individuals in the private room and inquired, "Are you all together? This little girl just slapped me. What do you suggest I do about it?" "It was you who groped me first," Zhang Min cried out. "I only touched you because I deemed you worthy. Ask around. How many women would desire my attention? I have no interest in you." No one in the room dared to utter a word. At that moment, a female student, hiding behind the crowd, quietly picked up Lu Peng's phone and hastily typed a message, "Emergency in room 47, luxurious golden sands," before randomly sending it to someone. She then discreetly returned the phone to its original spot. Meanwhile, Lu Peng slowly regained his composure and addressed the bald man, saying, "So, you're the one they call Black Brother. I apologize on behalf of Min Min. How much do you want for her release? Name your price." He had come to understand the gravity of the situation. Despite their numbers, most on his side were women, and should a confrontation arise, it was likely that they would only be on the receiving end of the violence. Moreover, it remains uncertain if anyone else dares to intervene, as one can observe their pallid faces bespeaking their fright. "Are you the boyfriend of this girl?" inquired the bald man. "Indeed," replied Lu Peng. "Very well. You seem quite reasonable. Just produce a sum of 1 million, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, seeing as this girl is quite a catch, a moment of indulgence may also be permissible." The bald man guffawed heartily. "Da Peng, save me!" Zhang Min cried out, her hair clutched painfully by the bald man, rendering her utterly immobile as he continued to take advantage of her. "Brother He, 1 million is far too steep. We are merely students and cannot muster such a sum. If you release Min Min, I am willing to offer 100,000. 100,000? Are you trying to insult me?" The bald man squinted at Lu Peng. "That is all I possess. I hope you, Brother He, can show some mercy and spare us." Lu Peng truly had only 100,000, despite being a wealthy heir. His parents' business was not particularly large, and his high expenditure left little room for savings. This amount was earmarked for his living expenses over the coming month. Yet there was no choice. He had to prioritize rescuing her. "Very well. 100,000 it shall be. Transfer the funds now," said the bald man. He had not anticipated that students today could be so affluent. He had merely mentioned 1 million in jest, hoping to extort a lesser sum. To his surprise, they directly offered him 100,000. This amount would suffice for him to revel for quite some time. Upon hearing the agreement, Lu Peng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Merely 100,000 was manageable, as he could easily concoct an excuse to request more from his parents later. If the other party refuses to comply, he truly has no viable alternatives. Just as Lu Peng was about to pick up his phone to transfer money to the other party, he heard Zhang Min scream, "Ah, bastard, stop." Lu Peng quickly turned to see a sight that ignited his fury. In a moment of blind rage, he seized a bottle and charged forward, striking the bald man on the head. Just moments before Lu Peng's intervention, the bald man had been viciously gripping Zhang Min's hair with one hand while his other hand intrusively reached into her blouse, groping her indiscriminately. The blow caused the bald man to bleed profusely, releasing his grip on Zhang Min as he clutched his head and howled in agony. Several men in black swiftly reacted, tackling Lu Peng to the ground. Meanwhile, the students from the Communication University stood frozen in shock, having never witnessed such a scene before. Zhang Min was equally startled. She hadn't anticipated Lu Peng would dare to come to her rescue, and she felt a flicker of gratitude. Watching Lu Peng pinned to the ground and rendered immobile, she attempted to assist him, but was abruptly seized by the recovering bald man. At that moment, the bald man appeared terrifying, blood streaming down his face, creating a ghastly visage. "Kid, you really have guts. I've been in this city for so long, and you are the first to dare to crack my head open. If I don't teach you a lesson, how will I ever face anyone again? Lift his head up for me. Don't you hate seeing your girlfriend being bullied? Open your eyes wide and witness how I torment her." One of the men in black grasped Lu Peng's hair, forcing him to face the bald man. The bald man embraced Jiang Min, beginning to manhandle her. Jiang Min struggled desperately, only to be met with a series of heavy slaps that left her dizzy and unable to resist any further, succumbing to the whims of the bald assailant. Before long, her coat was violently torn away, revealing her undergarments. Stop. Stop. I will give you money. 1 million. Lu Ping watched in agony, fighting to rise, but was firmly restrained by several men in black, rendered powerless as he helplessly witnessed the bald man tormenting Jiang Min. The bald man paid no heed to Lu Ping, continuing to grope and kiss Jiang Min indiscriminately. Earlier, in the restroom, he had been unable to resist touching her. Fueled by alcohol, he had engaged in such behavior before, under the guise of his reputation, with victims often silenced. However, he had not anticipated being slapped by Jiang Min today. This prompted him to follow her to this location. Observing the now compliant beauty before him, the bald man leaned in to kiss Jiang Min's crimson lips. Chapter 50. An opportunity to call for help. Lin Dong reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, when he suddenly received a message. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was from Lu Peng. Opening the message, he read, "Emergency in room 47 of the luxurious Golden Sands." Lin Dong immediately sprang to his feet. Lu Peng would not send such a message without reason. He contemplated calling, but then reasoned that Lu Peng must be in a precarious situation. Thus, he reached out to Xiao Pejuan, urging him to come out immediately. Lin Dong hastily descended the stairs and drove towards the luxurious Golden Sands. During their journey, they encountered Xiao Pejuan together. They hastened towards their destination. Soon, they arrived at the opulent Golden Sands, where, under the guidance of a waiter, they entered room 47. As Lin Dong pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of a bald man, drenched in blood, lewdly assaulting a woman. Meanwhile, Lu Peng was being forcibly restrained on the ground by several men in black, one of whom was yanking his hair, lifting his head with brutal force. Lu Peng's eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the bald man. In the corner of the room, there were around 20 to 30 young men and women. The entrance of Lin Dong startled everyone present. The bald man ceased his advances on Jiang Min, fixing his gaze on Lin Dong, and spat. "Who the hell are you? Do you even know where you are barging in?" It was then that Lin Dong realized the woman being harassed was none other than Lu Peng's girlfriend, Jiang Min. The audacity of bullying Lu Peng's girlfriend while forcing him to witness was utterly deranged. Lin Dong did not respond to the bald man's provocation. Instead, he calmly stated, "Pejuan, it's your turn." "Yes, young master," Xiao Pejuan replied, stepping forward. "You're seeking death. Everyone attack," the bald man shouted, brandishing a bottle of liquor as he charged forward. Bang! Just as the bald man came into contact with Xiao Pejuan, he had not even a moment to smash the bottle before he was sent flying several meters back, collapsing onto the ground, writhing in agony. In less than half a minute, the 7 or 8 men in black, along with the bald man, lay sprawled on the floor, emitting cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs. With the men in black no longer exerting their dominance, Lu Peng quickly rose. Shedding his own clothing to drape it over Jiang Min, Lin Dong stepped forward and patted Lu Ping on the shoulder, inquiring, "Are you all right, De Ping?" "I'm fine. Thank you, Dongzi," Lu Peng replied. "That's good to hear." After saying this, Lin Dong approached the bald man, planted his foot firmly on the man's face, and crouched down, saying, "You dare to strike my brother and harass his girlfriend? What do you have to say for yourself, bald man?" The bald man, with Lin Dong's foot pressing against his face, mumbled incoherently, "Why You're finished. I'll tell you, I am a man of Chunliuya. If you lay a hand on me, there will be nowhere for you to hide in Jiacheng." "Oh, such bravado. I truly wish to meet this esteemed Chunliuya. Get up and call him here," Lin Dong commanded, releasing the bald man. The bald man scrambled to his feet, glancing nervously at Xiao Pejuan behind Lin Dong, feeling intimidated by his formidable presence. "Hurry up and call," Lin Dong urged. Trembling, the bald man retrieved his phone and made the call. He informed the person on the other end that there was trouble at the luxurious Jinsha establishment, that he had been assaulted, and requested reinforcements, emphasizing the strength of the assailants. Lin Dong paid no heed to the bald man's fabrications. He only cared that help would arrive. "You're done for. Liuye will be here shortly." The bald man, sensing the impending arrival of Liuye, regained some bravado. "Who has to say who will perish?" Lin Dong retorted. "Let us proceed to the lobby and await their arrival." With that, Lin Dong led the way down to the lobby, while Xiao Pejuan dragged the bald man along. Amidst the opulent expanse of the Golden Sands Casino's grand hall, Lin Dong stood resolute, his foot firmly planted upon the bald head of a fallen adversary. Behind him stood Xiao Pejuan, an imposing figure, while around them lay a dozen incapacitated security personnel. The casino manager, a mere spectator within the throng, gazed in disbelief at Xiao Pejuan's prowess, his every strike swift and decisive. A multitude of onlookers encircled the scene, their eyes wide with curiosity. Even the contingent from the Communication University, numbering 20 to 30 individuals, remained captivated, their gazes fixed upon Lin Dong. Among them were Lu Peng and Zhang Min, their expressions mirroring the collective intrigue. Lin Dong, with deliberate purpose, adorned his finger with the exclusive ring of an SCC senior member. Moments prior, he had invoked his prerogative as a senior member, summoning all SCC affiliates within Jiaqing to the Golden Sands Casino. This unique privilege, reserved solely for senior members, afforded him the authority to command the presence of junior and intermediate members, save for those of equal rank. The collective force of Jiangqing's SCC membership, when united, possessed an untapped potential, its magnitude yet unknown. Whether Chen Lu Yi could withstand such an assembly remained to be seen. Chapter 51. Chen Lu Ji. Chen Lu Ji, born Chen Shang, forged his reputation in Jiangqing over a decade ago, his iron fists his only allies. His moniker, Chen Lu Ji, arose from his possession of 6 fingers on his left hand. As time elapsed, Chen Lu Ji's renown burgeoned, solidifying his dominance over Jiangqing's underworld through ruthless tactics. Revered as 6th master, his given name gradually faded into obscurity. Few dared to address him by his birth name. Upon receiving a call from his subordinate, Blackie, Chen Lu Ji was summoned to the Golden Sands Casino, where a disturbance had erupted. The audacity of disrupting his domain was not lost on him. He has even taken down He Pai. This individual must be a newcomer to Jiangqing, although He Pai cannot be deemed his most capable subordinate. He commands a crew of about 10 men, and to subdue him indeed signifies considerable strength. Chen Lu Ji, accompanied by over 100 followers, made his way toward the luxurious Jinsha. It had been quite some time since he had personally engaged in such matters. If he did not remain active, his body would surely grow rusty. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jinsha, Chen Lu Ji stepped forward, followed closely by his entourage. As they entered the grand hall of Jinsha, Chen Lu Ji was taken aback. In the center of the hall sat a young man, flanked by a middle-aged man. Beneath the young man's feet lay He Pai, who was busy making a phone call. Scattered across the floor were more than 10 security personnel, while hundreds of patrons of Jinsha watched the scene unfold. It had been years since Chen Lu Ji had faced such humiliation. This was far beyond a mere slap to the face. This was akin to being defecated upon right above him, with such a multitude of onlookers. If he failed to resolve this matter today, how could he ever establish himself in Jiangqing again? Chen Lu Ji advanced a few steps, closing the distance to Lin Dong to about 7 or 8 meters. His followers, over 100 strong, filled in behind him, observing the sudden influx of people. Some bystanders began to discreetly slip away, wary of becoming collateral damage. However, many of the bolder onlookers chose to remain, merely shifting closer to the edges of the hall. Even though Xiao Pejun had exhibited remarkable prowess, the odds seemed stacked against them with the overwhelming number of Chen Lu Ji's followers. At that moment, Lu Ping quietly whispered a few words to Zhang Min before stepping into the center of the hall, positioning himself behind Lin Dong. Zhang Min sought to detain Lu Ping, urging him not to leave. However, upon reflecting that Lin Dong had put himself in such peril to save them, she withdrew her hand and anxiously observed. Lin Dong had offended the adversary solely to rescue him, and naturally, Lu Peng could not remain idle. Young man, do not act so impulsively. Some actions carry consequences, Chen Lu Ji remarked, directing his gaze at Lin Dong. 6. Master 6, save me, cried He Pai, who found himself beneath Lin Dong's foot. Is he your pet? Are you aware that your dog is indiscriminately biting people? Lin Dong disregarded Chen Lu Ji's words, instead pressing down on He Pai. My dog may bite indiscriminately, but I shall be the one to take action. If anyone dares to interfere, I shall break their hands. Master 6 indeed exuded a commanding presence, demanding respect without even inquiring about the reasons behind the conflict. Yet today, not only did I strike, but I also employed my feet. What do you intend to do about it? The rationale is inconsequential. What truly matters is that since you have harmed my people, you shall not leave this hall. Just witness how I can deal with you. Upon finishing his declaration, Chen Lu Ji charged directly at Lin Dong. His iron fists were not merely a fade. Despite a considerable lapse since his last engagement, he diligently practiced daily. Although he had diminished from his peak, his capabilities remained formidable. Today, he was determined to subdue Lin Dong and his companions with overwhelming force, for otherwise, he would have no face left to maintain his standing in Jiangxing. As Chun Luji advanced, Xiao Pejun, positioned behind Lin Dong, also sprang into action. He swiftly maneuvered in front of Lin Dong to intercept Chun Luji's iron fists. Chun Luji was not far from Lin Dong and initially intended to seize Lin Dong directly. However, upon rushing forward, he discovered a figure standing protectively in front of Lin Dong, none other than Xiao Pejun, who was positioned behind him. How swift! A sense of alarm surged within Chun Luji. He was merely 7 or 8 meters away from Lin Dong, and the distance was straightforward, coupled with his unexpected assault. The opponent had reacted with remarkable speed. This was undoubtedly a master. Yet, Chun Luji was undeterred. After all, he had fought his way through many experts to earn the title of the foremost figure in Jiangxing's underground realm. He unleashed a powerful punch towards Xiao Pejun. Xiao Pejun sidestepped, adopting a crouched stance, mentally reciting cannon fist, before retaliating with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists met mid-air, colliding forcefully before separating. Xiao Pejun took a small step back to regain his stance, gazing at Chun Luji with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Conversely, Chun Luji staggered backward, retreating 7 or 8 steps before he could halt. The sight of Xiao Pejun, who had merely stepped back a single pace, filled him with even greater astonishment. This man is extraordinarily powerful. Chun Luji considered himself the unrivaled master in Jiangxing. Save for a few hidden experts among the noble families, he hardly regarded anyone else. Yet, this individual not only withstood his iron fist but also sent him reeling 6 or 7 meters back. He could now sense that at least 3 of the bones in his right hand were fractured. These 2 were certainly not ordinary individuals. They were likely offspring of some prestigious families, albeit not from Jiangxing's native powers. As the recognized leader of Jiangxing's underground world, he possessed a certain understanding of the local noble families. Having interacted with several heirs, none could compare to the figure before him. It appears that a formidable dragon has arrived. However, since he has entered my territory, even a dragon must submit to my authority. What if he is a scion of a prestigious family? He would not have reached such heights without the backing of supporters. Chun Luji refrained from charging forward, for he understood that he was no match for Xiao Pejun after their recent clash. You are quite impressive, he conceded. Yet, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, especially when one must also protect their master. I shall observe how you manage from here. Just as Chun Luji was preparing to leverage his numerical advantage to subdue Lin Dong, Xiao Pejun suddenly dashed to his side with astonishing speed. Before Chun Luji could react, a hand, as strong as an iron claw, seized his throat. You! Chun Luji could barely utter a word before his voice was silenced by Xiao Pejun's grip. He could only stare in terror at the man before him. Sixth Master! Sixth Master! The surrounding subordinates attempted to advance, but Chun Luji gestured for them to halt. He knew that if the man before him exerted even a fraction of his strength, it would spell disaster for him. Lin Dong stepped forward, addressing Chun Luji. So you are the 6th Master. Your dog has bitten someone outside, yet you wish to break the hand of the one who was bitten. I wonder what gives you such confidence. Is it the more than 100 subordinates behind you? Or perhaps your misguided sense of prowess? At that moment, an enormous roar of machinery erupted from outside the hall. Chapter 52, The Mysterious Figure. The opulent Golden Sands, being the largest entertainment establishment in Jiang City, boasts an extraordinarily vast ground floor hall. The resounding roar of colossal machinery reverberated throughout the grand hall. Following this, a custom Aston Martin made its entrance, succeeded by a second, then a third, culminating in a total of 12 limited edition sports cars, each valued at no less than 10 million. The arrival of these 12 exclusive vehicles drew gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. It is a rare sight to behold even one, yet today, 12 graced the scene. Lu Chun emerged from the first sports car, the young heir of the illustrious Lu family, a prominent force in Jiang City. He also held the esteemed position of leader within the SCC of Jiang City, in addition to being a senior member of the organization. Given his stature, his presence was not obligatory. However, he had received a notification from headquarters a couple of days prior regarding the emergence of a second senior member within the SCC in Jiang City. As the leader, it was imperative for him to make an acquaintance. Coincidentally, Lin Dong had issued a summons for senior members today, prompting his attendance. The 12 cars represented 12 individuals, 10 men and 2 women, predominantly in their 20s and 30s. These individuals collectively embodied a significant portion of Jiang City's influential circles. While the average person might remain oblivious to their identities, those who have reached a certain echelon would recognize the formidable power these individuals wield. In the eyes of ordinary citizens, Chen Luji, the foremost figure of Jiang City's underground world, is regarded as a colossal personality. However, unbeknownst to many, he is merely a pawn manipulated by others to attract attention. The true power players operate discreetly, shrouded in secrecy. Lu Chen led his companions towards Lin Dong, and an air of anticipation enveloped the crowd, as if they could foresee an impending clash of titans. "Brother Lin, may I request a favor from you?" Lu Chen addressed Lin Dong as he approached. The anticipated collision of Mars with Earth failed to materialize, leaving everyone curious about the subsequent developments. Lin Dong glanced at Lu Chen, who appeared to be the sole esteemed member of the Jiangxing SCC and its leader. Moreover, it was likely this individual who had facilitated the surgery for Pei Jun's mother at the first hospital. "Pei Jun," Lin Dong called out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pei Jun released his grip on Chen Luji. Once freed, Chen Luji gasped for air and respectfully addressed Lu Chen, "Young Master Lu." A loud slap reverberated through the otherwise silent hall, catching everyone off guard. "Apologize to Brother Lin," Lu Chen declared, delivering a resounding blow to Chen Luji. "Young Master Lu, I." Another slap followed, silencing Chen Luji. Suddenly, he realized the gravity of his situation. Who was Lu Chen? He was the esteemed heir of the Lu family, the most prominent family in Jiangxing. Chen Luji had attained his position as the foremost figure in Jiangxing's underworld largely due to the Lu family's backing. To put it bluntly, he was merely a pawn of the Lu family, strategically placed to draw attention. Those who were on familiar terms with the young Master Lu were undoubtedly individuals of the same caliber. It became evident that he had offended someone of great significance today. Hastily, he turned to Lin Dong, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Lin, I apologize. It was my oversight to not recognize your importance, and I beg your forgiveness. I hope you will overlook my transgression." A true gentleman knows when to yield, and Chen Luji's rise to prominence was not without its reasons. A middle-aged man in his 40s, bowing and apologizing to a young man of around 20 in front of a multitude, is no ordinary feat. Moreover, this middle-aged man happens to be a prominent figure in the underworld of Jiangxing. Lin Dong disregarded Chen Luji and addressed Lu Chen. "Since Brother Lu has spoken, let us consider today's matter settled. Brother Lin is magnanimous. Do express your gratitude to him." "Thank you, young Master Lin." "Thank you, young Master Lin," Chen Luji hastily replied. "Let us go, Brother Lin. We shall find a place to share a drink. Brother Lu, please lead the way." The two ascended towards the opulent Golden Sands building, followed by a throng of Jiangxing SCC members. As they departed, Lin Dong patted Lu Peng on the shoulder, instructing him to return first. The manager of Golden Sands hurried ahead to guide them. The group left, leaving behind a bewildered crowd of bold onlookers and over 100 of Chen Luji's subordinates, all of whom were in a state of confusion. Was it truly over? What happened to the promised cataclysmic clash? The so-called king of the Jiangxing underworld, Chen Luji, had just been slapped twice and was now bowing in apology? Many gazed at Chen Luji, as if to say, "Aren't you the leader of Jiangxing's underworld? Why such timidity? To be struck and yet apologize?" Aside from a few who were privy to the underlying truths, the majority found their perceptions utterly challenged. At that moment, Hype lay on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, terrified that Chen Luji might dismember him on the spot. Were it not for him, how could Chen Luji possibly suffer such a significant loss of face today? It is likely that before long, the events of today will spread throughout Jiangxing. Chen Luji, the foremost figure in the underworld of Jiangxing, will become the subject of jest among the populace. Yet, such discussions will remain confined to whispers behind closed doors. Zhang Min and the others from their class gazed at Lin Dong's departing figure, feeling a sense of disbelief. They wished to inquire about Lin Dong's identity from Lu Peng, but were at a loss for words. Lu Peng himself was equally bewildered. He had been Lin Dong's roommate during their freshman year, and among their 4 roommates, they shared the closest bond. It was unexpected to discover that Lin Dong harbored such a formidable identity, and it seemed necessary to find an opportunity to delve deeper into this mystery. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun and Chen Lan exchanged glances, each recognizing the regret in the other's eyes. Had they formed a better rapport with Lin Dong when Zhang Min had urged them to join the social gathering at Lu Peng's dormitory, they might now be able to navigate Jiangxing with ease. The kind of influential figure they once dismissed as inconsequential now loomed large. A stark reminder of how life sometimes offers fleeting opportunities that, once missed, may never return. Within an opulent private room at the luxurious Jinsandai, two young men were engaged in conversation. Huali, I appreciate your hard work over the past few years. Young Master Qin, you are overly gracious. It is an honor for Huali to serve you. When you return to Kyoto, allow me to host a welcoming gathering in your honor. Thank you, young Master Qin. Huali responded with palpable excitement. Few are afforded the privilege of receiving such a personal welcome from young Master Qin, making it a significant honor. By the way, how is Mingwei faring these days? In response to young Master Qin, Miss Mingwei is doing quite well. Two individuals were engaged in conversation when a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, entered the room. Young Master. Over a dozen members of the SCC have gathered downstairs. Oh, do you know the reason? I heard that a senior member has issued a summons. Luchin? No. Another senior member has emerged in Jiangcheng. No need to pay them any mind. The SCC is merely a disorganized assembly. Aside from a few core members and select seniors, the rest are inconsequential. Understood, young master. The middle-aged man exited the room. Huili, investigate this newly appointed senior member of the SCC in Jiangcheng. Yes, young Master Qin. Chapter 53. The Qin family Qinzheng, along with Lin Dong and Lu Chun, was escorted by the manager of the luxurious Golden Sands to the opulent suite on the top floor. As the largest entertainment establishment in Jiangcheng, it offered both leisure for guests and a tranquil environment for business discussions. Come, Brother Lin, allow me to introduce you to our SCC members in Jiangcheng. This is my younger sister, Lu Xiaoxiao. This is Hu Yu. And this is. Lu Qin proceeded to introduce Lin Dong to each member of the Jiangcheng SCC. With Lin Dong's extraordinary mental acuity, he memorized their names after just one introduction. The 12 individuals present did not represent the entirety of the SCC in Jiangcheng, as 3 others were unable to attend due to their absence from the city. Lin Dong surveyed the attendees. Lu Xiaoxiao appeared as a typical young girl, likely around 17 or 18 years of age. Hu Yu seemed to be of a similar age but was heavily made up. Are the scions of these prominent families not attending school? Otherwise, which institution would accommodate such attire? Little do they know, even the school belongs to the Lu family. Who dares to intervene? I wonder what Brother Lin is doing in Jiacheng now. It seems I have not encountered him before. Lu Chen inquired. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, the attendees perked up, eager to hear Lin Dong's response. After all, attaining senior membership is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. As for the notion of directly investing 10 billion to elevate oneself to senior membership, such thoughts are virtually unheard of. Since the establishment of SCC, there has been no precedent for such a practice. Even spending 1 billion to attain intermediate status has only been accomplished by a select few. The number of individuals present who can produce 1 billion in cash is exceedingly limited. What could one not do with such a sum? Investing in projects or acquiring land or buildings would be far more appealing. What purpose does purchasing a senior membership serve, aside from ostentation? Unless one possesses an abundance of money that they cannot exhaust, no one would undertake such an action. Should Lin Dong suddenly appear in Jiangcheng, his status as a senior member would undoubtedly indicate formidable backing. In this case, the equilibrium of power in Jiangcheng would be disrupted, compelling all parties to take heed. The pie of Jiangcheng is finite. If a newcomer seeks to claim a portion, it inevitably encroaches upon the shares of others. Even Lu Chun might entertain such thoughts. Prior to Lin Dong's arrival, he was the sole senior member of SCC in Jiangcheng, and as the heir of the illustrious Lu family, he wielded considerable influence. If Lin Dong were indeed to emerge in Jiangcheng with intentions of making his mark, Lu Qin would have to regard him with utmost seriousness, especially in the absence of knowledge regarding Lin Dong's background. Every senior member of SCC is undoubtedly formidable in their own right. Moreover, the unknown is what truly instills fear. Brother Lu, I am currently attending university in Jiangcheng. However, I also own an investment company. If anyone requires funding, feel free to reach out to me. I solely invest in equity without any involvement in management. Lin Dong replied. Investing solely in equity without engaging in management or decision-making? This piqued the interest of those present. Is this not akin to receiving free money? Can such an opportunity truly exist? What projects might Lin be interested in? Perhaps we could collaborate. Lu Chen also expressed his curiosity. Any project would suffice. I am not picky. Let us arrange a time to discuss this in detail. Lin Dong received several friend requests in an instant. Since they were here to offer financial support, he would naturally not decline. No one would doubt Lin Dong's capability. Becoming a senior member of SCC is not an achievement to be taken lightly. However, a lingering question arose among the attendees. Could it be that Lin Dong was intentionally playing the role of a benefactor to win their favor, only to further his own agenda? In that case, the prospect of collaboration would warrant careful consideration. In truth, Lin Dong merely wished to spend the money swiftly, to accumulate more wealth, and to see if the system presented any new functionalities. At this moment, Lin Dong reassured everyone. Rest assured, I, Lin Dong, have no intention of entering the Jiangxing market, nor do I wish to partake in the profits of this city. My sole desire is to generously provide some financial support to you all. If there are any concerns, we can stipulate in the contract that regardless of the equity stake, I will not partake in management. Brother Lin, you jest. Lu Chen replied somewhat awkwardly, as he indeed harbored similar thoughts. Lin Dong smiled, but chose not to respond. Since his mental prowess had reached its zenith, not only had his senses heightened, but his intellect had also ascended, allowing him to perceive the trepidation of those around him. Thus, he decided to speak candidly, aiming to alleviate their apprehensions, for he was confident that no one would refuse a monetary offer. Since Brother Lin has stated this, we shall refrain from being overly formal. Jiangxing has enjoyed a period of stability for many years, and we hope to avoid any further turmoil. We kindly ask for your understanding, Brother Lin. Understood. I reiterate my stance. I shall solely invest and abstain from management. I have no intention of entering Jiangxing, so you may rest assured. Should you require funding, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Excellent. Given Brother Lin's straightforwardness, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of all SCC members in Jiangxing. I look forward to numerous collaborative opportunities in the future. Naturally, this led to a jovial atmosphere. Many individuals with projects in hand but lacking funds began to introduce themselves to Lin Dong. As he had indicated, since he was offering financial support, no one would turn him down. Lin Dong merely sought to exchange his wealth for a semblance of prestige. Just as the discussions reached a fervent peak, Xiao Pejun entered and quietly whispered a few words into Lin Dong's ear. Lin Dong furrowed his brow upon hearing this and addressed Lu Chun, saying, Brother Lu. Pejun mentioned that there are formidable individuals entering and exiting the adjacent private room. Formidable individuals? What kind of expertise are we discussing? Lu Chun inquired. They are individuals of significant skill, at least as competent as Pejun, Lin Dong replied. Oh? Lu Chun was taken aback, glancing at the imposing figure of Xiao Pejun behind Lin Dong. From the very first glance, he sensed a formidable aura emanating from this individual. Furthermore, his capacity to effortlessly subdue Chen Liuji suggests his prowess rivals that of my uncles. Initially, I surmised Lin Dong was an advance emissary dispatched by a prominent family to establish a foothold in Jiangxing. However, given Lin Dong's candor, it appears he harbors no genuine intention of infiltrating Jiangxing. Now, the emergence of another such adept individual begs the question, when did Jiangxing become so replete with masters of this caliber? Nevertheless, I deem it imperative to investigate. The presence of a master of this magnitude lurking in Jiangxing poses a considerable threat, and I must ascertain their origins. After all, Jiangxing is under the dominion of the Lu family. Let us proceed, Lin, and make their acquaintance. Lu Chen rose and strode out, casting a significant glance at Lu Xiaoxiao as he departed. Upon reaching the adjacent suite, their path was obstructed by a middle-aged man. Xiao Pejun promptly stepped forward to confront him. The emanation of their auras induced a sense of suffocation among the SCC members, save for Lu Chun and Lin Dong. Lu Chen declared from the threshold, to whichever esteemed gentleman graces Jiangxing with their presence, I implore you to permit me, Lu, to extend the hospitality befitting a host. Presently, a voice resonated from within, Uncle Shan, grant them entry. The man known as Uncle Shan opened the door, and Lu Chun and his entourage entered. Within the suite sat two young men. Lin Dong observed that one was Zhou Huili, the president of the student union at Jiangnan University and its most celebrated figure. The other was unknown to Lin Dong, though he appeared to be several years Zhou Huili's senior. Uncle Shan positioned himself behind this man. May I inquire as to your name and the purpose of your visit to Jiangcheng? Lu Chen inquired, who am I, and where am I headed? Must I report to young Master Lu? The individual did not respond to Lu Chen's question, but retorted, while I have no interest in your affairs elsewhere, I must take heed of matters concerning Jiang City. The young man then rose and approached Lu Chen, articulating each word with precision. Qin Zheng of the Qin family in the capital. Qin Zheng of the Qin family in the capital? Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he gasped. Is that the Qin Zheng, one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party in Kyoto? Chapter 54. Masters of the Tiger list. Upon hearing the name Qin Zheng, a wave of astonishment swept through the members of SCC behind Lu Chen as they gazed at the young man across from him. The Tea Party of Kyoto and the SCC of Magic City have long been adversaries. The establishment of the SCC was a strategic move to counter the expansion of the Tea Party southward. The two factions are like fire and water, one an entrenched power with deep roots in the north, the other a burgeoning force making its mark in the south. The 8 kings of the Tea Party are legendary figures, and it was astonishing to encounter one in their midst. Oh, so young Master Lu is acquainted with me. I had assumed that the Tea Party of Kyoto had fallen from your favor, Qin Zheng remarked. Qin Zheng, as one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party, what brings you here unannounced? Lu Chen managed to respond, still taken aback. The 8 kings of the Tea Party hold a status akin to that of core members in the SCC of Magic City. However, he was unperturbed. This was not only the territory of the SCC, but also that of the Lu family, no matter how formidable the adversary might be in the north. This was the south, Jiacheng, where even a dragon must bow down. Young Master Lu, I, Qin Zheng, do not require your permission to go wherever I please. You lack the qualifications. Moreover, if I truly had ulterior motives, would I have come here with just a single companion? Qin Zheng did not wish to engage in conflict with Lu Chen, for this was the latter's domain, and he had only brought one person. Thus, he offered a brief explanation. Otherwise, given his stature as one of the 8 kings of the Tsi gang, he would not waste words on Lu Chen, who simply did not measure up. He had come to Jiangbei province for business and had intended to stop by to inquire with Zhou Huili about the whereabouts of Shangguan Mingyue, only to have his plans thwarted by an unexpected encounter. Had he not crossed paths with Lu Chen, he might have already departed. Shangguan Mingyue was the 3rd miss of the concealed Shangguan family, and both the Shangguan and Qin families were keen on uniting their lineages through marriage. Shangguan Mingyue was studying in Jiangnan province, while Zhou Huili had been dispatched by Qin Zheng to monitor her and to help fend off any suitors encircling her. His woman was not to be subjected to the gaze of others. Qin Zheng, regardless of your intentions, I hope you will vacate Jiangcheng swiftly. Otherwise, even if you are one of the 8 kings of the Tsi gang, I, Lu Chen, will delve into your background today, Lu Chen declared. Qin Zheng chuckled. It had been quite some time since he had been threatened in such a manner, and by a senior member of the SEC no less. If he were to leave now and word got out, how could he maintain his standing within the Tsi gang? What face do I have left to continue serving as one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party? Initially, I intended to give Lu Chen a chance for a dignified retreat. However, it seems his side has shown him no respect in return. Thus, there is nothing further to discuss. Young Master Lu, I have already granted you ample courtesy. Should you persist in this relentless entanglement, do not blame me for taking advantage of you. What is the Lu family? Merely a small clan confined to a single city, hardly worthy of my attention. Very well. The Lu family may not rival the Qin family, but today I shall put to the test the legendary prowess of the 8 kings of the Tea Party. Lu Chen repeated the word very well thrice, expressing his inner fury. How dare Qin Zheng dismiss the Lu family, regardless of his status as one of the 8 kings? Today he must receive a profound lesson. Otherwise, others might mistakenly believe the Lu family is an easy target. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao arrived, accompanied by 2 elders of the Lu family. Brother, Lu Xiaoxiao called out. Young Master Lu. The 2 elders echoed. Uncles, I implore you to act decisively for the honor of the Lu family, lest some think us insignificant, as if we are without support. Indeed, young master. The 2 elders replied in unison. Uncle Shan, please entertain them, Qin Zheng instructed the middle-aged man behind him. Understood, young master. Uncle Shan replied, stepping forward. The 2 elders of the Lu family also approached, while the others retreated to the sides, allowing ample space for the confrontation. Boom. The 3 engaged simultaneously, their fists and feet colliding with such force that the air itself seemed to crackle, a testament to their formidable strength. Uncle Shan effortlessly withstood the attacks of the 2 guardians from the Lu family. Bang, bang. The trio exchanged blows, producing 2 resounding impacts. Uncle Shan remained steadfast, while the 2 guardians of the Lu family staggered back several meters. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. Lu Chen, observing from the sidelines, was equally astounded. The 2 guardians were unable to contend with both uncles simultaneously. Uncle Shan, finish this swiftly, Qin Zheng urged from behind. Yes, young master, Uncle Shan replied. The 2 guardians exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. With a nod, they simultaneously launched their assault on Uncle Sean from opposing directions. One aimed a punch at his upper body, while the other executed a sweeping kick at his lower limbs. Having trained together for years, their coordinated attack was undeniably more formidable than the sum of its parts. Yet, Uncle Sean remained unmoved. As the two approached, he suddenly exerted force beneath him, blocking the sweeping kick while simultaneously launching a powerful punch with his right hand to collide with the other Guardian's fist. With a resounding thud, the Guardian opposing Uncle Sean was sent hurtling back, crashing against the wall of the private room, blood spurting from his mouth. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. Just moments ago, they had only been forced back a few steps, and now one had been struck down entirely. Had the opponent been concealing their true strength? The remaining Guardian, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, had not anticipated that Uncle Sean could not only defend against the kick but also inflict injury on his comrade. By the time he attempted to retreat, it was already too late. After sending one adversary flying, Uncle Sean turned, delivering a powerful kick that sent the other Guardian crashing into the corner. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed as the final opponent was dispatched. Had it not been for his timely intervention with both hands shielding his chest, that kick would have certainly resulted in severe injury. Now, his hands are fractured. Uncle Lu, Uncle Li. Lu Qin and Lu Xiao hurriedly rushed to either side to assist the two men. Are you a master of the tiger list? Uncle Lu, supported by Lu Qin, inquired. Uncle Sean offered no reply but instead retreated back to Qin Zheng's side. Chapter 55, Duel of Masters. A master of the tiger list? Lin Dong was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such terminology. Among the SCC members present, apart from Lin Dong, the others were visibly shaken. This was a realm inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Perhaps some had indulged too much in novels or television dramas, dismissing the notions of celestial and terrestrial rankings as mere fabrications, non-existent entities. However, in the global underground world, there exists but one list. Those who find themselves on this list are the pinnacle of mastery worldwide. And the Tiger List is one such ranking. How about it, young Master Lu? Your family soul expert, old Master Lu, is already in his 70s, isn't he? Should the day come when he is no longer with us, will your family still bask in such glory? Qin Zheng teased with a smile. Qin Zheng, how the Lu family fares is of no concern to you. Today, you shall leave a mark, for you truly believe that I, Lu Chun, can be so easily subdued? Lu Qin declared, pulling out a gun and aiming it at the figure of Uncle Sean behind Qin Zheng, rather than at Qin Zheng himself. He indeed did not dare to act against Qin Zheng, for the Qin family was an established lineage in the capital, with profound heritage that the Lu family could not hope to rival. If Qin Zheng were to suffer severe injuries or even perish in this Jiang city, the Lu family might instantly be reduced to ashes. His attempt to confront Qin Zheng was merely to impart a lesson, not to cause any real harm. Should he choose inaction today, and the news spread that the upper echelons of the Kyoto Tea faction were loitering at his doorstep, while he, Lu Chun, a senior member of the SCC in the Magic City, dared not utter a word, he would become the laughingstock of the entire SCC and forfeit any chance of ascending to a core position within it. Qin Zheng spoke the truth. His grandfather was already in his 70s, and his health was gradually declining. To date, no one in the Lu family could uphold the weight of the entire lineage. Only by becoming a core member of the SCC could he hope to reverse the family's decline. Thus, despite knowing the formidable identity of his opponent as one of the 8 kings of the Kyoto Tea faction, he still chose to confront them head-on, all for the sake of demonstrating his mettle to the SCC's core members. Should he falter, at the very least, it would prove his courage in facing the might of the Tea faction, rather than being perceived as a coward. Should he succeed, it would significantly bolster his prospects of ascending to a core position within the SCC. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to act. As long as he could keep Uncle Sean, who stood behind Qin Zheng, within his grasp, he would consider it a victory. The moment Lu Qin aimed the gun at Uncle Sean, Qin Zheng's expression shifted dramatically. The previously jovial countenance was replaced by an air of seriousness. Both the Kyoto Tea faction and the Magic City SCC had an unspoken agreement against the use of firearms during conflicts. Now, Lu Chun had the audacity to point a gun at them. Lu Xiao, do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions? Lu Chun remained silent. Lu Xiao, please don't. Standing beside Lu Chun, Uncle Lu also spoke up to intervene. He wished to convey to Lu Chun that the masters of the Tiger List no longer feared handguns, those rudimentary firearms. Yet, it was too late. For the sake of his family, Lu Chen hesitated no longer and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot silenced the entire private room. The figure of Uncle Sean, who should have crumpled to the ground, had vanished. Pajun! Lin Dong suddenly exclaimed. His mental acuity had reached its zenith, and his senses were heightened. He observed Uncle Sean effortlessly evade Lu Chen's bullet and swiftly charge towards him. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He meant to kill Lu Chen. Xiao Pajun stood closest to Lu Chen, so Lin Dong shouted his name, urging him to intervene and save Lu Chen. Upon hearing Lin Dong's call, Xiao Pajun reacted instantaneously, moving to shield Lu Chen and rushing towards Uncle Sean. After dodging Lu Chen's bullet, Uncle Sean, eyes filled with lethal intent, lunged forward without hesitation. To dare point a gun at the young master was a death sentence. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated throughout the private room, far louder than the previous gunshot. The noise was a consequence of the vibrations generated by their clash, intensified within the confines of the enclosed space. Consequently, apart from a few well-versed individuals, the ordinary patrons clutched their ears in agony. The two figures collided and quickly recoiled. Uncle Sean staggered back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his balance, while Xiao Pajun also stumbled back, inadvertently knocking Lu Chen to the ground. Brother! Lu Xiaoxiao hurried over to help Lu Chen up. As Lu Chen rose, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. The clash between two masters of the tiger list had left him injured internally, merely from being struck by the retreating body of Xiao Pajun. This illustrates the terrifying prowess of the tiger list experts. Brother, why are you spitting blood? Are you all right? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Lu Chen. Xiaoxiao, I'm fine. Lu Chen replied, his complexion now ashen. Regaining his senses, he cast a grateful glance toward Lin Dong. Had it not been for Lin Dong's timely intervention, urging Xiao Pajun to act, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. Once composed, Lu Chen reflected on the recent events, realizing he had acted too impulsively. The root of his recklessness lay in Qin Zheng striking a nerve, which led him to rashly draw his weapon. In hindsight, even if he had shot Uncle Sean, what difference would it have made? He would have still contravened the agreements held by both parties. Furthermore, while he feared to kill Qin Zheng, the reverse was not true. This disparity underscored their differing statuses. Qin Zheng observed Uncle Sean retreat several steps, while the other, Xiao Pajun, also staggered back, which surprised him. He began to regard Lin Dong with newfound attention. The individual who held his own against Uncle Sean had seemingly been in close proximity to this man. Who might you be? Qin Zheng inquired, directing his gaze at Lin Dong. I am Lin Dong, a senior member of the SCC, Lin Dong replied. You are the newly appointed senior member of the SCC in Jiangqing? Indeed, I am. Will you also attempt to impede me? What a joke. Lu Chen has just violated the rules of the Tsi Party and the SCC, daring to point a gun at me. Throughout my life, he is the first to do so. I must eliminate him. Qin Zheng was indeed furious. As the eldest son of the prestigious Qin family in Kyoto and one of the 8 kings of the T faction, it was utterly humiliating to have a senior member of the SCC brandishing a gun at him. The very thought of Lu Chen surviving this ordeal made him question his dignity. There was nothing left to discuss. He declared, I will take care of Lu Chen. Uncle Sean, unleash your full power. Upon hearing this, Uncle Sean did not utter a word and charged directly at Xiao Pajun unfazed. Xiao Pajun met him head-on, and the two clashed once more. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists connected with bone-crushing force, filling the private room with the resounding echoes of their violent exchange and the explosive sounds generated by their immense strength colliding with the air. Among the onlookers, apart from Lin Dong, even the elite fighters Lu Shu and Li Shu could barely discern the movements of the two combatants. The others could only glimpse two figures entangled in a fierce struggle. The prowess of the masters on the tiger ranking was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Bang! The two exchanged blows once more, each recoiling from the impact. A closer inspection revealed that both had sustained injuries, with traces of blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Qin Zheng was genuinely astounded. Uncle Shan's strength was formidable even within the Qin family. And yet here in this small city of Jiang, he had encountered an equally matched opponent. Despite their prolonged engagement, neither had managed to gain the upper hand. And Uncle Sean was injured as well. Lin Dong kept a vigilant eye on the two fighters. If Xiao Pajun showed even the slightest sign of faltering, he would intervene immediately. During their previous spar, he had only exerted 50% of his strength and had pushed Xiao Pajun back several steps. He could only wonder what would happen if he unleashed his full power. Observing the fierce battle between the two masters of the tiger rankings, he felt a surge of eagerness within him. The two combatants stood silently at a distance of over 10 meters, seemingly preparing for their final strike. In Chapter 56, Mutual Destruction, Xiao Pajuan and Uncle Shan stood more than 10 meters apart, both astonished by each other's formidable strength. Yet, they could clearly perceive the fighting spirit emanating from one another. Finding a rival of equal caliber was no simple task, especially when both were of the aggressive, non-defensive style. Uncle Shan, having grown up in the Shaolin Temple and trained in its authentic teachings, later joined the military. However, due to his reclusive nature, he offended influential figures and was ultimately rescued by the elder of the Qin family, allowing him to join their ranks. Presently, he was assigned to protect the young master of the Qin family, which naturally recognized Uncle Shan's prowess. On the other hand, Xiao Pajuan had long navigated the perilous edge of life and death, surviving for years in war-torn foreign lands and returning alive, an achievement far beyond mere luck. Both fighters were renowned for their fierce techniques, delivering powerful blows without evasion. Consequently, both had sustained minor injuries, but to them, these were insignificant. Now, each was adjusting his state, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. The atmosphere in the private room fell into a profound silence. Lin Dong initially intended to intervene, but upon meeting Xiao Pajuan's gaze, he suppressed that impulse. His keen instincts sensed Xiao Pajuan's exhilaration. His blood was boiling. He yearned for this battle, even more so for a breakthrough of self. Uncles Lu and Li, the esteemed guardians of the Lu family, were also intently focused on the duel between the two Tiger ranking masters, recognizing it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Both individuals are unparalleled masters, standing merely a step away from entering the prestigious Tiger list. Yet, this single step feels as insurmountable as a chasm, perhaps a leap that may never be taken in their lifetime. Observing the fierce battle between these two Tiger list contenders might offer some inspiration, perhaps granting them the opportunity to advance further. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, Lu Xiaoxiao, and the other members of SSC gazed in astonishment at the stoic figure of Xiao Pajuan. They never anticipated that Xiao Pajuan possessed such formidable strength. This revelation cast a daunting shadow over Lin Dong's background, prompting a subtle shift in the way they regarded him. Suddenly, the two seemingly motionless figures sprang into action simultaneously. Two fleeting shadows raced toward each other at an astonishing speed, converging in an instant. At the moment of their collision, Uncle Shan drew upon his inner strength, releasing a powerful palm strike fueled by his momentum, inwardly exclaiming, "Mighty Vajra palm." Xiao Pajuan, on the other hand, clenched his right fist close to his chest, channeling all his power into a single punch at the moment of contact, silently invoking Tiger Cannon Fist. The resounding clash echoed like thunder in the ears of the onlookers, sending waves of dizziness through the crowd. The immense sound was accompanied by a powerful shockwave from their fierce exchange, toppling the tables and chairs where Qin Zheng and Zhou Huili had been seated, creating an atmosphere akin to a tempest. Moments later, two muffled groans pierced the air. Both Xiao Pajuan and Uncle Shan were propelled backward by the recoil of their confrontation. Lin Dong swiftly moved to support Xiao Pajuan, cushioning the force of his retreat. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng caught the returning form of Uncle Shan. After stabilizing their bodies, Uncle Shan and Xiao Pajuan simultaneously spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, both appearing somewhat wan. Their full-force clash had inflicted considerable damage upon one another, and it would likely take at least a month or two to recover. "Pajuan, how do you feel?" Lin Dong inquired as he supported Xiao Pajuan. "I am fine, young master, but I will need some time before I can protect you again," Xiao Pajuan replied. "No matter. Let us focus on healing first," Lin Dong responded. On the opposite side, young master, Uncle Shan attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Zheng. "Uncle Shan, you should rest. I will handle things from here." Qin Zheng entrusted Uncle Shan to Zhou Huili's care and stepped into the center of the room. "Lu Chun, do you think that with assistance, you can escape today?" As Qin Zheng's words resonated, a powerful aura radiated from him, and he swiftly drew a soft sword from his waist, its cold gleam flashing sharply. Before Lu Chun could respond, Qin Zheng vanished from his position. "Young master, be careful. Young master, be careful." Both Uncle Lu and Uncle Li shouted in unison, stepping in front of Lu Qin and Lu Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Qin Zheng's attack had already arrived. Originally, Qin Zheng possessed only peak first-rate strength. However, Uncle Lu and Uncle Li had both been severely injured, greatly diminishing their capabilities. In a mere exchange, they were sent flying by Qin Zheng's two strikes, leaving behind two splashes of blood. After dispatching the two, Qin Zheng did not relent. He charged directly towards Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao, thrusting his sword towards Lu Chun. The blade was poised to pierce Lu Chun in the imminent moment. Lu Chun had already closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. Yet, beside him, Lu Xiaoxiao forcefully pushed him aside, placing herself beneath the sword of Qin Zheng. No! Lu Chun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xiaoxiao had willingly thrust herself into danger to save him. How could he possibly accept such a sacrifice? The tip of the sword halted a mere centimeter from Lu Xiaoxiao's body. This was not an act of mercy from Qin Zheng, intending to spare the siblings. Rather, it was two fingers that had intervened at the point of the blade. Those fingers belonged to Lin Dong. Could two fingers truly immobilize the sword of such a formidable peak master as Qin Zheng? Qin Zheng stared in astonishment at Lin Dong. Not only Qin Zheng, but everyone present, including Uncle Shan, gazed at Lin Dong in disbelief. Young Master Qin, this is where it ends, Lin Dong stated calmly. Before Qin Zheng could respond, Uncle Shan, standing behind him, interjected. Young Master, we must leave. Uncle Shan, Qin Zheng protested, wanting to speak further. Leave. Uncle Shan reiterated with an authoritative tone that brooked no opposition. He had sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Lin Dong that even he found alarming. Qin Zheng had never witnessed Uncle Shan speak to him with such gravity before, leaving him momentarily stunned. At this moment, Qin Zheng was torn between two worlds. If he left, it would mean a profound loss of face for him as the young master of the Qin family and one of the 8 kings of the Tsi party. Yet, to stay would mean disregarding the unmistakable warning in Uncle Shan's voice, who had been by his side for many years and would never wish him harm. What to do? To leave or to stay? Qin Zheng swept his gaze across the gathering in the private room. Aside from Lin Dong's calm demeanor, the others appeared somewhat unsettled. The pinnacle showdown among the experts of the Tiger rankings was indeed thrilling, evoking both astonishment and profound yearning within him. Qin Zheng felt an insatiable urge to remain. Even if he could not vanquish Lu Qin today, he was determined to impart a lesson that would be etched in Lu Qin's memory for a lifetime. Retreating today would not only tarnish his pride but also affect his mindset. Having reached the apex of first-rate prowess, he understood that to ascend to the ranks of the Tiger ranking experts, one must possess unwavering resolve. Most importantly, he believed that no one dared to take his life, nor could anyone inflict serious harm upon him. As the esteemed heir of the Qin family from the capital, he carried such confidence and assurance. No one in Jiang City could withstand the wrath of the Qin family from the capital. The Lu family was incapable, and other families were even less able. Hadn't he observed Lu Qin's hesitance to aim his weapon at him, only daring to threaten Uncle Shan? Such is the advantage of a formidable background. He could take lives. Yet others would think twice before attempting to take his. After contemplating this crucial point, Qin Zheng exerted all his strength, thrusting his sword forward, aiming to pierce Lu Xiaoxiao's body. However, despite his utmost efforts, the sword remained utterly unmoved. How could this be? How could his full force be thwarted by merely 2 fingers of the opponent? Uncle Shan had also noticed that Qin Zheng was unwilling to retreat. Although Qin Zheng was resolute, Uncle Shan found himself powerless. He had merely come to protect Qin Zheng. Now, he could only hope that the reputation of the Qin family would wield some deterrent effect, dissuading the adversary from resorting to extreme measures. I implore you to show mercy. Esteemed young master, my Qin family would be eternally grateful. Uncle Shan hastily interjected. Lin Dong disregarded Uncle Shan, calmly addressing Qin Zheng. Young Master Qin, it seems you remain undeterred. He then swiftly released the grip of his 2 fingers, which had been pinching the sword's tip, and with astonishing speed, he overlapped his fingers and lightly flicked the sword's point. A crisp sound resonated throughout the private room, a clear, sharp note produced by the rapid vibrations, penetrating the ears of all present like a multitude of needles. Qin Zheng's right arm became numb from the intense vibrations transmitted through the sword's tip. Feeling as if it no longer belonged to him, he hurriedly relinquished the sword hilt. At the moment he let go, the blade could no longer withstand such swift oscillations and shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. Everyone, including the 2 experts from the Tiger list, stood in shock at this scene. Lin Dong stood composed beside Lu Xiaoxiao, who had her eyes closed, her delicate face contorted in distress. Qin Zheng, 2 meters away, cradled his right arm with his left, a look of agony etched on his face, surrounded by a sea of soft sword remnants. Gazing at the shards strewn about, Qin Zheng felt an overwhelming astonishment. This was a weapon crafted from cutting-edge technology, an alloy so formidable that it could slice through iron with ease. yet it had been reduced to fragments by a mere flick of a finger. The strength of this individual was unfathomable, evoking a genuine fear within him. What kind of powerful family could nurture such a young prodigy? Uncle Sean, despite his grievous injuries, hastily extricated himself from Zhou Huili's support and rushed to shield Qin Zheng. Zhou Huili stood rooted, momentarily entranced by Lin Dong. Upon first laying eyes on Lin Dong, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet the source eluded him. It was only when the other party introduced himself as Lin Dong that Zhou Huili recalled the rumors circulating at school just days prior. Wasn't this the very Lin Dong who had been abandoned by his girlfriend and had collapsed in a fit of bloodshed in the grove by the Jiang University playground? He could even find some photographs and accounts of Lin Dong stored in his phone, though they shared similar appearances, names, and ages. The aura surrounding this individual was markedly distinct. He harbored doubts that they could possibly be the same person, yet the coincidence was too extraordinary to dismiss. Same age, same looks, same name. It seemed implausible. Thus, this must be his fellow alumnus, Lin Dong, the one left heartbroken and enraged to the point of bleeding. However, the man standing before him exuded an air of tranquility that even made Qin Xiao appear inconsequential. Zhou found it difficult to fathom. Shall we continue, young Master Qin? Lin Dong inquired, refraining from further aggression. His sole intention had been to rescue Lu Chen, who had indeed aided him before, and given their shared affiliation, he could not bear the sight of his demise. He was also reluctant to incur Qin Zhang's ire, despite feeling a surge of strength within himself. He recognized his foundations were still lacking. Moreover, there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Qin Zhang sought Lu Chen's life, not his own. If anyone truly wished to take his life, Lin Dong believed he would not hesitate to retaliate, regardless of the adversary's background. Action would precede consideration. That was the transformation strength afforded him. Qin Zhang remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Dong, even through the lifeless form of Uncle Sean. He could not comprehend why Lin Dong, who was evidently younger than him, possessed such formidable strength. Perhaps, Qin Zhang contemplated a possibility. Only in this manner could everything be elucidated. With this thought, Qin Zhang felt a sense of clarity. It was only they who could cultivate such exceptional talent. Nonetheless, this matter required prompt reporting back to T. Those individuals had already begun to emerge, and some had even joined the ranks of SCC, which was certainly not favorable news for their faction. Uncle Sean, Huili, let us depart. Zhou Huili hastily stepped forward to support Uncle Sean, and the three of them exited the private room. As Qin Zhang reached the door, he turned back to Lu Chen and remarked, Lu Chen, I hope that when we meet again, fortune will still smile upon you. He then addressed Lin Dong, saying, Lin Dong, we shall meet again. The trio departed. In the private room, apart from Lin Dong and Xiao Pejun, everyone else exhaled in relief. The presence of such legendary figures from the Kyoto Tea faction's 8 kings was indeed a significant pressure for them. Subsequently, the gazes directed at Lin Dong transformed, shifting from initial disdain to profound respect. The fact that Qin Zhang, one of the 8 kings of tea, had confronted them and emerged victorious, rescuing young Master Lu in the process, would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the entire SCC in Modu. Wherever a strong individual goes, they command admiration. Brother Lin, the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me today shall never be forgotten by my sibling and me. In the future, should you require assistance, simply call upon me. And I, Lu Chun, shall not hesitate. And I as well. I shall not decline either. In the future, if you find yourself in need in Jiangqing, just mention the name Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly reverted to her true nature as a rebellious youth. Brother Lu, you are too modest. Chapter 58. On the tiger ranking, Qin Zhang and his companions were seated in a vehicle, with Zhou Huili at the helm, while Qin Zhang and Uncle Sean occupied the rear. Typically, Uncle Sean would be the one driving, but due to his severe injuries, Zhou Huili was now at the wheel, tasked with returning them to Jiangbei province. In the car, Qin Zhang inquired, Uncle Sean, to what level has Lin Dong ascended? He was eager to ascertain the prowess of Lin Dong, who was younger than him. Young master, I cannot discern his true strength. Merely a hint of his aura sends chills down my spine, and I am unable to replicate his ability to shatter swords with a mere snap of his fingers. I speculate he is at least at the pinnacle of the tiger ranking, if not beyond. Uncle Sean contemplated before responding. Above the tiger ranking? How is that even possible? Qin Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. You must understand, young master, that there are always individuals beyond our comprehension and realms beyond our reach. There are those with extraordinary talents. During my time at Shaolin, I encountered a disciple of remarkable prowess, equivalent to Lin Dong. Uncle Sean patiently elucidated. Uncle Sean, do you believe I have the opportunity to attain such heights? Young master, your talent is commendable. With diligence, you can surely achieve it. But by the time I reach their level, how much further will they have advanced? This time, Uncle Sean remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. The disparity between individuals is stark. Some are born with a starting point that others may never reach in a lifetime. Certain individuals possess innate gifts that allow them to ascend to great heights with minimal effort. Some individuals simply lack the innate talent for certain pursuits, and no amount of effort can propel them forward. They remain stagnant, unsure of how to respond to such dilemmas. Qin Zheng possesses a modicum of talent, yet he still falls short when compared to true prodigies. Young Master Qin, I am acquainted with this Lin Dong, spoke Zhou Huili, who was behind the wheel. Oh, you know him? Qin Zheng inquired. Indeed, he is a student at Jiangnan University. A student at Jiangnan University? Really? Zhou Huili proceeded to share various rumors regarding Lin Dong, even presenting images stored on his phone for Qin Zheng's perusal. So he deliberately maintains a low profile at school? Qin Zheng queried. That appears to be the case. Zhou Huili replied. Fascinating, indeed. A person of such formidable capability choosing to feign modesty, remaining unfazed even when his girlfriend is taken from him. What manner of individual is he? Lin Dong delivered Xiao Pejuan to the first hospital. Although it was night, the hospital's leadership awaited their arrival, likely having been informed in advance by Lu Chun. After a comprehensive examination, it was determined that there were no significant issues, save for some internal injuries that would require a period of rest. Lin Dong arranged for Xiao Pejuan's hospitalization in a room not far from his mother's ward, allowing him to be close at hand to visit her. Although he could have been placed directly next to his mother, Xiao Pejuan chose to keep his distance, fearing that knowledge of his injuries would cause her undue worry. Pejuan, focus on your recovery and spend time with your mother. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Once you and your mother are discharged, we shall settle in Jiaqing, and I will ensure everything is arranged for you. Lin Dong spoke in the hospital room where Xiao Pejuan was residing. Thank you, young master. During my time in the hospital, I can have my two brothers come to take my place. They have accompanied me abroad for many years and are nearly as skilled as I am. Xiao Pejuan responded, acknowledging that the other two were brothers who had shared life and death experiences with him, and he wished to assist them as well. Upon their return, the three had given all their earnings to the families of their brothers who remained abroad, whose lives were undoubtedly challenging now. To follow someone like Lin Dong, a scion of a prominent family, while continuing to fight side by side, was indeed the best outcome. Oh, you have such brothers? Hurry and summon them. The more, the better. I will provide them with the finest treatment, Lin Dong urged. It was evident that the presence of a skilled individual like Xiao Pejuan was desirable, especially since financial resources were not a concern. Among the brothers who ventured out with us, only the three of us returned. The others remained forever abroad. Xiao Pejuan said in a somber tone. Please accept my condolences, Lin Dong said, gently patting Xiao Pejuan's shoulder. Young master, I am fine. We are all individuals who have clawed our way back from the gates of hell. There is nothing to be disheartened about. That is good to hear. Have them come over tomorrow. Yes, young master. By the time Lin Dong returned to the Jiangnan International Mansion, it was already 11 in the evening. After a brief shower, he lay down and glanced at his phone, which was inundated with messages. Sun Ce, Lin Dong, when do you have time? My parents would like to invite you to dinner to express their gratitude. Lin Dong, there is no need for that. It was no great matter. Shortly after sending the message, Sun Ce replied again. Sun Ce, it may not seem significant to you, but it is of utmost importance to my family. Lin Dong, all right. However, I am rather pressed for time these days. Let us discuss it next week. Sun Ce, sounds good. I shall await your call. After conversing with Sun Ce, Lin Dong opened Lu Ping's message. Lu Ping, Dongzi, are you all right? Thank you for today. If it weren't for your intervention, I shudder to think what might have happened to Minmin and me. By the way, how did you know I was in room 47 at the Fuli Jinsha? Lin Dong, I'm fine. I've already returned and am preparing to rest. Did you not send me a message stating you were in peril in room 47 at the Fuli Jinsha? Lu Peng, I did not send you anything. Furthermore, I had no idea you were hiding so well. Given your past conduct, inviting you over would have been akin to leading us to our demise. So, when shall you explain this to the brothers? Lin Dong was taken aback. Lu Peng had not sent him a plea for help. Who could it have been that sent the message from Lu Peng's phone? Lin Dong shared a screenshot of the message he received from Lu Peng's phone. Lu Peng glanced at the timestamp and said, "That message must have been sent by a classmate of Min Min S. At that moment, I was kicked, and my phone was sent flying. So, I owe her my gratitude. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Lin Dong, Da Peng, you should really comfort Zhongmin. She must be quite shaken after today. When we have time, let us all dine together and discuss further. Lu Peng, do I need to remind you? I was just under the same blanket with her. Now I'm off to take a shower. Lin Dong, damn it. Beasts. Da Peng, don't be envious, brother. Whenever you manage to win over Han Shiyan, you'll have your chance too. Alright, enough of that. Min Min is back from her bath. I must seize another opportunity. I will express my gratitude to you properly another day." Lin Dong tossed his phone onto the bed, too weary to respond to anyone else. He was utterly exhausted today and decided to catch up on everything tomorrow. Chapter 59. Changes brought by strength. The next day, Lin Dong awoke to find it was already past noon. After getting up and refreshing himself, he went to the Golden Leaf Hotel for a meal, and also packed some highly nutritious food for Xiao Pijun and his mother before heading to the first hospital. As Lin Dong made his way to the hospital, two men in their 30s entered Xiao Pijun's ward, engaging him in conversation. "Boss, what happened to you? Who could inflict such injuries upon you? Indeed, you've rarely sustained such severe wounds even amidst the hail of bullets in the past. With your physical resilience, it will take at least a month to recover. What? Do you wish to avenge me?" Xiao Pijun inquired. "Please, we won't stand a chance. If we went, we'd just be delivering ourselves as offerings. Who dares to say I can't handle it? We were equally matched in our struggle, do you understand? He is not in a better position than I am. He is probably lying in bed just like me right now. Severely injured? Then who did this? Where can we find him? We'll take care of it. Get lost. By the way, how have you both been lately?" Xiao Pijun asked. "Don't even mention it. I possess little formal education, merely a robust physique, which holds little value in my homeland, allowing me only to labor on construction sites to earn a meager livelihood. Yet, it feels more secure than being abroad, as at least I can sleep soundly. I find myself in a similar predicament," another individual responded. "Had we not undertaken that last job, all 12 of us would be faring well." Xiao Pijun's voice carried a somber tone. "Boss, this was a collective decision among us. We all yearn to return home, to afford cars, to buy houses, to marry. It is a pity that fate has been unkind to us brothers." At this juncture, a pall of silence enveloped the three, as it weighed heavily on their hearts. Just before their intended return to their homeland, 9 of the 12 brothers had perished. Only the 3 of them managed to return alive, and upon their return, they distributed every cent they had earned over the years to the families of the fallen. After a while, Xiao Pijun remarked, "Now that you are here, do not return. All your skills will go to waste." "What then can we do?" one inquired. "Conditions at home are vastly different from abroad. Regulations are stringent, and one misstep could lead to incarceration. I am currently under the employ of young Master Lin, who is attending university in Jiangxing. My primary role is to discreetly ensure his safety while I recuperate. During my recovery, I would like you to take my place. Young Master Lin has assured me he will offer you the highest remuneration." "Really? Safeguarding our employer is our forte, and the domestic environment is considerably safer than abroad, thus likely more manageable. What salary can young Master Lin provide us monthly?" "I earn 8,000 a month on the construction site, and I shall not accept anything less." "Have you overthought this? Do you think we are abroad? Working on a construction site is undoubtedly more exhausting. It must be less demanding here." Another interjected. "At the very least, it should be 5,000. With such limited aspirations, let me enlighten you. The vehicle provided to me by Mr. Lin is worth several million. Would he truly concern himself with your paltry wages? The starting point is at least 10,000. Is that so? Then I shall not return. When can you introduce us to Mr. Lin?" "Perhaps in the afternoon. He is likely still resting now, but I will call him later." As the 3 continued their conversation, Lin Dong entered. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" Xiao Pijun hastily attempted to rise, only to be halted by Lin Dong. "Pijun, take a good rest. I brought you some food. These 2 must be the brothers you mentioned. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce you to these 2 comrades I returned from abroad with," Xiao Pijun said, presenting his companions. One, slightly taller, was named Yu Guobing, while the other, shorter, was called Wei Yong. Neither appeared particularly muscular, yet their movements exuded a palpable strength, an embodiment of explosive power. Those bodybuilders seen on television may seem well built, but their strength is not necessarily significant. "Pijun, you should rest while I take them out for a meal," a gesture to welcome them properly, Lin Dong declared. Mr. Lin, we can manage on our own. There's no need to trouble you. Yu Guobing replied. Since you are here, you shall follow my lead. You two should accompany Mr. Lin, Xiao Pejun insisted. Lin Dong drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, carrying the two to the opulent Golden Sands. Then, the large G was opened for the two of them. Lin Dong drove the Bugatti Chiron ahead. Last night, due to Xiao Pejun's injury, he was unable to drive, so the Bugatti Chiron was left here. In the Mercedes, Wei Yong confidently followed Lin Dong's vehicle. For these mercenaries who had spent many years abroad, driving was a fundamental skill. They could handle anything from cars to tanks. Guobing remarked that it seemed the boss had chosen the right person this time. Lin Xiao was undoubtedly affluent, as that car likely cost several million. Furthermore, he treated people well, personally delivering food to the boss. Indeed, we must perform well and not bring shame to the boss, Yu Guobing replied. Of course. Lin Dong led the two to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Yu Guobing and Wei Yong were taken aback by the opulence of the hotel. Although they had lived abroad for many years, it had been in war-torn countries, where such luxury was unattainable. Lin Xiao, we could just find a casual place to eat. There's no need for such extravagance, one suggested. No worries, this place is mine, from now on. Whenever you're free, you'll have your meals and accommodation here. I'll cover everything, Lin Xiao assured them. The revelation that this was Lin Xiao's establishment and that they would be dining and residing here left them momentarily speechless in front of the 8-star hotel. After the meal, they felt a lingering satisfaction. They had never tasted such exquisite food in their lives. They realized that their earlier years had been lived in such deprivation. Later that evening, Lu Chun called Lin Dong, asking him to come to the fully Jinsha. Upon arrival, Lin Dong found He Pai and Chun Lu kneeling in the private room. Upon the arrival of Lin Dong, the two individuals fervently bowed their heads in supplication. Lin Xiao, I was in the wrong. Please, I implore you to spare me this once. I shall never dare again. The sound of their heads striking the floor echoed through the room, leaving them bloodied. Lin Xiong, I leave these two in your capable hands. Do as you see fit. I will take care of the aftermath, Lu Chen declared, rising to his feet before exiting the private chamber. Lin Dong regarded the two in silence, a reflection of the transformation power brings. Had he remained an ordinary university student, what fate would have befallen Lu Peng and his girlfriend? Lin Dong summoned the main characters, Lu Peng and Zhang Min. Upon her arrival, Zhang Min's first instinct was one of trepidation. Lu Peng, however, charged at the dark-skinned man, unleashing a torrent of blows. The room was filled with the anguished cries of the assailant. Lu Peng, unable to contain himself, witnessed his girlfriend being bullied, and had Lin Dong not intervened, he would have been haunted by this for the rest of his life. Ultimately, the dark-skinned man was left with multiple fractures and was taken to the hospital after Lu Peng's relentless assault. Chen Lu Ji was left unscathed. Although he was associated with the dark-skinned man's influence, he bore no direct relation to the incident and was subsequently dealt with by Xiao Pejun. Chapter 60. Huang Junling's provocation thus concluded the May Day holiday. On the first day of the new semester, Lin Dong strolled through the campus of Jiang University. Wow. Is that the piano prince Lin Dong? If he would sing Boy Just for Me, I would become his girlfriend. Dream on. Lin Dong, the idol, would never gaze upon someone like you. What if he actually prefers someone like me? Surely he is enamored with someone of my caliber. Lin Dong cast a glance at the two individuals who had just spoken, a shiver involuntarily coursing through his body. One weighed around 180 pounds, while the other bore a face riddled with acne. Hastily, Lin Dong quickened his pace towards the classroom, aware that many were discussing him along the way, most of whom belonged to the same social echelon as the earlier speakers. The female students at this school were indeed incomparable to those from the Communication University, lacking several tiers of allure. Upon returning to class, he found that most of his classmates were already seated. The students regarded Lin Dong with curious expressions, a testament to his stunning performance during the May Day Gala. Not only had he penned the lyrics and composed the music, but he also played and sang his piece, which was remarkably well received. A fleeting glance across the classroom revealed Suing Xue, and his spirits lifted slightly. At last, he spotted someone who was not intimidating. He settled into his seat, and thus the morning slipped away. In the afternoon, during elective classes, Lin Dong was persuaded by Lu Peng and several roommates to join a basketball game in the indoor court. Previously, Lin Dong had often been drawn into such activities, relishing the sound of his classmates' cheers on the court. Of course, the key motivation was that Jiang Shan enjoyed watching, though that was merely a figment of his imagination. Given his skills, he could only manage casual games with Lu Peng and the others. he was far from being able to participate in matches organized by the class, as his abilities were rather lacking. Although he stood nearly 6 feet tall, his physique was too frail, lacking the strength to withstand even a slight bump, which would send him stumbling back several steps, compounded by a lack of time to hone his skills. However, that was in the past. Lin Dong's physical condition had now reached its peak, and he could likely withstand a push without budging. The four of them began to form teams on the court, pairing off into 2 versus 2, with Lu Peng and Lin Dong as teammates. Zhou Wenhua and Fan Biao were in the same group. Lu Peng, although merely the nth substitute on the school's basketball team, was not to be underestimated. Thus, he found himself paired with Lin Dong, who was rather inexperienced, allowing for some semblance of a match. Lin Dong primarily handled the serves. After a while, it became evident that Lu Peng was single-handedly taking on 2 opponents. Just as the 4 of them were engrossed in the game, Huang Junlang arrived with a few companions. Due to the limited number of indoor basketball courts, everyone was eager to claim a spot. Although there were numerous outdoor courts, the afternoon sun made them uninviting. Generally, once a court was occupied, it was uncommon for others to intrude, unless they joined forces to play together. Otherwise, they would have to vacate. Naturally, this was the norm. But there were a few prominent figures in the school, such as the student union president, the beloved Zhou Huili, who, upon arrival, would elicit immediate deference from others. Huang Junlang had yet to reach such stature. Lin Dong remained stationed beyond the 3-point line, ready to serve. As Huang Junlang and his companions approached, one of them loudly inquired, "Huang, I heard you got Jiang Shan pregnant. Is that true? Is there any doubt?" She simply couldn't withstand it. Just a few encounters, and she was already expecting. What a predicament, Huang Junlang lamented. "So what are you planning to do? Surely, you aren't considering marriage? Marry? What nonsense. What can I do? Perhaps offer her a sum to terminate the pregnancy? You truly are something else." Lin Dong was with Jiang Shan for ages without any result. Yet you managed it in just a few days. Allow me to candidly express that when Jiang Shan was with me, she was still a novice. I have no desire to pick up someone else's discarded footwear. What? A novice? Is Lin Dong truly inadequate? How should I know? But it seems likely. Haha. This was followed by a chorus of laughter from several individuals. Huang Junlang and his companion's loud conversation drew the attention of those nearby, evoking memories of Lin Dong's recent episode of coughing up blood and fainting. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan was approaching with Zhu Yan, overhearing their discussion. Jiang Shan's complexion turned ashen, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Dong turned to cast a glance at Huang Junlang and his group. Naturally, Huang Junlang was unwilling to back down. Staring defiantly at Lin Dong, Lu Peng and others also approached. "Huang Junlang, I cannot dictate your words, but if you utter my name again today, I shall ensure you leave on your knees. Do you believe me?" Lin Dong said to Huang Junlang, his tone laced with genuine anger. He truly felt agitated. While he could not concern himself with Huang Junlang's opinions about Jiang Shan, after all, it was her choice. How dare this scoundrel proclaim his inadequacy in front of so many? Such disrespect is intolerable. Just as Huang Junlang was about to speak, he noticed Jiang Shan's pale face and red-rimmed eyes glaring at him. "Huang Junlang, are you even human? How much suffering has Shan Shan endured for you? How could you speak of her in such a manner before others?" Zhu Yan exclaimed, her face aflame with indignation. At that moment, Huang Junlang felt a pang of awkwardness, recalling how he had previously incited Lin Dong to the brink of collapse in the grove. Upon witnessing Lin Dong's presence, I felt a surge of mischief, eager to provoke him once more and see if I could induce a similar embarrassment as before. Particularly with such a large audience gathered here, the impact would undoubtedly be magnified. Lin Dong, audaciously walking alongside Han Shiyun, ought to brace himself for the repercussions of his actions. However, to my astonishment, Jiang Shan appeared from behind. "Huang Junlang, why do you treat me this way? When we were together, what promises did you make? Eternal love, marriage after graduation. How can it have unraveled in just a few days?" Jiang Shan questioned, her voice quivering with emotion. Huang Junlang found himself ensnared in a predicament, yet the prospect of publicly admitting fault to Jiang Shan was utterly implausible. How could he, the esteemed Huang, navigate his social standing at Jiang University thereafter? With a forced bravado, he retorted, "Jiang Shan, I have grown weary of you. Is it not merely your desire for more money that drives you? Speak up. How much do you want? I shall provide it." In front of such a multitude, he could not afford to lose face. The alternative would be to lavish Jiang Shan with gifts later to placate her with fine clothing and accessories. "Jiang Shan, taken aback by Huang Junlang's public dismissal, found herself at a loss for words, her tears cascading as she fled the scene. Huang Junlang, you are nothing but a beast, Zhu Yin exclaimed before hastily pursuing Jiang Shan. Chapter 61. The bullfight. Jiang Shan and Zhu Yin departed, yet the atmosphere remained rife with arrogance. Lin Dong's faction consisted of 4 individuals, while Huang Junlang's contingent numbered 5, one of whom was a starting center for the school basketball team, a towering figure standing at nearly 6 feet and weighing no less than 250 pounds. On the surface, it appeared that Lin Dong's side was at a disadvantage. The onlookers continued to incite the two, proving once again that spectators often revel in the chaos of others. However, a brawl on a university campus is a serious matter. Having crossed the boundaries set by Jiang University, apart from Lin Dong, who remained indifferent, others dared not breach this crucial line. Even Huang Junlang, a wealthy heir, was cautious. Should he face expulsion, not only would his father sever his financial support, but he might also find himself on the receiving end of a severe punishment. Thus, both sides remained in a stalemate. At this juncture, a suggestion arose for a 3v3 basketball showdown to resolve their conflict, an ideal method for settling disputes on the court. Huang Junlang readily agreed, as it suited him perfectly. On Lin Dong's side, there was only Lu Peng, a substitute on the school team. While the other 2 participants were of mediocre skill, and Lin Dong himself was hardly worth considering in this context, being quite inexperienced. Yet, Huang Junlang boasted a starting center from the school team on his side, and given his own capabilities, he was confident of victory. Lin Dong, what do you say? Are you man enough to accept? If you're too afraid, we can play 3 against 4, Huang Junlang taunted Lin Dong. Be careful, Dongzi. He's trying to provoke you. With the gorilla in play, we stand no chance. Lu Peng whispered to Lin Dong. Lu Peng, though not one to easily concede defeat, felt the weight of the challenge posed by Yang Shu, the starting center, whom he knew all too well from their practices together. Yang Shu was nearly invincible in a half-court game, and while there might be some hope of competing, given his large physique, the limits of his stamina could still be a factor. Huang Junlang observed Lu Ping advising Lin Dong nearby, and directly addressed him, saying, Lu Ping, stop your incessant prattling. You cowardly weakling. Are you afraid to face me? Let us have a match then. Afraid? I could easily defeat you without even using my hands. A coward is simply a coward. If you lack the courage, then leave. Just as Lu Peng was about to retort, Lin Dong interjected. All right, let us have that match. Dongzi, Lu Peng exclaimed urgently from the side. Don't worry, Big Peng, I know my limits. Previously, Lin Dong's basketball skills had been subpar, but that no longer defined him. He silently upgraded his basketball skills in the skill column, spending 10 luxury points to elevate them to a proficient level. Coupled with his exceptional physical condition, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Lin Dong now possessed an almost cheat-like prowess in basketball. Huang Junlang quickly added, Lin Dong, you stated it yourself, a gentleman's word is his bond. Indeed, Huang Junlang, how do you wish to compete? Lin Dong inquired. Since it's a competition, we must have some stakes. How about this? The loser must, during tomorrow's lunch break, announce to the entire school over the intercom 3 times, I am a complete loser, and then host a reconciliation banquet at the Golden Leaf Hotel. What do you say? Agreed. Let it be as you propose. Lin Dong responded nonchalantly. Dongzi, we. Lu Ping attempted to interject but was cut off by Lin Dong. It's fine. Big Peng, just do your best. Very well. The rules are as follows. A 3v3 bullfight. The first to score 10 points wins, with 3-pointers counting as 2. Does that sound acceptable? Absolutely. By the way, are you 3 or 4? Huang Junlang inquired with a hint of jest. 3. Lin Dong replied. This was your own choice. Do not blame us for taking advantage of you. The news of the upcoming 3v3 basketball match between Lin Dong and Huang Junlang quickly spread, with the stakes becoming undeniably high. The losers would not only have to shout, I am a loser 3 times in the Jiangda broadcasting room, but would also be obliged to host a banquet of apology at the Jinya Hotel. A considerable wager indeed. It was not merely a matter of embarrassment, it would also involve a significant financial loss, as hosting a banquet at Jinya Hotel would cost at least several thousand yuan. Before long, more and more students gathered at the Jiangda Gymnasium. Some even skipped classes to join in the excitement. Naturally, Lin Dong's classmates rushed over to witness the event. Some came to cheer for Lin Dong, while others were there to see him make a fool of himself. Wow! Isn't that one of the 3 goddesses, Han Shiyan? One student exclaimed. I didn't expect her to come. You may not know this, But I heard Han Shiyan has a thing for Lin Dong. No way. How is that possible? Why not? I saw them walking out of school together with my own eyes. Isn't Huang Junlang always pursuing Han Shiyan? It's surprising that Lin Dong got to her first. No wonder they seem to clash like meteors upon meeting. I heard that Huang Junlang initially stole Lin Dong's girlfriend, Jiang Shan, and in retaliation, Lin Dong captured the goddess Huang Junlang had been hopelessly chasing. Wow, that's incredible! Another voice chimed in. Look, ISNT that's suing Xue? Oh my goodness! Someone exclaimed. Right now, Jiangda's 3 goddesses are just missing Shangwan Mingyue. Do you think she will show up? It is unlikely. Shangwan Mingyue is certainly not one to enjoy the hustle and bustle. Both teams on the court are now prepared. Lin Dong has opted for Lu Peng, Fan Biao, and Zhou Wenhua, choosing to observe their performance before joining in himself. On the opposing side, Huang Junlang is accompanied by the formidable Yang Shu and a subordinate. The referee is another member of the school team. At the sound of the referee's whistle, the match commences. Lu Peng takes the first possession, skillfully maneuvering the ball. He crouches low, weaving the basketball between his legs, with Huang Junlang marking him closely. With a sudden burst of speed, Lu Peng dribbles to the right. Huang Junlang quickly positions himself to block Lu Peng's path. In a swift motion, Lu Peng comes to a halt, switching to his left hand as he drives towards the left. Caught off guard, Huang Junlang fails to keep up, allowing Lu Peng to penetrate the key. Just as Lu Peng leaps, preparing to score, a towering figure looms before him. Yang Shu springs into action, his height and leaping ability poised to thwart Lu Peng's shot. In a moment of quick thinking, Lu Peng passes the ball to the unmarked Fan Biao on the wing. Fan Biao receives the pass, unchallenged, and effortlessly lays the ball into the net. Lin Dong's team leads 1-0 against Huang Junlang's team, eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd. What a splendid play! Huang Junlang, however, wears a dark expression. The second play begins. Huang Junlang, now in possession, faces Lu Peng, with an array of dazzling dribbles that draws gasps from the audience. He attempts to evade Lu Peng, yet all his left and right maneuvers are thwarted. Huang Junlang stepped onto the court and immediately launched a mid-range jump shot aimed at Lu Peng. The ball struck the rim with a resounding clang and bounced back up. Just as everyone prepared to contest for the rebound, a hand descended from above, forcefully slamming the recently rebounded basketball into the hoop. The prowess of the starting center for the Gorilla Yangshu school team was indeed formidable. He executed a powerful putback dunk. The crowd erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Incredible! Go, Gorilla! Dunk again!" The score stood at 1-1 between Lin Dong's team and Huang Junlang's team. In the subsequent moments, Gorilla Yangshu had learned from his earlier mistake and remained unfazed by Lu Peng's attempts, largely staying in the key and refraining from jumping unnecessarily. Consequently, Lu Peng and his 2 teammates found themselves at a loss, hesitant to enter the paint, relegating them to shooting from the perimeter. Unfortunately, the trio's outside shooting was notably off that day, as they squandered multiple attempts without finding the net. With the formidable Gorilla guarding the paint, Huang Junlang was afforded limitless opportunities to shoot. Despite his low shooting percentage, the rebounds were predominantly claimed by Yang Shu, whether offensive or defensive. Thus, Huang Junlang faced no pressure in his attempts. Before long, the scoreboard read 2-8, with Lin Dong's team managing only 2 points, while Huang Junlang's team had amassed 8. A mere 2 more points would secure victory for them. At this juncture, Lin Dong was set to enter the game. If he delayed any longer, a 3-pointer from Huang Junlang could very well conclude the match. Lin Dong signaled to the referee for a timeout. During the pause, Lu Peng and his teammates retreated to the bench. "My apologies, Dongzi. I'm just not feeling it today. I can't seem to sink any outside shots," Lu Peng expressed, a hint of remorse in his voice. "We're not feeling it either," Fan Biao and Zhou Wenhua remarked. "No worries. This task is on me. You all just give it your best. I will take the first turn, and if anyone is fatigued, feel free to rest." "I'll go," Zhou Wenhua declared. "All right, Wenhua, you take a break for now." The pause had concluded. Lin Dong, accompanied by Lu Peng and Fan Biao, stepped onto the court. "Wait, they've made a substitution? Isn't that the guy who sang Boy at the May Day Gala? What's his name, Lin Dong? Can he even play basketball?" "He can't play basketball for toffee. He's utterly useless," Ding Wei replied loudly. Since the May Day event, Ding Wei had harbored resentment towards Lin Dong, who had transformed from a nondescript underachiever into a so-called piano prince. It was supposed to be his and Su Yingshue's moment in the limelight. Yet it was Lin Dong who received the accolades. Ding Wei's response sparked discontent among several classmates. "Ding Wei, not only are you failing to support your classmates, but you're also pouring cold water on their spirits. Aren't you the class leader? Exactly. You're just envious and resentful. Lin Dong is far more talented than you. He not only writes and composes his own music but also performs it. How can you even compare yourself to him? Several female classmates stood against Ding Wei, as Lin Dong had become a figure of admiration among them. They had previously overlooked him, but since the May Day Gala, they had noticed his increasing charm and charisma. Now, Lin Dong had garnered a considerable fanbase at Jiangda. Su Yingxue also watched Lin Dong enter the court with curiosity, eager to discover what else he was capable of. Han Shiyun gazed at Lin Dong, her eyes brimming with emotion. Huang Junlang watched as Lin Dong approached. Lin Dong, remember tomorrow at noon. I shall eagerly await your self-assessment. Lin the Great, he taunted, and you haven't even finished yet. Who knows whose self-evaluation will hold any weight? What? Do you believe you still have a chance to win? Surely, you don't think you can turn the tide just by showing up? Aren't you being a tad overconfident? Lin the Great? Huang Junlang sneered. We'll see once the game concludes. Now, let us get started. Lin Dong refrained from retorting. He preferred to let his prowess speak for itself. Words were futile. The more one spoke, the greater the sting of defeat. The match continued. With possession in Lin Dong's favor. Positioned beyond the three-point line, Lin Dong passed the ball to Lu Ping and gestured for him to return it. Lu Ping, contemplating his options, ultimately decided to pass the ball back to Lin Dong. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Dong elevated it with one hand above his head. Facing Huang Junlang's subordinate, who clearly underestimated him, hundreds in the audience fixated their gaze on Lin Dong, eager to witness his next move. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lin Dong pushed the ball forward, and disbelief rippled through the crowd. Was this truly a shot? Such was the collective thought among those present, including several players who had rushed to the basket, anticipating a rebound. Yet, mere moments later, astonishment enveloped everyone. The basketball swished through the net effortlessly. Lin Dong's team led 4-8 against Huang Junlang's. Could it be? Unbelievable. Though many may harbor doubts, once one is in, one is in. Lin Dong, press on. Lin Dong, so dashing. Give us another. Some of Lin Dong's fervent supporters began to chant his name. On to the next play. Huang Junlang has the ball. Lin Dong steps forward to defend, while Lu Peng rushes into the paint to match up against the imposing Yang Shu. Lin Dong, do not presume that a stroke of luck can alter the outcome. Allow me to show you what true basketball is. Huang Junlang declared as he commenced to exhibit his flamboyant dribbling skills, showcasing an array of flashy maneuvers. Lin Dong remained nonchalantly stationed before Huang Junlang, offering no defensive posture. Lin Dong, are you attempting to provoke me? You shall soon learn the consequences, Huang Junlang warned, suddenly accelerating past Lin Dong on his right side, to which Lin Dong displayed no reaction whatsoever. Huang Junlang's spirits lifted as he approached the key, preparing to leap for a layup. Huh, where's the ball? Where's my ball? Why has it vanished? Huang Junlang turned around only to find Lin Dong standing beyond the three-point line, holding the ball in his right hand, casually pushing it forward once more. Another swish through the net. Lin Dong's team now trails 6-8 against Huang Junlang's team. The first was mere luck. What of the second? The crowd erupted in excitement. Goodness, what a master. How did he just intercept that ball? Did anyone see it clearly? I didn't catch it. It was as if there was a flash, and Huang Junlang's ball was gone. Is it just me, or was that speed astonishing? Who was it that said Lin Dong couldn't play? This is undeniably a skilled player. Huang Junlang, with a furrowed brow, continued to dribble the ball. This time, he fell silent, eschewing his usual flamboyant maneuvers for a more grounded approach. After a few casual dribbles, he intended to gather the ball and pass it to the gorilla, hoping he would power through to the basket. However, before he could secure the ball, a sudden gust swept by, leaving his hand empty. Lin Dong had intercepted the ball, swiftly crossing the three-point line before casually tossing it. The ball swished through the net effortlessly once more. The score stood at Lin Dong's teammate, Huang Junlang's teammate. In that moment, the arena was enveloped in an eerie silence, every spectator stunned. 3 consecutive three-pointers had found their mark. This was no mere stroke of luck. Lin Dong had proven himself to be a master of subterfuge. Huang Junlang called for a timeout, realizing that another three-pointer from Lin Dong would spell disaster for his team. A strategy to limit Lin Dong's prowess was imperative. Chapter 63. I can dunk too. Huang Junlang called the timeout, deliberating on how to contain Lin Dong. Meanwhile, in Lin Dong's team's huddle, camaraderie flourished. Well done, Dongzi. You've kept your cards close to your chest, one teammate remarked. Seriously, when you played with us, You weren't even trying. Do you look down upon us? Lu Ping and others teased Lin Dong, astonished by his unexpected skill. Lu Ping had always sensed an air of mystery surrounding Lin Dong, yet he never anticipated such prowess on the basketball court. No, guys. I've just had a breakthrough lately. Lin Dong replied with a wry smile. How could he explain it? To say he had acquired an extraordinarily powerful system that allowed him to instantly master any skill? Would they believe him? Han Shiyan sat in the audience, observing Lin Dong as he took a moment to rest. She was about to rise and hand him the water she held, but before she could move, she noticed several girls had already rushed to offer him drinks. Frustrated, she puffed her cheeks and remained seated. Lin Dong, you are so handsome. Come drink my water, one girl exclaimed, sprinting onto the court to present her bottle of mineral water. Drink mine, drink mine. Yet before Lin Dong could react, another bottle was thrust into his hands. Lin Dong, I admire you so much. Could you perhaps write a song for me? I've even thought of a title. Girl. Instantly, a crowd of girls surrounded Lin Dong. While on the other side, Huang Zhulang remained with a few burly men, devoid of any admirers. Despite Huang Zhulang's wealth and status as a veritable second-generation rich kid, his reputation was far from favorable, arrogant, and a notorious playboy. Witnessing Lin Dong's popularity, Huang Zhulang felt uneasy and quickly signaled his teammates to join him at center court, urging the referee to commence the match. The game resumed, with Huang Zhulang poised to shoot from beyond the three-point line. The formidable Yang Shu, instead of guarding the basket, moved forward to receive Huang Zhulang's pass. Bending slightly, he dribbled the ball with his right hand, preparing to charge towards the hoop. Given his height and weight, once he reached the basket, success was nearly assured. Lu Peng found himself being pushed back step by step, powerless against Yang Shu's superior physique and strength. He could only desperately resist, but to no avail, as he was soon forced beneath the basket. Yang Shu leaped powerfully, gripping the ball with his right hand, and aimed a dunk over Lu Ping. What an impressive play! Huang Zhulang shouted with fervor. This shot was undoubtedly secure when it came to dominance beneath the basket. The entire Jiang University recognized Yang Shu, the gorilla, as unparalleled. Just as Yang Shu prepared to slam the basketball into the hoop, a figure suddenly appeared before him, striking the ball from his grasp. With a resounding smack, the basketball was sent flying. This unexpected apparition was none other than Lin Dong. He had been vigilantly observing Yang Shu's movements, biding his time for this very moment to deliver a block. The starting center of the Jiang University team, known as the Gorilla, had been thwarted. The onlookers, well versed in the intricacies of basketball, could hardly contain their astonishment. Those merely there for the spectacle were oblivious to the significance of Yang Shu's dunk being denied. Unbelievable! Yang Shu's powerful dunk was blocked by Lin Dong? Could it be that I am seeing things? This is extraordinary. It is indeed the gorilla Yang Shu, towering close to 2 meters, yet it was Lin Dong, standing at a mere 1 meter 80, who executed the block. A cacophony of discussions erupted throughout the arena. Lin Dong's previous 3 consecutive three-pointers had not elicited such a response. They merely prompted cheers from the casual spectators. However, this block was nothing short of astonishing. To dare challenge Yang Shu head-on and succeed in denying him was truly remarkable. The atmosphere was electric with resounding cheers. Lin Dong, go for it. Lin Dong, we love you. Various shouts rose and fell in a rhythmic chorus. Huang Zhulang felt as though he had swallowed something bitter. Meanwhile, Yang Shu landed and stood in a daze, still grappling with the reality that he had been blocked. Still on the campus of Jiangda? It is not just Jiangda. Even when representing the school in competitions against other universities, I have never been so thoroughly blocked beneath the hoop. This is an utter humiliation in my basketball career. Yang Shu gazed at Lin Dong, who stood before him, nearly a head shorter, and uttered the first words upon arriving at the court. Lin Dong, you can do it. However, it was evident that his words were infused with boundless fury. Lin Dong shrugged in response. You're not bad either. He then darted toward the three-point line to receive the ball, leaving Yang Shu's complexion alternating between shades of green and white. As the basketball was swatted away, it fortuitously landed near Fan Biao. Lin Dong seized the ball passed to him by Fan Biao. Huang Zhulang immediately closed in, closely guarding Lin Dong and denying him any chance to shoot. Lin Dong feinted left and right, yet Huang Zhulang remained steadfastly attached to him. In truth, Lin Dong could have shot directly. Huang Zhulang's defense posed little hindrance. However, he felt that merely winning in such a manner lacked flair and grandeur. After all, isn't it just a dunk? I can do that too. Lin Dong passed the ball to Lu Peng and swiftly maneuvered around Huang Zhulang with his back to him. Lu Ping then returned the ball to Lin Dong. With Huang Julang no longer obstructing his path, Lin Dong charged into the paint. What on earth is Lin Dong about to do? Isn't his three-point shooting impeccable? Why not just take another three-pointer and secure the win? Who knows? Perhaps he desires to dunk. This is absurd. Yang Shu is still in the paint. Who could possibly dunk over him? Just moments ago, Yang Shu had blocked Lin Dong. What is stopping him now? What had just transpired was merely an accident. The murmurs from the audience did not sway Lin Dong in the slightest. He charged into the 3-second zone, soaring into the air like a majestic eagle, his right hand gripping the ball as he swung it forcefully behind his head. This was undoubtedly a fierce axe-like dunk. Every eye in the arena was fixated on Lin Dong. Yang Shu, witnessing Lin Dong's approach, prepared to leap and execute a dunk over him. How could he possibly grant Lin Dong such satisfaction? Having just been blocked by Lin Dong, he had already lost face. To allow Lin Dong to execute this axe dunk over him would utterly obliterate his reputation as Jiang Da's premier center. As Lin Dong ascended to deliver the dunk, Yang Shu sprang into action, mirroring Lin Dong's earlier block, his hand reaching out to swat the ball from Lin Dong's grasp. Yet, the basketball did not soar away as before. Instead, their hands met in midair, trapping the ball between them. Many spectators captured this moment with their phones. Marking a pinnacle clash, Lin Dong, confronted by Yang Shu, exerted minimal effort. Had he chosen to, even 10 Yang Shus would not suffice to withstand his force. With a slight increase of pressure in his right hand, Yang Shu began to falter. Lin Dong's hand, bearing the basketball, propelled both the ball and Yang Shu's hand toward the hoop. Thud! The basketball crashed into the rim with tremendous force. Yang Shu instinctively withdrew his hand just before it could touch the rim. He realized that his strength was inadequate to thwart Lin Dong's dunk. If he failed to retract his hand, the force of Lin Dong's dunk would undoubtedly fracture it. He had not anticipated Lin Dong's power to be so formidable. At that moment, Lin Dong's body made contact with Yang Shu's. Yang Shu felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling him backward uncontrollably. Upon landing, he staggered and fell to the ground. Lin Dong, on the other hand, landed gracefully, leaving the audience in a state of shock. Chapter 64, The Birthday Banquet. The crowd was astounded. Could it be that Yang Shu was actually sent flying by Lin Dong? Everyone found it hard to believe. How could Lin Dong, standing at a height of 1.8 meters and weighing over 100 kilograms, manage to send Yang Shu, who was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed around 260 to 270 kilograms, soaring through the air? This was nothing short of a redefinition of their expectations. Lying on the ground, Yang Shu was momentarily dazed. Not only had he been blocked, but he had also been sent flying. He felt utterly humiliated and had no desire to get back up. Huang Julang, standing nearby, was equally wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief. The arena erupted with deafening cheers. Following his title as the Piano Prince, Lin Dong had now earned a new moniker, the Basketball Prince. The next shot held no suspense. After intercepting the ball, Lin Dong executed a stylish backward shot without even glancing at the basket. The basketball swished through the net. Lin Dong's team led 11-8 against Huang Junlang's team. Was Lin Dong truly shooting without a single glance at the hoop? This was simply outrageous. Throughout the game, he had made 4 3-pointers and a powerful dunk, all successfully. What baffled everyone the most was that for the final 3-pointer, he didn't even look at the basket. The match concluded, and Lin Dong's name resonated throughout Jiang University once more. That evening, Huang Junlang reserved a table with the cheapest dishes at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Lin Dong and his friends paid little mind to the cost. They were just happy to have something to eat. The following afternoon, Lin Dong shouted 3 times in the broadcasting room, proclaiming himself a term implying a novice or underperformer, eliciting a wave of laughter from the entire school. Huang Junlang's countenance was utterly tarnished, and naturally, he harbored a deeper resentment towards Lin Dong, perpetually contemplating ways to exact revenge. The ensuing days passed in monotony, and 2 days swiftly elapsed. This weekend, Lin Dong had promised Sun Siyu that he would accompany her home. Once a promise was made, Lin Dong would never renege on it. On Thursday, while attending class, Lin Dong received a message from Han Shiyun. Lin Dong, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to treat you to dinner. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Dong realized he had no pressing engagements, and thus, he deemed it inappropriate to decline the invitation from the goddess. He replied, certainly. Please inform me of the location, and I shall be there tomorrow. Han Shiyun responded. It's settled then. No backing out. I will provide the location tomorrow. Lin Dong affirmed, okay. The following day, Lin Dong received a call from Han Shiyun. directing him to a restaurant adjacent to the Grand Lisboa. As the largest entertainment venue in Jiangxing, the Grand Lisboa was surrounded by numerous dining establishments. How delightful it would be to dine before indulging in entertainment. Lin Dong drove his Bugatti to the Grand Lisboa, parking it at the entrance. Upon arriving at the dining venue, he was taken aback by the crowd. 3 large tables filled with at least 20 individuals. Among them were Huang Junlang and his group of flamboyant peers. Lin Dong, you were just treated to a meal a few days ago. What brings you here to mooch again? Huang Junlang seized every opportunity to taunt Lin Dong. Are you still sore about losing the other day? Shall we schedule another match? Lin Dong, this ISNT school, who still competes with you in basketball. Moreover, today marks the birthday of Shi Yun Han, and you have not even brought a gift. Are you here merely to indulge in food and drink? Lin Dong truly did not anticipate that today was Han Shiyun's birthday. Had he known in advance, he would have refrained from attending, primarily due to his aversion to mingling with individuals like Huang Junlang. Moreover, he was mostly unfamiliar with these people. All right, you two. Cease your chatter. Today is my birthday, so you ought to heed my words and take a seat to enjoy the meal, declared Han Shiyun. Following her pronouncement, Huang Junlang refrained from further provoking Lin Dong. Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. Those of you present are my dearest friends. I am grateful for the care you have shown me during my time at Jiang University. Allow me to toast you all. Upon finishing her words, Han Shiyun lifted her glass and downed a full mug of beer. The others also raised their glasses and took a drink. After indulging in the meal, they were informed that there would be entertainment later in the evening. However, this meal left Huang Junlang seething with rage. As the recently acclaimed male idol at Jiang University, Lin Dong naturally attracted the attention of numerous female admirers. Many approached him to offer toasts, and Lin Dong, feeling somewhat bashful, accepted them all without refusal. Strangely, though, Lin Dong had previously possessed a poor tolerance for alcohol, easily succumbing after just 2 bottles of beer, let alone stronger spirits. Yet today, after consuming so much, he felt no effects whatsoever. Could this be the benefit of enhanced constitution? Or perhaps an acquired immunity to alcohol? After the meal, Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, the steadfast protectors of Han Shiyun, led the group to a reserved private room at the opulent Golden Sands, which they had booked in advance. Lin Dong initially intended to slip away, yet he found himself under the attentive care of Han Shiyun, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Upon entering the private room, he was greeted by a towering cake, standing over a person's height, an impressive 21 layers high. This extravaganza was in celebration of Han Shiyun's 21st birthday. Wow, I have never seen such a grand birthday cake before. It is simply enchanting. The numerous girls exclaimed in awe. What do you think, Shiyun? I personally arranged for this cake, Huang Junlang inquired. Thank you, Junlang. Han Shiyun expressed her gratitude. And I. It took considerable effort for me to secure this private room. Another companion, Zhang Yang, boasted. The luxurious Golden Sands is the finest entertainment venue in Jiangxing. Obtaining such a spacious room requires connections. Thank you as well, Brother Yang. Han Shiyun promptly replied with appreciation. Now make a wish. Han Shiyun closed her eyes to begin her silent wish. Since everyone had just dined, after completing her wish, she set the cake aside, waiting for the moment when everyone would be hungry again. At that moment, Huang Junlang produced a small box from his possession and presented it to Han Shiyun, saying, Shiyun, today is your birthday, and I have prepared a modest gift for you. I hope you will accept it. Han Shiyun took the box. Shiyun, quickly open it, and see what gift young Master Huang has brought. Yes, do open it. We are all quite curious about what a person of his stature would gift you, urged several girls, and encouraged by their excitement, Han Shiyun opened the box. Inside lay a delicate crystal necklace, resting quietly. Shiyun, I meticulously selected this crystal necklace. Do you like it? Huang Junlang inquired. Han Shiyun took out the crystal necklace, and from the box fell a receipt. This was a deliberate act by Huang Junlang. He wished for everyone to behold the worth of this necklace, inciting envy and admiration. Wow, this crystal necklace costs 280,000? How exorbitant. Let me see. Wow, it's true. Young Master Huang is exceedingly generous. The majority of those present were utterly astonished that a mere necklace could command such a price. Chapter 65. Tearing off the facade, Huang Junlang felt a sense of pride. This time, he had truly splurged, after several days of being ignored by Jiang Shan. He had lavished her with numerous gifts to no avail. Ultimately, his patience wore thin, and he tossed 50,000 yuan to Jiang Shan, instructing her to take care of her child on her own, thus severing their ties. After all, He had indulged sufficiently. Once the novelty wore off, it was time to seek a new target. His gaze shifted to Han Shiyun, a flower whose fragrance was apparent to all, yet could not be plucked. This tantalized him. Having already spent several million on Han Shiyun, relinquishing her would be a bitter pill to swallow. He was determined to win her over at least once. For a wealthy heir like himself, several million was not an insignificant sum, and he found himself tightening his belt, fabricating various excuses to extract money from his parents. At this moment, Zhang Yong interjected, "Huang, isn't gifting a necklace rather lowbrow? Shiyun, come, take a look at the present I have for you." After saying this, Zhang Yong presented Han Shiyun with an exquisite box. Upon opening it, she discovered a gleaming BMW car, key nestled within. What? A car delivered directly? Han Shiyun's roommates and classmates are practically going mad with envy. If this car were given to them, they would likely be rolling in bed by nightfall. Shiyun, you didn't fancy the last car I gifted you, but now I've acquired an even finer one, a convertible BMW Z4, which is undeniably far more appealing than the previous vehicle. Huang Junlang, overshadowed by Zhang Yong, angrily retorted, "Zheng Heir, what did you say last time? You accepted 3 million from me, promising never to compete with me for Han Shiyun again. Were your words merely empty rhetoric?" Huang Junlang exposed their previous agreement concerning the competition for the top rank. What? Zhang Yong actually accepted 3 million from Huang Junlang, and then vowed to cease pursuing Han Shiyun? How curious. Isn't he a second-generation rich kid? Why would he resort to such means to extract money from Huang Junlang? He seems to be nothing more than a faux rich heir. Huang Junlang appears to be the more formidable one. A murmur of speculation rippled through the crowd, leaving Zhang Yong's face a canvas of shifting colors. He hadn't anticipated that Huang Junlang would bring this matter to light, leaving him in a rather embarrassing position. Huang Daxian, do you dare to mention the last competition? You were the one who, out of fear of competing with me, willingly offered me 3 million. In the end, when I withdrew, you couldn't even secure the top spot. How utterly humiliating. Zhang Yong shot back. Yet you accepted the money. A man should uphold his promises. Unless you wish to admit you are not a man at all. I had vowed not to contest for Han Shiyun, but if I refrain now, she will inevitably fall into the hands of that loser Lin Dong. Haven't you seen them dining out together? This predicament is solely your own fault. I am in competition with Lin Dong, not with you, and I have never regarded you as a rival. Huang Junlang was momentarily rendered speechless by this remark. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was bewildered. What does this have to do with me? This feels like collateral damage. It became evident to him that both parties shared the same shortcomings. Enough of the quarrel, please. Today is my birthday. Could you grant me a modicum of respect? Han Shiyun interjected. With her words, the two adversaries ceased their bickering. Han Shiyun continued, "First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to you both. However, the gifts you have presented are far too extravagant. I cannot accept them. Please take them back. I apologize. Shiyun, I genuinely intended this gift for you. Please do not feel burdened," one of them replied earnestly. "Shiyun, so do I," the other echoed promptly. "Listen to me," she implored. "The reason I invited you today was not to receive gifts, but to express my appreciation for your care and support. I must also clarify that I have already developed feelings for someone else. Henceforth, I kindly ask that you refrain from gifting me. Let us remain as ordinary friends. Shall we?" Han Shiyun summoned her courage to speak, a conclusion she arrived at after much contemplation. During the previous ranking event, Lin Dong and Huang Junlang had collectively bestowed over 10 million in gifts upon her. She had received over 7 million in shares from that sum, which she later took home to purchase a new house for her family, a car for her parents, and gifted them 1 million, with 3 million remaining. Her original aspiration was to provide her parents with a better quality of life, a dream she had not anticipated achieving so swiftly. Thus, she has now lost much of her desire for wealth and no longer wishes to navigate between Huang Junlang and Zhang Yong. Those who frequently walk by the river inevitably get their shoes wet. She fears that one day they may come to their senses and seek retribution. After all, she is merely a girl from an ordinary family, and if they were to confront her forcefully, she would be unable to withstand it. Therefore, on this occasion of her birthday, she chose to clarify matters directly, also to demonstrate her resolve to Lin Dong. The person she claimed to have feelings for was, in fact, Lin Dong. "Shiyun, you must be joking," Huang Junlang asked, bewildered. "Shiyun, please don't jest like that. My fragile heart cannot endure such a blow," Zheng Yong added. Clearly, both of them were struggling to accept this new reality. The onlookers were equally astonished. Han Shiyun had actually rejected the lavish gifts worth hundreds of thousands from Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, and she sought to draw a clear line between them. Was Han Shiyun in her right mind? With such formidable protectors around her, how many girls at school must have been envious? I am not joking with you. What I am saying is entirely true. Can we just be ordinary friends? Han Shiyun said softly. Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong exchanged glances, both recognizing the unwillingness reflected in each other's eyes. Given that Han Shiyun had stated her feelings in front of so many witnesses, it was evident she was not merely playing games. Now, they understood the harsh truth. They were mere backups, two devoted admirers who had pursued Han Shiyun for so long, only to find someone else had beaten them to the chase. Zheng Yong felt somewhat better, as he had always been at a disadvantage in his rivalry with Huang Junlang and had not invested as much. Huang Junlang is different. He has spent millions, and it seems that money is about to go down the drain. In a moment of furious indignation, his face contorted with rage. Han Shiyun, tell me, who is that man? I shall have his head, he demanded angrily. Junlang, please don't act this way. We can be good friends, Han Shiyun pleaded. She feared that Huang Junlang would persist in this torment, knowing she was in the wrong. Someone had invested so much in her, and now she wished to cast him aside. Han Shiyun, do not attempt to deceive me. I have spent a fortune on you, and now you wish to discard me? Not a chance. What must you have for me to be free of you? Han Shiyun inquired. If you wish for my leniency, then you must accompany me for a month, and I shall release you. Impossible, she retorted without a second thought. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Listen well. Han Shiyun, in this city of Jiang, do not think you can escape my grasp. I will have you. The women I desire have never eluded me, Huang Junlang stated, his features twisted with determination. Now that the mask had been torn away, he revealed his true nature. And as for me, Han Shiyun, since you have chosen to be so heartless, do not blame us. I have also invested significantly in you. If you wish to sever ties completely, you must at least spend half a month with me. Otherwise, I shall join forces with Huang Dexian, and there will be no place for you in Jiang. Zheng Yong interjected. Chapter 66. Are you speaking to me? Han Shiyun stood in place, feeling somewhat helpless. She had anticipated that matters would not be resolved so easily. Yet she was taken aback by the audacious remarks made by Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong. The people around her began to sense that something was amiss. They were all friends of Han Shiyun and naturally inclined to support her. What are you two trying to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, we will report you. One of Han Shiyun's roommates exclaimed. Yes, you better not overstep. We will escalate this to the school, and you could be expelled. Another voice chimed in. Get lost. This doesn't concern you. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too. Huang Junlang shouted at the girl who had just spoken. The girl was taken aback, startled by Huang Junlang's sudden transformation into someone threatening. She hesitated to speak further, knowing that both Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong were affluent heirs from Jiangqing. At this moment, Han Shiyun began to sob. Being threatened in such a manner was overwhelming for her as a girl, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Han Shiyun, crying one tea help. If you want to resolve this, you must accompany us for a month and a half. After that, we promise not to bother you again. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to navigate Jiangqing. Huang Junlang continued to menace her. With tear-filled eyes, Han Shiyun looked towards Lin Dong, realizing he was her only hope. She knew a bit about Lin Dong's background. The hidden owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel was no ordinary person, certainly not someone whose family could be compared to Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong's. Lin Dong could no longer stand idly by. Gentlemen, is it not rather excessive to threaten a woman in such a manner? Lin Dong remarked quietly from the side. The actions of these two wealthy heirs reminded him of his cousin Wang Li's predicament in Lake City. Had no one come to Han Shiyun's aid today, her fate would indeed have been uncertain. Lin Dong, this is none of your concern. It would be wise for you to remain silent. You lack the ability to play the hero and rescue the damsel. Huang Junlang retorted sharply. While I do not claim to be a hero, I cannot stand idly by. Lin Dong countered. And what can you do about it? Huang Junlang scoffed. Just as Lin Dong was about to respond, the door to the private room creaked open slightly. A small head peeked inside, surveying the scene, and upon spotting Lin Dong, the door was pushed open wider. Lin Dong ji, so this is where you are. I saw your car outside and knew you must be here. I searched through several rooms before I found you, exclaimed a girl with an extravagant afro, large earrings, and heavy makeup. She was followed by 5 or 6 similarly dressed companions, all appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. Shishao, who is this? Why did it take you so long to find him? One of her friends inquired. This is my brother. Lu Xiaoxiao replied. Your brother? I had no idea you had a brother like him. You wouldn't know him. He's just like a real brother to me. The two continued their conversation, while Huang Junlang, incensed, shouted, Where did these little girls come from? Who let you in? Get out of here. Lu Xiaoxiao, with a bewildered expression, pointed to her own nose with her little finger and inquired, Are you speaking of me? If not me, then who? Hurry and leave. Otherwise, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your guardians. You do not recognize me? Lu Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Who are you? Why should I know you? Had I been acquainted with someone of your ilk, I would have dealt with you long ago. Look at your tender age. What sort of attire is this? You dress like a ruffian. How have your parents raised you? Or are you simply unaccompanied in life? Huang Jun retorted with a mocking grin. Lu Xiaoxiao turned to Lin Dong and asked, Brother Lin Dong, is this your friend? No, Lin Dong replied tersely. That simplifies things. Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed. She then addressed Huang Jun once more. You seem quite formidable. What is your name? Initially intending to say you are quite impressive, she refrained, considering Lin Dong's presence. What is my name? You are not worthy to know. I have yet to inquire about yours. Lu Xiaoxiao declared. From behind Lu Xiaoxiao, an individual stepped forward, pointing at her, and announced, Her name is Lu Xiaoxiao, the second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangqing. Are you aware of the Jiangqing Lu family? Indeed. There is but one Lu family in Jiangqing. After delivering this statement, the individual returned to their place, joining others in casting amused glances at Huang Jun. How audacious to insult the second young lady of the Lu family. A spectacle was surely to unfold. Lu Xiaoxiao? The second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangqing? Zhang Yong's mind buzzed with shock. He was the first to react, hastily retreating a few steps to blend into the crowd, having originally stood beside Huang Junlang. Huang Junlang was terrified. He certainly did not wish to perish. The Lu family of Jiangqing was an entity of unparalleled prestige, a top-tier aristocratic clan. With his humble background, he was utterly insignificant in their presence. It was said that the Lu family's second young lady was a notorious troublemaker, and she was likely the very girl before him. He still felt a pang of fear. Just moments ago, he had nearly spoken up to support Huang Junlang, and had those words escaped his lips, he would have been utterly oblivious to the manner of his demise. Initially, Huang Junlang appeared somewhat dazed, but gradually, terror etched itself onto his once calm visage. The second young lady of the Lu family? Wasn't she the legendary troublemaker of Jiangqing? What had he just said? That he would discipline her on behalf of her parents? That she had a life, but no one to support her? At that moment, Huang Junlang felt a surge of anxiety, his blood pressure rising, and the world around him began to spin. Why the silence? Were you not going to teach me a lesson on behalf of my parents? And who said I have a life, but no one to care for me? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. Huang Junlang, in a state of sheer panic, suddenly knelt before her, bowing his head repeatedly, his voice trembling. Lu second. Young lady, I beg your pardon. I was blind to recognize your status and have inadvertently offended you. Please, in your magnanimity, spare me this. This time. Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence. How is it that now he could hardly articulate his words? This scene rendered all the bystanders, unaware of the circumstances, utterly bewildered. How could Huang Junlang, who had been so imposing moments prior, now be reduced to kneeling in terror? Who exactly was this young girl before them? A mere appellation sufficed to instill such trepidation in Huang Junlang? Moreover, the young lady had addressed Lin Dong as brother? Chapter 67. Huang Junlang's downfall. The assembled onlookers were taken aback by the eccentrically attired young delinquent, Lu Xiaoxiao. Anyone capable of eliciting such fear in Huang Junlang with a mere utterance of their name was undoubtedly a personage of considerable consequence. Brother Lin Dong, what is his name? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired of Lin Dong. His name is Huang Junlang. His family, I believe, hails from Jiangqing. He is purportedly a veritable scion of wealth and influence. Lin Dong replied with a smile. Having offended Lu Xiaoxiao, Huang Junlang's demise was assured, even without Lin Dong's intervention. A scion of wealth? Lu Xiaoxiao queried. Her brow furrowed in doubt. She then turned to her entourage of female delinquents and asked, Are any of you familiar with a Huang in our circles? No idea. Not at all. Unacquainted. Never heard of him. The young women responded in unison, shaking their heads. Lu Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze upon Huang Junlang and declared, You haven't even penetrated Jiangqing's inner circles. What manner of scion of wealth are you? Huang Junlang, still prostrate on the ground, hastily replied, You are absolutely right, Miss Lu. I am no scion of wealth, merely a commoner. I implore you to exercise your magnanimity and spare me. You would have me spare you? Are you aware that I? Lu Xiaoxiao, have never been subjected to such vitriol? You dared presume to instruct me on behalf of my parents? To claim I was born without guidance? To demand that I leave? Not even my grandfather, my parents, or my brother have ever spoken to me in such a manner, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her voice brimming with indignation. It was my mistake. My words were imprudent. I beg your forgiveness. Huang Junlang entreated, proceeding to strike himself repeatedly. At that moment, he was genuinely terrified. If the Lu family were to target him in Jiacheng, his days of prosperity would swiftly come to an end. In an instant, his family's fortunes could be obliterated, and all that he once held in pride would vanish like smoke. Han Shiyun ceased her tears, astonished by the unfolding scene. While casting a glance at Lu Xiaoxiao and Lin Dong, she realized that the crisis of the day had been averted. Huang Junlang had provoked a formidable adversary and was now akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to save himself, let alone concern himself with her. Yet, she felt a twinge of regret that Zheng Yong had managed to escape. Zheng Yong discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Having narrowly avoided being dragged down alongside Huang Junlang, grateful for his quick reflexes, although Huang Junlang knelt and struck his own face, his actions did little to alleviate Lu Xiaoxiao's fury. Sisters, attack. Strike him, Lu Xiaoxiao urged, leading her friends in a furious assault on Huang Junlang. Unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him, Huang Junlang could only endure the onslaught passively. He not only refrained from retaliating, but dared not even attempt to evade their blows. However, given that Lu Xiaoxiao and her companions were young women, their strength was limited, and their strikes failed to inflict any significant harm upon Huang Junlang. Nevertheless, he wailed in a pitiful manner, hoping to elicit sympathy from the young ladies, wishing they would relent after their assault. After a few strikes that left her hands sore, Lu Xiaoxiao, still unsatisfied, glanced around the room. She approached the central tea table in the private room, seized a bottle of wine, and turned back, poised to smash it over Huang Junlang's head. Stop, Lu Xiaoxiao. What are you doing? Lin Dong shouted. The bottle was filled with wine, and its thickness suggested that if it were to be hurled down, Huang Junlang would likely suffer grievously. For someone as young as Lu Xiaoxiao to dare such an act was quite alarming. Surely a few strikes to vent her frustration would suffice. To desire bloodshed was rather excessive. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao prepared to act, she was halted by Lin Dong's shout. Turning to him, she exclaimed, Brother Lin Dong, he just insulted me, and I wanted to hit him. Is it really necessary to wield a wine bottle against someone for a few harsh words? Are you aware of the consequences of such an action? At times, resolving conflicts requires more than mere violence. Quickly put down that bottle, he admonished. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoxiao set the bottle down. Furthermore, you are forbidden from coming to such places during study hours. Do you see how you present yourself? You hardly resemble a student. If I catch you like this again, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of your brother. Lin Dong felt discomfort at Lu Xiaoxiao's appearance. A once diligent student now dressed in such a manner was a sight for sore eyes. If his own sister were to dress like that every day, he would have long ensured she conformed. The moment Lin Dong uttered those words, everyone present gazed at him in astonishment. Just moments ago, Huang Junlang had threatened to discipline Lu Xiaoxiao on behalf of her parents, and now he was kneeling on the ground. Yet Lin Dong had the audacity to suggest he would discipline Lu Xiaoxiao on her brother's behalf. Even Lu Xiaoxiao's friends looked on with amused expressions. What was it about today that so many felt compelled to reprimand Lu Xiaoxiao? They eagerly awaited the tempest that was sure to follow. However, Lu Xiaoxiao merely lowered her head and spoke in a somewhat aggrieved tone. Oh, I understand, Lin Dongji. In an instant, the expressions of those around her transformed from mockery to astonishment. When did this wild child of the Lu family become a model student? Even within the Lu household, it was rare to see Lu Xiaoxiao heed anyone's words. Although her tone was tinged with a hint of grievance, she felt a surge of joy within her. Ever since Lin Dong had unexpectedly appeared by her side, deftly intercepting the sword aimed at her heart with just 2 fingers, his image had been exalted in her heart, even surpassing that of her brother, Lu Chun. The figure that emerges in moments of despair is often the one most easily etched in memory. As member of the SCC, she was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the 8 kings of the T faction. Even her brother was no match for them. The fact that Lin Dong could triumph over Qin Zheng marked him as a true warrior, and Lu Xiaoxiao had a deep admiration for strength, especially for a savior who had once preserved her life. Lin Dong's words brought her genuine pleasure, as they indicated that he still cared for her. She then inquired, Lin Dongji, may I come visit during my vacation? You may come, but you must remove that wild hairstyle, the large earrings, and the heavy makeup. A student should embody a studentess appearance. All right then. By the way, Lin Dong ji, when do you have time? My grandfather wishes to meet you and express his gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dong replied, this week won't work, but I'll contact your brother when I have some time. After all, the Liu family's reputation must be upheld, albeit it would have to wait until next week. Very well, brother Lin Dong, we shall take our leave. Lu Xiaoxiao called to her friends as they prepared to depart. However, before exiting, she turned to Huang Junlang and remarked, Huang Junlang, is it? I have taken note of you. I hope you continue to play your role as a wealthy heir tomorrow. Huang Junlang was left utterly petrified, collapsing onto the floor in despair. This was the end. He had inadvertently provoked the wrath of the Liu family. How could his family possibly navigate life in Jiaqing after this? He could scarcely fathom the dismal existence that awaited him should bankruptcy befall them. Chapter 68. You truly cannot? Lu Xiaoxiao departed with her companions, leaving behind only those who had dined together. Huang Junlang remained on the ground, his gaze vacant. Zheng Yong silently congratulated himself, while Han Shiyun gazed at Lin Dong with eyes alight with admiration. She was not alone. The other young women in the room regarded Lin Dong with equal fascination. They were astonished to discover that he was such a remarkable figure, a true hidden gem. Lin Dong felt somewhat awkward under their intense scrutiny. Han, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You all continue to enjoy yourselves, Lin Dong said. However, Han Shiyun was reluctant to let him go. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his, exclaiming, Lin Dong, you cannot leave. Today is my birthday, and you have yet to present me with a gift. Feeling a bit bashful with Han Shiyun's arms around him, Lin Dong could sense her softness. He attempted to break free, but her grip was unexpectedly strong, leaving him with no opportunity. Han, would it be acceptable for me to give you your gift another time? I truly had no idea today was your birthday. No, it must be today, Han Shiyun insisted, holding on to Lin Dong's arm with unwavering resolve. As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed her arm against Lin Dong's impressive chest, rendering him completely flushed. Despite having been in a relationship with Jiang Shan for several years, he remained rather innocent, unable to withstand the provocations of a girl like Han Shiyun. A few audacious girls approached, surrounding Lin Dong, tugging at him, each hoping to forge a closer connection. Eventually, Lin Dong found himself with no choice but to agree to stay for a while longer. With Huang Junlang in the private room, they switched to another room to continue their revelry. Zhang Yong and a few other boys dared not approach. They now viewed Lin Dong with trepidation, eager to leave and avoid a fate like Huang Junlang's. The festivities continued until nearly midnight, when Han Shiyun went to settle the bill. She was informed that all of Lin Dong's expenses at the luxurious establishment were entirely waived, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Lin Dong's identity was shrouded in mystery. How had they overlooked such a significant figure? Lin Dong, where do you reside? Han Shiyun inquired as they approached the entrance of the opulent venue. I live in the suburbs, he replied. Didn't you come by car, Lin Dong? Why not give us a ride? One girl suggested. Yes, take us to school. It's unsafe for us to take a taxi at this hour, another chimed in. My car can't accommodate so many people, Lin Dong explained. With around 10 girls remaining, it was indeed impossible for his car to hold them all. It could only seat one. We can squeeze in, you can make 2 trips. Otherwise, how will we get home this late? They insisted. Exactly. As they approached Lin Dong's Bugatti Chiron, he patted the car and exclaimed, this is my vehicle. If I were to offer you a ride, it would take 10 trips. The dazzling Bugatti Chiron before them left everyone momentarily dazed. Its beauty was simply overwhelming. Indeed, women often found themselves utterly captivated by such super luxury cars. Wow, Lin Dong. Is this your car? It's stunning. This is a divine vehicle. Compared to it, the cars driven by Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong seem utterly pedestrian. What is this car called? Someone quickly check. The global limited edition Bugatti Chiron certainly made a striking impression. Everyone began to take out their phones to search for information. Wow, this is the globally limited edition Bugatti Chiron, with an official price of 60 million? One girl who found the information stammered. For these students, 60 million was an astronomical figure. Even for affluent second-generation heirs like Zheng Yong and Huang Junlang, a 60 million sports car was merely a distant dream. I'm afraid I can't take you all today. You'll have to find your own way home. I can reimburse your fare. Goodbye, Lin Dong said, unlocking the car and getting in, eager to leave this evening, having been surrounded by a throng of enchanting beauties. being a normal man. He found the occasional flirtation from these girls quite overwhelming. Just as he settled into his seat, the door to the passenger side swung open, and Han Shiyun entered. This was not the time for pleasantries. To win Lin Dong's affection, she needed to seize every moment they could share. As Han Shiyun took her place in the passenger seat, the girls outside were filled with frustration, lamenting why they hadn't thought to seize that opportunity themselves. What a splendid chance it was, not only to ride in such a fine vehicle, but also to enjoy Lin Dong's company in solitude. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Classmate Han, I am not returning to school. Wherever you wish to take me is perfectly fine." "I am going with you tonight," Han Shiyun declared. The implications of her words stirred Lin Dong's imagination. Was she suggesting they could go anywhere, even to a hotel? He glanced at Han Shiyun and noticed her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. Truth be told, it would be disingenuous to say Lin Dong was indifferent to a goddess like Han Shiyun. As one of the 3 most revered beauties at Jiang University, she possessed all the attributes: stunning looks, an exquisite figure, and an exuberant spirit. If she were to make a move, few men could withstand her allure. However, Lin Dong was different. He held steadfast to his principles, unlike the likes of Huang Junlang, who thought only with base instincts. Otherwise, he would have been able to maintain a respectful 4-year relationship with Jiang Shan without ever crossing boundaries. "Classmate Han, this doesn't seem appropriate," he protested. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Last time, you seized my top spot, so I should belong to you. If Huang Junlang had claimed me, I would have been powerless to resist. Therefore, I owe you my gratitude," she replied candidly, leaving Lin Dong at a loss for words. Classmate Han, I believe that if 2 people are to be intimate, they should first cultivate their feelings. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from mere animals? Don't you agree? Isn't a human just another form of animal?" She retorted. "You men are creatures who think solely with your lower halves." "Han, I must disagree with your assertion. I am not like those men, am I?" Lin Dong declared with righteous indignation. Han Shiyun, with a smile that was both mocking and ambiguous, replied, "Is it truly different? Or is it simply not possible? This is utterly intolerable. Han Shiyun, you are insulting my character. Retract your previous statement, and I shall pretend as if nothing happened. Otherwise, you will surely regret it by nightfall." Lin Dong's tone had shifted, revealing his deep offense. Han Shiyun insisted, "I merely wish to ascertain whether you are genuinely incapable, or are you merely wronged? I am here to vindicate you." Her intent tonight was to provoke Lin Dong, and she had no intention of backing down. "You said it yourself. Don't regret it." After Lin Dong finished speaking, he ignited the engine and vanished from the sight of the onlookers. The soundproofing of the $6 million sports car was remarkably effective. Their conversation had gone unheard by those outside. Chapter 69. Injured Lin Dong drove his Bugatti Chiron, ferrying Han Shiyun to the Jiangnan International Mansion. He parked at the entrance, turned to Han Shiyun, and said, "Han, if you regret it now, I can still take you back to school." Who regrets it?" Han Shiyun replied, forcing herself to sound resolute. In truth, she did not regret it. However, she felt a flutter of anxiety within. After all, this was a matter of paramount importance for a young woman. From a young age, she has been a girl of integrity, cherishing her own body despite employing certain means to alter her family's living conditions through her intelligence. She often indulges in youthful dreams, yearning to find her Prince Charming, to whom she could wholly surrender herself. Presently, Lin Dong embodies that prince in her heart. The first time she heard the name Lin Dong was when he was publicly shamed by Huang Junlang after his breakup with Jiang Shan, an incident that left her furious. In an act of defiance against Huang Junlang, he stole her top ranking, leading to their meeting at the Golden Leaf Hotel. It was there that she discovered Lin Dong was, in fact, a super-rich heir, far surpassing the likes of Huang Junlang in status. Yet, what truly captivated her was not solely his affluent background. While she harbored aspirations for wealth, her intent was merely to improve her family's circumstances, rather than embodying a superficial gold digger. It was Lin Dong's remarkable ability to remain untouched by Jiang Shan for 4 years, his profound love that inspired the creation of the exceptional Song Boy, and his consistently composed demeanor that truly drew her in. Navigating the world of wealthy heirs, she has developed her own perceptions of men. For instance, men like Huang Junlang pursue her out of a desire for novelty and the thrill of conquering one of Jiang University's 3 goddesses, seeking to bolster their own sense of achievement and become the envy of others. Yet, once the initial excitement wanes over time, they would inevitably seek to conquer Su Yingxue and Shangguan Mingwei, for such men are perpetually insatiable. However, a man of Lin Dong's caliber would undoubtedly embrace his responsibilities upon consummating a relationship. Moreover, as his identity and talents progressively come to light, the number of women vying for his attention will inevitably surge. Therefore, she must seize the opportune moment. Hence, her proactive stance tonight. Lin Dong remained silent, cautiously maneuvering the car into the residential complex. He, too, felt a sense of trepidation, as evidenced by the perspiration on his hands gripping the steering wheel. Having parked the car, they ascended to the apartment together, maintaining a mutual silence throughout the journey. It was palpable that both parties were experiencing a considerable degree of nervousness. Upon entering the apartment, Han Shiyun found herself unable to fully appreciate its opulence. Under normal circumstances, she would have been rendered speechless by its grandeur. While she was indeed speechless at the moment, it was a consequence of her anxiety. Han Shiyun sat on the sofa, seemingly in a daze. Lin Dong stood beside her, unsure of what to say. Perhaps, Ms. Han, you would like to freshen up with a shower? Lin Dong inquired tentatively. Oh, yes, please. Han Shiyun responded nervously, rising to her feet to prepare for a shower. However, as this was her first visit, she was uncertain of the bathroom's location and felt too self-conscious to inquire. She remained rooted to the spot. The bathroom is over there. Lin Dong gestured in the general direction. Han Shiyun, her face flushed, hastily made her way to the bathroom, closing and bolting the door securely from within. After Han Shiyun had retreated to the bathroom, Lin Dong reclined on the sofa, his anxiety far from alleviated. He retrieved his mobile phone, intending to distract himself and ease his nerves. Upon unlocking the device, a series of missed calls, numbering 7 or 8, immediately caught his attention. Lin Dong hurriedly checked his phone and discovered that his cousin Wang Li had been calling him since 8 o'clock. Unbeknownst to him, his phone had somehow been set to silent mode amidst the cacophony of the opulent casino, rendering him oblivious. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Dong's heart. Could it be that she was once again in peril? He quickly returned the call. Soon, Wang Li's voice resonated through the receiver. Hello, brother Lin Dong. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Dong felt a slight relief. Wang Xiaomei, you've been calling me incessantly. What is the matter? I didn't hear you because my phone was on silent, he inquired. Brother Lin Dong, my mother has been assaulted. What? My aunt has been attacked? If Lin Dong were to rank the individuals he cherished most in this world, excluding his deceased parents, his aunt Lu Yanmei would undoubtedly occupy the top spot, alongside his elder aunt Lin Guiying. Since the tragic accident that claimed his parents, he had only found solace in the warmth of his aunt's and elder aunt's homes. Now, the thought that his aunt had been harmed ignited a blaze of fury within him. Who struck her? Is her condition serious? Lin Dong pressed for answers. It was your cousin Lin Quan who did it. The injuries aren't severe. The doctor said she should recover with a few days of rest, Wang Li replied. How could Lin Quan possibly harm my aunt? Did she confront him again regarding that compensation? Oh dear. Brother Lin Dong, I can't explain everything over the phone. You must return quickly to see for yourself. My brother is planning to seek revenge tomorrow. Lin Dong was consumed with rage. Although Wang Li did not articulate it over the phone, he could surmise the unfolding events. It was undoubtedly his aunt who had approached his parents regarding their compensation for the accident, only to be met with refusal from his second aunt, resulting in a heated dispute. Lin Quan must have intervened on behalf of his mother, leading to a confrontation with his aunt. This insolent brat, he thought. Just wait until I return to deal with you. To withhold the money was one thing, but to resort to violence? What kind of family are they? Initially, he had no intention of pursuing the compensation. He had more than enough funds at his disposal. Yet now, he felt compelled to claim it, believing that even tossing it to a beggar by the roadside would be a more worthy cause than giving it to them. Wang Xiaomei, did I not provide you with ample funds? Did I not ask you to share a hint with our aunt? Why would she still pursue that money? Brother, if you do not speak, how can I? Wang Li asked, feeling wronged. Am I not concerned that our aunt might worry about my activities outside? As a girl suddenly in possession of such wealth, I fear my mother might suspect that I am neglecting my studies and courting a wealthy benefactor. Lin Dong found himself at a loss for words in response to Wang Li's reasoning. All right, I shall return promptly. I will certainly arrive before dawn. You must keep a close watch on Wang Chao and prevent any mischief. Cousin Wang Chao was indeed a mischievous character, and if he sought out Lin Quan, one could only imagine the chaos that might ensue. Yes, hurry. After hanging up with Wang Li, Lin Dong immediately called Wei Yong and the others, requesting they come to fetch him. The Bugatti Chiron was ill-suited for their small county. With its low chassis, he would have to take a Mercedes-Benz back. After finishing his call, He noticed Han Shiyun was still in the shower, so he chose not to inform her and proceeded downstairs. In the midst of his journey, Lin Dong sent a message to Han Shiyun, informing her that he had an urgent matter to attend to at home and suggested that she stay here for the night. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a follow-up message. Dear Han, I genuinely have something to address. It is certainly not a last-minute escape, nor is it a matter of inability. Upon my return, I shall prove this to you. The thought of Han Shiyun misconstruing his situation as a personal failing was an affront to his dignity. Yet, would she believe him? The likelihood seemed slim. Were he in her position, he would harbor doubts as well. Alas, it appeared that his reputation might be irrevocably tarnished. Nevertheless, now was not the time for such reflections. He needed to focus on resolving his immediate concerns. Chapter 70, A Last-Minute Escape? At the entrance of the Jiangnan International Mansion, Lin Dong did not have to wait long before Wei Yong and Li Guobing arrived in a luxurious Mercedes. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Dong provided Wei Yong with a coordinate, directing him to navigate accordingly. Lin Dong's home was also situated in Jiangnan province, albeit in a remote county approximately 500 to 600 kilometers away. If they set off now, they should arrive by morning. Meanwhile, Han Shiyun lingered in the bathroom for over half an hour before finally emerging, somewhat bashfully. She was acutely aware that she was about to confront a pivotal moment in her life. Upon exiting, she was merely wrapped in a towel, her hair damp and cascading, accentuating her figure in a manner reminiscent of a stunning beauty emerging from a bath, exquisitely alluring, capable of making any ardent young man weak at the knees. Regrettably, Lin Dong had already departed, thus he would miss this captivating sight. Upon her emergence, Han Shiyun noticed Lin Dong's absence and assumed he had ascended to the upper floors, so she settled on the sofa to await his return. After waiting for a considerable time without seeing Lin Dong emerge, she grew increasingly bored. Picking up her phone, she noticed 2 messages from him. Upon reading Lin Dong's texts, Han Shiyun found herself momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft chuckle. Could it be that Lin Dong had made a hasty retreat? Family matters? Hardly believable. What time was it? Indeed, he was not the type of man to act so casually. Humph. As if she were some frivolous woman, she was, after all, a paragon of virtue. She had merely encountered someone she admired and was courageously pursuing her own happiness. With Lin Dong's departure, Han Shiyun felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, prompting her to wander about and observe her surroundings. Earlier, her nerves had prevented her from noticing the opulence of the house she found herself in. Now, with her tension alleviated, she could appreciate the sheer luxury that enveloped her. She had never laid eyes on such extravagance, not even in the vast expanse of the internet. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, she gazed out at the breathtaking nightscape along the river, feeling as though she had stepped into a dream. After taking several photos of the enchanting view, Han Shiyun ascended to the 28th floor. To her astonishment, there was a private swimming pool. Above it, transparent glass allowed her to behold the starry sky, a tapestry of twinkling stars. Imagining herself reclining in the pool, gazing up at the heavens, she reveled in the thought of such indulgence. Inspired by this vision, Han Shiyun retrieved an inflatable mattress from the poolside, gently placing it in the water before lying back, allowing it to drift towards the center of the pool as she stared up at the stars. How perfect it would be if Lin Dong were there beside her, holding her close, perhaps with a couple of glasses of red wine to enhance the experience. Han Shiyun gazed down at her body, wrapped in a towel, and decisively discarded it. Such an alluring figure, how could Lin Dong bear to part from it? Truly, he was a man devoid of romance. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was hastily making his way to his aunt's house. His aunt's injury was a grave matter, and although it was not severe, it weighed heavily on his heart, especially since she was injured while dealing with his compensation. By the time Lin Dong arrived in Shuqing, it was already past 6 in the morning. He had managed to catch a few hours of sleep during the night, while Wei Yong and Li Guobing took turns driving. Upon reaching Shuqing, Lin Dong took the wheel himself, as Wei Yong and Li Guobing were unfamiliar with the roads, allowing him to drive much faster. Upon arriving at his aunt's residence, Lin Dong instructed Wei Yong and Li Guobing to wait in the car while he went inside. The door was opened by his cousin, Wang Li. "Brother, come in quickly. How is everything? Where's Aunt? Where's Wang Chao?" Lin Dong inquired. "They're all at home. Dad is watching over Wang Chao, worried that he might seek out Lin Quan." Wang Li replied. As Lin Dong entered, he spotted his uncle, Wang Yongfu, seated on the sofa watching television. "Uncle," Lin Dong called out, "Xiao Dong has arrived. Go see your aunt," Wang Yongfu urged. At your age, still causing trouble with others. Now look what you've done. She can't even get out of bed. Wang Zhongfu remarked. Though Lin Dong's uncle was merely a low-level official, he was considered dependable and remained calm in the face of challenges. While he and Lin Dong were not particularly close, he had shown no disdain during Lin Dong's 2-year stay. Can't get out of bed? Cousin Wang Li mentioned that a few days of rest would suffice. But it seems the situation has escalated significantly. Lin Dong hurried to his aunt's room, where he found her peacefully slumbering, not wanting to disturb her repose. He gently closed the door and retreated. In the living room, he joined his uncle and cousin Wang Li. Uncle, what exactly transpired? Lin Dong inquired. Wang Yongfu recounted the events, which aligned closely with Lin Dong's assumptions. Years ago, following a tragic accident involving his parents, a compensation sum of nearly 2 million was awarded. At that time, Lin Dong was not yet 10 years old, necessitating that the funds be entrusted to a guardian. Ultimately, he chose to live with his second uncle, Lin Guobang. However, a disagreement arose regarding the disbursement of the compensation. Lin Guobang repeatedly assured that the funds would be released to Lin Dong upon his 18th birthday. Yet, both Lin Dong's aunt and elder aunt harbored skepticism, leading them to draft an agreement that has remained with his aunt. After Lin Guobang received the funds, Lin Dong's life became increasingly difficult, only improving when he moved in with his aunt during high school. Now, approaching his 21st birthday and on the cusp of graduating from university, Lin Guobang shows no intention of relinquishing the money. Just yesterday, Lin Dong's aunt, Lu Yimei, took the agreement to confront Lin Guobang, seeking to reclaim the funds for Lin Dong, threatening legal action otherwise. This confrontation escalated into a dispute with Lin Dong's second aunt, Zhang Guifang. When Lin Quan returned and witnessed the altercation, he intervened on Zhang Guifang's behalf, pushing Lu Yimei, causing her to fall and injure her back. Lu Yimei had always suffered from back issues, and after being pushed down by Lin Quan, she twisted her waist, resulting in a condition that would likely require a fortnight of recuperation. What about Wang Chao? Lin Dong inquired further. He woke up this morning shouting that he wanted to seek revenge on Lin Quan for his mother. I stopped him from going. And now he's locked in his room sulking, Wang Zhongfu replied. Uncle, I will handle this matter properly, rest assured. I will certainly provide an explanation to my aunt. Xiaodong, remember to approach everything with reason. If all else fails, we shall resort to legal means to protect ourselves. Do not act impulsively. I understand, uncle. I will go check on Xiao Chao. Lin Dong approached the door of Wang Chao's bedroom. This room had once been his as well. For his aunt's home was a 3-bedroom apartment, and he had shared a room with Wang Chao for 2 years, fostering a good relationship. Chapter 71. Returning aunt to Jiangxing. Lin Dong reached his cousin Wang Chao's bedroom door and pushed firmly against it, but there was no response. It was locked from the inside. He knocked twice and called out, Xiao Chao, it's me. Open the door. After a brief moment, he heard the lock being undone. Yet the door remained closed. Lin Dong pushed the door open and found Wang Chao sitting on the bed, visibly agitated. At 16 years of age, Wang Chao was in his first year of high school in Sioux City. His father, Wang Yongfu, had gone to great lengths to ensure he attended a reputable school. At this rebellious age, learning of his mother's assault had ignited a fervent desire for vengeance within him. Now confined to the house by his father, it was no surprise that his mood was quite dismal. Xiao Chao, what's wrong? Talk to your brother. Lin Dong approached and gently patted Wang Chao's shoulder, inquiring. Lin Dong, gee, the audacity of that scoundrel Lin Quan to strike my mother. I am resolute in my desire to confront him, yet my father forbids me. He, in his cowardice, wishes to drag me into his timidity as well. Wang Chao exclaimed vehemently. Lin Dong, with a gentle pat on Wang Chao's head, reproached him, saying, What are you babbling about, you rascal? Is it proper to speak of your father in such a manner? That is precisely what it is. Wang Chao retorted defiantly. Your father's actions are not cowardice. They are a testament to his wisdom. If he were to encounter any misfortune, what would become of you, your sister? And your mother? Your aunt's back has long been frail, rendering her incapable of heavy labor. This household has always been upheld by your father, who is already burdened enough. How can you speak of him thus? Then he cannot go. May I take his place? Wang Chao inquired. Do not be so reckless, speaking of killing this and that. If something were to happen to you, your mother would suffer far worse than death. This predicament arose because of my involvement, so I shall take responsibility. I assure you. I will ensure your grievances are avenged. Really? Wang Chao asked, intrigued. Absolutely. Just you wait. Once we've rectified your aunt's back, we shall together seek justice for her. Excellent. Lin Dong, I shall heed your counsel. Lin Dong led Wang Chao to the living room, where they settled down as Wang Li went to prepare breakfast. In the living room, Lin Dong shared his intention to take his aunt to Jiaqing for treatment with Uncle Wang Yongfu. After some contemplation, Wang Yongfu consented and made a phone call to his superior to request leave. He had long wished to take Lu Yanmei to the esteemed hospital in Jiaqing, yet she had persistently delayed the trip. In truth, Lu Yanmei was reluctant to spend excessively, considering that only Wang Yongfu was employed in the household, and the expenses were substantial. Not long after, Lu Yanmei regained consciousness. Lin Dong hurriedly entered and inquired, "Aunt, how are you feeling?" "Xiaodong, what brings you back?" Lu Yanmei responded, "Aunt, such a significant incident occurred. How could I possibly stay away?" Lin Dong replied, "Truth be told, it is not a grave matter. My back has long been an affliction. A few days of rest should suffice," Lu Yanmei reassured him. "Aunt, why did you seek financial assistance from Lin Guobang again? Are you not aware of his character? That money is compensation left by your parents, and with your imminent graduation from university, it is meant for you to start a family. We cannot forfeit it. Moreover, we possess the original agreement. If necessary, we can pursue legal action against him." Wang Yanmei stated firmly, "Very well, we shall discuss this later. The priority now is to treat your back injury. I have already arranged for a hospital in Jiangcheng. We shall depart shortly." "To Jiangcheng? I refuse to go. I truly have no significant issues. A few days of rest will suffice, and since this is a chronic condition, going would be futile," Lu Yanmei insisted. At that moment, Lu Yanmei's thoughts were consumed with the question of how much the treatment in Jiangcheng would cost. The family was hardly affluent, relying primarily on Wang Yongfu's income. Currently, they had 2 children, one in university and the other in high school, whose tuition fees were jointly covered by her and Lin Dong's eldest aunt. The family possessed little in the way of savings, and any further expenditure on her health would only exacerbate their financial difficulties. Previously, her husband Wang Yongfu had repeatedly urged her to seek treatment at a hospital in the big city, but she had always declined. This time, her refusal was no different. "Aunt, I understand your concerns about expenses. Rest assured, I am now earning money. Let us first focus on your health, and you can look forward to a life of comfort afterward," Lin Dong implored. "You, a university student, what money can you possibly earn? Listen, Xiaodong. You must study diligently and secure a good job after graduation. Do not stray into dubious paths. Otherwise, what will you say to your parents? What will you say to me and your aunt?" Lu Yanmei admonished Lin Dong with a serious expression. "Aunt, I assure you, I have not engaged in any wrongdoing. After all these years, do you not know me well enough?" Lin Dong replied with a bitter smile. The reason he refrained from disclosing his newfound wealth to his aunt was to prevent her from overthinking. He had initially planned to gradually reveal the truth through his cousin Wang Li, but to his surprise, she too had hesitated to speak up. Now, with no other option, he resolved to be forthright. However, Lu Yanmei remained unconvinced, and despite Lin Dong's earnest attempts, she was still reluctant to seek treatment in Jiangcheng. Even the combined efforts of Wang Yongfu and Wang Li to persuade her proved futile. In a moment of desperation, Lin Dong said to Lu Yanmei, "Aunt, my car is parked downstairs. If you do not believe me, shall we take a look?" Ultimately, with the assistance of several people, Lu Yanmei descended to the ground floor, where she beheld the luxurious Benz that Lin Dong had driven. Lu Yanmei, Wang Yongfu, and Wang Chao all stared in astonishment at the opulent vehicle, rendered speechless by their shock. Wang Li, having seen Lin Dong's $80 million car, found it difficult to be impressed by this $3 million Benz. Moreover, she still had a staggering $100 million in her bank account, a sum Lin Dong had previously gifted her. If spoken aloud, it would likely leave them all 3 utterly astonished. Wang Yongfu, being a civil servant, certainly possessed a modicum of discernment. This luxurious vehicle was evidently not inexpensive, likely worth at least $1 million. How could Lin Dong afford such an extravagant car? It seemed this young man had indeed made a name for himself. Wang Yongfu felt a sense of joy at Lin Dong's success, as he considered him somewhat like a son. During the 2 years Lin Dong had resided in his home, he believed he had treated him well. The G-Class, a timeless model, undoubtedly represented the aspiration of most men. Wang Chao was left speechless, having long dreamed of owning such an opulent automobile. It exuded an aura of power and prestige. If he were to drive it to school, how many classmates would be green with envy? Yet, this was Lin Dong's car. Surely, he would have the opportunity to drive it in the future. "Xiaodong, is this your car?" Lu Yanmei inquired, regaining her composure. "Indeed, Auntie, this is my car. I assure you, I have never engaged in any illegal activities. All of this is earned through my own efforts, Lin Dong replied. You, a university student, how could you possibly earn so much money? Lu Yanmei remained skeptical. Auntie, I will explain it all to you later. For now, let us get in the car and focus on getting your health back, Lin Dong suggested. Given Lin Dong's assurance, Lu Yanmei no longer pressed the issue. To her, Lin Dong was akin to her eldest son. It was only fitting that she enjoyed the fruits of his labor. With the assistance of Lin Dong and Wang Yongfu, Lu Yanmei was helped into the vehicle. Wei Yong and Li Guobing had been instructed by Lin Dong to find a hotel to rest, as they had not slept much the previous night. Lin Dong intended to drive his aunt and the others to Jiangxing himself. First, heal the ailment, and then seek retribution from Lin Guobing and that young scoundrel Lin Quan. Chapter 72. Gratitude. Lin Dong was driving, with Wang Chao sitting in the passenger seat, exuding an extraordinary enthusiasm. Lu Yanmei and the other two were comfortably seated in the back. The luxury vehicle, valued at over 3 million, certainly justified its price. For someone like Lu Yanmei, who suffered from back pain, riding in a typical car would have been quite uncomfortable. However, in this majestic G-Class, she felt no jolt, enjoying a remarkably smooth and comfortable ride. During the journey, Lin Dong made a call to Lu Chun, requesting him to put in a word at Jiangxing First Hospital. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the entrance of the hospital, where Dean Lu Chuan had been waiting for quite some time. Under the orders of the young master of the Lu family, he dared not be negligent. Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again, Dean Lu Chuan exclaimed as Lin Dong alighted from the vehicle. Dean Lu, I must trouble you once more. Lin Dong replied courteously. Oh, Mr. Lin, you flatter me. It is our duty, Lu Chuan responded, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded to the expert consultation. The surgery was scheduled for 4 o'clock that afternoon. In the interim, Lin Dong visited Xiao Pajuan, advising him to take good care of his injuries. After the surgery, which concluded just before 5 o'clock, the hospital had arranged the finest room for Lu Yanmei. However, she expressed her desire not to remain in the hospital, prompting Lin Dong to escort her back to Jiangnan International Mansion. Han Shiyun must have left by now, otherwise, it would be quite complicated to explain. Upon returning to Jiangnan International Mansion, Lin Dong discovered that Han Shiyun had indeed departed, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He called the Jinya Hotel to have some food delivered to Jiangnan International Mansion, as his aunt was still injured and it was not suitable for her to be moved around. It was more convenient to have the food brought directly to their residence. The Jinya Hotel, an esteemed 8-star establishment, typically did not offer delivery services, yet under the chairman's directive, they would make an exception. Refusal was not an option. Upon entering Jiangnan International Mansion, Lu Yanmei and her family were met with astonishment. They could not fathom how Lin Dong, a third-year university student, could afford such opulence. In a city like Jiangxing, how much could such a residence cost? Hundreds of thousands? Perhaps millions? The very thought was beyond their imagination, yet here they were, living in such luxurious surroundings. Wang Chao, brimming with excitement, leaped about, feeling quite at home in Lin Dong's abode, having shared a room with him for 2 years. He dashed upstairs and jumped straight into the swimming pool to bathe. Aunt, uncle, you should rest well here. Consider this place your home, Lin Dong said to Lu Yanmei and Wang Yongfu. Xiaodong, is this house yours? Lu Yanmei inquired. Yes, Lin Dong replied. Now, be honest with your aunt. Where did you acquire such wealth? Aunt, I established a company with my classmates and earned some money, Lin Dong explained. Really? Aunt, I assure you, I have not engaged in any illegal activities. You must believe me, Lin Dong added, feeling somewhat helpless. However, before Lu Yanmei could voice her concerns, she was interrupted by Wang Yongfu. Enough, Xiaodong is no longer a child. He is of age and possesses his own judgment. I trust him, Wang Yongfu interjected. Hearing her husband's words, Lu Yanmei decided not to press further. Aunt, uncle, now that you are aware of my situation, I sincerely hope you can relocate to Jiangxing. This way, Xiao Chao can receive a superior education here. Lu Yanmei and her husband exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat swayed. Wang Chao often mingled with questionable company in Xuqing, leaving him unmanageable and devoid of any inclination to study. His admission to high school was solely due to Wang Yongfu's relentless efforts over several days, resulting not only in a debt of gratitude but also considerable expenditure. Should you move to Jiangxing, a new environment might foster a sense of focus in him, and the educational opportunities here far surpass those of a small place like Xuqing. Their greatest concern now rested upon their youngest son. Xiaodong, I understand you have found success, yet we have resided in Xuqing for decades. And your uncle's job is also tied to that place. We would be starting anew here with nothing. Aunt, your coming here would suffice. There is no need for you to take on any burdens. If idleness proves unbearable, I can arrange some light work for you, facilitating the care of Xiao Chao. What do you think? Lin Dong inquired. Mom, Dad, please see brother Lin Dong. If Xiao Chao continues to linger at home, he risks being led astray by those individuals. Even if you do not consider yourselves, you must think of Xiao Chao. Wang Li chimed in support. Well, let us deliberate further, Lu Yinmei responded hesitantly. Very well. However, I genuinely hope you can come. You have done so much for me. It is time for me to repay your kindness. Furthermore, I currently own a hotel and lack trustworthy individuals to oversee it. I would like you to assist me in that regard. Have you opened a hotel as well? Indeed. Currently, it is managed by hired individuals. As I am preoccupied with my studies and lack the time for oversight. Therefore, I hope you might assist in keeping an eye on things to prevent any potential misconduct. Lin Dong is, in truth, indifferent to the hotel's profitability. In fact, he would prefer it to incur greater losses, as this would allow him to accumulate more points from wealthy patrons. His remarks are merely a desire for his aunt and uncle to relocate nearby. He also wishes to persuade his elder aunt's family to join them. Lin Dong is generous towards those who treat him well. Yet he shows no leniency towards those who do not. This includes his second uncle, Lin Guobang. Presently, whether it be 2 million or 200 billion, he remains unfazed. However, he is determined not to allow Lin Guobang's family to lavishly spend the fruits of his parents' hard work. Thus, he is resolute in reclaiming that money. At this moment, Lin Dong's phone rang. It was the delivery from Jinya Hotel. He called the property management to grant access and facilitate the delivery for affluent owners such as him. The property management's principle is to accommodate their needs as much as possible, ensuring not to offend them. Soon, the doorbell rang. Lin Dong opened the door to find more than 10 elegantly dressed servers, each bearing a platter. Lu Yinmei and Wang Yongfu were momentarily stunned by the sight. The day's revelations were overwhelming. This is how the wealthy indulge in life. A lavish table laden with exquisite delicacies awaited them, tantalizing their senses. Lin Dong ascended the stairs to summon Wang Chao for dinner, who was still joyfully splashing about in the pool. Lin Dong, will I be able to swim here often in the future? As Wang Chao emerged from the swimming pool, he inquired. If you can persuade your parents to relocate to Jiangxing, you may reside here. Lin Dong replied with a smile. Really? Wang Chao exclaimed in delight. Have I ever deceived you? All right, I shall surely convince them. That means I can swim here every day? The meal shared with Lu Yinmei's family left them yearning for more. It was simply exquisite. In my lifetime, I have never savored anything so delectable. Aunt, this is food prepared by my hotel. You can help me manage it, and you may indulge in such delights every day. Lin Dong tempted. Mom, let's move here. I wish to attend school in this area. Wang Chao added. The thought of enjoying such delicious food daily and swimming at his leisure made him reluctant to return. Lu Yinmei and Wang Yongfu exchanged glances. Very well. We shall relocate. Excellent. Tomorrow, I will contact the school for Xiao Chao, Lin Dong declared. Brother, could we delay this for a few days? Wang Chao asked. No. Lu Yinmei, Wang Yongfu, and Wang Li responded in unison. Chapter 73. The transformation of Lu Xiaoxiao. The following day, Lin Dong called Lu Xiaoxiao, requesting her assistance in arranging Wang Chao's enrollment at her high school. Despite his newfound wealth, Lin Dong had yet to establish influence. His name circulated only within SCC in the T faction, and he remained largely unknown to the general populace. As the second daughter of the Lu family, this minor task posed little challenge for her. Within moments, she informed Lin Dong that he could bring Wang Chao for enrollment. Lin Dong promptly drove Wang Chao to Jiangcheng High School. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School is renowned as an elite academy in Jiangnan Province, although it is a private institution. It boasts a formidable faculty and is backed by the prestigious Lu family, making it highly esteemed throughout the province. Students fortunate enough to attend this institution are either exceptional scholars whose tuition, accommodation, and living expenses are fully covered, often accompanied by generous scholarships, or they hail from affluent families, some even possessing vast wealth. On the day Lin Dong and Wang Chao arrived at the entrance of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Lu Xiaoxiao was already waiting for them. The moment Lin Dong laid eyes on Lu Xiaoxiao, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe his own sight. Just the previous evening, Lu Xiaoxiao had donned a rather rebellious appearance, but today she seemed transformed. Her wild hair had been styled into 2 ponytails. Her large earrings were absent, and the heavy makeup had been replaced with a more natural look. Clad in a short skirt uniform, she now stood before Lin Dong as the epitome of youthful charm. At 17, Lu Xiaoxiao was a sophomore at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Yet due to her petite stature, she appeared to be merely 15 or 16, embodying the essence of a delicate young girl. In fact, even Lin Dong, who barely recognized her, was not alone in this. Her parents, grandfather, and even her brother Lu Qin struggled to recognize her. They had even begun to suspect that Lu Xiaoxiao had undergone some sort of transformation. Not only had her appearance changed, but her once coarse language began to soften as well. Lu Qin had inquired multiple times about this change, but had received no satisfactory explanation. Naturally, Lu Xiaoxiao would not divulge that it was Lin Dong who had inspired her transformation. The faculty and students of the school were equally oblivious to the reasons behind her dramatic metamorphosis. The once rebellious Lu Xiaoxiao astonishingly transformed into a model student, leaving all the faculty and students at the school utterly astounded. Lin Dong, how could you not recognize me? Lu Xiaoxiao waved her hand in front of Lin Dong's face, prompting him to regain his composure. Indeed, the transformation is quite remarkable. It's somewhat hard to recognize you. But this is splendid. You truly resemble a student now. All right, I shall heed your advice, Lin Dong, and maintain this demeanor henceforth. Lu Xiaoxiao approached and playfully linked her arm with Lin Dong's, beaming with delight. Her affectionate gesture left Lin Dong feeling a bit awkward, considering she was a 16 or 17-year-old girl, and such proximity inevitably led to some sensitive encounters. Perhaps she genuinely regarded him as her brother, he consoled himself. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, Lu Xiaoxiao had not exhibited such affection since her childhood with her brother Lu Qin. He was the first to experience this endearment. Fortunately, as it was class time, otherwise, the sight of the notorious Lu Xiaoxiao so intimately embracing a man's arm would undoubtedly shock numerous onlookers. Meanwhile, Wang Chao, upon catching sight of Lu Xiaoxiao, felt as if his very soul had been struck. His heart raced, blood surged, and every organ within him seemed to operate at an accelerated pace. This was an encounter he had never experienced in his 16 years of life. In his naive state, encountering a girl of similar age, yet so remarkably exceptional, felt nothing short of celestial. In that fleeting moment, he was utterly captivated by Lu Xiaoxiao. However, upon witnessing the intimate gestures between Lu Xiaoxiao and Lin Dong, he swiftly concealed his thoughts. Xiaoxiao, allow me to introduce you. This is my cousin, Wang Chao. Wang Chao, this is Lu Xiaoxiao, a dear friend's sister. Lin Dong introduced both parties. Hello, I am Lu Xiaoxiao, she exclaimed, one hand draped around Lin Dong's arm, while the other extended towards Wang Chao. Why you? Hello, I am Wang Chao, he stammered, his words tumbling out awkwardly. He quickly reached out to shake Lu Xiaoxiao's hand. Even the brief contact of their palms caused his face to flush crimson. Lu Xiaoxiao, oblivious to Wang Chao's unusual demeanor, released his hand shortly after. Her attention primarily focused on Lin Dong. Noticing Wang Chao's stuttering voice, Lin Dong turned to look at him and detected something amiss. The boy's face was flushed, and his speech faltered. Could it be that he was smitten? Casting another glance at Lu Xiaoxiao, clad in a short school uniform with a delicate face, radiating the exuberance of youth, she seemed a far cry from the extravagant Lu Xiaoxiao he had encountered 2 nights prior. Indeed, she possessed an irresistible allure for someone like Wang Chao, who was still navigating the tender uncertainties of adolescence. It would be prudent to find a moment to have a serious conversation with the lad. After all, Lu Xiaoxiao was not someone easily managed. Better to advise him to temper his affections early on, to avoid the potential for heartache. First love. Hadn't his own 4-year pursuit ended with him bearing scars as well? Lin Dong, I've already coordinated with the school. We can directly take your cousin in to complete the enrollment procedures, Lu Xiaoxiao declared. Thank you, said Lin Dong politely. Lin Dong, please do not be so formal with me in the future, Lu Xiaoxiao replied, puffing her cheeks in mild annoyance. All right, Lin Dong said, gently ruffling Lu Xiaoxiao's hair with his other hand. Well then, let us be on our way, Lin Dong, Lu Xiaoxiao said, taking the lead as she enjoyed his affectionate gesture. Wang Chao quietly followed behind. Lu Xiaoxiao led Lin Dong directly to the logistics office of Jiangcheng First High School, and within 10 minutes, they completed all the necessary formalities. Wang Chao was escorted by the staff to his respective classroom, while Lu Xiaoxiao accompanied Lin Dong to the school gate. Xiaoxiao, hurry and go to class. Lin Dong, when will you visit my home? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Perhaps in a little while. I am quite busy at the moment. I will come once I finish my tasks. Lin Dong replied after a moment of thought. All right. You must come once you are done. Indeed, I promise. I shall head to class now. Goodbye, Lin Dong. Goodbye. Study well. Understood. With that, Lu Xiaoxiao turned to walk into the school, glancing back 3 times as she went. Lin Dong returned to his car, pondering Lu Xiaoxiao's recent behavior, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be that she has developed feelings for him? It seemed quite possible. After all, she complied readily when he suggested she change her attire. It was worth noting that she often disregarded her own family's wishes. What should he do about this? Although he was not only handsome but also strong, wealthy, and charismatic, well, perhaps he should contemplate further. On that fateful day, I should have rescued her when she was at her most perilous and despondent, leaving an indelible mark on her memory. Perhaps, after a while, things will improve? It might be best to minimize our interactions in the future. Chapter 74, Zhao Shidao in Kyoto. Within a tranquil courtyard, an elderly man and a young man were engaged in a game of chess. The elderly gentleman appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, despite his advanced age. He possessed a youthful visage and an invigorated spirit, devoid of any signs of the decline that often accompanies old age. The young man, though referred to as such, was at least 30 years of age, yet when compared to the elder, he could only be deemed a youth. Shidao, your chess skills have improved remarkably. The old man remarked with a warm smile. Grandfather Zhou, my abilities in chess are still far from your level. Zhao Shidao humbly replied. The young man was none other than Zhao Shidao, the esteemed C faction in Kyoto. His name resonated powerfully among the younger generation. And even in the eyes of the older generation, he was regarded as a figure of distinction. Shidao, playing chess is akin to navigating through life. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. I've observed that you seem somewhat hesitant lately, the elder noted. Grandfather Zhou, you see clearly. I have indeed felt a sense of confusion recently. I understand that the decade-long pact between the 3 of you is nearing its conclusion. The young lady from the Murong family will soon return after her 10-year absence. Grandfather Zhou, back in the day, my brother and I shared a bond as strong as that of siblings, yet we find ourselves at odds over a woman, leaving Shidao uncertain of what is right or wrong. A graceful and virtuous lady is indeed a worthy match for a gentleman. In ancient times, one would often remark upon the brevity of spring nights and the late rising of the sovereign, leading to the neglect of morning audiences. Moreover, the young lady from the Murong family undeniably embodies unparalleled elegance and charm, so there is no need for you to be troubled by this. Following one's heart is of paramount importance. Indeed, Grandfather Zhou, I shall remember this lesson. At that moment, Zhao Shidao's phone rang. It was Qin Zheng requesting a meeting. Qin Zheng had just concluded matters in Jianbei and returned to the capital. Zhao Shidao had heard of Qin Zheng's exploits in Jiaqing, yet hearsay remains merely hearsay. It would be prudent to hear Qin Zheng's account firsthand. With their decade-long agreement with Murong Qingge approaching, the emergence of such a formidable figure as SCC could not be overlooked. They had arranged to meet at the Great Wall Club, one of the 3 premier clubs in Kyoto, a nexus for the elite and a stronghold of the C faction. Grandfather Zhou, I must take my leave for now. I shall visit you again soon. Go on, go on. You young ones are at the prime of your lives. Do not squander your time on this old man. Upon arriving at the Great Wall Club, Zhao Shidao was greeted with bows and salutations from all who saw him. Pushing open the door to the private room on the top floor, he found Qin Zheng already waiting inside. See, Qin Zheng exclaimed, rising hurriedly to greet Zhao Shidao. Qin Zheng, please, enlighten me on the situation, Zhao Shidao inquired as he took a seat. While attending to matters in Jianbei province, I seized the opportunity to visit Jiaqing and inquire with Zhou Huili about Mingyue's situation. I also wished to see Mingyue herself, but unexpectedly, I was discovered by Lu Qin. Qin Zheng recounted the entire affair to Zhao Shidao. Oh, are you saying that Lin Dong has someone by his side capable of engaging Qiu Shan in a battle of mutual destruction, and possesses formidable strength himself? Indeed, he can hold my sword between 2 fingers and can snap it with a mere flick. Uncle Shan remarked that he himself could not achieve such feats. Uncle Shan suspects that he possesses at least the strength of the pinnacle of the tiger ranking, or perhaps even higher. With a resounding crack, Zhao Shidao crushed the cup in his hand into fragments. The pinnacle of the tiger ranking, or even greater. He was acutely aware of the implications. According to Qin Zheng, Lin Dong, at the tender age of 20, had already reached such heights. A talent so extraordinary, it was indeed rare. By all indications, Lin Dong was undoubtedly the heir of a concealed family, and of the highest echelon at that. How could Zhuge Sangqiong have secured such a powerful ally at the very last moment of this decade-long agreement? In Jiangcheng, after escorting Wang Chao to Jiangxing No. 1 high school, Lin Dong arrived at the Jinya Hotel. He made a call, instructing Wei Yong and Li Guobing, currently in Shuqing, to return on their own. He would not be heading back to Shuqing just yet. He intended to wait until his aunt Lu Yinmei's injury had healed before addressing the matter of moving and retrieving his parents' compensation from Lin Guobing. Additionally, he sought to persuade his elder aunt's family to relocate to Jiangcheng as well, having just closed his eyes for a brief respite in his office. Lin Dong was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. Upon answering, Yi Hong's voice resonated from the other end. "Lin, my dear brother, it seems you are indeed a person of great stature who tends to forget things. It has been quite some time since we last connected, brother Yi. Oh, come now. I have also been quite occupied lately and have yet to find a moment of respite. I am planning to visit Lake City when time permits," Lin Dong replied. "Brother Yi, I am aware of your busyness. Your recent exploits have reverberated throughout the entirety of SCC. I never anticipated that you, my younger brother Lin, would possess such remarkable capabilities. You managed to drive the formidable Qinzheng of the Tsi Party's 8 kings out of Jiang City," Yi Hong remarked. He truly did not foresee Lin Dong's prowess. Although Li Bin had mentioned during the sale of the Golden Leaf Hotel that Lin Dong was the heir of a concealed noble family, the distinction among heirs of such families varies significantly. Some large families have multiple heirs, spanning from the first to the fourth heir, each tier enjoying different privileges. Initially, they presumed Lin Dong to be at most a second heir, yet the strength he has exhibited undoubtedly aligns with that of a first heir, particularly one from a superfamily. This status is not inferior to that of the 3 boss figures of SCC. He now feels immensely fortunate to maintain a favorable relationship with Lin Dong. Given Lin Dong's currently revealed strength, introducing him to SCC was indeed a sagacious decision. Following the dissemination of Lin Dong's achievements, he has already garnered the boss's recognition, which will serve as the final piece in his ascension to lead the entire Yi family. "Brother Yi, please refrain from flattering me," Lin Dong humbly replied. "This is no mere flattery. It is rare within SCC to confront Qinzheng head-on, let alone send him scurrying back to the north. By the way, are you currently in Jiang City? Someone wishes to meet you." "Who?" Lin Dong inquired. "You will know once you see me." "All right, I will be in Jiangxing for a while. We will contact you once we confirm the time." After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong fell into deep contemplation. As his prowess began to reveal itself, he gradually started to associate with some genuine, influential figures. However, he felt he was still not formidable enough. His power had yet to take shape, and his strength remained insufficient. He needed to devise ways to expend more money. Why had Sister Xian been gone for so long without any news? Was she incapable of spending money? Lin Dong never imagined that one day he would find himself troubled by how to spend his money. Chapter 75. Settling in the afternoon, Lin Dong contacted Cui Jia, the sales representative at Jiangnan International Mansion, to inquire if there were any available properties. He intended to purchase a unit for both his aunt and his elder aunt, subsequently arranging for them to work at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Even if they possessed no skills, he could allocate them into menial positions, providing them with a few $100,000 a year, which would suffice for their expenses. This way, they would have a foothold in Jiangcheng. Naturally, Cui Jia was overjoyed. She had recently earned several million from Lin Dong, an unfathomable sum for her previously, and now he was returning to purchase more properties? Truly, he was a magnate. Such wealth. Upon arriving at the sales office, Lin Dong accompanied Cui Jia to view the properties. His presence once again evoked painful memories for several other saleswomen. They recollected how Lin Dong stood in the sales hall for a mere few minutes without anyone approaching him, only to be seized by Cui Jia, the newcomer, who benefited from his presence. That was a commission worth millions. Just the thought of it made them feel a pang of anguish. As soon as Lin Dong appeared, the saleswomen rushed to surround him eagerly. "Sir, may I assist you with anything? Are you considering purchasing a property? I am available to accompany you for viewings at any time. Here is my business card. Please feel free to contact me whenever you need assistance." "Excuse me, ladies. I have already made an appointment with Miss Cui." With that, Lin Dong squeezed through the crowd. At that moment, Cui Jia approached, holding the keys. "Mr. Lin, I have the keys ready. Let us proceed to view the property." "After you," he replied, and the two departed together. The hall soon buzzed with gossip. That girl Cui Jia must have gone to bed with him. Indeed. Otherwise, how could he afford such an expensive house? Although they usually perceived her as innocent, it seemed she had a different side. Yet, Beneath their words lay envy and resentment. Building 1 had no properties left. So Lin Dong casually glanced and decided to purchase a similar unit in both Building 2 and Building 3, each valued around 100 million. Upon returning to the hall, Lin Dong promptly paid a 10% deposit and left, stating he would return later to complete the paperwork. This added another 200 million to the sales figures. Alongside the previous 400 million he had sold, Chui Jia's commission from Lin Dong alone had reached 6 million. Such a performance made not only the other saleswomen envious, but even the manager could not hide their covetousness. The other salespeople lamented deeply over their missed opportunities. Lin Dong then returned to Building 1, accompanied by his aunt, uncle, and cousin Wang Li to view the properties. Although my aunt had just undergone surgery yesterday, it was not a significant issue. The doctor advised her to move about frequently, and she would likely recover within a week. Lin Dong accompanied the 3 of them to Building Number 2. While this residence could not compare to Lin Dong's luxurious penthouse, its opulent decor was nonetheless exquisite, as it was indeed a property worth 100 million. Xiaodong, what brings us here? Lu Yanmei inquired after a brief glance around. Aunt, uncle, what do you think of this house? Lin Dong countered her question without providing an answer. This house is splendid. However, we cannot afford such a place. Lu Yanmei responded. Although she was unaware of the house's price, its lavishness spoke volumes. Their family had merely scraped by over the years, leaving no room for such financial indulgences. Aunt, I have already purchased this house. However, the paperwork is not yet completed. If you could bring your identification shortly, the house will be yours. Upon hearing Lin Dong's offer of this home, Lu Yanmei and Wang Yongfu were taken aback. While they had sensed something of this nature when Lin Dong brought them to view the property, the reality of his generosity still astonished them. This is too much. Xiaodong, it's not easy for you to earn money. We cannot accept such a gift. Lu Yanmei exclaimed hurriedly. Indeed, this house is far too valuable. We cannot accept it. Wang Zhongfu echoed from beside her. Only Wang Li stood by the window, admiring the view. This would be her home in the future. She never imagined that one day she would reside in such a magnificent dwelling, since it was a gift from her brother Lin Dong. She thought it best to graciously accept it. There is no point in declining, and even if one wished to, it would be impossible to do so. Currently, she possesses 100 million in her account and has yet to muster the courage to inform her parents. Aunt, uncle, this is my tribute to you. Had I not lived in your home, but instead remained with Lin Guobang, enduring his abuse, I cannot fathom how distorted my character might have become. I recall my arrival at your residence, when I was still a reticent individual, my heart shrouded in an icy demeanor. It was your warmth that allowed me to experience the essence of home, gradually transforming me into who I am today. Now that I have the means, I wish to repay you. If you refuse this house, I shall forever bear a sense of guilt. Lin Dong spoke in a low voice. Indeed, had it not been for the 2 years spent at Aunt Lu Yanmei's home, allowing him to rediscover familial warmth, he might have long since abandoned his studies and embarked on a path of no return. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Lu Yanmei began to quietly weep. Xiaodong, you have achieved success now, but alas, your sister and brother-in-law cannot witness it. If they were here, they would undoubtedly be proud of you. Wang Yongfu gazed at Lin Dong, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. When his wife, Lu Yanmei, first brought Lin Dong home, he was not particularly welcoming. After all, with both a son and a daughter, their household was not particularly affluent. Adding another mouth to feed, along with the burden of his tuition and living expenses, was no small matter. However, his wife was resolute in her decision, and he had no choice but to acquiesce, though he harbored some reluctance. Once Lin Dong had settled in, he did not regard him with any less favor. His thoughts were that since he had already moved in, there was no need to treat him as Uncle Lin Dong did. That would only create more adversaries. Either he should not have been allowed into this household at all, or if he had crossed the threshold, he ought to be treated equally. It must be said that Wang Yongfu possessed a commendable breadth of mind. Otherwise, it would be unthinkable for an ordinary person, having children and a modest means, to permit someone like Lin Dong to reside with them. Given that Lin Dong had already expressed himself so clearly, Lu Yanmei and her husband found it difficult to refuse any further. Lin Dong then escorted Wang Yongfu to the sales hall to complete the necessary formalities. Lu Yanmei and Wang Li remained in the newly purchased residence, a luxurious, fully furnished apartment, ready for immediate occupancy. This would henceforth be their home. Once the paperwork was finalized and the substantial payment of 100 million was successfully processed, the system awarded him an additional point, bringing his total to 81 points. After settling Liu Yinmei's family, Lin Dong went to Jiangxingno, one high school, to pick up Wang Chao and brought him to his new home before returning to his own residence. Chapter 76. Shangwan Mingyue. The following day was Sunday. Lin Dong had anticipated that Yi Hong would reach out to him, yet as the day wore on, he received no communication. That evening, Lin Dong received a call from Sun Siyu, inquiring why he had not come to her home as they had agreed for that weekend. She had waited 2 days for his call, which never arrived. It then dawned on Lin Dong that he had indeed promised Sun Siyu a visit. But due to his aunt's matters, he had been unable to go and would have to wait for another opportunity. In the afternoon, Lin Dong received some good news. Zhao Xian called to inform him that the foundational team had been largely established. Lured by financial incentives, Zhao Xian had managed to recruit quite a number of talented individuals. Lin Dong urged her to invest in any promising projects she encountered, disregarding monetary concerns. He also advised her to contact Wang Chang, as there was an additional investment of 5 billion available, potentially yielding 50 wealthy patrons. Securing these funds was imperative for him, as he urgently needed to acquire more wealth points to possibly upgrade his system. He harbored a persistent belief that his physical and mental limits had not yet been fully realized. According to Xiao Pijuan, there were still several hidden masters who could surpass him. Despite his extraordinary abilities, he found himself unable to attain invincibility. Such a predicament was intolerable. He yearned for an upgrade, questioning the very purpose of the system bestowed upon him by fate. With a week having swiftly passed, a new one dawned. On Monday, Lin Dong attended classes in the morning and later ventured to the martial arts club at school. His purpose was to glean knowledge from the masters there. Currently, he relied solely on his self-enhanced physical and mental prowess, essentially, his comprehension of strength and reflexes, lacking any formal techniques. He sought to learn some techniques for exerting force or various boxing styles, hoping to bolster his combat effectiveness. Since his haphazard attempt to acquire 18 palms of the dragon subduing had resulted in a deduction of 10 wealth points, he was now wary of indiscriminately adding skills, particularly martial arts ones. Who could ascertain the existence of such a name? If it were non-existent, he would incur yet another deduction of 10 wealth points, leaving him with merely a handful. Alas, the struggle was real. He arrived at a large building within the academy, designated for club activities. Naturally, it required rental fees, and most of the academy's larger clubs were situated here. Lin Dong arrived at the floor belonging to the Martial Arts Society and entered to find a vast hall filled with people, at least several hundred. A mix of both men and women, though the males overwhelmingly dominated the crowd. All were seated cross-legged. Lin Dong was taken aback. Were they practicing? Wasn't the Martial Arts Society focused solely on physical techniques? Why were they engaging in internal cultivation as well? However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that most were merely engrossed in quiet conversations. Finding a spot at the back, Lin Dong settled down and nudged the fellow beside him, inquiring, "Classmate, what is going on here?" The classmate glanced at Lin Dong and replied, "Aren't you a member of our martial arts society?" I just arrived today and am planning to join." "Well, you picked an excellent time. Today is the day of a lecture by the president of our martial arts society, one of the 3 goddesses of the academy, Shangwan Mingyue." "Shangwan Mingyue? Isn't she the most enigmatic among the 3 goddesses?" Lin Dong was astonished to learn she was the president of the society. A woman leading the martial arts society? Was this a jest? Were all these men merely idle, allowing a woman to take charge? Classmate, is Shangwan Mingyue really the president? Is she formidable? Absolutely. No one in our Jiang University Martial Arts Society has been able to withstand even 3 of her moves. Is she that powerful? Will she ever get married? Brother, are you joking? President Shangwan is the foremost among the 3 goddesses of the academy. The line of suitors for her stretches all the way to the Communication University. To the Communication University? Surely, you jest. Would all the boys of Jiang University combined even make it to the Communication University? Lin Dong chose not to pursue his inquiries further. Sitting in silence, he was curious to see what the president of the martial arts club would present. Soon, a young girl with a ponytail, clad in a crisp white training outfit, emerged from backstage. She walked to the podium and, like everyone else, sat cross-legged on the ground. This must be Shangwan Mingyue. Although Lin Dong had been studying at Jiang University for 3 years, he had spent most of that time working part-time jobs. He understood that his aunt and his elder aunt also faced challenges, and by doing so, he could alleviate their burdens while also purchasing small gifts for Jiang Shan and occasionally treating her to delightful meals. Thus, he was unfamiliar with Shangwan Mingyue. The most enigmatic of the 3 goddesses, The one he knew best was Suing Xue, as they had always been in the same class. Despite sitting at the back, far from Shangguan Mingwei, Lin Dong possessed remarkably keen eyesight, allowing him to clearly see her the moment she appeared. He estimated her height to be at least 1.75 meters, nearly matching his own, which placed her among the pinnacle of female stature. With a delicate oval face, large expressive eyes, elegantly arched brows, and a prominent nose, her features seemed perfectly harmonious. Without a trace of makeup, she embodied the essence of natural beauty, her skin remarkably flawless, almost ethereal. Undoubtedly, she was the foremost among the three goddesses, an enigmatic presence that seemed to emanate a certain spiritual aura. Observing the male compatriots around him, nearly drooling, he wondered whether they were drawn to martial arts or simply captivated by the beauty of Shangguan Mingwei. At that moment, she began to speak from the podium. "Greetings, fellow students." The voice rang out, clear and resonant. The president was greeted by a chorus of hundreds, startling Lin Dong with the suddenness of it all. It felt as though a leader was delivering a speech. "Today, I shall elucidate the essence of martial arts. Martial arts can fortify the body and prolong life. I have witnessed centenarians who move with remarkable vigor. This is the longevity bestowed upon us through the practice of martial arts. To cultivate martial arts, one must first cultivate the heart. Only by aligning one's mindset can one achieve success in martial arts. Of course, to progress further in this path, innate talent plays a pivotal role. Some individuals possess extraordinary gifts, allowing them to reach heights in 3 years that others may not attain in a lifetime of training. However, I do not intend to discourage you. Even in the absence of remarkable achievements, one can still enhance physical health. The spirit of martial arts advocates for the resolution of conflict through strength, seeking unity and mutual support amidst discord. Martial power is not synonymous with violence. It is not wielded for the sake of killing nor for the thrill of battle. Rather, it exists to swiftly quell bloodshed and strife, to protect and safeguard all beings. When absolutely necessary, it arises from a heart that empathizes with others, transforming hostility into kinship and harmonizing with the universe. Following this, a barrage of words ensued. Lin Dong found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth is being discussed? I am here to learn techniques, to master the art of combat, to acquire exceptional skills, not to endure this grandiose rhetoric. After all this talk, he felt no tangible assistance had been offered. Chapter 77, Lin. I am sorry. Shangguan Mingwei spoke for nearly half an hour before concluding. The audience, much like Lin Dong, appeared utterly bewildered. These men were undoubtedly drawn by the illustrious reputation of the Academy's top goddess, while the pursuit of martial arts seemed secondary in this era. Earning a living held greater appeal. Lin Dong felt a genuine admiration for Shangguan Mingwei. Despite the futility of her discourse, she maintained such dedication and poise. Truly, she was no ordinary individual. Next came the time for questions. Feel free to ask anything, and I shall address it on the spot, Shangguan Mingwei declared. Sitting cross-legged at the podium, President Shangguan, may I inquire if there are still martial arts masters in this age? Aren't they merely figments of television and novels? A male student boldly stood and asked. The reality of martial arts masters differs significantly from the portrayals in novels or dramas. This distinction can only be grasped after you reach a certain level in your martial arts training. What I tell you now would be beyond your comprehension, Shangguan Mingwei responded. President Shangguan, is it still possible for individuals like us to elevate our martial arts to advanced levels? Another student queried. It is challenging. Mastering martial arts is not an overnight endeavor. It requires practice from a young age. Even those with exceptional talent will find their achievements limited if they miss the optimal training period, she explained. President Shangguan, it is said that you are in a romantic relationship with the Academy's top male idol, President Zhou, who has publicly declared that no other man is permitted to approach you. Can you confirm the nature of your relationship? A bold male student asked. As soon as he spoke, a profound silence enveloped the venue, with everyone eagerly awaiting Shangguan Mingwei's response. It was evident that the audience was deeply invested in this inquiry. I apologize, but aside from matters pertaining to martial arts, I prefer not to address other questions. If there are no further inquiries, I shall now demonstrate a practical combat scenario. A murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd, clearly dissatisfied with Shangguan Mingwei's reply. At that moment, 2 individuals entered from the hall, one male and one female. After hastily surveying the scene, they approached Lin Dong. The male, bending his legs, knelt beside Lin Dong. Young Master Lin, I was mistaken. I should not have offended you. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. Could you possibly intercede on my behalf with the Liu family? Huang Junlang pleaded, kneeling beside Lin Dong. Since offending Liu Xiaoxiao that fateful Friday night, his family's entire business empire had suffered severe repercussions from the Liu family the very next day. Given the Liu family's formidable influence in Jiacheng, his modest enterprises were swiftly driven to bankruptcy. In the past 2 days, his parents had exhausted numerous connections to no avail. Unaware that their misfortunes stemmed from their son's indiscretion with the Liu family's second young lady, he dared not disclose this to his parents, fearing their reaction. Yet, everything he held dear had been stripped away. His parents faced bankruptcy, creditors relentlessly pursuing them, and they had nearly liquidated all their valuables, even losing their home. Their circumstances had plummeted to a state worse than that of the beggars on the streets, and his parents had aged overnight, contemplating despair as a solution. After much reflection, he realized that only Lin Dong, given Liu Xiaoxiao's respectful demeanor toward him that night, could possibly rescue his family from ruin. As long as Lin Dong intercedes on his behalf with the Liu family, his household can be liberated from its predicament. Thus, he persuaded Jiang Shan to accompany him in seeking Lin Dong's assistance, promising her that once Lin Dong advocated for his family, he would immediately marry her. At this juncture, maintaining his pride seemed trivial. The priority was to resolve his family's crisis. If necessary, he would even consider transferring to another school, for he still remained the esteemed young Master Huang. Conversely, failure to alleviate the crisis could plunge his family into a plight worse than that of beggars. The sight of Huang Junlang kneeling before Lin Dong sparked considerable intrigue among the onlookers, drawing a crowd eager to discern the unfolding drama. "Isn't that young Master Huang?" someone in the hall exclaimed, recognizing Huang Junlang. He had garnered a degree of notoriety at Jiang University, being a second-generation wealthy heir. Although not the most powerful, he was certainly among the most audacious. Indeed, it is young Master Huang. He is kneeling in front of so many people. The crowd buzzed with curiosity about the individual capable of prompting such an act of submission from the young master. As Huang Junlang felt the heat of embarrassment wash over him, having never before experienced such disgrace, he realized the gravity of the situation. His family's fate rested entirely in Lin Dong's hands. "Young Junlang, I have not wronged you in any way, have I? What good does your kneeling serve?" Lin Dong remarked languidly as he rose to his feet. Compelled by the gathering crowd, "Lin Xiao, I implore you to intercede with the Liu family on my behalf, to spare my family from their wrath," Huang Junlang beseeched. "The Liu family is targeting you because you have offended Liu Xiaoxiao. What does that have to do with me? Furthermore, do we share a close relationship? Why should I intercede on your behalf?" Lin Dong retorted. Huang Junlang found himself at a loss for words in response to Lin Dong's inquiry. Were they indeed on good terms? He had stolen Lin Dong's girlfriend, humiliated him, causing Lin Dong to bleed, and even shared photographs online and in groups, turning Lin Dong into a subject of ridicule at the academy. It would be more accurate to describe their relationship as one of bitter enmity. Jiang Shan observed Lin Dong before her. Ever since their breakup, he seemed like a transformed individual. If anyone had once understood Lin Dong best, it would have been her. Yet now she realized she hardly knew him at all. How could a person's character change so swiftly? Moreover, Lin Dong possessed the capability to assist Huang Junlang's family. Was he the one kneeling in apology? Had he been concealing his true self all along? Was he testing the depths of their feelings? It was rumored that some wealthy heirs enjoyed masquerading as impoverished youths in search of genuine love. If that were indeed the case, what had she truly done? Had she forsaken a hidden super-rich heir for a few designer clothes and handbags? And this super-rich heir had cared for her, cherished her, indulged her, and embraced her. In that instant, Jiang Shan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. How could she have sacrificed an entire forest for a mere blade of grass? Huang Junlang tugged at Jiang Shan's arm, prompting her to regain her composure. "Lin Dong, I..." Jiang Shan was about to speak when Lin Dong interrupted her. "Jiang Shan, do you wish to plead on his behalf?" Lin Dong inquired, gazing at her. "Lin Dong, I earnestly hope you can assist Junlang." Jiang Shan mustered her courage and replied. She felt utterly helpless. The forest had already receded from her grasp. If she failed to seize hold of Huang Junlang, this delicate sprout, she would truly be left with nothing. "You wish? By what right do you wish? As an ex-girlfriend? A high school classmate? Or perhaps as Huang Junlang's current partner?" Lin Dong scoffed. At that moment, the onlookers began to comprehend the situation. Lin Dong was the one whose girlfriend had been taken by Huang Junlang, who had been so enraged that he nearly bled from the mouth. And it was he who had seen his photos disseminated in the group chat, and on the school website. Just a few days had passed, and now Huang Junlang was actually kneeling before Lin Dong, beseeching his help. The swift turn of events was almost too dramatic to believe. Even a television drama would hesitate to portray such a plot twist. Chapter 78. Lin Xiao, I beg your pardon, Lin Dong. Is my plea insufficient? For the sake of our years of friendship, could you assist me once more? Jiang Shan suddenly implored in a subdued tone. At this juncture, her only recourse was to solicit Lin Dong's aid. Once the crisis in Huang Junlang's family was resolved, she could marry him and live the life of a wealthy wife, a dream she had long cherished. Even during her time with Lin Dong, this aspiration lingered, though Lin Dong had treated her with such kindness that she found it difficult to let go. Otherwise, she would not have cast Lin Dong aside the moment Huang Junlang pursued her. Jiang Shan, you lack the standing to beseech me. Everyone else may seek my assistance, but you are unqualified. My years of devotion cannot be measured against a few garments and handbags. These past years, I, Lin Dong, have misjudged you. I cannot aid you with your affairs. Farewell. With that, Lin Dong turned and strode away. However, Huang Junlang tightly grasped Lin Dong's foot, exclaiming, Lin Xiao, it is my fault, all of it. I implore you to help me just this once. You are my only hope. If you refuse, my family will truly be ruined. Tears and snot streamed down Huang Junlang's face as he clung to Lin Dong, who represented his last glimmer of hope. Just as Lin Dong was about to kick Huang Junlang away, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. A figure emerged, followed by a throng of people flooding into the space. Leading the charge was none other than Zhou Huili, the president of the Jiangnan University Student Union. Renowned as the university's most charming young man and universally acknowledged as Shangwan Mingyue's boyfriend. Wow. President Zhou is here, surely to seek out President Shangwan, the golden couple of our college. Quick, let us go see. The crowd that had gathered around Lin Dong and Huang Junlang swiftly dispersed, rushing to converge around Zhou Huili and Shangwan Mingyue. Lin Dong, with a mere flick of his foot, sent Huang Junlang sprawling away, ignoring both Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan. Lin Dong followed suit, eager to witness Shangwan Mingyue's practical display. The earlier incident involving Lin Dong and Huang Junlang had little impact on Shangwan Mingyue. Among the hundreds in the hall, only a handful had been captivated by their altercation. The majority remained enthralled by the performance on the podium, eagerly watching Shangwan Mingyue engage in a practical demonstration with a senior member of the martial arts club. This was precisely what the audience had anticipated, relishing the opportunity for a close encounter with the goddess. Just then, Zhou Huili ascended the stage and addressed the club member. What did I say? No man is to approach Mingyue. Do you take my words lightly? Apologies. President Zhou, I shall descend at once, stammered the trembling member. Moments earlier, when Shangwan Mingyue was about to engage her opponent, he was the first to rush forward, yearning for a fleeting proximity to the goddess. After all, in the heat of competition, physical contact is inevitable. His intentions were far from innocent. Historically, it had always been the female members who took the stage, but today, he found himself inexplicably drawn to seize the moment, as Shangwan Mingyue's beauty was simply irresistible, and he struggled to suppress his impulses. Now, with Zhou Huili's arrival, he felt a wave of trepidation. Additionally, Zhou Huili was the president of the student council, reputed to hail from a formidable family. He was not someone to provoke. Stop. Who permitted you to leave? Zhou Huili called out to the departing member. Zhou. President. The member stuttered. Slap. Before he could finish, Zhou Huili interrupted with a sharp slap. Crack. Another slap followed swiftly. Crack. 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 Zhou Huili unleashed a flurry of slaps, delivering 4 or 5 in rapid succession. He was poised to continue, but was halted by Shangwan Mingyue's intervention. Zhou Huili, cease this at once. She commanded. Miss Mingyue, young Master Qin has instructed me to ensure your safety, to prevent any man from approaching you. How dare he defy my orders? He deserves a thrashing, Zhou Huili retorted. With that, he forcefully kicked the hapless member. The member felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then, as if weightless, he was propelled off the stage. The height from the stage to the ground exceeded a meter. A fall from such a height could result in severe injury. As onlookers witnessed someone soaring through the air, they instinctively scattered to avoid collateral damage, leaving only Lin Dong standing alone in place. As the member was on the verge of colliding with Lin Dong, he extended his hand to catch him and gently set him down on the ground. Zhou Huili, not hearing a scream, turned to glance at the audience below and noticed that the individual had been rescued. just as he was about to inquire who possessed such audacity. His gaze fell upon Lin Dong, causing his pupils to constrict in astonishment. Could it be Lin Dong? The events of that night at the luxurious Golden Sands were etched in his memory forever. In his mind, Lin Dong was akin to a celestial being. And the formidable Qin Zheng, one of the 8 kings of the Tsi gang, had been effortlessly defeated and had returned to Kyoto in disgrace, remaining silent for so many days since. And now, the very person standing before him, saving others, was his fellow alumnus from Jiang University. Even the beleaguered Qin Zheng dared not seek revenge, and here he was, a mere minor character, fearing he would be crushed like an ant. What was he to do? Should he apologize? But with so many witnesses present, doing so would shatter the persona he had built at Jiang University. Where would he find the courage to show his face? Yet, if he chose not to apologize, could he bear the wrath of someone like Lin Dong? If even Qin Zheng was beyond his reach, how could he hope to contend with Lin Dong? Alas, what is the value of pride when weighed against one's very life? Moreover, this was the territory of the other party. Surely, a figure of such stature would not hold a grudge against someone as insignificant as himself if he offered an apology. After contemplating this, Zhou Huili took a few steps forward, leaped down from the podium, and approached Lin Dong directly. The member who had been kicked down by Zhou Huili was swiftly ushered into the crowd by Lin Dong's actions. Now, it was Lin Dong who stood face to face with Zhou Huili. As the audience prepared to witness the unfolding drama and observe how Zhou Huili would handle Lin Dong, a voice broke through the tension. Zhou Huili, cease your actions at once, lest you provoke my ire. Do not assume that your affiliation with Qin Zheng renders you immune to my wrath. With these words, Shangguan Mingwei stepped forward, intent on intervening. However, Zhou Huili uttered words that left all present astounded, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. With hands clasped in a respectful gesture, he bowed deeply to Lin Dong and declared, Lin Xiao, I sincerely apologize for my earlier transgression. I did not notice your presence here. I implore you to forgive this insignificant individual and not hold my actions against me. I extend my heartfelt apologies. What, Nanny? The onlookers, eagerly awaiting the spectacle, were rendered speechless, including Shangguan Mingwei, who stood momentarily frozen. Who was Zhou Huili? The president of the Jiang University Student Union, the most celebrated young man at Jiang University. His familial background was rumored to be extraordinarily formidable, rendering the likes of Huang Junlang and his affluent peers unworthy of even carrying his shoes. At Jiang University, his words commanded significant attention, even from the institution itself. Yet, this eminent figure chose to bow and apologize to Lin Dong? What manner of individual was Lin Dong? It was one thing for Huang Junlang to kneel before him, but even someone of Zhou Huili's stature dared not cross him. The implications were indeed daunting. When had Jiang University produced such a formidable figure? Shangguan Mingwei, too, was left in a state of disbelief. Zhou Huili was, after all, a man of Qin Zheng, one of the 8 kings of the Tsi party, a significant figure even in the hidden depths of the capital. Zhou Huili, being favored and taken under his wing, is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. It appears that during the years Qin Zheng assigned him to observe me, apart from Qin Zheng himself, he has not shown such deference to anyone else. This suggests that the individual before me is on par with Qin Zheng. Shangguan Mingwei, truthfully, is not particularly concerned with the internal affairs of the T faction. Otherwise, she would have heard of Qin Zheng's recent expulsion from Jiangsheng in disgrace. Connecting this with the current scenario, it becomes evident that Lin Dong is indeed the one who drove Qin Zheng away. The Shangguan family, as a concealed lineage, is now poised to emerge and seeks to collaborate with a powerful family, with the Qin family in the capital as their target. The Qin family has also reached a developmental bottleneck and is in desperate need of external support, thus facilitating a harmonious agreement between the two parties. The most solidified alliance often manifests through marriage, and hence both families are inclined to unite Shangguan Mingwei with the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Zheng, to sustain this robust cooperative relationship. Shangguan Mingwei harbors a strong aversion towards a union predicated on mutual benefit. However, as a mere girl, she lacks the autonomy to choose and must acquiesce to her family's arrangements. When Qin Zheng first beheld Shangguan Mingwei, he was utterly captivated, and with the encouragement of their families, he immediately designated her as his future wife. Fortunately, being still young, Shangguan Mingwei opted to attend university in Jiacheng. Intending to evade Qin Zheng, little did she anticipate that he would send someone to surveil her. Lin Dong was equally taken aback that Zhou Huili would bow and apologize to him. He had expected Zhou Huili to take action against him. He had already braced himself, prepared to temper his strength to avoid inflicting serious harm. After all, one is from the SCC and the other from the T faction, representing two opposing camps. Just days ago, they had publicly humiliated his master. He felt that even if Zhou Huili dared not confront him directly, he should at least utter a few harsh words. As is customary in such scenarios depicted on television, it is rare for adversarial parties to bow and apologize to one another. How could he respond in such a situation? In truth, Lin Dong underestimated his own strength. He had always believed himself to be lacking in power. However, the prowess he had displayed thus far was indeed formidable enough to instill fear in many. Otherwise, Qin Zheng would not have remained so silent after suffering such a significant setback, which was unbecoming of his status as one of the 8 kings of the T faction. It was precisely because he felt uncertain about reclaiming his honor that he had refrained from making an appearance. Although the T faction and SCC were somewhat adversarial, this did not preclude members of the T faction from entering areas controlled by the SCC, nor the reverse. This was primarily a matter of face for the high-ranking officials, particularly between the 8 kings of the T faction and the core members of the SCC. When one side's senior officials made a move, the other side would similarly dispatch corresponding representatives to meet. Ordinary members were free to traverse wherever they pleased without scrutiny. Had it not been for Lu Qin's urgent desire to ascend to core membership and reverse his family's declining fortunes, he could have easily feigned ignorance in the previous encounter. After all, Qin Zheng's position as one of the 8 kings of the T faction was not one that a mere senior member of the SCC could rival. What he sought was the attention of the 3 bosses of the SCC. Thus, it is said that those who recognize the times are wise. Zhou Huili did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions, believing that even if word got out, no one would mock him. In the eyes of those unaware of Lin Dong's true identity at school, he might merely seem somewhat timid. Furthermore, as he is nearing graduation, these ordinary individuals will likely never encounter someone of his caliber in their lifetimes. Zhou Huili bowed to Lin Dong at a 90-degree angle. Having not heard a response from him, he dared not rise and remained in that posture. At that moment, Lin Dong regained his composure and remarked, "Senior Zhou, it is wise to maintain a low profile. That classmate did not truly offend you. So was it necessary to respond so harshly? Had I not caught him just now, his fall could have resulted in serious injury. This is Jiang University, in Jiang City, not Kyoto. As the saying goes, one should not strike those who greet with a smile." Zhou Huili's unorthodox approach, immediately bowing an apology, left Lin Dong feeling somewhat embarrassed, as there were no deep-seated grievances between them. "Indeed, young Master Lin, I shall remember this." Zhou Huili finally straightened his back, yet his tone remained profoundly respectful. Lin Dong found the situation rather uninteresting and turned to leave. He had hoped to learn some techniques and master his strength, but instead, he gained nothing and felt like a spectacle for others to gawk at. The crowd parted to create a path for Lin Dong, initially anticipating an entertaining scene, only to witness a calm conclusion. As they watched Lin Dong's departing figure, curiosity mingled with respect filled the air. It seemed that from this day forth, the title of the foremost individual at Jiang University would change hands, with Lin Dong transforming from an obscure figure into the preeminent presence at Jiang University in just over half a month, an astonishingly swift ascent. As Shangguan Mingyue gazed at Lin Dong's departing figure, she found herself lost in thought. When Lin Dong passed by Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan contemplated saying something, only to realize that her connection with Lin Dong had faded into nothingness, rendering any words she might utter utterly futile. Zhou Huili observed Lin Dong's exit without imposing any difficulty upon him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Ever since that fateful night when he witnessed Lin Dong's prowess, the psychological pressure of confronting him had been quite formidable. Those devoid of any martial arts foundation could scarcely comprehend such pressure, akin to the trepidation ordinary individuals feel when faced with those in positions of power. "Miss Mingyue, young Master Qin has entrusted me with your oversight. I hope you can value yourself. Otherwise, when young Master Qin arrives in person, he won't be as amiable as I am," Zhou Huili stated before departing the hall. "Zhou Huili, what right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Return and inform Qin Zheng that I am not yet his fiancée. He has no authority over me," Shangguan Mingyue retorted angrily as Zhou Huili walked away. However, the final exchange between Zhou Huili and Shangguan Mingyue sparked a flurry of speculation among the onlookers in the hall. What did it mean? Was Zhou Huili merely a representative sent by that young Master Qin to surveil Shangguan Mingyue? If so, did that imply that Shangguan Mingyue was indeed taken? The name Qin, which Zhou Huili mentioned, suggested a figure of considerable stature. The crowd wondered who might be more formidable, he or Lin Dong. Many in attendance speculated that if Lin Dong had any romantic involvement with Shangwan Mingyue, a confrontation between young Master Qin and Lin Dong at Jiang University would be nothing short of spectacular. However, judging by Lin Dong's recent demeanor, he appears to harbor little interest in Shangwan Mingyue, the foremost among the three goddesses of Jiang University. Chapter 80. A condition upon exiting the building. Lin Dong found himself devoid of any particular destination. He had no desire to return to the classroom and instead wandered to the small grove adjacent to the playground. There, he observed the underclassmen and upperclassmen on the field, perspiring profusely, lost in thought as he reflected on the surreal experiences of the past half-month. Once a mere nobody, his life had transformed remarkably due to a system that altered everything. Time slipped by unnoticed until a bright, melodious voice pierced the silence. "Are you Lin Dong?" Turning his head, Lin Dong was surprised to see it was indeed Shangwan Mingyue. What could she possibly want from him? Yet, he responded affirmatively. "Yes." "Do you know Qin Zheng?" She inquired further. "Acquainted, I suppose. Are you friends? Enemies?" "Oh." It seems someone who can be an adversary to Qin Zheng is not an ordinary individual. No wonder Zhou Huili fears you. That assumption is misguided. "I am indeed just an ordinary person." Shangwan Mingyue, undeterred by this assertion, continued, "Do you wish to join the martial arts society?" "Initially, I had the intent to join, but my enthusiasm has waned." "Why is that?" "Because I feel there is little to learn." "What purpose would it serve to join?" Lin Dong retorted. Upon hearing his response, Shangwan Mingyue's expression soured. Did Lin Dong's disdain for the martial arts society imply a disdain for her as its president? Do you think the martial arts society is merely a display of superficial skills? Is there truly no substance to be found? Did you not just say that starting martial training now is too late? Lin Dong, since Zhou Huili fears you so greatly, and you are regarded as an adversary by Qin Zheng, your strength must indeed be commendable. How about joining the martial arts society as the vice president? Shangwan Mingyue proposed. "No, thank you. I am not interested. Please seek someone else." Lin Dong replied. "Lin Dong, I am the one designated to be Qin Zheng's wife. Since you are his enemy, wouldn't you want to humiliate him? To bring him disgrace?" Lin Dong turned to gaze at Shangwan Mingyue, bewildered. "Is this girl out of her mind? Your desire to avoid marrying him is of no concern to me. You wish to use me as a pawn, a shield for your own benefit? I am not so foolish. In the end, should I gain nothing and instead find myself in a predicament, it would merely be a stroke of luck if I managed to win once. If it comes to confronting Qin Zheng's background, I would be cast away leagues behind." Lin Dong offered no response and instead stood up to depart. Shangwan Mingyue was momentarily taken aback by Lin Dong's actions. "Aren't you enemies?" She had thought that such a statement would surely draw Lin Dong into the martial arts society. She was eager to see whether Zhou Huili would dare to intervene. Moreover, judging by Zhou Huili's recent demeanor, Lin Dong's background was likely at least on par with Qin Zheng's. Even if Qin Zheng were to arrive, it would be a fierce duel, and there was a chance they would both suffer considerable losses. As Lin Dong was about to walk past her, in a moment of desperation, Shangwan Mingyue launched an attack on him. In her view, Lin Dong must possess some degree of capability, and since she had exerted her full strength, he should be able to defend against it. On one hand, she sought to gauge Lin Dong's prowess. On the other, she intended to demonstrate that the martial arts society was not merely a facade, but rather a place of genuine skill. As Lin Dong brushed past Shangwan Mingyue, he felt a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. Is someone attacking him? His senses are remarkably acute at this moment. Due to the suddenness of the incident, Lin Dong's control over his own strength, which he was not yet accustomed to, was utterly lost, resulting in an uncontrollable eruption of power, purely instinctual in nature. The sheer terror of his unleashed might, given his current prowess, was palpable. Shangwan Mingyue felt as though Lin Dong's aura had descended upon her like a torrential storm, rendering her a mere leaf adrift on the vast ocean, in imminent danger of being engulfed by the towering waves. In her alarm, she barely had time to react before a large hand, akin to a vice, seized her delicate, alabaster neck. A wave of suffocation washed over her, and she felt the urge to weep. At that moment, Lin Dong quickly realized that he was clutching Shangwan Mingyue's neck, and he promptly released her. Clutching her throat with both hands, she crouched on the ground, coughing violently, tears streaming down her cheeks like a breached dam. Lin Dong stood there, feeling somewhat awkward. His reaction had been entirely instinctual. After all, who initiated an attack without warning? Can he truly be blamed for this? After standing for a while, He knelt down and gently patted Shang Wanmingyue's back, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. After a minute or two, she finally began to recover, her coughing subsiding. Turning to face Lin Dong, her beautiful oval face was flushed and her large, enchanting eyes were red. Miss Shangwan, I didn't do it on purpose. After all, you attacked me from behind. It was merely a reflex, Lin Dong said, somewhat embarrassed. Are you implying that it is entirely my fault? Even if you have just killed me, it is still my own doing? Shangwan Mingwei inquired, her voice slightly hoarse, devoid of its previous clarity and brightness. But is it not true? Nevertheless, Lin Dong dared not articulate such a thought. No, I overreacted. It was my fault. My fault, he replied. Since it is your fault, what do you propose we do about this? Just a moment ago, with a mere exertion of your strength, you could have taken my life. While I merely intended to convey that the martial arts society is not solely comprised of flashy techniques, and I did not wish to harm you. What do you wish to do then? Lin Dong asked. I want you to join the martial arts society as the vice president, and you must agree to one condition. Shangwan Mingyue declared. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before responding. Joining the martial arts society is acceptable, but agreeing to your condition is out of the question. If the time comes when you wish for my demise, am I to comply? Rest assured, I will not contravene your own will. You will have the choice to act or refrain from acting. Even if you choose not to, I shall not utter a word. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Very well then. Let me make it clear. If the time comes, I shall act if I wish, and refrain if I do not. Agreed. It's a deal. Shangwan Mingyue smiled, her expression brightening. Lin Dong gazed at her smile, sensing he might have been ensnared. Yet, it was indeed true that with just a modicum of force, he could have extinguished such a beautiful life. It appears he must swiftly learn to control his strength. Lin Dong departed. For the situation had drawn the attention of several classmates, and he wished to avoid being the subject of their amusement once more. Shangwan Mingyue watched as Lin Dong walked away. Although her face still bore traces of shock, it was graced with a captivating smile. Chapter 81. Core member of SCC. Lin Dong departed. Yet, Shangwan Mingyue remained rooted in place, her astonished expression transforming into an enchanting smile. It appeared that in order to escape the fate dictated by her family, she would need Lin Dong's assistance. Was her sole desire merely to alter the course set by her family's arrangements? Perhaps she could strive for more. As this thought crossed her mind, Shangwan Mingyue found her breath quickening. For many years, she had relinquished such impractical aspirations, even accepting the prospect of a politically arranged marriage without resistance. In her reluctance, she yearned to break free from the shadows cast upon her since childhood by that particular individual. Yet, just as she was on the brink of graduation and the impending union, she encountered Lin Dong. The sudden surge of power he exhibited left her breathless. She had never felt such an overwhelming aura even among the elders of her family. A peerless prodigy. The term echoed in her thoughts, despite being of the same age. The disparity in their strengths was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Lin Dong was undoubtedly the chosen heir of a formidable power. While she was merely the second-tier heir of the Shangwan clan, with the support of a first-tier heir from a superpower, perhaps she could still seize her chance. Shangwan Weiwei, do you truly believe victory is assured? Perhaps not. I shall prepare a grand surprise for you. Shangwan Mingyue silently vowed. 2 days passed, and Lin Dong ascended to the position of vice president of the Martial Arts Society. However, Lin Dong maintained a respectful distance from Shangwan Mingyue, fully aware of her intentions. Seeking to utilize another's hand to oppose Qin Zheng was of little consequence to him, for he himself was an adversary of Qin Zheng. Perhaps one day, retribution would come knocking at his door. The vice president felt a twinge of guilt, for although it was Shangwan Mingyue who initiated the attack, her intent was not to harm him. He had indeed nearly taken her life due to a lapse in control over his own strength. For a person of his disposition, a model citizen in society, the notion of taking a life was profoundly unsettling. Thus, he considered this encounter with the vice president as a means of extending an apology. As for the nature of his request, that would depend on his mood. On that day, Lin Dong received a call from Yi Hong, informing him that a core member of SCC wished to meet. They had arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Lin Dong took the afternoon off and went directly to the Golden Leaf Hotel, approaching the luxurious presidential suite where Yi Hong resided. He knocked gently on the door. Soon, Yi Hong opened it. Lin, my brother, please come in. He greeted warmly. There was no room for formality. Lin Dong's reputation resonated throughout SCC, and he was considered a benefactor by Yi Hong. Inviting Lin Dong into SCC was undoubtedly the most astute decision of his life. adding a layer of security to his eventual inheritance of the Yi family legacy. "You're too kind, Brother Yi," Lin Dong replied, stepping into the room. A man was seated on the sofa in the living room and rose to greet him. "Brother Lin, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Li Bin, a core member of SCC and a good friend of Brother Yi. The Golden Leaf Hotel you purchased also had some of my shares initially," Li Bin said with a smile, his gaze appraising Lin Dong. "So young. Remarkably young. It is utterly astonishing that this young man before me could force Qinzheng to retreat from Jiangsheng in such a dismal manner. Moreover, the fact that the defeated Qinzheng has yet to make a move speaks volumes about the formidable nature of this young individual. Brotherly, you are too kind," Lin Dong remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Li Bin, who appeared to be in his early 30s. He exuded a warm and refined demeanor, embodying the essence of a modest gentleman, a veritable charmer among the ladies. Lin Dong sensed no oppressive aura of authority emanating from him. Instead, it felt like a refreshing breeze, a most pleasant sensation. The three took their seats, and Li Bin poured a cup of tea for Lin Dong, saying, "Brother Lin, do sample this tea and share your thoughts." Lin Dong, feeling somewhat embarrassed to refuse, lifted the cup to his lips and took a delicate sip. He noticed a delightful sweetness and a subtle fragrance lingering in his mouth. Quite good. Lin Dong feigned sophistication, though he knew little of tea tasting, gleaning what he could from television. Having spent his entire holiday working menial jobs, he had never encountered such exquisite tea before. He had only sampled commonplace beverages like black and green tea, which all seemed rather similar, lacking any significant distinction. If tea connoisseurs were to discover his true sentiments, they would likely be incensed. This tea is no ordinary brew. Its annual production is limited, and those fortunate enough to partake are undoubtedly of high status. Li Bin continued with a smile. "Indeed, today, thanks to you, Brother Lin, I too have the privilege of enjoying this tea. The esteemed Big Boss, aware of my meeting with you, specifically instructed me to bring it along for your appreciation." The Big Boss? Who might that be? The founder of SCC? Lin Dong pondered in his mind, curiosity piqued. However, he did not inquire further, since the other party could bring such precious tea for him to savor. It was unlikely they would merely mention it in passing. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Lin Dong pretended to sip a couple of small mouthfuls. "Brother Lin, could you recount the events of that day? We are all quite curious about how you managed to put Qinzheng in his place," Yi Hong interjected. Li Bin also paused to enjoy the tea, casting a glance at Lin Dong, eager to hear the details of that day. Actually, there isn't much to say. Lin Dong succinctly recounted the events, omitting the part where he snapped the sword with a mere gesture. He felt somewhat embarrassed to boast about himself. Brother Lin has not been entirely forthcoming. Why omit the most thrilling part? "I have heard that you caught Qinzheng's sword with just 2 fingers and shattered his long-coveted alloy soft sword with a flick. Something not easily accomplished," Li Bin remarked. "How is it that everyone knows this, yet still wants me to elaborate? I truly cannot fathom the minds of these prominent figures," Lin Dong replied, bemused. "You have misunderstood. Li Gu. The most captivating aspect ought to be the battle between Pejun and that Uncle Shan. I merely added a bit of flourish at the end," Lin Dong humbly stated. Li Bin remained silent. He was aware of Qiu Shan, a seasoned expert on the Tiger ranking. However, he had never heard of Pejun, the expert beside Lin Dong. The clash between those two Tiger ranking fighters was undoubtedly thrilling. Yet, could Qiu Shan truly snap Qinzheng's alloy soft sword with a mere gesture? It seemed unlikely, considering it was crafted from the most advanced materials developed by technology. This was precisely the reason they held Lin Dong in such high regard. If they were merely followers of a renowned figure, they would not have made such a grand effort to have a core member personally meet Lin Dong. Qinzheng would not have remained inactive until now. At such a young age, his formidable strength naturally suggests a remarkable background. This world is devoid of the serendipitous encounters depicted in martial arts novels and television dramas, where one suddenly acquires a manual to cultivate unparalleled skills or receives a transmission of power from a predecessor, instantly possessing decades of experience. Such notions are sheer nonsense. True strength is cultivated step by step, and only those superlative forces can nurture extraordinary talents like Lin Dong. Chapter 82. A woman who dazzles an era. The three engaged in numerous trivial conversations, all aimed at fostering a good rapport with Lin Dong. Given Lin Dong's current display of prowess, even Li Bin, a core member of SCC, felt a tinge of trepidation. He believed that confronting Qinzheng directly would yield minimal chances of success. Among the core members, he ranked relatively high. Yet most of them could not compare to the 8 kings of the Tsi party. Lin Dong found the situation somewhat tedious. He was not accustomed to exchanging pleasantries with such prominent figures and had yet to perceive himself as one, despite others already viewing him as such. Li Bin sensed that the time was ripe and addressed Lin Dong, saying, "Brother Lin Dong, my purpose in coming here is not solely to meet you. I also bear the directive of the great boss." Indeed, it had arrived. Lin Dong realized that Li Bin's initial mention of the great boss was laden with significance. "Oh, may I inquire who the great boss is and what matters require discussion?" "Yi Gu is aware that I have just joined SCC and am not well versed in this area," Lin Dong inquired. The true name of the big boss is Zhuge Sanqiong, one of the 3 founders of SCC, and he is the most powerful and respected among them. Subsequently, Li Bin gradually elucidated the significance of Zhuge Sanqiong to Lin Dong. In simple terms, Zhuge Sanqiong wishes for Lin Dong to assist him with something, though the specifics and timing remain undetermined, likely occurring in 6 months. Zhuge Sanqiong once shared a brotherly bond with Zhao Shidao of the Tsi Party, having grown up together in the same institution. Both are top-tier figures in their circles, akin to brothers, and jointly established the Tsi Party, achieving considerable renown. However, the arrival of a woman utterly shattered their relationship. Murong Qingge, an exquisitely beautiful woman, captivated an entire era. She was a woman who could enchant both Zhuge Sanqiong and Zhao Shidao, 2 pinnacle figures of the younger generation. Murong Qingge is the youngest daughter of the Murong family in the capital, but due to congenital deficiencies, she was presumed not to survive past 18. Later, she was taken away by a distinguished individual. At the age of 22, she returned to the capital, and her appearance immediately garnered admiration from the younger generation. Even the illustrious Zhuge Sanqiong and Zhao Shidao were no exceptions. The 2 agreed to a fair competition. Irrespective of whom Murong Qingge ultimately chose, the other would willingly concede. Should Murong Qingge select one of them or none at all, it would not lead to animosity between the 2. Yet, Murong Qingge unexpectedly set a 10-year pact with both. She intended to depart for a decade, and upon her return, the man she wedded would undoubtedly be the foremost among the younger generation. After his defeat in the competition for the position of T, Zhuge Sanqiong ventured to the magical city, where he, alongside the dual heroes of the metropolis, established the SCC, thereby creating a dichotomy in the realm dominated by the T faction. Zhuge Sanqiong remained oblivious to the criteria by which Murong Qingge had deemed herself the foremost of the younger generation. Presently, the T faction is governed solely by Zhao Shidao, whereas the SCC operates under the collective judgment of 3 individuals, thus placing him at a disadvantage in this regard. As the decade-long agreement approached its culmination, Zhuge Sanqiong harbored hopes that Lin Dong would extend his assistance. Given Lin Dong's demonstrated prowess and the concealed power he possessed, he could undoubtedly serve as a steadfast ally. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Lin Dong was taken aback. Not only was Zhuge Sanqiong the founder of the SCC, but he also held the distinction of being the originator of the T faction. Furthermore, these 2 titans had allowed a woman to drive a wedge between them, leading to their enmity. Such a melodramatic narrative truly existed in reality? He had thought such tales were confined to the realm of television. What manner of woman could incite 2 preeminent figures of the younger generation to such lengths? Lin Dong found himself genuinely curious about Murong Qingge's appearance. Could she truly possess the ethereal beauty of a celestial being? "Li Gu," he inquired, "have you ever encountered Murong Qingge? What sort of woman is she?" Capable of captivating the hearts of these 2 towering figures of the younger generation, even to the point of turning them against each other, Lin Dong's curiosity was palpable. "Regrettably, during my time in the magical city, Murong Qingge did not linger long in Kyoto, and I never had the chance to meet her, which remains a significant regret." Li Bin, too, was intrigued by the enigmatic Murong Qingge. "But how exactly should I offer my assistance?" "There are no established guidelines," Lin Dong questioned. "There is no need for brother Lin Dong to feel anxious. Competing for the title of the foremost among the younger generation merely involves a contest of influence and personal prowess. It is quite possible that Murong Qingge may request a duel between the 2 of them, which would then become the concern of the great boss, thereby sparing brother Lin Dong from having to intervene. This is splendid. In such a scenario, there would be no need for direct involvement, and one could witness the clash between Murong Qingge and 2 peak figures. Very well, I shall accept this matter. Simply inform me when the time comes," Lin Dong replied. As a senior member of the SCC, it is important to uphold the great boss's reputation, and he currently requires this status to expand his influence. Brother Lin Dong is indeed straightforward. From this moment forth, You are now a core member of the SCC, a decision made by the great boss. Shortly, I will provide you with the rights and responsibilities that accompany core membership. Unlike senior members, core members are part of the SCC's upper echelon and can participate in making significant decisions. Is this what it means to be promoted to core member? So soon? No fees required? Lin Dong was actually hoping to invest a little money. The lavish spending does not seem to yield much increase. Zhao Xin's financial contributions have also been lacking, which frustrates him greatly. Meanwhile, Yi Hong gazed at Lin Dong with a hint of envy. Core membership, indeed? How many senior members of the SCC remain stuck at this juncture? He was not particularly invested in being promoted to senior member as a businessman. The effort expended for such an elevation did not equate to the rewards received. However, the prospect of ascending to core membership was something he had always dreamt of. Why did Lu Qian, fully aware that he was no match for Qin Zheng, still charge forward to confront him? Was it not merely to put on a display for the three bosses? Is it not the desire to ascend to the ranks of core members? Even if one must endure grave injuries or face the specter of death, the pursuit remains resolute. This allure of becoming a core member lies in the ability to harness certain powers of the SCC, a privilege bestowed upon them. Once elevated, the impending crises faced by their family would dissipate. Even in the absence of their grandfather, the Lu family in Jiancheng would remain untouched. For any assault upon them would equate to a declaration of war against the entire SCC, a move no one would dare undertake. In contrast, senior members do not enjoy such protections. Despite being members of the SCC, should one's family falter, there will always be those ready to seize the opportunity to claim a share of the spoils. The SCC imposes no prohibition against such internal strife. The law of the jungle reigns supreme, a truth as old as time, applicable even within the ranks of the T sect. It is a misconception to believe that all members of the SCC are comrades. Many harbor treachery, poised to strike when least expected. Only when facing the T sect do they unite against a common foe, a rule established by the three boss figures. How long has Lin Dong been part of the SCC? He has already ascended to the status of core member, a feat that would evoke envy in countless senior members who remain ensnared at this threshold. Chapter 83. Core members before Li Bin departed. He included Lin Dong in a group comprised of merely 15 individuals. This was the core member group of the SCC, consisting of 3 founders and 12 core members. With Lin Dong's addition, there are now 13 core members. Core members represent the apex of the SCC hierarchy, with many significant matters requiring their deliberation and vote. The most notable distinction between the SCC and the T-sect lies in the latter's singular authority. Where Zhao Shidao's word is law, his decrees remain unchallenged even by the 8 heavenly kings. However, within the SCC, due to the presence of 3 boss figures, when a decision receives divergent opinions from 2 parties, it necessitates a vote among the core members. This process reveals the significance of the core members. Yet, harmony is not the prevailing sentiment within the SCC. Upon Lin Dong's entry into the group, an inquiry arose. Lu Meng, a local from Magic City and one of the 12 core members of the SCC, as well as a formidable ally of the Magic City duo, posed a question. Li Bin, has a new member arrived? Why have I not heard any news? Since Li Bin was the one who introduced him. Lu Meng directed his question at Li Bin. Li Bin replied, "This is a decision from the great boss. Is prior notification truly necessary?" Lu Meng retorted, "Who do you think you are?" Lu Meng continued, "Oh, a decision from the great boss? Who is this individual that warrants such privilege?" Li Bin responded, "Lin Dong from Jiangcheng." Lu Meng exclaimed, "Lin Dong from Jiangcheng? The one who confronted Qin Zheng and drove him out of Jiangcheng?" Li Bin affirmed, "Indeed." Lu Meng declared, "Impressive." Lin Dong also sent a message. "I am Lin Dong. I kindly request your guidance." Lu Meng replied, "So it is Lin Dong. We cannot extend our care to you. Your reputation precedes you in this circle. This is absurd. Whom have I offended? It seems that the SCC is not particularly harmonious. Indeed, where there are people, there exists rivalry." Lin Dong began to question whether he had unwittingly become embroiled in the internal conflicts of the SCC. His very first words were met with resistance. Li Bin advised, "Lin Dong, disregard him. He is merely a rabid dog, biting anyone in sight." Lu Meng retorted, "Li Bin, dare you utter another word?" Li Bin shot back, "Rabid dog? Lu Meng, you." As the two were on the verge of a confrontation, someone finally stepped in to mediate. All right. We are all family here. What is the fuss about? Let us not make a spectacle for the newcomers. Lin Dong, welcome to our big family. Subsequently, many voices echoed in welcoming Lin Dong, though the sincerity of their greetings remained uncertain. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Not knowing what to say to strangers, Lin Dong decided to remain silent to avoid further confrontation. Li Bin also refrained from informing him about the internal dynamics of SCC. Before long, the weekend arrived. This particular weekend was free of obligations. His aunt's injury had yet to heal, and it seemed she would not return to Sioux City until the following week. Last week, he had promised Sun Siyu a visit to her home, but his aunt's situation had delayed that plan. With no pressing matters this week, he resolved to visit her. Although reluctant, he felt compelled to honor his commitment. However, such a visit was likely to be misconstrued by Sun Siyu's family. Sun Siyu, fully aware of the potential awkwardness of the situation, had invited him, which suggested she might harbor some intentions of her own. Sigh. Even an exceptionally accomplished man encounters his share of troubles. Lin Dong pondered that he ought to learn the art of refusal, for as his capabilities became increasingly evident, the number of women surrounding him grew as well. Han Shiyun was one, Lu Xiaoxiao another, Zhao Xian, and of course, Sun Siyu herself. Counting them left Lin Dong astounded. For remarkable beauties were interested in him. How was he to choose? Such dilemmas seemed better suited for children. Alas, he could only take things one step at a time. His greatest flaw at present was his inability to decline. For instance, at Shangwan Mingyue's place, it was evident that not all the blame rested on him. The confrontation had been instigated by the other party, and his reaction had merely been instinctive, yet he found himself apologizing in the end. Lin Dong pondered this for a moment. Such a disposition appeared to stem from his time with Jiang Shan, during which he had always strived to meet her requests, never daring to decline. This behavior, cultivated over 4 years of servitude, required time to alter. When it came to women, especially those endowed with beauty, Lin Dong felt an inexplicable inability to be resolute. Did he harbor the potential to be a cat? Setting aside his inner turmoil for the moment, he dialed Sun Si's number, informing her that he would accompany her home the following day, Saturday. Naturally, Sun Si was overjoyed. The next morning, while still enveloped in slumber, Lin Dong received a call from Sun Si inquiring about their departure time. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was barely 6 o'clock. Could it be that this girl hadn't slept a wink? Indeed, his suspicion was correct. Sun Si had been unable to close her eyes all night. Her excitement stemming from Lin Dong's call. To her, he was akin to the beloved of the celestial being Zixia, a heroic figure descending upon a rainbow to rescue her entire family. Much like Lu Xiaoxiao, when a man appears in a girl's life during her most desperate moments to save her, the impression is indelible. Furthermore, Lin Dong's myriad of admirable qualities wielded an irresistible allure for the Navi young woman. By 7 o'clock that morning, Lin Dong arose and drove to the entrance of the Communication University, where Sun Si had been waiting for quite some time. As it was Saturday, many arrived in luxury vehicles to pick up students, and the front of Jiangnan Communication University bustled with a continuous flow of students coming and going. Typically, those who drive to pick up others are middle-aged men, with few young faces among them. Most are portly, presumably the fathers of these students. Whether they are biological fathers or surrogate figures remains a mystery known only to the individuals involved. Sun Siyu stood at the entrance of the Communication University, awaiting her ride. Even amidst the plethora of goddesses at the university, she was a striking sight. Tall, beautiful, and possessing a graceful figure. She embodied the epitome of elegance with her fair skin, enchanting features, and long legs, all accentuated by a pristine white dress that made it impossible not to draw the attention of those around her. Today, Sun Siyu had gone to great lengths to present herself, even applying a touch of subtle makeup, all in hopes of making a favorable impression on Lin Dong. Many affluent individuals arriving in luxury cars, upon seeing Sun Siyu, suddenly found themselves questioning the allure of their own passengers. Several, driving opulent vehicles, approached her to inquire about her destination, offering her a ride. As for where they intended to take her, that was left to the imagination. However, Sun Siyu declined their advances. Observing her fellow alumni boarding these gentlemen's vehicles, she was acutely aware of their intentions. The sight of those rotund, balding men who had approached her filled her with revulsion. The more she witnessed her peers compromising their integrity for a mere morsel of resources or a trifling sum of money, climbing into the cars of these so-called big bosses to partake in sordid transactions, the more she appreciated Lin Dong's nobility. Had it not been for Lin Dong's substantial assistance, she might have found herself on the same path as her peers, driven by familial obligations. And even if she had chosen that route, the rewards would have been nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Thus, it is destined that Lin Dong will remain an unforgettable figure in her life. As Sun Siyu was lost in thought about Lin Dong, a voice suddenly resonated behind her, accompanied by a gentle tap on her shoulder. Siyu, who are you waiting for here? Upon hearing the voice, Sun Siyu instantly recognized it to be her close friend, Yumujuan, with whom she was often referred to as one of the 4 rising stars of the drama department. Yumujuan was considerably shorter than Sun Siyu. Yet her charm was undeniable. She epitomized the essence of petite beauty, the kind that instinctively ignites a man's protective instincts. I'm not waiting for anyone. Junjun, where are you headed? Sun Siyu inquired. I'm waiting for my dad to pick me up. Are you heading home? Yumujuan replied. Yes. I'm waiting for a friend to come and get me. Is it a boyfriend? No, not at all. Just a very good friend, Sun Siyu responded, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Look at how anxious you are. I'm not going to steal your boyfriend, Yumujuan said with a playful grin. Chapter 84. The Yu family in Jianqing. Upon Lin Dong's arrival at the entrance of the Communication University, a wave of commotion ensued. Look, what kind of sports car is that? It's so flashy. Wow, is that a Bugatti Veyron? No way, Jiangxing actually has such a car? Incredible. Who is it here to pick up? They must be so lucky. If only it were for me. I would love to sit in the passenger seat and be the center of attention for once. Is it coming to pick up Sun Siyu and Yumujuan? They're over there waiting for someone. Oh no, my heart can't take this. Yet another goddess is being swept away. How do you know it's a pig? I believe it must be a very handsome god. The power of the Bugatti Chiron is unparalleled. In comparison, the luxury vehicles parked at the entrance, such as the Mercedes-Benz, seem akin to mere bicycles. The disparity between a few $1 million cars and those worth nearly $100 million is glaringly evident. Lin Dong parked directly in front of Sun Siyu and Yumujuan, rolling down the window. Son, let's go, he called out from within the car. Upon seeing such an extravagant sports car before her, Sun Siyu initially assumed it was yet another affluent businessman attempting to flirt with her. It was only when Lin Dong addressed her that she realized it was him. The fact that Lin Dong could effortlessly produce $100 million to assist her family in their time of need made his choice of vehicle entirely fitting. Oh, coming. Right now? As Sun Siyu prepared to enter the car, Yumujuan grasped her hand and leaned toward the passenger window. What's your name? Are you Siyu's boyfriend? How come I've never heard her mention you before? How long have you been together? Yumujuan inquired curiously of Lin Dong. Upon noticing the adorable girl perched at the passenger window, Lin Dong was faced with a barrage of questions. This young lady, I am a good friend of Sunday. I happen to be heading home this weekend and offered her a ride. Good friend? I know the intentions of you rich second-generation folks. Let me tell you, Siyu is my best friend, and if you dare to mistreat her, I won't spare you, Yumujuan declared, raising her tiny fist as if to emphasize her point. Junjun, we are truly just good friends, Sun Siyu insisted from behind, tugging at Yumujuan. All right, I shall not disturb you any further. However, Siyu, as a young woman, it is essential to learn to protect oneself. Before truly understanding another person, one must steadfastly uphold their boundaries. Do you understand? Yumujuan said to Sun Siyu. Such words, spoken from the lips of a petite and charming girl, felt somewhat awkward. Sun Siyu's cheeks flushed crimson at Yumujuan's remarks. I understand. Junjun, I must take my leave now. Goodbye, she hastily replied as she climbed into Lin Dong's car, anxious to escape any further peculiar comments from Yumujuan. With a swift press on the accelerator, Lin Dong's Bugatti Chiron kicked up a cloud of dust as it vanished from the entrance of the Communication University. It's over. The goddess has been whisked away by a Bugatti Chiron. Did you see who was driving the Bugatti? How old do they seem? It appeared to be a middle-aged man. A balding one, nonetheless. It's done. The goddess has truly been swept away by a pig. Nonsense. I distinctly saw a young handsome guy behind the wheel. Yumujuan gazed absently in the direction where Sun Siyu had departed. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into view before her. The arrival of the Rolls-Royce did not attract much attention from the students, as only a few car enthusiasts recognized the model, despite its $1 million starting price. Its design was rather understated, lacking the ostentation of the Bugatti Chiron. Following the earlier spectacle of the Bugatti, the Phantom naturally elicited little reaction. Yumujuan opened the car door and took her seat inside, where a man in his 40s awaited her. Father, Yumujuan called out. Yes, Junjun. Do you know the owner of that car we just saw? Her father, Yu Chuanxiong, inquired. I do not know him. However, my dear friend is acquainted with him. He must be her new boyfriend. What is the matter, Dad? Do you know him? Is he a scoundrel? If so, I cannot allow C to leap into the abyss. Yu Mujun remarked. I do not know him. However, I would indeed like to make his acquaintance. When shall we invite your friend and her boyfriend out for a meal? Yu Chuanqiong replied. What purpose does knowing him serve? Is he not merely a wealthy second-generation heir? Yu Mujun inquired, somewhat perplexed. Junjun, one must not merely skim the surface of things. That car is no ordinary vehicle. It is a limited edition Bugatti Chiron, with only 8 units available globally. Moreover, its price now exceeds 80 million. How much? 80 million? That exorbitant? Yu Mujun was taken aback, even though her family was renowned in Jiangxing for their wealth. The price of 80 million for a single car was still quite hard to fathom. Thus, getting to know him poses no harm. In business, the more acquaintances one has, the more avenues one opens. Who knows, there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Dad, could you refrain from incessantly discussing business? It is a rare occasion that you come to pick me up, and yet you manage to talk about business in front of my classmates. You show no concern for me at all. Yu Mujun said, somewhat displeased. All right. Father will not discuss business. Let me see if you have lost any weight. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided away. I just saw the car belonging to Goddess Yu. There was a middle-aged man sitting inside. Is that true? Absolutely true. I would stake my reputation on it. Let us be realistic. Do you even have a reputation? Indeed. I would swear on the light. Alas, in an instant. 2 of the 4 rising stars from the performing arts department have been swept away. How is one to endure such a predicament? Young man, strive onward. With diligence. Perhaps your girlfriend is still in kindergarten. On the luxurious Bugatti, Lin Dong remarked, please do not take offense. She is my close friend, Yu Mujun, who often enjoys jesting. Offend? Am I the type to harbor a narrow mind? Lin Dong replied with a smile. Thank you for accompanying me home today, Lin Dong. And I am truly grateful for the 100 million you lent me. Without that assistance, I shudder to think of what might have befallen my family. Sun Siyu said, her voice quivering as tears began to well in her eyes. Hey, classmate Sun, please do not cry. Lin Dong, overwhelmed with a sense of dread, particularly at the sight of a beautiful woman in tears, found it unbearable. What if I am unable to repay that money? Sun Siyu suddenly inquired. Classmate Sun, to me. That sum is inconsequential. If you truly cannot repay it, perhaps you could offer yourself instead? Lin Dong, sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy, attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Really? Sun Siyu lifted her head, her expression serious as she posed the question. Lin Dong was left speechless. Chapter 85, A Visit from the Son-in-Law. The two fell into silence. Sun Siyu's cheeks flushed, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Lin Dong had intended to enliven the atmosphere, but instead, it had deepened into an uncomfortable stillness. How could he proceed? There seemed no way forward without inviting trouble. Yang City is a municipal city, albeit not as prestigious as provincial cities like River City. However, it far surpasses county-level cities such as Sioux City, Lin Dong's hometown. In terms of vibrancy, after more than 2 hours of travel, Lin Dong arrived in Yang City. Yet, feeling somewhat awkward arriving empty-handed on his first visit, he meandered about the city purchasing various items before finally following Sun Siyu's directions to her residential complex. Sun Siyu resides in a high-end community in Yang City. Thanks to Lin Dong's generous investment of 100 million, Sun Weiqing was able to settle all his debts and return to their original home. Upon entering the complex, Lin Dong's vehicle caught the attention of the 2 security guards in the guardhouse. Although they were unfamiliar with Lin Dong's car, they did not impede his entry but instead allowed him to pass without hesitation. Brother Zhang, it seems this car doesn't belong to our community, does it? Shouldn't we inquire and register it? A young security guard asked. Xiao Chun, you're new here. It's essential to have a discerning eye in our line of work, replied the older guard, taking a puff from the cigarette offered by his junior. Please enlighten me, Brother Zhang. Here, have a smoke. The younger guard evidently was still acclimating to the job. The more seasoned guard continued. Today, I shall impart some wisdom to excel in this role. I've studied vehicle recognition. In our upscale community, I grant passage to any vehicle valued over 500,000. Only those below this threshold require registration. Why is that? The young guard inquired. Are you foolish? This is a high-end community where properties cost millions, even tens of millions. Who would purchase a multi-million-dollar home and drive a car worth only 100,000 or 200,000? However, those exceeding 500,000 are quite different. If one inadvertently provokes those temperamental second-generation rich, would you still wish to continue? I understand. That car we just saw was so exquisite. It must surely be worth over 500,000. which is why Brother Zhang allowed it to pass without hesitation. Over 500,000? Do you have any idea what brand that car was? No, I don't. But it seemed incredibly cool. Could it possibly be worth over $1 million? I have seen it online. It is a world-renowned vehicle, the Bugatti Chiron. Do you know the starting price for such a car? How much? 30 million. The older security guard raised 3 fingers to illustrate. How much? The young guard's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He was evidently taken aback by this price. 30 million for a single car? It was beyond his comprehension. 30 million. And that is merely the base price. Some limited editions start at no less than 50 million. How does that sound? Surprised, are we? Who would dare to approach such a vehicle? If one encounters a tempered owner, it might be manageable. However, if the owner is irritable, being scolded would be the least of your worries. You might even receive a couple of slaps and have to endure it. Possibly even losing your job. Yes, Brother Zhang is absolutely right. I, as a junior, have learned my lesson. I hope to receive Brother Zhang's guidance in the future. Here, Brother Zhang, have a smoke. As the young guard spoke, he offered the entire pack of cigarettes. After parking the car, Sun Siyu led Lin Dong into one of the buildings and then took the elevator to the 22nd floor. After receiving Lin Dong's call yesterday, Sun Siyu had returned the call, so her parents should be home now. Approaching her front door, she took out her keys to unlock it, and upon entering, Sun Siyu was momentarily taken aback. What is the situation? Why are there so many people? Lin Dong, following Sun Siyu, was momentarily taken aback upon entering. In the living room of Sun Siyu's home, approximately a dozen individuals were engaged in lively conversation, with additional sounds emanating from the kitchen. These were close relatives of the Sun family, including uncles, aunts, and such, all gathered together today. Siyu is back. Sun Siyu's father, Sun Weicheng, stood up from the sofa upon seeing his daughter and Lin Dong, as his seat was positioned directly facing the entrance. Dad, what are you doing? Sun Siyu inquired. Instead of answering his daughter's question, Sun Weicheng remarked, So this is Lin Dong? Come in and have a seat. Why bring so many things? We have enough at home. Hello, uncle. Lin Dong greeted. Sun Weicheng casually appraised Lin Dong. A fine young man indeed, polite, not lacking in looks, and his family's circumstances were commendable. He exhibited none of the arrogance typical of the wealthy second generation. Lin Dong, carrying gifts, followed Sun Weicheng into the living room, leaving Sun Siyu standing at the entrance. Her thoughts in disarray. She had an inkling of her parents' intentions. They must believe that Lin Dong is her boyfriend, and indeed, she had presented him as such. Knowing that she had brought Lin Dong home today and gathered these close relatives was, on one hand, to introduce her boyfriend, while on the other, it bore an element of pride. After all, it was no small feat for Lin Dong to so generously offer 100 million to assist their family. Such acts are rare. Sun Siyu walked into the hall in a daze, still pondering how to explain the situation to Lin Dong. Initially, I believed it would merely be a modest dinner with my parents, sister, and Lin Dong to express our gratitude, yet a multitude of guests has unexpectedly arrived. Will Lin Dong be displeased? Will he perhaps storm out in anger? Sun Siyu felt a wave of anxiety. After all, her acquaintance with Lin Dong had not been extensive, and she remained rather unfamiliar with the temperament of this extraordinarily wealthy heir. Surely, he wouldn't react that way. He generally appeared quite courteous. What if he found such a gathering uncomfortable and chose to leave in a huff? How would I manage with so many relatives present? A flurry of thoughts raced through Sun Siyu's mind, primarily fear that Lin Dong would be upset. At that moment, Lin Dong was being bombarded with inquiries from Sun Siyu's numerous aunts and uncles. Where do you study? How many members are there in your family? What do your parents do? How many siblings do you have? They were evidently unaware that it was Lin Dong's generous loan of 100 million that had rescued Sun Weicheng from dire straits. Otherwise, they would hardly have dared to interrogate him so freely. A young man capable of casually producing such a sum is certainly no ordinary individual. One could only imagine the magnitude of his family's resources. They mistakenly attributed Sun Weicheng's recovery to his own prowess, believing he had managed to rise again after being swindled out of such a substantial amount. Lin Dong felt overwhelmed, as these relatives seemingly regarded him as Sun Siyu's boyfriend. He could not openly reveal the true circumstances and merely stated that his family engaged in a small business. Upon hearing that Lin Dong's family operated a modest enterprise, the interest of these relatives waned, and they began to regard him with disdain. After all, the Sun family was involved in significant ventures. To them, a small business conjured images of fruit stands or convenience stores, utterly incomparable to the stature of the Sun family. They viewed Lin Dong as someone attempting to secure a place beneath the shade of their grand family tree. Lin Dong took a moment to glance at Sun Siyu, only to find her gazing back at him with a look of quiet desperation. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, yet he persisted in enduring the interrogation. At that moment, the door to Sun Siyu's sister, Sun Sing's room, swung open, and 5 or 6 young individuals trickled out, the eldest appearing to be around 17 or 18, while the youngest seemed merely 12 or 13. These were Sun Siyu's cousins, both paternal and maternal. Sister, called Sun Siying. Siyu sister, chimed the others in unison. Sun Siyu responded to each of them in kind. As they emerged, they regarded Lin Dong with curious eyes. Fortunately, Sun Siyu's residence was spacious enough. The living room measured an impressive 50 to 60 square meters, allowing nearly 20 individuals to gather without feeling cramped. Chapter 86. Playing with fire again? Sun Weiqing observed Lin Dong's composure amidst the inquiries posed by so many, noting his complete lack of impatience, which brought him a sense of approval. Although Lin Dong had lent their family a staggering 100 million to help them navigate through a crisis, Sun Weiqing would hesitate to entrust his daughter to someone who was merely an arrogant and ignorant scion of wealth. After all, this decision would affect his daughter's lifelong happiness. Yet, he found himself in a quandary, unable to swiftly repay the 100 million to Lin Dong. Pondering what he would do if Lin Dong truly turned out to be an uneducated rich kid. Fortunately, witnessing Lin Dong's current demeanor brought him considerable satisfaction. A super-rich heir managing to handle such an influx of questions with humility and grace was indeed a testament to his character. Allowing Sun Weiqing to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Dong expressed his exhaustion, immensely weary. Had he known the situation would unfold in such a manner, he would have resolutely abstained from attending. Those unfamiliar with the formidable influence of various relatives could scarcely comprehend it. Lin Dong felt that even engaging in a brawl with Qin Zheng would have been less exhausting. With each person taking turns to speak, Lin Dong sensed a persistent buzzing in his head. The underlying disdain in their words was particularly disheartening. He wished he could reveal to them that he was, in fact, the wealthiest man in the world. Yet, uttering such a claim would surely invite disbelief. After enduring the relentless verbal onslaught from the guests in the living room, he was met with another wave of middle-aged women emerging from the kitchen to prepare the meal, initiating yet another round of bombardment directed at him. Throughout the dinner, Lin Dong felt as though he were on pins and needles, as everyone tended to the esteemed son-in-law of the Sun family, raising toasts and serving dishes. Sun Siyu, seated at another table, observed Lin Dong smilingly confront the onslaught of his relatives and couldn't help but feel a bit enchanted. How wonderful it would be if this were truly the case. She fervently wished that Lin Dong was indeed her boyfriend, for then she would be the happiest woman in the world. Finally, after enduring the meal, Lin Dong, thanks to his improved constitution, remained entirely sober despite the numerous toasts. Conversely, those who had toasted him were largely incapacitated by their own indulgence. Lin Dong had initially intended to depart in the afternoon, but the inebriated Sun family members insisted he stay. Consequently, he had no choice but to feign a slight intoxication, ultimately being escorted to Sun Siyu's room to rest for the afternoon. He genuinely feared that should these individuals return for a repeat performance, he would truly lose his sanity. In the evening, Lin Dong was roused by Sun Si, who informed him that it was time for dinner. Upon rising, Lin Dong realized that apart from himself and Sun Si, the house was devoid of any other presence. We've already ordered dinner at the hotel and have gone ahead, leaving just the two of us, Sun Si remarked. Then let us also depart, Lin Dong responded, making his way towards the door. Lin Dong, Sun Si suddenly called out. Lin Dong turned to face her. Thank you for today, Sun Si said softly. What do you thank me for? I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Your family has been incredibly warm, and I seldom get to enjoy such home-cooked meals, Lin Dong replied with a smile. I know you're just trying to comfort me. For someone like you, born into wealth, it must be quite uncomfortable to be surrounded by others inquiring about you, not to mention their disdain. Yet you've endured it for my sake, and I truly appreciate it. Hearing Sun Si express her thoughts made Lin Dong feel slightly bashful. Well, it's really nothing, Sun classmate. We are friends, after all. Friends should support one another. Sun Si then embraced Lin Dong from behind. Being around 172 meters tall, she rested her head on Lin Dong's shoulder, sobbing softly. Lin Dong, why are you so kind to me? What should I do if I've genuinely developed feelings for you? As Lin Dong felt Sun Si's softness, he found himself somewhat flustered. Sun classmate, please don't do this. He hurriedly replied, fearing he might lose control. The last instance with Han Shiyun had already stirred his emotions, and now with Sun Si approaching him, he was not a paragon of virtue. After all, why did they all seem to revel in playing with fire? Lin Dong, may I embrace you for a moment? Please, no words. Allow me to hold you quietly. Upon hearing Sun Si's words, Lin Dong felt his anger gradually dissipate. He remained silent, simply savoring the warmth emanating from Sun Si's body. After approximately 10 minutes, Sun Si released Lin Dong and wiped her face. Thank you, Lin Dong. Let us go. My father and the others must be waiting anxiously. With that, Sun Si moved ahead, while Lin Dong followed with a wry smile. As they descended the stairs, Lin Dong drove Sun Si to the hotel, the only five-star establishment in Yangqing. Dining here was reserved for the prominent figures of the city, representing the pinnacle of luxury in Yangqing. They arrived at the private room reserved by Sun Weiqing, a spacious area accommodating 3 tables without feeling cramped. Everyone was already seated, awaiting Lin Dong and Sun Siyu. Siyu, why are you so late? Everyone has been waiting for both of you, Sun Siyu's second aunt remarked. Although Lin Dong had performed admirably, his humble background caused many to look down upon him. Thus, their tardiness was met with discontent. Furthermore, with this son-in-law, Sun Weiqing's future assistance to his relatives would likely be limited. This was the primary reason for their disdain towards Lin Dong. Despite his handsome appearance and prestigious university background, should Sun Weiqing choose him as a son-in-law, their own interests would undoubtedly suffer. Second aunt, I apologize. We were delayed by traffic. Please, have a seat. I shall summon the waiter to serve the dishes, Jin Sualian remarked as Lin Dong and Sun Siyu sat closely together. Soon, the waiter began to bring the dishes one after another. Remarkably, during this meal, no one raised a toast to Lin Dong. It seemed that his impressive drinking capacity had intimidated them during lunch. Everyone appeared to be enjoying their meal. In the midst of the feast, Sun Weiqing stood up with a glass of wine and proclaimed, I would like to toast Lin Dong with this cup. Lin Dong quickly lifted his glass and responded, Uncle, you are too kind. I shall toast you instead. Lin Dong, please take your seat and allow me to finish. Sun Weiqing continued. I believe everyone is aware of my unfortunate experience of being deceived recently. The swift recovery I have achieved is largely due to Lin Dong's assistance. Without Lin Dong's generous contribution of 100 million, I doubt I would ever have had the opportunity to rise again. Thus, I must dedicate this toast to you. Lin Dong, you have salvaged our family. Thank you. As Sun Weiqing's words echoed in the air, an astonished silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixed on Lin Dong. Disbelief etched across their faces. They could scarcely fathom that it was Lin Dong who had provided the funds to help Sun Weiqing through his predicament. And the staggering sum of 100 million? For these relatives, many of whom had benefited from Sun Weiqing's success over the years, even a few million seemed substantial. However, to them, 100 million was an astronomical figure. Did Sun Weiqing even possess a fortune of that magnitude? It was hard to believe. Recently, the incident involving Sun Weiqing being deceived by his partners has come to their attention, and they are actively seeking ways to assist him. After all, if Sun Weiqing falters, their own circumstances will also deteriorate. They share a collective fate, thriving together or suffering together. Yet, the remarkably handsome and courteous university student, Lin Dong, astonishingly possesses a staggering sum of 100 million to aid Sun Weiqing. At merely 21 or 22 years of age, it seems almost implausible that such wealth is self-earned. It must be bestowed by his family. To have a family capable of effortlessly providing such a vast amount without inquiry into its intended use raises questions about their affluence. Lin Dong refers to this as merely a small family business. If that is the case, what does that make the others, mere scavengers? A few individuals who had previously ridiculed Lin Dong found their faces flushed with embarrassment. They even harbored concerns that should Lin Dong become the son-in-law of the Sun family, their own interests might be compromised. Such notions are utterly ludicrous. Would a wealthy heir from such a family consider becoming a son-in-law? Moreover, if the Sun family were to ally with such an affluent lineage, would not their relatives also benefit? Perhaps one day, they too could find themselves in the company of Lin Dong and Sun Siyu, who are poised to amass millions. In that fleeting moment, the gaze of the onlookers toward Lin Dong transformed. The disdain and mockery they once held gave way to obsequiousness. This is the power of wealth. In their eyes, Lin Dong transitioned from a mere aspirant seeking refuge under the Sun family's grand canopy to a formidable figure that even the Sun family might wish to lean upon. Thus, his status was inevitably elevated. At this moment, Lin Dong, with an air of arrogance, remarked, "Uncle, there is no need for formality. CE and I are very good friends, and in truth, 100 million is not a significant amount to me." The attendees appeared somewhat numbed. To equate 100 million to merely 10,000 is a feat likely reserved for someone like Lin Dong, a super-rich heir. While 100 million may seem trivial to him, it holds profound significance for our family, the Sun family. Without this sum, we would face disarray, and everyone present should extend their gratitude to you. Sun Wei-chung cast a glance at some of the individuals in attendance. Having observed their attitudes towards Lin Dong throughout the day, he refrained from intervening, eager to witness their reactions once the truth was unveiled. How dare they look down upon Lin Dong? They fail to consider that without his assistance, could they truly be so merrily gathered here for a meal? They ought to return home and weep. Indeed, indeed, young Master Lin, thank you for saving our entire family. I raise this glass to you. I shall drink it all. And you may indulge as you please, exclaimed Sun Ce's second aunt, promptly rising with her glass directed at Lin Dong. Since noon, she had been the most animated, constantly finding fault with him. Sun Wei-chung, having no son to carry on the family lineage, was overshadowed by her, who had a son capable of continuing their legacy. Therefore, despite Sun Wei-chung being the most accomplished member of the Sun family, the elder patriarch still favored Sun Lao-heir, solely for having produced a male heir. Sun Wei-chung, being rather filial, found himself caught in the middle, resulting in Sun Lao-heir's family reaping the most benefits among their relatives. They even covertly mentioned to old Master Sun that if Sun Wei-chung were to bequeath all his wealth to his two daughters, it would sever any ties with the Sun family. They intended for the old gentleman to advocate for a share of the inheritance on their behalf. Now that Lin Dong's status as a super-rich heir has been unveiled, she is immensely pleased. Lin Dong would undoubtedly dismiss Sun Wei-chung's fortune, and moreover, he would assist the Sun family in expanding their influence. Consequently, his share would only increase. Perhaps one day her family could also possess assets worth billions, allowing her to escape the burdens of labor and revel in the comforts of being a wealthy matron. With this thought, she gazed at Lin Dong with a beaming smile, akin to a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, her delight growing with each glance. Young Master Lin, we are grateful for your generous support, which enables our Sun family to rise again. I raise this glass to you. I shall drink to your health, while you may partake as you wish. The adults at the two large tables took turns toasting Lin Dong. The most noticeable change was in the way they addressed him. At noon, they referred to him simply as Lin Dong or Little Lin. Now, he was addressed as Young Master Lin. Previously, each person insisted that Lin Dong finish their toast before they would relent. However, now they mostly drank themselves, permitting Lin Dong to sip as he pleased, without daring to comment. This exemplified the shift in social hierarchy. The banquet continued, with Lin Dong emerging as the focal point of the gathering. Everyone, consciously or unconsciously, showed him respect. Whatever dish he favored lingered on the table for an extended duration. As the meal neared its conclusion, the door swung open, and everyone initially assumed it was a server. However, a coarse voice resonated, clearly not belonging to any attendant. "President Sun, is that you here? I truly had a difficult time locating you." Upon hearing this voice, Sun Wei-chung's expression soured significantly. The newcomer bore a fierce countenance and was accompanied by several lackeys, clearly not of good character. Upon entering, he forcefully slapped Sun Wei-chung on the shoulder, the impact so great that Sun Wei-chung's chopsticks clattered to the floor. "Lu Yong, what are you doing? Today is our family gathering. Do not disrupt it." Sun Wei-chung retorted angrily. "Disrupt? Had you resolved our matters, I would not need to trouble you. Now that you have acquired wealth and risen once more, becoming the renowned Mr. Sun, do you believe you can disregard me?" Lu Yong squinted his eyes and remarked, "Lu Yong, this is a matter between you and Yang Xiaoming. It has no bearing on me or the company," Sun Wei-chung asserted. Yang Xiaoming was once Sun Wei-chung's business partner, who absconded with the company's entire assets and even borrowed substantial debts in the company's name. Sun Wei-chung had since repaid all those debts, as they were incurred under the company's auspices, and he remained the legal representative of the firm, thus responsible for those obligations. He lamented his poor judgment in choosing associates. However, the dispute with Lu Yong arose from a personal loan between him and Yang Xiaoming, which, in principle, should not implicate Sun Wei-chung. Now that Lu Yong could not locate Yang Xiaoming, he resorted to seeking him through his former company, targeting Sun Wei-chung, a well-known local figure with numerous followers. For days, individuals have been causing disturbances at Sun Wei-chung's company, demanding repayment. Whenever Sun Wei-chung involved the police, they would disperse, only to return once the officers departed. It is often said that it is better to offend a gentleman than to provoke a scoundrel. This sentiment encapsulates the situation perfectly. Lu Yong's incessant harassment left Sun Weiqing feeling utterly helpless. He had contemplated repaying the money. Yet Lu Yong demanded not only the principal of 500,000, but also an exorbitant interest of 1 million, summing to a staggering total of 1,500,000. It was at this juncture that Sun Weiqing abandoned the notion of simply paying off the matter. Individuals like Lu Yong, once they gain any advantage, cling on like a cat drawn to the scent of fish, making it impossible to shake them off. Chapter 88. How about becoming your son-in-law? Mr. Sun, your words lack substance. Lu Yong interjected. Yang Xiaoming is your brother and also a shareholder in your company. Now that you've made a comeback, who was to say that you two Haven Tea conspired to deceive me? Lu Yong was acutely aware of the incident involving Yang Xiaoming absconding with the company's funds. It was virtually undeniable. However, he needed a scapegoat. What would become of his money otherwise? With Sun Weiqing's company suddenly experiencing a resurgence, Lu Yong's gaze shifted to him. Lu Yong, do not play the rogue here. Yang Xiaoming has absconded with all the company's assets, and I have already reported it to the police. An investigation is underway. Feel free to inquire and see if we are the ones deceiving you. That is of no concern to me. I am solely focused on retrieving my money. If you refuse to pay, I shall come to your company every day. Let us see whose time is more abundant, Lu Yong declared, his eyes sweeping across the room. Upon catching sight of Sun Siyu, his gaze became fixated. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with a figure that was nothing short of stunning. Though seated, it was evident that her height was at least 170 centimeters. Over the years, he has indulged in the company of numerous women. Yet none could ever compare to Sun Si, not even a fraction of her. His greatest passion in life has always been women of all kinds. The moment Lu Yong laid eyes on Sun Si, he resolved that he must possess this woman. Lu Yong, do not go too far. Lu Yong paid no heed to Sun Weiqing, instead departing from behind him, circling the table to approach Sun Si. Miss, may I inquire your name? I am Lu Yong, and I wish to befriend you. Sun Si remained silent, though it was evident that she felt a degree of unease. The onlookers were similarly apprehensive. For Lu Yong was notorious in Yangcheng as a local tyrant. Those who crossed him rarely met with favorable outcomes. Sun Weiqing was at a loss against him, let alone the rest of them. Suddenly, Sun Weiqing slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Lu Yong, exclaiming, Lu Yong, do not overstep your bounds. If you dare to lay a finger on my family, I will ensure that we both meet our demise. Enraged, Sun Weiqing understood Lu Yong's nature all too well. The audacity to covet his daughter was something he could never tolerate. What kind of man could he be if he could not protect his own family? Moreover, his future son-in-law Lin Dong was present, observing the unfolding drama. As for seeking Lin Dong's assistance, that thought had never crossed his mind. Even though Lin Dong hailed from a prominent family, his influence was limited here. This was not his family's territory, and their reach could not extend here without violating the unwritten rules. Lu Yong disregarded Sun Weiqing's threats, narrowing his eyes and smiling faintly as he remarked, Oh, family. So, she is your daughter? Mr. Sun, I had no idea you had such a stunning daughter. Why didn't you mention it sooner? If you had, we might not have found ourselves in this predicament. As for Lu Yong's threats, he does not take them to heart. Fish die and nets break? What qualifications does Sun Weiqing have to utter such words? He is merely a small-time businessman of modest means, and such individuals are plentiful in Yangqing. However, how many people like Lu Yong exist in this city? In the underworld of Yangcheng, while Lu Yong may not control everything, he certainly ranks among the top 5. Someone like Sun Weiqing is beneath his notice. Lu Yong has ample means to make others comply, unless they are prepared to abandon their lives here and relocate. Sun Weiqing took a deep breath and declared, Lu Yong, I will give you the money as you requested. Please leave immediately. Yet, Lu Yong remained unfazed, grinning as he replied, Mr. Sun, I no longer desire money. If you promise me your daughter, I assure you that your company will thrive in Yangqing, sailing smoothly. What do you say? Sun Weiqing was rendered speechless from indignation. If you continue like this, we will call the police, insisted Chun Tzuelian, Sun Si's mother. With that, she took out her phone, preparing to make the call. If you dare to report this, I guarantee your company will never operate in Yangqing again. Do you believe me? Moreover, not only will your business falter, but your residents will also face repercussions. I trust you wouldn't want to wake up every morning to find a pile of dung at your doorstep, or be splattered with filth by strangers while walking down the street, Lu Yong warned ominously. At this, Chun Tzuelian was taken aback, her hand halting in its movement to dial. She feared that her decision might adversely impact her husband's significant affairs. Those around her were equally startled. For Lu Yong, such actions were far from uncommon. Lu Yong was astute. He would not resort to harming anyone directly. Despite employing despicable tactics, he had nonetheless managed to establish a foothold in Yangqing. That is more like it, Lu Yong remarked, regaining his composure with a smile. Lu Yong, just say it. How much do you want? Sun Weiqing despondently sank into his seat. Lu Yong's threat to leverage his family was his greatest fear, as they were his Achilles heel. What Lu Yong had just articulated was indeed how he had built his empire. Even if he reported it to the authorities, there would be no recourse. As no one had been harmed, at most, there would be a brief detention. With numerous subordinates at his disposal, they could cycle through one after another. An ordeal no one could withstand. Lu Yong had chosen his timing impeccably. Otherwise, even if he had a knife to his throat, Sun would not have flinched. For he did not believe Lu Yong would dare to act so brazenly. Yet now, he found himself powerless, compelled to capitulate for the sake of his family. He could only hope that Lu Yong would not demand an exorbitant price. Mr. Sun, as I mentioned earlier, I am not interested in money at the moment. Instead, I propose that you bestow your daughter upon me. I shall become your son-in-law. I assure you that I will facilitate your future endeavors. Should any rival companies arise, just inform me, and I will take care of them. Impossible. Do not even entertain such thoughts. This is absolutely out of the question. Sun Weiqing bellowed. Oh, impossible? Mr. Sun, I hope you can maintain such bravado 3 days hence. Lu Yong then reached out to caress Sun Cu's cheek. Miss Sun, just wait for me 2 days. I trust your father will undoubtedly change his mind. Just as his hand was about to caress Sun Cu's delicate face, a powerful grip seized his wrist, rendering him utterly immobile. Chapter 89, Ruthless Individual. Lu Yong was poised to explore the smoothness of Sun Cu's visage when unexpectedly, a hand clutched him with unyielding strength. He strained to break free, but the grip tightened resolutely, leaving him powerless to move. Turning his head, he realized it was a young man beside Sun Cu who had apprehended him. Kid, you'd best mind your own business, or I'll make you regret it. Lu Yong barked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong remained silent, yet the grip on Lu Yong's hand only grew more forceful. Gradually, Lu Yong began to sense the severity of the situation. The pressure on his hand intensified to the point of agony, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Yong could no longer endure the pain and cried out, Brother Yong, Brother Yong, Brother Yong. Several of Lu Yong's subordinates at the entrance, witnessing his distress at the hands of Lin Dong, rushed to assist, but Lu Yong halted them. Don't come over. They immediately froze in their tracks. Why, young man, you're still so young. Please, don't do anything rash. Just let go, and I'll pretend nothing ever happened. What do you say? Lu Yong stammered, the excruciating pain making his words falter. He was compelled to concede, feeling as though Lin Dong might fracture his bones with the grip. Lin Dong cast a glance at Lu Yong, remaining silent. Did such a villain merit any mercy? Naturally not. With an increasing intensity, Lin Dong gripped Lu Yong's hand, eliciting a harrowing scream. It hurts. Brother, I beg you. Let go. The room was suddenly filled with a chilling sound. Crack. Had Lu Yong's hand just been crushed? The onlookers gazed at Lin Dong with eyes brimming with dread. This young man, who had appeared so courteous moments ago, had displayed such ruthless ferocity, mercilessly breaking Lu Yong's hand. What strength did he possess? What is it like to have one's hand crushed to the bone? Lu Yong was now rendered speechless by the agony, sweat soaking through his clothes. A few of his subordinates felt a shiver of fear toward Lin Dong. He was too fierce. This young man was indeed terrifying. Some things are not meant to be trifled with, Lin Dong said in a calm tone before releasing Lu Yong's hand. Lu Yong, cradling his shattered limb, crouched on the ground, moaning weakly. His subordinates hurried to assist him. Everyone in the room watched Lin Dong with astonished hearts, while he remained unfazed, as if he had merely completed an inconsequential task. A few minutes later, Lu Yong began to regain his composure. Although his hand still throbbed painfully, it was a significant improvement from before. He fixed a fierce glare at Lin Dong. You boy, I care not who you are, but mark my words, you are finished. In this city of sheep, you and your entire family shall never know peace again. Lu Yong, is it? I sit here now, eager to witness how you intend to end me. Lin Dong retorted. As for Uncle Sun's family, you can only speak such threats if you survive today. Lin Dong maintained an air of remarkable composure, seemingly unfazed by Lu Yong's threats. All right, just you wait. Lu Yong declared, retrieving his phone with his other hand to make a call. He intended to summon reinforcements, for it was evident from earlier interactions that this young man was not someone they could easily overpower. Yet, no matter how formidable one might be, it is said that 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Summoning 30 or 50 individuals, he doubted that Lin Dong could triumph. At that moment, Lin Dong also took out his phone, sending a message in the SCC group. Are there any members from Yanqing and Jiangnan province? As a core member of SCC, his elevated status was recognized within the group. Being one of the few central figures in the entire SCC, his words naturally drew considerable attention. Numerous lower, middle, and even senior members aspired to connect with such a prominent leader, yet opportunities had been scarce. Now that an opportunity presented itself, they flocked to respond. Soon, several replies flooded in. Boss, I'm in Luxian, quite close to Yanqing. What are your orders? I can come right away. Boss, I'm in Yuanqing, also a neighbor to Yanqing. I can rush over immediately. There were many such messages, at least 7 or 8, primarily from individuals residing near Yanqing, all eager to assist. This underscored the significant standing of core members within SCC. Had a senior member issued such a message, while responses would have come, they would not have been met with such fervor. At that moment, one particular message caught Lin Dong's attention. Boss, I am from Yanqing and currently in Yacheng. Where are you located? I shall be there shortly. Lin Dong directly messaged the other party. I am Lin Dong, currently at room 36 of the Holiday Inn in Yanqing. Encountering a bit of trouble. Can you assist? Certainly. Rest assured, there is nothing in Yanqing that I cannot resolve. I will arrive in 20 minutes, no, 15 minutes. Excellent. Do hasten. I shall await your arrival. Please hold on for a moment. I am setting off now. Lin Dong hung up the phone. Beside him, Sun Siyu observed Lin Dong, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yin Hong was enjoying the foot massage services of young female technicians at a foot spa with a few friends. Bored, he scrolled through his phone and noticed a message in the group chat from a prominent member inquiring who was in Yacheng, Jiangnan province. Yanqing, Jiangnan province? Is it not true that I am a local? The presence of an SCC core member in Yanqing is intriguing. Yin Hong immediately responded in the group chat. Soon after, the other party initiated a private conversation with him. After conversing with Lin Dong, Yin Hong was elated. He was a dominant figure in Yanqing, albeit a nouveau riche. Despite controlling over 60% of the entertainment venues in the city, he felt a lack of depth. He aspired to transcend Yanqing and ascend into the upper echelons of Jiangnan province. After considerable effort, leveraging connections and financial resources, he finally managed to join the SCC, an organization he regarded as monumental. The members within this circle were all of his caliber at the very least, while the intermediate and advanced members were indeed the titans of provincial cities. He aspired to connect with these individuals, yet found himself largely ignored, gradually losing patience and deciding it was best to tend to his own modest affairs. However, to his astonishment, a pivotal figure from the SCC needed his assistance in Yanqing. What stature did this core figure possess? There were scarcely a dozen such individuals within the SCC. He had never imagined he would have the opportunity to engage with such a prominent personage. This was undeniably a chance bestowed upon him by fate, an opportunity to ascend to greatness, and he must seize it with utmost diligence. As for the troubles mentioned by Lin Dong, he hardly gave them a second thought. There was truly nothing insurmountable in Yanqing for him. He was already contemplating that after assisting Lin Dong, a core member of the SCC, with his troubles, they would surely become acquainted. With further interaction, he could gradually align himself with this formidable ally. Chapter 90. The influence of core members. Yin Hong hastily rose from his seat and addressed his companions. You all enjoy yourselves. I have an urgent matter to attend to and must step out momentarily. Honggu, what could be so pressing that you would abandon us? Indeed, after such difficulty in gathering, what does your departure signify? Yin Hong felt somewhat embarrassed, for he had organized this gathering, and these 3 were among his closest friends. Nevertheless, he had to attend to Lin Dong without delay. Thus, he explained, a prominent figure from the SCC has encountered some difficulties at the Holiday Inn in Yanqing, and I must attend to it immediately. The 3 seated individuals exchanged surprised glances at the mention of a core SCC member. Although they are not members of the SCC, it is not due to a lack of desire to join, but rather a lack of connections. Since Yin Hong became a member of the SCC, he has often boasted in front of them, thus they have gained some fundamental understanding of the SCC. Yin Hong is considered the most junior member, with intermediate and senior members above him. The core members constitute the leadership echelon of the SCC, and these individuals are undeniably formidable figures. According to Yin Hong, there are only a handful of core members within the entire SCC, each one being a top-tier figure. They quickly rose, eager to accompany Yin Hong and experience the presence of the SCC's core leaders. "Brother Hong, shall we join you in meeting the core leaders of the SCC?" one of them inquired. Yin Hong pondered for a moment before responding, "All right. We must set off promptly. We cannot keep the leaders waiting." The four of them swiftly changed their attire and drove towards the Holiday Inn. In room 36 at the Holiday Inn, Lu Yong's guests had already begun to arrive. With over 20 people having entered the room, while some remained outside, the Sun family found themselves squeezed into a corner of the room. Two young children were so frightened they were on the verge of tears. The others wore expressions of worry, as they had never encountered such a scene. The Sun family looked at Lin Dong with concern, as he was the only one seated and unmoving in the entire room. After his guests had entered, Lu Yong felt a surge of confidence. "Hey, weren't you quite the hotshot just now? Why so silent now? Come on, show me what you've got. I must inform you that your time is up. I shall bring about your demise today," Lu Yong declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Dong's nose. His demeanor reeked of arrogance, with saliva nearly splattering onto Lin Dong's face. "Lu Yong, how much do you want? I will pay you. Just take your men and leave," Sun Weiqing interjected, standing resolutely before Lu Yong and his entourage. "Money? Sun Weiqing, do you truly believe that money can resolve today's matters? Let me make this clear. Do not meddle in this affair. I will settle our accounts later. For now, I must deal with this brat." As Lu Yong spoke, his finger had already made contact with Lin Dong's nose. Without uttering a word, Lin Dong swiftly grasped Lu Yong's finger and forcefully bent it backward. Crack! An ominous sound reverberated throughout the room. "Ah!" Lu Yong shrieked in agony, the pain catching him off guard as his finger was broken before anyone could react. At this moment, Lu Yong's 20-odd lackeys finally registered the situation and prepared to charge at Lin Dong. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, "I dare anyone to move." Upon hearing this command, all those poised to act froze in their tracks. Yin Hong entered, accompanied by 3 friends. Lu Yong lay on the ground, wailing. His hands now both fractured, tears streaming down his face, seemingly oblivious to Yin Hong's presence due to the cacophony of his own cries. Lu Yong's subordinates instinctively lowered their heads, taken aback by Yin Hong's unexpected arrival. Who is Yin Hong? The tyrant of Yangcheng, known by the moniker Master Hong. An individual like Lu Yong is unworthy of even tending to Yin Hong's footwear, let alone being considered on par with his subordinates. To offend Yin Hong within the confines of Yangcheng is to invite a demise of unknown origin. "You must be young Master Lin?" Yin Hong inquired, bowing respectfully towards Lin Dong. "I am Lin Dong. Are you Yin Hong?" Lin Dong questioned. He recognized Yin Hong's name from their interactions within the SCC group, where members use their real names. He scrutinized Yin Hong, a man appearing to be in his 40s, possessing an imposing demeanor, suggesting a significant standing within Yangcheng. Yes, I am indeed Yin Hong," Yin Hong promptly responded. He dared not show any disrespect towards Lin Dong, a prominent figure within the SCC inner circle. Regardless of his youthful appearance, his youth only implied an exceptionally profound background. He had always dreamt of aligning himself with such scions of influential families. "Do you recognize the person on the ground? The one who just threatened to kill me?" Lin Dong gestured towards Lu Yong, who was still groaning in agony on the floor. Yin Hong glanced at the person on the ground. "Isn't that Lu Yong? A man who has risen through unscrupulous means over the years, reportedly commanding several dozen men." Yin Hong approached and nudged Lu Yong with his foot, saying, "Stop your caterwauling. If you're not dead, get up quickly. Otherwise, you might actually meet your end." Yin Hong's tone was even, yet it sent shivers down the spines of all of Lu Yong's underlings present. "If you're not dead, get up quickly. Otherwise, you might actually meet your end." As these words slipped from Yin Hong's lips, a palpable sense of dread permeated the air. Lu Yong, enduring excruciating pain, lifted his head to catch a glimpse of Yin Hong. The sight nearly caused him to faint. Master Hong? Get on your knees," Yin Hong commanded. Yes, right away." Lu Yong quickly suppressed the searing pain and rose from the floor. "Apologize to young Master Lin." Young Master Lin?" Lu Yong hesitated. Glancing at Lin Dong, Yin Hong delivered a swift kick to Lu Yong's knee, causing him to collapse in front of Lin Dong. "Apologize to young Master Lin. If he forgives you, today's incident will be forgotten. If not, you know the consequences." Yin Hong stated sternly to the kneeling Lu Yong. Upon hearing Yin Hong's words, even Lu Yong, despite his navet, realized the gravity of his offense. He had angered someone far beyond his standing. If even the notorious Yin Hong of Yangqing addressed Lin Dong as young master, then Lin Dong's influence must be formidable. Young Master Lin, I am truly sorry Lu Yong, have been blind to your worth and have wronged you. I implore you to spare me. As he spoke, Lu Yong repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, the sound of his forehead striking the floor echoing through the room. If he failed to earn Lin Dong's forgiveness today, it was uncertain whether he would be able to leave Yangqing at all. Chapter 91. The moment's grace, Yin Hong observed Lu Yong's desperate bows before Lin Dong, the loud thuds resonating in the air. He casually glanced at the others in the room. This single glance sent Lu Yong's more than 20 subordinates into a panic, causing them to hastily kneel and begin their own apologies to Lin Dong. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of their bows filled the private room incessantly. The entire Sun family was left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Moments ago, the fearsome Lu Yong now found himself kneeling on the ground, pleading for Lin Dong's forgiveness, a sight that left onlookers utterly astounded, their jaws nearly grazing the floor. Uncle Sun, how do you propose we handle Lu Yong? Lin Dong inquired, turning to Sun Weiqing. Lin Xiao, the decision rests with you. Sun Weiqing replied, somewhat awkwardly. He had intended to address Lin Dong more casually, but recalling that even Yin Hong referred to him with such respect, he hesitated. After all, Yin Hong was a figure Lu Yong could never hope to rival. Offending Yin Hong in Yang City effectively severed one's own future, leaving no room for reprieve. To address Lin Dong as simply Lin would imply a superiority over Yin Hong, a precarious position should Lin Dong choose to depart, potentially inviting Yin Hong's wrath upon him. Yet, referring to him as Lin Xiao felt equally inappropriate, considering that Lin Dong was his daughter's boyfriend. What father addresses his son-in-law with such formalities? Uncle Sun, let us not be so formal. See, and I are good friends. You may call me Lin Dong. Meanwhile, Yin Hong's three companions observed Lin Dong from a distance. They had come to witness the grandeur of a top-tier young master, but now they perceived that this esteemed individual was not so extraordinary after all. Perhaps they had merely never encountered someone of his ilk and had mistakenly assumed he was more than he appeared. Lin Dong casually rose, placing a foot upon Lu Yong's already fractured hand, instantly unleashing his formidable mental prowess. In that fleeting moment, a chilling breeze swept through the room, causing everyone present to involuntarily shudder. Lu Yong, besieged by both physical and psychological torment, was rendered speechless and succumbed to unconsciousness. Yin Hong and his three companions were momentarily frozen, exchanging glances that revealed the palpable fear in their eyes. In that fleeting instant, Lin Dong exhibited the poise characteristic of a top-tier elite, a presence that only those accustomed to positions of power could exude, akin to a mountain looming over them. Lin Dong swiftly retracted his mental force, as his primary intent was to instill intimidation. He feared that his status as a core member of the SCC might not sufficiently daunt Yin Hong, hence the theatrical display. After all, Sun Siyu's family would continue residing in Yangqing, and if he were to offer help, it ought to be unwavering. This notion stemmed from Lin Dong's recent induction into the SCC, coupled with his insufficient understanding of its dynamics. The identity of a core member is distinctly different from that of mid-level members, and for Yin Hong, a junior member, the mere presence of Lin Dong was more than sufficient to quell any rebellious thoughts. Yin Hong, this is my Uncle Sun, the father of my good friend. I trust you will look after his family in Yangqing, Lin Dong remarked, gesturing towards Sun Weiqing and Yin Hong. It seemed evident that Yin Hong held considerable standing in Yangqing, and his oversight would ensure that the Sun family thrived. Rest assured, young Master Lin, your Uncle Sun's affairs will be my concern. While I cannot guarantee elsewhere, in Yangqing, Yin Hong will ensure his smooth sailing, Yin Hong vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Cultivating a good relationship with Lin Dong was a prospect he eagerly welcomed, knowing that in Yangqing, his influence could easily facilitate matters for those he wished to support. Very well, Yin Hong, I shall remember you. Feel free to reach out whenever you require assistance. Lin Dong gently patted Yin Hong's shoulder and spoke. Yes, young Master Lin. Yin Hong replied with excitement. Uncle Sun, let us take our leave. I will leave everything in Yin Hong's capable hands. Lin Dong called out to the Sun family. After saying this, he took the lead and stepped outside, with the entire Sun family hastily following suit. As they exited the corridor, they were met with the sight of a row of individuals kneeling down, all of whom were Lu Yong's subordinates, trembling in fear. Their apprehension was not directed towards Lin Dong, who seemed a distant figure to them. Rather, they feared Yin Hong. The formidable reputation of the tyrant of Yangcheng was not merely a title, it was earned through undeniable prowess. Upon leaving the holiday hotel, Lin Dong expressed his desire to return to Jiangcheng, a journey not too far, merely a little over 2 hours. It was still early enough for them to set off. The Sun family hoped to persuade Lin Dong to stay for the night, eager to cultivate a rapport with the esteemed young Master Lin. As described by the formidable Yin Hong, they wished to mend any disrespect shown towards Lin Dong earlier in the day, particularly from those who had cast scornful remarks. Had they known the extent of Lin Dong's influence, they would have sought his favor rather than belittling him. However, after witnessing his formidable demeanor earlier, they felt a renewed sense of apprehension, rendering them hesitant to approach him. Instead, their gazes turned towards Sun Siyu. Sun Weiqing subtly tugged at Sun Siyu's sleeve, signaling her to persuade Lin Dong to stay. Lin Dong was already preparing to open the car door. Lin Dong, Sun Siyu called out. Yes. Lin Dong turned to face her. Could you stay for the night? Sun Siyu asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Dong initially intended to decline. Yet upon witnessing Sun Si's alluring expression and her eyes brimming with anticipation, his old tendency resurfaced. It proved challenging to refuse a beautiful woman with whom he shared a congenial relationship. This, however, does not imply that Lin Dong is a fickle or capricious individual. On the contrary, despite the presence of numerous exquisite women around him since his separation from Jiangshan, he has yet to engage in a meaningful relationship. The most recent encounter was with Han Shiyun. Had it not been for the incident involving his aunt that evening, something might have indeed transpired. Nonetheless, Han Shiyun's actions had deeply insulted his dignity as a man, prompting him to respond to her provocations despite knowing her intentions. Lin Dong believed that one should be resolute towards adversaries, whereas it is permissible to exhibit a softer disposition towards friends. All right then. However, I must depart early tomorrow morning, as I have matters to attend to. Lin Dong hesitated before stating. Great. Sun Si joyfully approached and linked her arm with his. Lin Dong's decision to stay delighted not only her but also the entire Sun family. The younger children, upon seeing Lin Dong's car, clamored to take a ride. As the allure of a top-tier supercar was undeniably captivating for them, however, their parents swiftly intervened. They were not surprised that Lin Dong could drive such an extraordinary vehicle. It was only fitting for someone of his stature, a distinguished young master. Yet, they lamented the missed opportunity of recognizing his status earlier. Had they known he drove such an impressive car upon his arrival, perhaps their initial disdain would have been averted. Thus, Lin Dong continued to carry Sun Siyu, and the group returned to her residence. Chapter 92, The Conical Sphere of Influence. Lin Dong and the Sun family departed. In room 36 of the Holiday Hotel, only Yin Hong and his 3 companions remained, alongside the unconscious Lu Yong and his numerous subordinates kneeling on the floor. How do you feel? Yin Hong inquired of the trio. Initially, there was no significant sensation, but just as he stood up, an overwhelming presence akin to facing a mountain enveloped him. The pressure was palpable. I felt it too. In that fleeting moment, a chill swept through me. This young master seems quite formidable. Anyone who can become a core member of the SCC is certainly not to be underestimated. Let us refrain from wild conjectures and focus on cleaning up this mess. Yin Hong exclaimed. Brother Hong, if we truly establish a connection with this big shot, do not forget about us. Rest assured, if we do establish such a connection, I will certainly remember you all. Yin Hong replied. From the sudden pressure Lin Dong had just exerted, it was evident that he merely feared getting his hands dirty with someone like Lu Yong, hence calling for his presence. The next morning, Lin Dong had breakfast and returned to Jiangcheng, while Sun Siyu planned to rest at home for another day before heading back, leaving him to travel alone. The previous night had not witnessed any dramatic encounters with beautiful women, aside from some relatives of Sun Siyu who praised Lin Dong. Nothing else transpired until late into the night. Time passed steadily. 3 days later, Lin Dong finally received a call from Zhao Xian, who expressed enthusiasm for a particular project. Based on the assessment of the team she assembled, it appeared to hold significant investment potential. However, the asking price was somewhat elevated, and she sought Lin Dong's opinion. Without hesitation, Lin Dong transferred the funds. As he had no substantial input to offer, he would welcome an even higher asking price. He felt there were few avenues for expenditure, as his modest outlays hardly contributed to his wealth status. Preparing 2 properties for his aunt and elder aunt had already cost him 200 million, with 100 million yet to be settled. Moreover, He had grown indifferent to the modest wealth points he had previously coveted. To see a more rapid increase in his fortune, he recognized that bold investment was essential. Nonetheless, his investments could not be indiscriminate. If he disregarded the established protocols, it would likely draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. He sensed that he lacked the capacity to safeguard his assets, which is why he had maintained a relatively low profile. When it came to influence, he was merely at the nascent stage of his journey, far from the likes of TZ parties Zhao Shidao and Zhuge Sanqiu. Even when compared to figures like Qin Zheng and Lu Chun, he was hardly a contender. In terms of strength, the breaker had remarked that he was merely the most formidable among the younger generation, implying that many from the older generation could easily surpass him. This realization fueled his ambition to cultivate his own power. His aspiration was that one day, among the top 1,000 enterprises globally, he would hold substantial shares in at least 800 of them. At that point, with a mere gesture, he would stir the global economy into a frenzy. How impressive! How formidable! As for why he chose Zhao Xian for such a pivotal role, firstly, it is because he was originally a nobody, surrounded by individuals devoid of such capabilities. From their interactions, it is evident that Zhao Xian holds considerable value in his eyes, possessing both competence and integrity. Another reason stems from the fact that Zhao Xian's family sought her out, allowing him to glean some insights into her circumstances. She is undoubtedly a person who values gratitude. Despite her parents' harshness during her upbringing, she continues to think of her family after earning a living, managing to save almost nothing over the years, aside from sustaining her own life. For Lin Dong, ability is of secondary importance, as he is indifferent to monetary gain. After all, he possesses an inexhaustible fortune. What truly matters is character. Should one lack integrity, no amount of talent would ever earn Lin Dong's approval. Ultimately, it is Zhao Xian's character that captures his admiration. He is confident that once the storm subsides, she will continue to support her family in whatever manner she deems appropriate. Upon receiving the system, Lin Dong made a silent vow until he felt secure enough. He must not reveal his full potential. Discretion is paramount. It is his secret weapon for success. His current endeavor is to accumulate divine luxury points and observe whether the system will upgrade. An extraordinary physique and mental fortitude are certainly insufficient. After transferring 2 billion in funds to Zhao Xian, his divine luxury points did not increase immediately. It was only the following day that they rose by 20 points, bringing the total to 101. This further substantiates Lin Dong's belief. In the super divine luxury system, funds must be expended to augment divine luxury points. Donations or similar transactions will not yield any increase. Otherwise, wouldn't it be delightful for Lin Dong to directly transfer 1 trillion to his company's account? The system, in essence, is quite straightforward. It compels Lin Dong to expend funds, thereby augmenting his wealth points to elevate his status. Meanwhile, Lin Dong has established a security department, enlisting Xiao Pejun to connect with some mercenaries he had previously encountered abroad. Whether domestic or international, anyone willing to join would receive generous treatment, provided their character is impeccable. Individuals of notorious repute, who have been forced to flee abroad to become mercenaries, are categorically unacceptable to Lin Dong. He has also tasked Wei Yong and Li Gubing with assisting Xiao Pejun in setting up the security department. Given his current prowess, the number of individuals capable of posing a threat to him is minimal. If they cannot contend with him, then Wei Yong and Li Gubing would be merely trifling. In recent days, due to various commitments, Lin Dong has not attended school. His homeroom teacher called to request his return to classes. Lin Dong was perplexed, as he thought it was permissible to take leave after the last May Day event. Upon inquiry, he learned that someone had approached the school leadership, claiming that Lin Dong's frequent absences were unbecoming of a student and detrimental to the reputation of Jiang University, a prestigious institution. Consequently, his homeroom teacher had also faced reprimand from the administration. After receiving the call from his teacher, Lin Dong promptly made his way to the principal's office. He knocked twice on the door. "Come in." A commanding voice responded from within. Lin Dong entered to find Principal Zhou Limin seated at his desk, perusing documents. Upon Lin Dong's arrival, Zhou Limin glanced up and inquired, "Student, what brings you here?" "Hello, Principal Zhou, I am Lin Dong, a junior from the Department of Business Administration," Lin Dong said as he directly took a seat opposite Zhou Huaimin. Understood." And then, Zhou Liming inquired. He found Lin Dong to be somewhat different. Unlike other students who approached him with trepidation, Lin Dong's demeanor was exceedingly casual, creating a stark contrast. Communication code 762141. 9:4. 9. The protagonist's strength is gradually rising. Everyone, please be patient. We will soon delve into the grand narrative, featuring the climactic confrontation between Zhao Shidao and Zhuge Sanqiu, as well as the appearance of Murong Qingge. How will the protagonist continue to flaunt his prowess? Chapter 93. A donation of 1 billion Principal Zhou. Due to certain matters outside the campus, I may need to request leave at any time. I hope you can grant me this privilege. Lin Dong stated. Oh, you wish to have the privilege of taking leave at will? May I inquire as to your reasons? Zhou Liming asked with a smile. Intrigued by Lin Dong's audacity to approach him, the principal, with such a request, it appeared that Lin Dong was confident he would acquiesce. Because I am engaged in some business endeavors outside of school, I may be rather occupied. Business? Lin Dong, our institution supports entrepreneurial initiatives among students. As long as you submit the necessary documentation to the school, and if everything is in order upon review, we can certainly facilitate your endeavors. However, I prefer not to go through the formal application process, hence my direct approach to you. Lin Dong replied. Oh, do you believe that I would acquiesce to your request? Lin Dong? I trust that Principal Zhou, you would not decline. Reason? Zhou Limin exclaimed. I am prepared to donate 100 million to Jiang University, with 50 million allocated to establish a scholarship fund specifically for underprivileged students who excel academically, and the remaining 50 million dedicated to enhancing the school's various facilities. What do you think, Principal Zhou? Lin Dong replied with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhou Limin was clearly taken aback. Donating 100 million to Jiang University? Such a gesture had never been witnessed in the institution's long history. In fact, even among the nation's prestigious universities, there had never been a precedent for such a donation. Jiang University ranks among the top 10 universities in the country, having nurtured numerous prominent figures across various fields over the years. Donations were not uncommon, yet most were typically in the range of several million. The largest donation Jiang University had ever received came from an alumnus who graduated many years ago and has since become a business magnate with a fortune in the billions. Even he had only contributed 20 million. Now, a third-year student boldly claimed he would donate 100 million? Who would believe that? To be honest, Zhou Limin himself found it hard to accept. He suspected that Lin Dong was merely jesting with him. Lin Dong, are you certain you wish to donate 100 million to the university? You aren't merely teasing me, are you? Zhou Limin sat up straight and inquired. Of course. If not, why would I seek out the principal? To chat? If I wanted to converse, I would rather engage with my seniors or juniors, wouldn't I? Lin Dong replied. Still grinning, Zhou Limin scrutinized Lin Dong closely. There was no hint of the usual awkwardness exhibited by fellow students upon encountering him. Rather, he displayed a rather irreverent demeanor, indicating that he was undoubtedly unperturbed by their presence. Could he be of noble lineage? It is certainly plausible. Could a junior in college have amassed a fortune of 100 million? He found it hard to believe. Moreover, Lin Dong was purportedly donating 100 million. If this were indeed true, how much wealth did he possess? 10 billion? Or perhaps 100 billion? If Lin Dong was not merely toying with him, then he must undoubtedly belong to some affluent family. Furthermore, with an additional 100 million in funding, the school could embark on numerous ventures, perhaps even attracting several provincial champions. This would significantly enhance the prestige of their institution, as his lifelong aspiration was to elevate Jiang University into the ranks of the top 3 universities in the nation. Very well, Lin Dong. Should you truly follow through with your pledge of 100 million to the university, I shall grant you this privilege and express my gratitude for your contribution to Jiang University. However, if you are merely here to amuse yourself, do not be surprised if I resort to official protocols. Agreed, Principal Zhou, let us settle this matter. However, I prefer to remain anonymous in my donation, as I do not wish to be the center of attention throughout the campus. Certainly. Thus, Lin Dong was escorted by Principal Zhou Limin to the university's financial department, where he summoned the leadership of Jiang University, until the donation was finalized and the 100 million was received. The university officials felt as though they were in a dream. In the past, even a donation of a few million would warrant grand ceremonies and public announcements, yet now, the donation of 100 million was completed with such remarkable simplicity. Lin Dong's name had also made its way onto the list of school leaders, undoubtedly marking him as a benefactor of considerable means, someone to be approached with utmost respect. Lin Dong, we express our heartfelt gratitude for your contributions to Jiangda's development. On behalf of all faculty and students, declared Principal Zhou Limin, clasping Lin Dong's hands firmly. A donation of 100 million is truly unprecedented in history. Lin Dong, still a student, preferred to remain out of the spotlight, waiting until graduation to publicize this remarkable act, which would undoubtedly elevate the school's reputation. How remarkable it is for a junior student, already engaged in entrepreneurial ventures, to donate such a substantial sum to his alma mater. This speaks volumes about the deep sense of belonging he must feel. Furthermore, his success at such a young age is a testament to the school's effective educational philosophy. Filling Principal Zhou Limin with immense joy. Not only would the school benefit materially, but it would also enhance its visibility, attracting more students, a truly fortuitous outcome. Principal Zhou, you are too kind. Jiangda is also my alma mater, the institution that nurtured my talents. Contributing to Jiangda is something I believe every student would aspire to do. Lin Dong graciously responded. Following this, he exchanged cordial handshakes with various school officials, reciprocating their expressions of gratitude. Due to Lin Dong's desire for modesty, the school did not hold a formal donation ceremony. After making his generous contribution, Lin Dong departed, opting to continue his leave from school. Academics no longer held significant importance for him. With his exceptional mental acuity, he absorbed knowledge with remarkable speed, confident that he would not fail any courses. And he aimed to attend only the essential classes. Despite the possibility of failing, he remained confident that the school would ultimately allow him to pass. The weekend arrived once more. After a fortnight of recuperation, Liu Yinmei's health had nearly returned to normal. This weekend, they planned to make a trip back to Shuqing to collect some necessary belongings. Lin Dong also intended to pick up his aunt's family, seeking a way to persuade them to relocate to Jiangcheng, while also retrieving his parents' compensation funds. He believed that once his family was settled, he could truly devote himself to his own affairs. Wang Li had already returned to school 2 weeks prior. The party consisted of Liu Yinmei, her husband, Lin Dong, and 2 drivers, Wei Yong and Li Guobing, totaling 6 individuals who set off for Shuqing on Friday evening. Lin Dong had purchased a new Mercedes-Benz G-Class, with Wei Yong and Li Guobing each driving their own vehicles. For these former mercenaries, staying awake for several days posed no challenge, let alone driving for a few hours. They departed at 6 in the evening and arrived in Shuqing by midnight. After dropping his aunt's family off at home, Lin Dong and Li Guobing sought accommodation in a hotel in the county. Liu Yinmei had initially hoped Lin Dong would stay at their home, considering he had lived there for 2 years. However, Lin Dong felt that both he and Wang Chao were now adults and deserved their own privacy. It would be far more comfortable to reside alone. Sharing a room with Wang Chao felt rather awkward, and staying in Wang Li's room seemed inappropriate. So he insisted on checking into a hotel with Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Before leaving, Lin Dong requested the agreement signed by his uncle, Lin Guobing. Xiao Dong. In truth, given your capabilities, that compensation amount is hardly significant to you. However, your aunt is aware that you harbor resentment. Indeed, Lin Guobing has acted in ways that are less than honorable, yet ultimately, he remains your second uncle, who has cared for you for several years. Your aunt hopes you will not take this too far. When Liu Yinmei handed the agreement to Lin Dong, she spoke earnestly. I understand, aunt. I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, Lin Dong replied. Very well. Your aunt believes in you. Go forth. Chapter 94, Second Uncle Lin Guobing. The following day, Lin Dong, accompanied by Wei Yong and Li Guobing, made his way to the residence of his second uncle, Lin Guobing. Based on Lin Dong's understanding of both his second uncle and his second aunt, Zhang Guifang, they were certainly not inclined to relinquish the compensation willingly. Thus, the previous evening, Lin Dong had engaged the services of the finest lawyer in Jiaqing and sent the agreement to him. With the possession of this agreement, the lawyer claimed that the outcome of the lawsuit was virtually predetermined. He should be en route to Shuqing by now. Furthermore, through certain connections, Lin Dong reached out to individuals at F Academy, who assured him that as long as the evidence was compelling, the matter would be expedited. Lin Guobang's residence is situated on the outskirts of Shuqing, a self-built dwelling comprising 3 stories, constructed collaboratively by Lin Dong's father and his second uncle, Lin Guobing. This implies that Lin Dong holds an implicit share in the property. However, following the assignment of his guardianship to Lin Guobing, the house naturally fell under his uncle's ownership. Lin Dong and his companions arrived at Lin Guobang's abode. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Dong encountered his second aunt, Zhang Guifang, who was tending to the flowers. Upon noticing his presence, she scoffed and retreated into the house, clearly unwelcoming. Lin Dong proceeded into the dwelling accompanied by Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Since it was Saturday, the entire Lin Guobing family was present. his second uncle Lin Guobang, second aunt Zhang Guifang, cousin Lin Fei, and younger cousin Lin Quan. However, upon Lin Dong's arrival, none of them showed any inclination to acknowledge him, engrossed instead in the television. Lin Dong smiled nonchalantly, walked to the center of the living room, and placed the agreement he held upon the coffee table, stating, "Lin Guobang, this is the agreement you signed years ago. Promptly hand over my parents' compensation. I shall not make things difficult for you. I do not require this house any longer. Consider it merely the cost of living here for these past years." Lin Dong addressed his second uncle directly by name, as the years spent in this household had left him with shadows of discontent. "What agreement? What compensation? I know nothing of it," Lin Guobang vehemently denied. "Lin Dong, do not heed the nonsensical claims of your aunt and the others. There is no such matter," Lin Guobang insisted. "Do you truly believe your denial holds any weight? It is inscribed in black and white, and the court had it on record. How can you possibly evade it?" Lin Dong countered. Lin Guobang fell silent, yet Zhang Guifang raised her voice indignantly. "Lin Dong, you ungrateful wretch. Have you not spent money while residing here these past years? You have eaten our food, worn our clothes, and used our belongings. I tell you, your parents' compensation has been entirely spent on you. Not a single cent remains." Lin Dong then found a chair and seated himself, declaring, Come, let us discuss this. Can you help me figure out how I, a young person in my teens, managed to spend this 2 million? If you can calculate it, I shall relinquish this money." Zhang Guifang exclaimed. "During my years living here, I subsisted on the leftover meals you provided, donned the garments previously worn by Lin Fei, and you expect me, a boy, to attend school in girls' clothing? How can you even suggest that? As for my needs, did you ever give me a single penny throughout my studies? All my support came from my aunt and my great-aunt." Zhang Guifang's words rendered them speechless. In a somewhat unreasonable tone, she continued, "Regardless, your parents' money was spent on you years ago. You cannot expect to reclaim any of it now." Lin Dong picked up the agreement from the coffee table and remarked, "You both must pay close attention. This document is explicitly clear, and Lin Guobang has signed it. The F court has it on record. If you fail to comply, I will proceed to file a lawsuit without hesitation. Go ahead and file your lawsuit. We are unafraid, as the money has already been spent," Zhang Guifang said, seemingly undeterred. "Well, you ought to consider the implications carefully. With this evidence and the court's records, the outcome is virtually inevitable. You will bear the stigma of being debtors, which not only will freeze your assets, but will also adversely affect Lin Fei's employment." Lin Dong replied with a smile. As Lin Dong was aware, his cousin Lin Fei was employed at a bank in Shuqing, a position Lin Guobang had tirelessly facilitated through connections. Should they all bear the stigma of being deadbeats, it would inevitably affect Lin Fei's employment at the bank, especially with both parents labeled as such. This was precisely why he uttered those words. Indeed, Lin Dong's remark struck fear into the hearts of the Lin Guobang family. Their daughter Lin Fei's position was secured through considerable connections, and her employment at the bank had brought them no small measure of pride. If this matter were to jeopardize her job, it would be a grave issue. Lin Fei felt a surge of panic. Banks place immense value on reputation, and having parents branded as deadbeats could indeed threaten her position. She might even find herself dismissed at a moment's notice. Securing a job at the bank in their small county was quite a feat, and she had boasted about it to her friends and classmates. The thought of losing it left her distressed, leading her to cast a reproachful glance at her parents. "Lin Dong, do not act recklessly. I warn you. Should you jeopardize Fei's job, I will not spare you," Lin Guobang threatened. Lin Dong had been subjected to his father's wrath since childhood, instilling a sense of fear even after entering high school. While he was uncertain why Lin Dong dared to demand money today, he still held a psychological advantage over him. "Lin Guobang, how do you propose to spare me? I am quite eager to know if you intend to chase me around the yard as you did in my youth." "You may certainly attempt it now," Lin Dong retorted, his previously cheerful demeanor shifting to a serious expression. Lin Guobang's words evoked memories of a troubled childhood, where any transgression on his part would invariably lead to him being the target of his father's fury, resulting in a merciless beating. Even during their moments of discontent, they would often vent their frustrations on him. It was commonplace for him to be struck with slender rods, leaving him covered in wounds, and the pain was particularly excruciating. It wasn't until he voluntarily chose to board at school during his middle school years that things began to improve. During holidays, he seldom returned home, instead alternating between his aunt's and grandaunt's houses. It wasn't until high school that he completely moved in with his aunt. distancing himself from the home that had cast a long shadow over his life. Chapter 95. Intimidation. As Lin Dong spoke, his previously cheerful demeanor morphed into one of solemnity, instantly enveloping the Lin Guobang family in a palpable sense of pressure. They stared at Lin Dong in astonishment. Although they had not seen him for quite some time, he remained in their minds as a timid individual. Encountering Lin Guobang and his wife was akin to a mouse meeting a cat. They approached even Lin Fei and Lin Quan with trepidation. This was the psychological trauma inflicted upon Lin Dong over the years of their abuse. The Lin Dong of the past would never have dared to contradict Lin Guobang and his wife. Any hint of defiance would result in a vicious beating. Upon their first encounter with Lin Dong today, they instinctively reverted to their old perceptions of him. Even with two companions by his side, they dismissed them entirely, unable to fathom that such a timid person could pose any threat to them. Yet now, Lin Dong not only dared to speak up, but did so with a touch of scorn, a stark contrast that Lin Guobang found intolerable, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He forcefully slapped the coffee table before him and stood up, pointing at Lin Dong, saying, "Lin Dong, do not presume that just because you have grown bolder, I will hesitate to strike you. Is Lin Guobang a name you dare to invoke? I am your second uncle and your guardian. I was unafraid to discipline you as a child, and I remain so now." At that moment, Lin Quan also glared at Lin Dong, his expression unfriendly. He had grown up alongside Lin Dong, being merely a year his junior, and with the support of his parents, he often bullied Lin Dong in their youth. He would shift the blame for all matters onto Lin Dong, making him a scapegoat, enduring beatings on his behalf, which granted him an innate psychological advantage over Lin Dong. Now at 20, having failed to enter university after high school, he had been wandering the streets, mingling with unsavory characters, which only inflated his sense of superiority. The audacity of Lin Dong to come to his home demanding money, and to mock them openly, was intolerable. That money was meant for his future marriage and home, and had nothing to do with Lin Dong. Lin Dong, if you continue to show disrespect towards my father and keep invoking Lin Guobang's name, do not blame me for my rudeness," Lin Quan interjected. Lin Dong turned his head to look at Lin Quan, calmly stating, "Lin Quan, hold your tongue. I shall settle accounts with you shortly." "What? You dare speak to me like that? It seems you are itching for a fight," Lin Quan retorted, rising suddenly from the sofa, ready to confront Lin Dong. However, as he stood, a large hand pressed him back onto the sofa, rendering him immobile. "Who the hell are you? If you don't release me, I swear you won't leave this city alive." Lin Quan struggled desperately, yet no matter how hard he exerted himself, he remained unable to shake off the grip of that formidable hand. In response to Lin Quan's insults, Li Guobing remained silent, merely tightening his hold slightly. This action rendered Lin Quan breathless, silencing his curses and leaving him to flail helplessly in the air. Having served as a mercenary abroad, Li Guobing found it effortless to subdue a petty thug like Lin Quan. Observing Lin Quan pinned to the sofa, Zhang Guifeng immediately rose to assist, only to be forcefully shoved down by Wei Yong, landing heavily back on the couch. Lin Guobang, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain himself. He stood up, intent on retrieving a weapon. How could he allow his wife and son to be bullied? The thought left him utterly humiliated. "Lin Guobang, you would do well to remain seated. These two have been mercenaries abroad, seasoned by the ravages of war, men who have truly tasted blood. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against them?" Lin Dong remarked, observing Lin Guobang's rash intent. As Lin Guobang prepared to seek a weapon, he paused at Lin Dong's words, turning his gaze toward Wei Yong and Li Guobing. At that moment, both Wei Yong and Li Guobing subtly released a fraction of the menacing aura they had cultivated on the battlefield. Instantly, a chill swept over Lin Guobang and his family. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded the two men. Being ordinary individuals, the Lin family found themselves utterly defenseless against the palpable presence emanating from seasoned warriors like Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Defeated, Lin Guobang sank back into his seat and inquired, "Lin Dong, what exactly do you intend to do?" "I merely seek to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, the compensation awarded to my parents. As for this house, consider it a temporary residence of yours for a few years. Is there no gratitude for the fact that you did not extinguish my life? Had you been a bit more ruthless back then, perhaps Lin Dong would not exist today." Lin Dong remarked sarcastically, "There is no money to be had. There is but one life, and I doubt you dare to inflict any harm upon us." Zhang Guifeng bellowed. This money was intended for her son, Lin Quan, to marry and purchase a home. If it were given to Lin Dong, what would become of Lin Quan? who is yet to secure employment. The interest accrued on this compensation each year is substantial, and without it, their family's livelihood would be severely compromised. Thus, it is imperative that Lin Dong receives nothing. Initially, Lin Guobang contemplated acquiescing, recognizing the formidable presence of the opposition in the two individuals accompanying Lin Dong, who appeared to be no innocents. However, upon hearing Zhang Guifang's words, he quickly realized the folly. Indeed, even if they refused to grant Lin Dong any money, what could he possibly do to them? So what if they had been mercenaries abroad? This is our homeland, not a foreign land. Do they truly dare to commit murder here? Lin Dong, the funds have been entirely depleted. You shall find none to claim. Moreover, I am your second uncle and your guardian, and I possess the authority to manage these funds, Lin Guobang asserted. Lin Dong could hardly contain his amusement. Guardian? Second uncle? Lin Guobang, do you even grasp the true meaning of a guardian? Do you believe yourself worthy of that title? Moreover, even if you are my guardian, I have already reached adulthood, and your role as a guardian has long since ceased. As for your financial situation, I am indifferent. The agreement is explicitly stated in black and white, and you have affixed your signature. Upon my 18th birthday, I am entitled to receive that sum, and I shall forego the interest. I have no money, Lin Guobang asserted emphatically. Very well. I have retained the finest lawyer in Jiangcheng, who is likely en route now. By this afternoon, you can expect to receive a summons from the F court. You must contemplate this matter carefully, Lin Dong replied. You, Lin Guobang, at a loss, was unsure of how to proceed. Pay up. The future of my son Lin Quan hangs in the balance. Refuse to pay. If Lin Dong indeed takes the matter to the F court, with the evidence he possesses, they are bound to lose, and it would undoubtedly jeopardize Lin Fei's employment. Caught between securing his son's future and preserving his daughter's hard-earned career, both Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifang found themselves in a dilemma. Chapter 96. The end. A heavy silence enveloped the living room. Lin Dong made no effort to rush them, remaining leisurely in his chair as if patiently awaiting their decision. Lin Dong, we have no money. Pursue whatever legal action you wish. Even if a judgment is rendered, we still lack the funds. If it comes to that, then you might as well kill me. Ultimately, it was Zhang Guifang who made the call. By uttering those words, she effectively chose money over her daughter Lin Fei's future. Lin Guobang let out a sigh of relief. Since Zhang Guifang had made her choice, so be it. Mother, how could you do this? Lin Fei gazed at Zhang Guifang with tear-filled eyes, yet Zhang Guifang offered no response. After all, a daughter is destined to marry and leave, while a son is the one who will support them in their old age. Therefore, financial considerations must prevail. Since you have resolved not to provide this money, prepare yourselves for the summons from the F court this afternoon. I cannot be bothered to engage in further dialogue with you, Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. The decision made by Lin Guobang and his wife was, in fact, anticipated by Lin Dong. Hence, he was not particularly surprised. He had foreseen this outcome and had already arranged for a lawyer to come promptly. What followed was another matter altogether. As Lin Dong spoke, he rose and approached Lin Quan and Li Guobing. Li Guobing, who had been pressing down on Lin Quan's chest, seized his clothing and lifted him from the sofa. Lin Quan, already paralyzed with fear, found himself overwhelmed by the bloodthirsty aura emanating from Li Guobing. A mere local ruffian from a small county could not possibly withstand the presence of a true expert like Li Guobing. Lin Quan, I do not wish to dwell on past grievances, but how dare you lay a hand on my aunt? I shall settle this score with you, Lin Dong declared. Lin Dong, if you have the ability, let me call for help. I assure you, you will not be able to leave Sioux City, Lin Quan retorted weakly. Even at this moment, he still threatened Lin Dong, believing that his connections in Sioux City would grant him impunity. Slap. Lin Dong struck Lin Quan across the face with a resounding slap. Although he did not exert much force, his physique was far superior to that of an ordinary person, causing Lin Quan's face to swell instantaneously, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Dong, cease your reckless behavior. What you are doing is illegal, shouted Lin Guobang from the sidelines. Oh, you are aware of the law? Then why do you withhold my parents' compensation, as if that were not a crime? Lin Dong retorted. Witnessing her son's face swell from the blow, Zhang Guifang reached for her phone to report the incident. However, Wei Yong seized it from her and hurled it to the ground. With little regard for the surrounding onlookers, Lin Dong delivered another slap to Lin Quan's face, leaving both sides swollen, resembling a pig's head. Tears streamed down Lin Quan's face, overwhelmed by the pain. Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifang watched helplessly, their hearts aching for their son, yet feeling powerless in the situation. Come, give me another scathing remark. Lin Dong demanded. Lin Quan, tears in his eyes, fell silent. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Then tell me, why did you strike my aunt? Lin Dong pressed on. Lin Quan remained mute. Speak, Lin Dong bellowed, causing Lin Guobang's family to shudder in fear. I didn't hit her, I just pushed her gently. Twice. Lin Quan stammered, trembling in terror. After 2 or 3 years of absence, Lin Dong had transformed into someone who instilled both fear and trepidation in him. Just a gentle push, you say? How did she injure her waist, remaining bedridden for half a month? Lin Dong inquired, his eyes gleaming with a cold light as he gazed at Lin Quan. I don't know, Lin Quan stammered. Don't know? Lin Dong seized Lin Quan's chin with a firm grip. I truly don't know, Lin Quan pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Lin Dong, I was wrong. Please, let me go. Desperation seeped into Lin Quan's voice, as he found himself utterly powerless against the immense pressure Lin Dong exerted. With a faint smile, Lin Dong released his grip, and Li Guobing also stepped back. Lin Quan collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Lin Dong turned to Lin Guobing and remarked, to be honest, this sum of money holds little value for me. I had no intention of claiming it, but since Lin Quan dared to harm my aunt, you shall hold him accountable. Ensure the funds are transferred promptly. If you can manage that, by this afternoon at the latest, F Court will freeze all assets under your family's name. We shall meet at F Court. With that, Lin Dong pivoted and exited the living room, followed closely by Li Guobing and Wei Yong. In the living room, Lin Guobang's family exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting shock. After more than 2 years apart, the once timid Lin Dong had transformed into someone so formidable and assertive. Previously, he had risen before the rooster, slept later than the dog, eaten worse than a pig, and labored more than an ox, often enduring harsh beatings. The sudden shift in his status was a jarring reality for them to absorb. What shall we do? Zhang Guifeng inquired, equally shaken by Lin Dong's transformation. Let us go. Hasten to your parents and procure a card. We must swiftly transfer the funds, lest they be frozen, Lin Guobang urged urgently. The family hurried to Zhang Guifeng's maternal home, with Lin Quan disregarding the pain etched upon his face. As long as the money remained intact, such injuries were trivial. For years, Lin Guobang's family had lived comfortably, buoyed by the 2 million compensation from Lin Dong's parents. They had even rented out Lin Dong's previous residence, with the annual interest and rental income sufficient to sustain their livelihood, rendering the need for employment unnecessary. Now, with only that scant amount left, if it were to be frozen, their lives would become exceedingly difficult. However, upon acquiring the card and attempting to transfer the funds at the bank, they discovered that their bank card was malfunctioning and temporarily unusable. This was, of course, the handiwork of Lin Dong, who intended to dangle a glimmer of hope before them only to gradually plunge it into despair. An uproar ensued at the bank, as this represented their family's last vestige of wealth, and they were unwilling to relinquish it easily, despite it not rightfully belonging to them. Yet, the bank was no venue for their outburst. Ultimately, the authorities were alerted, and the family was taken to the police station. There, they faced administrative detention for 5 days under the charge of disturbing public order. While at the police station, Lin Guobang's family received a summons from the court, which also ordered the freezing of all their assets. In that moment, the family comprehended their dire predicament. Chapter 97. Coincidentally, after Lin Dong departed from Lin Guobang's home, Wei Yong and Li Guobing were instructed by Lin Dong to drive a car to his aunt's residence to assist in moving their belongings. He drove alone to his aunt Lin Guiying's residence. His intention was to devise a means for her family to relocate to Jiangcheng, akin to what his little aunt Lu Yanmei had done. The accommodation was already prepared. All that remained was to secure a position at the Jinya Hotel, allowing them to enjoy a life of leisure. He had entrusted all matters concerning Lin Guobang to his lawyer, having made necessary arrangements through connections, rendering further concern unnecessary, as he wasn't truly in want of that sum. Aunt Lin Guiying represented a beacon of hope in Lin Dong's life, second only to his little aunt Lu Yanmei, and she had always treated him with kindness. From the onset of middle school, Lin Guobang had ceased to financially support Lin Dong, with the two aunts covering his living and educational expenses. During his final year of high school, the academic pressure necessitated a move to his aunt's home, where he shared cramped quarters with Wang Chao, making study difficult. Thus, he resided with Aunt Lin Guiying for a year, focusing on his college entrance examinations. Now that he possessed the means, it was imperative to ensure both families were comfortably settled, providing him with a sense of solace. Aunt Lin Guiying lived in an aging neighborhood in Shuqing, where both she and her husband worked at a nearby factory. They had a single daughter, Zhu, who was 4 years older than Lin Dong, making her his cousin. Lin Dong navigated his car to the familiar complex, which had aged considerably, evident by the absence of a doorman. He parked beneath his aunt's building and ascended the stairs. As he walked through the corridor where he had once resided for a year, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Since entering university, he had seldom returned. It was not out of ingratitude or forgetfulness, but rather due to his commitment to part-time jobs during every winter and summer break. He also wished to earn more money to alleviate some of the burdens on his aunt and elder aunt, hence he visited less frequently. The circumstances at his elder aunt's home differed slightly from those at his aunt's. When his elder cousin, Zhu, was born, certain complications arose, resulting in her never conceiving again. This event strained the relationship between her parents for many years, even leading to a brief separation, until they gradually reconciled. Furthermore, due to their lack of a son, after Lin Dong's parents passed away, they fervently sought custody of him. However, Lin Dong did not choose them at that time, which led to a lingering discontent from his elder uncle, Zhu Huagua, after Lin Dong moved into their home. Ascending to the 4th floor, Lin Dong knocked on the door of his elder aunt's residence. Knock, knock. Shortly, the aging security door swung open. A familiar face appeared before Lin Dong. It was his elder aunt, Lin Guoying. Xiao Dong, aren't you attending university in Jiangxing? What brings you back? Come in, she inquired, her tone evidently laced with joy. Lin Guoying, having no son of her own, genuinely regarded Lin Dong as her own child. Elder aunt, isn't today the weekend? I came back to visit you. Lin Dong replied. Come in, come in. Don't just stand outside, Lin Guoying exclaimed, grasping Lin Dong's hand and pulling him inside. Upon entering, Lin Dong noticed that 7 or 8 people were seated on the sofa in the living room. Aside from his elder uncle, Zhu Huagua, and cousin, Zhu, his 4th uncle, Lin Guowei, was also present, while the other individuals were unfamiliar to him. Elder uncle, 4th uncle, sister. Lin Dong greeted each in turn. The 3 individuals nodded in acknowledgement of Lin Dong. His 4th uncle, Lin Guowei, maintained a neutral relationship with Lin Dong, although he offered no assistance. There was also no animosity. The relationship between the families of his elder aunt and 4th uncle was quite amicable, but due to Lin Dong's circumstances, there had been no contact with his 2nd uncle, Lin Guobang, for many years. Xiao Dong, allow me to introduce you. This is your sister's boyfriend, named Chen Hui. These are his parents, and this is his maternal aunt, and this is his cousin. The elder aunt approached, gesturing towards the 5 unfamiliar individuals to Lin Dong. Greetings, brother-in-law. Hello, uncle, and to both aunts. Hello, cousin. Lin Dong greeted them, yet he was met with indifference. It was then that Lin Dong sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. His cousin, Zhu, had slightly reddened eyes, as if she had been crying moments before. Additionally, his uncle, Zhu Huagua, sat there, visibly displeased. Dear in-laws, this is my nephew, the son of my 3rd brother. He is currently attending university in Jiangxing. Lin Guoying introduced Lin Dong to the group. After the introductions, Lin Dong followed his elder aunt into the kitchen to offer assistance, as the atmosphere in the living room felt too somber for his liking. However, his elder aunt, Lin Guoying, soon sent him back out, as his 4th aunt, Yu Lian, was already in the kitchen and did not require his help. With no other option, Lin Dong settled in the living room, feigning interest in the television. Initially, he had intended to confront his elder aunt about returning to Jiangxing, but with the presence of additional guests, he felt it prudent to bide his time for a more opportune moment. At that moment, his cousin's future father-in-law began to speak. Dear in-laws, what do you think of our earlier proposal? He inquired. Not at all favorable, Zhu Huagua replied tersely. And what is your suggestion then? Must my son truly reside in such a dilapidated house? Have you considered how many years you have lived in this dwelling? There isn't even a decent school in the vicinity. How will their children receive an education in the future? How shall we address the issue of education? If it weren't for the undeniable affection shared between the young couple, I would have urged them to part ways long ago. Chen Hui's mother interjected. Mother, what are you saying? Chen Hui exclaimed. Xiao Hui, refrain from speaking. Do you genuinely wish to live in such a place for the rest of your life? You are our only son. Having you live with us is out of the question, Chen Hui's mother declared resolutely. Chen Hui fell silent. He truly did not wish to remain there indefinitely. Zhu Huagui was infuriated, wanting to refute her but finding no words. Their family circumstances were indeed far inferior to Chen Hui's. For Chun Hui to become a son-in-law living with them was somewhat unreasonable. However, what could he do? Who wouldn't desire to play with young children in their retirement? If their daughter were to marry, what would become of them in their old age, lonely and pitiful? At that moment, Lin Guiying stepped forward and said, "Mother-in-law, we are actually planning to purchase a house. We are currently looking at options. So there is no need for you to worry about the children's education. Purchase a house. Do not assume I am unaware of your situation. Both of you are ordinary workers. What house could you possibly afford? Have you seen the current housing prices? I hope you are not considering a second-hand home. How could a second-hand house suffice for a wedding?" At this point, Lin Guiying fell silent as well. They were indeed only preparing to buy an old second-hand house within a school district. New homes were completely beyond their means. At this moment, my cousin Zhu began to weep softly once more. Her parents wished for her boyfriend, Chen Hui, to reside with them after marriage. However, her in-laws were adamantly opposed to this idea. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that her family's circumstances were indeed inferior to those of Chun Hui's family. She yearned to provide her future children with a nurturing educational environment, yet she was reluctant to let her parents down. Moreover, she was already pregnant, making it imperative to expedite the marriage plans. There could be no further delays. Chen Hui could only stand by her side, gently patting her shoulder. For he too found himself at a loss for a solution that could satisfy all parties involved.